We see the room of a young man. There is a bed and a clock on the wall. The young man has woken up and doesn't understand what is happening. It looks like he is still alive. Finally, he begins to remember. He sits on the bed and looks around the room. He sees a window, a desk. There is a computer on the desk. His notes are on the nightstand. This is his university dormitory. The young man realizes that he is not dead. He has been reborn, but there are abrasions on his face covered with bandages. His hands are covered with bandages. He doesn't understand why he has so many injuries. There is no spiritual energy of his in his body. The 30,000 years of cultivation are gone, and he has become a teenager. He turned to the gods and said that they are really ruthless. He grew up in the spirit world and respected the sword world. But when he was introduced to the title of Divine King of the Realm, Yun Ding's countless experts besieged him. It ended in hatred. We see a university building with trees growing around it. The room couldn't withstand the power of so many experts at the same time. It took him back to his time at Yunhai University. The young man's name was Wu Fu. He said that he had been reborn, much to Yun Ding's distress. Suddenly, the door opened. A red-haired beauty wearing a light dress appeared on the threshold. She was holding her glasses. The girl saw that Wu Fu was awake and told him so. He remembered the girl named Li Meng Yao, and he remembered why his body was scarred. The girl threw his bag and phone at him and told him that it was over between them. The phone fell into Wu Fu's hands, and the bag hit his wounded hand painfully. Wu Fu remembered the reason why he was beaten. He came to ask Li Meng Yao why she had left him. Two tough guys beat him up, and one of them said he knew him well because Wu Fu's father worked in his father's company. Wu Fu hurt this guy, whose name was He Tian Hao, and his father was fired from the company owned by Tian Hao's father. When Wu Fu saw his ex-girlfriend, he asked her what she wanted. Li Meng Yao said that he dared to insult Tian Hao, and he himself is so insignificant that he can look at his pathetic reflection in the mirror and see for himself. The girl said that Wu Tianhao wants Wu Fu and his father to kneel before him and apologize. Then the father can continue to work in the company. Wu Fu told the girl that he must have really liked her because he still has memories of those feelings. But nowadays men don't just kneel down like that, so he said he wouldn't go. Li Meng Yao was surprised that Wu Fu acted that way. He told her to tell Ho Tianhao that he would meet him if he wanted to. The girl said she came to Wu Fu because of her past feelings, but since he doesn't know what's good for him, let him go to hell. She went out and slammed the door. Wu Fu stood up and looked at the closed door. He thought he needed to heal his wounds and increase his strength before facing his enemies. Our hero sat on the bed and thought that it was good that he remembered all the cultivation techniques. The most suitable technique for him should be the 9 underworld qi refining art. It was only a matter of time before he would enter the realm of perfect qi. Wu Fu sat down to meditate in order to heal his injuries. While meditating, he remembered his sword with a hilt decorated with precious stones. It was a qi sword, his star sword, a sacred weapon before he entered the realm of perfect qi. If others discovered it, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Suddenly, the sword was in Wu Fu's hands. He exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the sword broke into pieces. Wu Fu was very upset. He was expecting too much, but only the hilt was left. His wounds had healed, and he was able to test his current strength. Wu Fu decided to leave the room and test his strength there. There was immense power in his hands. His eyes sparkled. A blue light came out from his movement. From the impact of his fist, the wall split and made a crack. Wu Fu thought it was an ordinary fighting technique, but he was actually carrying a sharp qi blade. Wu Fu couldn't bear to be forced to apologize. He narrowed his eyes, grinned, and thought that he was all in anticipation. There was a garden in the courtyard of the university, and there was a beautiful fountain on the lawn. The bushes were neatly trimmed. Wu Fu went to the tallest and widest tree. He sat on a branch and meditated, and the qi energy around him shone with a blue light. Wu Fu jumped off the branch and floated in the air, supported by qi energy. He thought that spiritual energy was limited on Earth, and it would be no problem to cultivate better quality qi, but the density of this energy was too low for further progress. There were some young men walking around the garden calling for Wu Fu. They were looking for him because they knew he came here often. 3 boys were looking for Wu Fu in the garden, and the 4th fat man led them to the place where Wu Fu often retired. The boys were angry with the fat man and thought he was cheating them. Wu Fu watched them from a tree. The fat man was his dormitory roommate named Wang Meng, and also his only friend on Earth from his previous life. Wang Meng defended Wu Fu, saying that he had just recovered from his injuries. The boys said that Wu Fu had dug his own grave by acting tough in front of his fiancée. Not finding Wu Fu in the garden, the boys began to beat Wang Meng, thinking he had tricked them. The fat man fell to the ground and his dog barked. The dog defended its master, which made one of the boys angry. He had a stick in his hand. The guy swung the stick at the dog, but Wang Meng covered the dog with his hand and told the guy to stop. It was just an animal. Wang Meng said that Wu Fu had been lying in bed for days, and if he was beaten again, he would die. The boys said he tricked them into bringing him here. A fight broke out. The fat man didn't know how to fight, so he just covered his face with his hands. Wu Fu suddenly jumped down from the branch and stood right in front of one of the boys. He pushed the guy's arm so hard that he screamed in pain and his arm broke. Wu Fu stood there and looked at his opponents. Who else would dare to come near him? Our hero swung around and kicked the guy right in the jaw. Blood spurted from his mouth and he fell down. Wu Fu clenched his fist and told everyone to leave before he got really angry. Wang Meng asked Wu Fu why he was here and why he had come. He shouted at Wu Fu to run away quickly. The red-haired man asked why Wu Fu dared to show up and hurt his brother. He ordered Wu Fu to be beaten to death. Wang Meng was very worried about his friend and shouted at him to run away, but Wu Fu told the fat man to relax. It's them who should run away, not him. One of the guys happened to have a knife in his hand and swung it. Wu Fu blocked the blow, and the guy just sliced the air with the knife. Then Wu Fu punched the guy right in the nose with his fist. The guy even got sparks from his eyes. Wu Fu and his friend stood up and looked at the three guys, one of whom was lying on the ground and the other two were standing behind him in confusion. The fat man was pleased with the way Wu Fu handled the guys, but the guys wouldn't calm down, and the redhead lunged at our hero. The redhead had a baseball bat in his hand, and he and his friend lunged at Wu Fu, screaming and wishing him dead. With his strength, Wu Fu instantly knocked out one of them. The guy fell down and lost consciousness. A red-haired guy with a bat in his hand watched his friend go flying and lose consciousness. Wu Fu and his friend stood calmly watching them. Red couldn't believe that Wu Fu could fight like this. After all, he was a weakling just a few days ago. Our hero looked at him and said, "It was like this before." The red-haired guy was very surprised. He looked with anger and hatred, and Wu Fu's friend was also surprised, but it was a happy surprise. Wu Fu told the red-haired guy that he would let him go. The redhead's face was distorted with an angry grimace, and he said that he would remember this. Wu Fu and his friend stood and watched as the three limped out of the garden supporting each other. The dog felt victorious and barked loudly after them. Wu Fu felt so strong that the wind picked up and the leaves flew from the trees. Another guy suddenly appeared in the garden, a dark-haired guy with a small beard and mustache. He said it was not good to bully the weak. The guy said that if Wu Fu wanted to fight, he could join him. Those three boys all left the garden in tears. Wu Fu told his friend that he had better leave because a serious fight was brewing. Wang Meng was ashamed to leave, but Wu Fu said that if he could not hit anyone, there was no shame in leaving. Meng didn't want to fight, so he picked up the dog and left. He told Brother Wu that he had to hang on. The bearded man was older, so he asked Wu Fu if it wasn't humiliating to fight ordinary people. Wu Fu replied that it was a misunderstanding because they were the ones who decided to make trouble for themselves. The elder was determined. Power erupted from his fist and he leapt into the air. The elder tried to hit Wu Fu with his fist, but Wu Fu blocked his blow. Wu Fu applied chi energy, and the flow of energy threw the elder back. Still, it was an imperfect chi energy. There was energy coming from the elder and he was glowing all over. The elder kneeled down, and Wu Fu saw his body glowing with yellow energy. Wu Fu was surprised, but there was also a stream of blue energy coming out of his hand. The elder thought that Wu Fu didn't take the opportunity to attack him. Wu Fu thought that the elder's level was 2 levels higher than his. However, his spiritual energy is very weak. The elder coughed from the chi energy coming out of Wu Fu's hand and thought that Wu Fu was a real bastard. Wu Fu realized that Senior's energy channels were severely damaged, so he couldn't use his full power. After a while, most of the damage to the elder's energy channels was repaired. A simple chi energy cultivation has this ability. At that time, the guards came in and saw the traces of blood on the elder's lips. The guards shouted that it was Wu Fu and decided to arrest him quickly. Wu Fu applied chi energy and the guards froze. They couldn't move. Two of them took out their guns and pointed them at Wu Fu. They realized that he was cultivating qi energy. One of the guards pointed the gun directly at Wu Fu's face and fired. With the help of Wu Fu's qi energy, Wu Fu changed the trajectory of the bullet, and it flew past. With the help of qi energy, Wu Fu was even able to dodge the bullet. Wu Fu told the guys to get out of here. The senior went to his guards and started yelling at them, asking them who gave them permission to open fire. The elder thanked Wu Fu for healing his wounds as his meridians had recovered. He said he was very sorry for the misunderstanding. The guards didn't understand why the boss acted this way. Wu Fu said that if he had seen the elder's evil intentions, the outcome might have been different. The elder thought the boy was joking when he said that the outcome of the fight could have been different. Wu Fu replied that he wasn't joking. The guards realized that Wu Fu was cultivating qi energy. The elder said that he had a daughter whose energy channels were also blocked. He asked Wu Fu if he could help her. The guards warned their boss that Wu Fu was just an imposter. The guard said that even a quasi-great royal master couldn't cure the young lady, and Wu Fu dares to cheat them. It looks like he's tired of living. The elder punched the guard in the face and asked who was the boss here, him or the guard. The elder punched the guard and shouted that he was making himself an expert, that he had become too arrogant, and that he was a rascal. Wu Fu looked at all this and began to speak. He said that he didn't remember agreeing to anything. The guard immediately apologized and said that he had been rude to him. After Wu Fu refused, the guards began to shout at him that he was ungrateful, and the old man became angry, his eyes glittering. The elder said that he could see that Wu Fu was a young man with outstanding abilities, but spiritual energy alone was not enough to cultivate qi. Wu Fu agreed that it was indeed too little. The elder said that he had a villa in Tianfu village where there was a lot of spiritual energy, and invited him to come over any time. The guard said that it was Mrs. Yong's favorite villa for cultivating qi energy. Wu Fu was interested in this suggestion. The elder said that it was very peaceful, and no one would be distracted. If Wu Fu can cure his daughter, he will get what he wants. Wu Fu replied that the problem of blocked energy channels is not that big. Then the elder said that he would quickly bring his daughter to be healed by Wu Fu. Wu Fu wrote his number on the paper and told them to call him. He turned around and left. The elder and his guards were shocked. The guard angrily thought that if this guy didn't cure Mrs. Yong, he would do anything to make him die. Wu Fu quietly left the garden through the archway and went to his dormitory. When our hero was in his room, the phone rang. He answered it and asked who it was. It was Hao calling. Wu Fu told him that he hadn't apologized and still dared to beat his men. Li Mengyao was also there. Hao said he would give Wu Fu 10 minutes, and if he didn't come, something bad might happen to his friend and his friend's dog. Wu Fu was afraid to see him, but now he will see him himself. In a fancy room, Hao sat at a table with Wu Fu's ex-girlfriend. Guards stood at the sides. Outside the door were guys with bats who had attacked Wu Fu before. A young man in a white suit was drinking wine and hugging red-haired Beauty Li. The fat man was bound and gagged. The dog was also bound and gagged. Wu Fu entered the restaurant with quick steps. Suddenly, a bat whistled behind him. Wu used his qi energy and raised his hand. The bat shattered and his punch was blocked. The batmen opened their mouths in surprise. With a sharp movement of his hand, Wu hit one of them in the jaw. Hao and Li tensed when they saw Wu Fu. The girl shouted that it was impossible because only yesterday Wu had been sick in bed. Wu Fu replied that it was yesterday. The guards told Hao that this boy has steel armor inside. The red-haired girl thought, how could this brat change so suddenly? He had definitely prepared himself. Wu Fu saw his fat friend sitting with a gag in his mouth and mooing. Fatty thought that Wu Fu's brother was good, so he came to rescue him despite the danger. Our hero took the gag out of the dog's mouth and untied his legs. He asked if the husky was okay. The fat man sat tied up. Wu Fu picked up the husky, and the fat man wondered if Wu Fu had forgotten him. Wu Fu untied his friend and took the gag out of his mouth. The fat man was happy that his friend had saved him. The guard came to look at the fat man and saw that he and the dog were free. Wu Fu used an energy technique and kicked the guard so hard that he flew back into the wall. The guard fell down bleeding, and Wu Fu picked up the husky and walked over to his opponent, who was sitting with his ex-girlfriend. Hao said that Wu Fu seemed to know how to fight. Just then, footsteps sounded and people entered the room. Hao said that Wu Fu's training was not enough to fight him. He ordered his guards to beat Wu Fu to death. Wu Fu activated his chi energy. Following the chief's order, the guards rushed at Wu Fu. The energy coming from Wu Fu tore the guards' clothes to shreds. The walls of the room cracked. Wu Fu wondered if someone else would attack him. There weren't any more willing. Everyone's head was spinning from the strongest chi energy. Wu Fu said that they were all equal. Fatty couldn't believe that it was still the same Wu Fu he knew before. He called his dog. The dog was happy to be set free. Our hero went up to Fatty. It was his friend, and they entered the hall together. But the red-headed Lee still couldn't calm down. She said that Wu would still be scum. Did he really think he was cool with his skills? But Hao told her to shut up. At this time, the husky walked up to the girl, lifted his leg, and did his thing right on her leg. Wu Fu laughed hard when the dog decided to take revenge on him. The husky did his thing and jumped out the door. Suddenly, a girl with long hair and bangs appeared. She said she heard someone making a commotion on her property. Wu Fu looked at the girl with a long black cloak who appeared out of nowhere. The mace girl had a very determined attitude. It could be seen that she was indignant. Wu Fu hesitated for a moment. The girl looked at our hero reproachfully. Wu Fu felt guilty. The girl immediately realized that Wu Fu had cultivated perfect chi energy, but she was surprised that he could make so much noise by himself. The girl said that some boy dared to make trouble in their territory, and Boss Hao whispered to her that Wu Fu did it, and all the guards were beaten up by him. Although the girl seemed brave, she was very frightened when the husky ran up to her and grabbed her leg with its paws. Wu Fu whistled and ordered the dog to get away from the girl. The dog made a puddle at the girl's feet, which made her angry. Flashes of anger and energy surrounded the girl. In an instant, the girl jumped up and wanted to punch Wu Fu right in the face. Our hero thought that the girl was very fast, but he still managed to block her punch. The girl also used chi energy, but her punch smashed into Wu Fu's block. Even though the punch was blocked, Wu Fu was still injured in style. The girl was superior to him. Lee wondered, when did he become so strong? Hao realized that Wu Fu had excelled in cultivating chi. The girl jumped into the air again and was about to strike again, but she still asked Wu if he would resist. Wu understood that the girl had an amazing talent, but when she jumped up again, he saw her weakness and slapped her bottom. The girl was wearing pants, but her bottom was not protected by chi energy. Hao and Lee stood and watched the fight, their faces contorted with anger. Fatty covered his eyes and realized that the fight was over. Wu Fu looked at his hands. They were burning from the blows. The girl lowered her head. She put her hands on her bottom and called Wu Fu not only a cheater but also a pervert. Wu Fu was embarrassed to hear this. Because Wu Fu slapped the girl's bottom, he blocked her spiritual energy and she couldn't use it. Wu Fu demonstrated his chi energy. He clenched his fist and the glow of chi energy lit up everything around him. The girl called our hero a shameless bully and ordered him to open her spiritual energy. Then she could still keep him alive. Wu Fu promised to open her spiritual energy, but not now. Hao lunged at Wu Fu with his fists and shouted. Lee stood beside him. The girl stood between them and said that she didn't care. But this was the Shu family's territory, and they couldn't make a mess here. Wu Fu narrowed his eyes and asked the girl again, but she repeated that this was the rule, no messing around. Wu Fu nodded to the guards and said that they could clearly explain who was making a mess here. The guards stood undressed, shirtless, wearing only pants. Wu Fu turned to one of the guards and told him to speak up. The guard said it was Hao who made them fight him. The girl looked at Hao and said that he had lied to her. Hao stood up and looked at Wu Fu, who pushed the girl away with his hand and told Hao to apologize. Hao said that Wu Fu was dreaming and that he would not apologize. Wu Fu slapped Hao's cheek. Hao grabbed his cheek with his hand and shouted, "How dare Wu Fu hit him?" Hao's face contorted in anger, and he shouted that he would finish Wu Fu and ruin his life. Our hero calmly looked at him and said that he could find him any time if he wanted revenge, but now he should apologize. The girl also said that although Hao made a mess on her family's property, she wouldn't pay attention to it. But to apologize, Hao must apologize. Hao barely mumbled the words of apology and Wu Fu ordered him to leave. Hao left and Lee ran after him, asking if he was all right. She grabbed his hand, but Hao pulled it away roughly. Hao told the red-haired Lee not to touch him and to go away. Lee watched Hao go and thought how hard it was for her to catch a rich and tough guy. She couldn't let Wu Fu ruin her plans. She hated Wu Fu and thought he was a bastard. Wu Fu told the girl that she and Fatty still had plans and would see him later. The door closed behind the fat man and Wu Fu, leaving the girl standing in confusion. She jumped out after them, shouting that Wu Fu hadn't unleashed her spiritual energy yet. Wu unleashed the energy in an instant, and the girl realized that he was indeed in the realm of perfect qi. She remembered how he had slapped her, and there was no way she could forgive him for that. At the mere memory of it, her face flooded with color and she became angry again. At that time, Hao came to the club, and the guys started asking who beat him up, who was so brave that he was tired of life. Hao approached one of the players who had a tattoo on his arm. It was Biao. Hao approached him to teach someone a lesson. Biao asked, "Doesn't this person know who Hao's elder brother is?" Hao replied that this brat didn't know anything. Hao asked Biao not to kill Wu too quickly. He wanted him to learn the consequences of hurting Hao. We see the university that Wu Fu attended, and the lecture hall where several students were sitting. Wu Fu calmly enters the lecture hall, unsuspecting. His enemies are those who have lived for thousands of years. He should be calm and take his time. 3 big guys came into the classroom. They asked Wu Fu how he dared to enter the classroom. Wu Fu replied that he was still a student, and where should he be if not in the classroom? One of the boys said that Qian Wu's brother was a member of their basketball team. When Wu Fu insulted him, did he think about the consequences? The students discussed the incident. One girl said that the class is never quiet because of Wu Fu. Other boys said that if he insulted Qian Wu, he should apologize and never insult him again. Wu sat quietly at his desk. He asked the boys what could be the consequences. The boys said the consequences were that Wu and everyone in his class would compete against their basketball club. The other students said that if Wu Fu insulted Qian Wu, why did he drag them into the showdown? Wu Fu said that they were all cowards. One of the guys said that if Wu Fu doesn't want the others to get involved, he should play alone with their basketball club and win. Then they would leave him alone. Fatty advised that he shouldn't play because not accepting their challenge is not an insult since Wu Fu has never played basketball. Wu said it would be easy for him. According to the old rules, if Wu lost, he would have to call each of them daddy. But Wu asked what if they lost. The boys laughed and said that if they lost, so would they. Everyone at the university just said that the basketball club had challenged Wu Fu to compete. Only one fat guy was very worried about his friend. The fat guy said that you can accept defeat. It won't be an insult, but Wu Fu said that it doesn't matter who wins or loses. The important thing is not to give up so easily. Wu Fu took his fat man team, and the opposing team had Zhou Shun, the president of the basketball club. His father was the principal of the school. Zhou Shun was a tall blonde man, and all the girls were in love with him. He said it would be a crushing defeat for Wu Fu. It was whispered behind Wu Fu's back that Zhou Shun was He Tianhao's best friend, and Wu Fu insulted them both. He would be expelled from the university, and there was no point in him even playing. Both sides have taken their seats. The game lasts 30 minutes. The referee has thrown the ball. The game has started. In the first minute, Zhou Shun threw the ball into the ring of Wu Fu's team. Zhou Shun threw the ball into the basket of Wu Fu's team 1 by 1. The score was 3-0 in favor of the opposing Wu Fu team. All the spectators were chanting Zhou Shun's name. The fat man got discouraged and said that they had no chance at all, but Wu Fu smiled and said that the game had just begun. Zhou Shun's team had the ball in their hands again, and they walked inexorably towards Wu Fu's team's ring. Wu Fu decided to use his skill, and the basketball court was enveloped in qi energy. The ball somehow miraculously slipped out of Zhou Shun's hands. Zhou Shun didn't expect this turn of events. He thought Wu Fu was too fast. The ball seemed to stick to Wu Fu's hand. He was rushing forward. Zhou Shun just shouted to be stopped. Wu Fu picked up the ball and prepared to throw it. He jumped so high that the defender couldn't even reach the ball. The ball thrown by Wu Fu landed in the basket, and all the spectators shouted, "Wow!" The spectators watching the game opened their mouths in amazement. Wu Fu suddenly won easily and quickly. Now Wu Fu threw balls into the opponent's basket 1 by 1. The score was 17-20 in favor of Zhou Shun's team, and they were about to tie the game. It happened so fast. Zhou Shun had the ball again. He wanted to throw it into the basket, but our hero stood on the defense. Zhou Shun grabbed the ball and threw it into the basket. Wu Fu grabbed the ball with a jump, and all the spectators shouted with surprise and joy again. The spectators couldn't believe it. The basketball guys were literally smeared. Zhou Shun himself didn't expect Wu Fu to hide his skills. Zhou Shun left the ring. Wu Fu stayed to defend his basket. Wu Fu's team had only 2 people, while Zhou Shun's team had 8 people. Zhou Shun's team had the ball again. A shot. And the ball should have been in the basket, but for some unknown reason, it flew past. The ball was back in Zhou Shun's hands. Here he faced Wu Fu, and they looked into each other's eyes. Zhou Shun threw the ball, and it went straight into the basket of Wu Fu's team. 2 against the whole team. The players of Zhou Shun's team laughed and teased Wu Fu's team. The spectators sympathized with Wu Fu's team. The girl in the pink dress said that there was no hope of winning because it was 2 against 8. Even the husky cheered for the owner and Wu Fu. There seemed to be no hope, but Wu Fu took the fat man's shoulder and said that they still had 10 minutes left and the battle had just begun. Zhou Shun started attacking the basket of our hero's team again. He drove the ball to throw it into the opponent's ring. The defender of Zhou Shun's team blocked Wu Fu's path, and Zhou Shun himself rushed forward with the ball. Zhou Shun easily bypassed the defender and prepared to throw the ball into the ring. Wu Fu had no choice but to use his skill. Preparing to throw the ball, Zhou Shun crouched down and jumped up. The ball reached the basket and was about to fall into the ring. Suddenly, Wu Fu jumped up and caught the ball right next to the ring. His energy filled the space around him. The ball was in our hero's hands. His jump was so high that no one expected it from him. Zhou Shun had no way of knowing when Wu had managed to get in front of him. Wu prepared to shoot, and although he was far from the opponent's basket, the ball landed in the ring of Zhou Shun's team. The crowd couldn't believe it. The players and Zhou Shun himself thought that it was impossible for the ball to fall directly into the ring from such a distance. The score was 35-23 in favor of Wu Fu's team, and the fat man thought it was amazing. The players couldn't believe that they would lose by such a score. Now 3 players from Zhou Shun's team were standing around Wu to hold him back, and Zhou Shun had the ball. Our hero smiled and asked the players if they could stop him. A whirlwind of chi energy appeared on the field, spinning the players so much that they couldn't stay on their feet. The spectators sympathized with Wu Fu's team, shouting and wishing him victory. While the players were holding Wu Fu and preventing him from defending his basket, Zhou Shun was already near the ring with the ball. It didn't matter how fast Wu Fu was, it was already too late. But the unexpected happened. Our hero was in front of the ring in an instant, rebounding the ball with his hand. The crowd shouted wildly and cheered for Wu Fu's team. The ball was already in our hero's hands, and he threw it from his own ring directly into the opponent's ring. The ball flew across the field and hit the ring of Zhou Shun's team. The crowd roared with joy, and the score was 42-31 in favor of Team Wu. Zhou was disgraced. The man he hated had beaten him. A player from his team asked him to leave the field. Zhou Shun held a grudge against Wu Fu, thinking that he would make him unable to even eat or walk. Did the fat man yell at them because they wouldn't leave after losing? Did they forget something? The team players approached Wu and asked, "Does he want Brother Zhou to call him Dad? Maybe he is tired of living?" Wu replied with a smile that he wouldn't know a son who wasn't loyal. His opponent called him a stupid child and said that he was looking for death. The red-shirted player suddenly punched Wu Fu with all his might, knocking him down. The other players joined in, hitting one after the other. Suddenly, the red-shirted player felt a strong blow on his chest. The blow was so strong that not only the red-shirted player but also the other 3 players fell to the ground. The audience was stunned. Was this really a fight? But it didn't look like a fight. Zhou Shun's face turned gray with anger. He decided to punish Wu Fu and approached him with the intention of hitting him, but he was sent crashing to the ground. When Zhou Shun stood up, our hero grabbed his hand and squeezed it so hard that Zhou's face contorted in pain. Wu Fu said that Zhou would have to pay the bill. Wu continued to hold Zhou's hand and told him to call him Daddy as agreed. The audience also supported Wu Fu and shouted for Zhou to call him Daddy because he was defeated. Our hero held Zhou's hand so tightly that it seemed his hand was about to break. He even crouched down in pain. Wu Fu repeated his question whether Zhou would call him father, as they had agreed before the game. Overcoming the pain, Zhou said the word, Daddy. Wu Fu said that there was no more useless son in the world than Zhou Shun, and he and the fat man left. Zhou Shun sat down and rubbed his sore arm for a long time. The fat man and Wu Fu left the playground with the dog in their arms. The fat man said that Zhou Shun had great connections in the university, and Wu should fear his revenge. Wu Fu sat on the bed in his room and meditated. He was cultivating chi energy. The dog sat beside him and watched him. Husky thought it was a game. so he was ready to jump up as soon as he did. Wu Fu was practicing his strokes, and he said that there are 3 kinds of 9 meditation: beginning, middle, and high orders. You have to find a place with a strong aura to get past the first level of perfection. A fat man came in and said that their class was going camping. He invited Wu Fu to join them. The dog jumped for joy. The fat man said that they had chosen a campsite near Tianfu Hao Yuan. There are mountains and lakes, and the scenery is beautiful, and the main thing is that there will be beautiful girls there. Wu Fu asked, "Is this place really Tianfu Hao Yuan?" He seemed to have his own thoughts about it. Fatty said that this was the place where most of the rich people in Yunhai City gathered. It was a beautiful and famous place. Wu sat on the bed and held the dog. He said he would go. The fat man was very happy to go with his friend. Wu Fu said he had business there and asked the fat man to help him register. The bus went along a scenic road surrounded by mountains. There were beautiful trees growing all around. The road was wide. The girls, including Li Meng Yao, sat in the back seat and talked about Wu Fu. Li said that she was playing with his feelings and that he wasn't worthy of her. She bet that he wouldn't live more than a few days. Fatty and Wu heard all this, and Fatty asked Wu to just ignore her words. Li Meng Yao had bad thoughts in her head. She thought that Tian Hao would soon make her ex-boyfriend Wu go to bed forever. The bus passed a scenic place. There were palm trees growing there, and mountains could be seen. There were rich people's houses in the mountains. The fat man drew Wu Fu's attention to the scenery. This place deserved the title of the most luxurious estate in Yuanhai City. Our hero asked the driver to stop here. The fat man said that they hadn't arrived yet, but Wu Fu replied that he had been asked to stop by a friend who lived in Tianfu Hao Yuan, and that he would join them later. When Wu Fu got off the bus, everyone laughed at him, and Li thought that he really liked to play tough even though he was nothing. The boys began to tease the fat guy, saying that his friend liked to act cool, and they shouted from the bus so that Wu wouldn't get lost. Although the fat guy was Wu Fu's friend, he thought he really liked looking down on people. Our hero took out his phone and dialed the senior's number. The elder answered him. Wu said that he was already here. The elder said his daughter was waiting for him. Wu arrived at a luxurious house with a fountain in the courtyard. The guards escorted him in. Wu Fu thought, "The spiritual energy here is quite dense, but it looks like it will be enough to make a leap into the Qi realm." When Wu Fu entered the house, the elder introduced his daughter to him. Our hero was very surprised because it was the same girl he saw in the restaurant. The girl was also surprised and screamed, again calling him a pervert and asking how it could be him again. Their thoughts were similar. Wu thought it was the same girl Shui Yingshan, his senior, was talking about. The girl thought he was the one her father called Master. She still thought the real Master would come and looked behind Wu's back, but he told her not to look for anyone else. There was only him. The girl was very belligerent and told Wu not to think that she was afraid of him just because he had some skills. Wu opened his arms and showed the goodness of his intentions. He said he was here to heal her. The girl was surprised. A mere cultivator in the Qi realm could heal her? The elder told his daughter not to judge a book by its cover. Wu's abilities are out of the ordinary, but the girl joked that it's her ass that's out of the ordinary and he's just a pervert. The guard brought the box to the elder and said that all the medical components were prepared. The elder handed the box to Wu Fu and said that although he hadn't asked for anything to be prepared, he would prepare something himself. He asked Wu Fu, "Will this be enough or not?" Wu Fu opened the box and looked inside, and there were some excellent Qi cultivation materials inside. There was no way for the girl to calm down. She called Wu not only a pervert, but also an impostor, and shouted how he would cure her. Wu turned to the elder and said that his daughter's problems were not that big, and those materials were not needed. The girl stood in front of Wu Fu with her arms at her sides, and said that even the grandmaster her grandfather hired couldn't cure her. Wu Fu only has a long enough tongue. The guard warned the senior that he thought Wu was a small-time crook and asked him to be careful with him. The elder wondered, what if Wu's unblocking of the channels was just an accident? The elder's daughter's channels had been blocked for years, and even an expert couldn't cure it. Wu Fu gathered a lump of Qi energy in his palms. Wu Fu leaned his palm against the girl's chest, and the Qi energy flowed into her body. The elder thought, how is it possible that a simple primordial spirit is higher than him? The elder called out to the guard, and the guard pointed his gun straight at our hero's back. The elder asked Wu who he really was. The girl felt that something had changed in her spiritual energy. She was healed. Her spiritual energy was no longer blocked. The older man was very surprised. He ordered the guard to put the gun down. Looking at his happy daughter, the elder apologized and said that they had been rude and that Wu Fu was undoubtedly capable and mysterious. The elder asked him who his teacher was. The girls were aglow with spiritual energy. Wu Fu clarified that the elder was asking about his teacher. Wu Fu thought about it and said that in his previous life, when he was burning, his teacher came to save him. Otherwise, he would have died. But he still hadn't come to Earth. The girl grabbed the dog and lifted it joyfully into the air. She laughed because she didn't understand. How could he not come to Earth? No one took Wu Fu's words seriously. The elder said that if he didn't want to talk, he shouldn't talk. The lucky girl threw the dog up in the air and said, "If teacher's not here on Earth, he must be an alien." The old man gave Wu the key in the palm of his hand and said, "As promised, this house is now his. If Wu has any problems, he can always find him." Ching Ching, that was the girl's name, said that she liked this house, and if her father wanted to give Wu this particular house, he should give her the other one. Her father told her not to act like a child. Wu said that he was only here for cultivation, and that Senior and his family could stay here if they wanted. He said goodbye and left. The girl was happy to stay in this house, but her father was sad for some reason. Meanwhile, the group arrived at Tianfu Yuan National Park. Everyone was having a good time. Fatty was also happy and thought how good it was to be young. He kept looking at the girls. The girls saw the guy staring at them and decided to leave. The fat guy was left alone on the bench. The girls didn't want to talk to the fat guy, so he got bored and thought Brother Fu was late. At that time, a husky appeared. She rushed up to the fat man and started licking him. The fat man was surprised. Where did the dog come from? A girl ran after the dog, cursing and shouting because the husky had stolen something from her. Wu Fu suddenly appeared and the dog jumped into his arms. He apologized and said he would pay for what the husky had broken. The girl said that what the dog had broken was very expensive and that Wu didn't have enough money to pay for it. The girl's friend said that Wu Fu probably lived in this rich and beautiful neighborhood, so he wouldn't mind a small expense. The other guys came up to them and started laughing too, that Wu Fu was a rich man who came and behaved as he pleased. The girls laughed and joked. Husky jumped on the table and stole the expensive food because he was hungry. The fat man tried to explain to the girls that the dog was hungry, and he apologized on behalf of himself and Husky. Wu Fu went up to his friend and said there was no need to apologize, that he had already apologized, and took a wad of money from his pocket. Our hero gave the money to the day girls and asked if it was enough. The boys in his class were very surprised to see Wu Fu giving money to the girls. After all, he was not a rich man. Where did he get the money from? Li also noticed that Wu took a bundle of money out of his pocket. She couldn't wait to see how he lived without money, because she thought he was a beggar, a scum who copied other people's lives. Wu Fu was fed up with this, so he got angry and approached his ex-girlfriend with a sullen look. He had a look that made Li a little scared. She asked him what he was going to do. Wu Fu put his face close to hers and said that if she wanted to play with him, He Tian Hao would be her undoing. Our hero advised the red-haired Li to watch her tongue. Li thought that Wu could be arrogant for a few more days, and then He Tian Hao would make him regret it. Meanwhile, outside, the sky was getting darker and it looked like it was going to rain. The boys and girls were upset because the bus wasn't due until tomorrow morning. What would happen if it rained? Li called her friend Tian Hao and told him that it was going to rain and that he should come and get her. The girl told her friends that Tian Hao would pick her up soon with a car, but she could only take a few people. And our hero suddenly announced to everyone that he had a house in Tianfu Yuan, and if they didn't mind, they could take shelter from the rain there. Li laughed that Wu Fu got a house in Tianfu Yuan. All the other classmates laughed at him too. Only Wu's friend, a fat man, asked him if it was true. Wu replied that he had just gotten a house, and they could go there if they wanted. Li suggested that everyone go and see if it was true that Wu had a house. After all, it's going to rain soon, so why not take advantage of his offer? A while later, the whole company found themselves at the gate of a big, beautiful house. There were guards at the gate of the mansion, and everyone thought that Wu Fu would be embarrassed because the guards would kick them all out. The fat man also suggested that our hero should go back before it was too late. Wu Fu asked him, "Where should they go back to?" The guard addressed Wu Fu as a gentleman and asked if the people with him were his friends. The classmates who had just mocked Wu Fu couldn't believe that he had a fancy mansion in such a rich place. The guard opened the gate and invited everyone to enter the courtyard. The fat man once again thought that this was a great way to pick up girls. Our hero told everyone to go inside because it was about to rain. While the others were admiring the house, Lee had heavy thoughts in his head. When they were together, Wu was just a stinking waste. She never thought he could hide such a big mansion. Wu Fu stopped in front of the guard, and the guard asked if he had any instructions. Wu Fu said that all the boys were his friends except this girl and pointed his hand at the red-haired Lee. Our hero went into the house and Lee stayed in front of the gate. The guard would not let her in because the owner of the house had not invited her. It began to rain and Lee stayed at the gate, soaked to the skin. A car drove up and Chen Hao picked Lee up and put her in the car. Lee was angry and told Chen Hao to kill Wu Fu. Chen Hao also wanted Wu Fu dead. He told her not to worry, he had already prepared something. Wu Fu's classmates looked at the mansion. Many of them wanted to take pictures in such a beautiful house. They couldn't understand how he could have such a mansion. Suddenly, one of the boys remembered that it was the mansion of a third-year senior, Shu Qing. Qing herself came out on the balcony. The guy shouted that she looked like a hotel manager. Qing was asked, "Isn't this her mansion?" The fat man went up to Wu Fu and put his hand on his shoulder. He asked him why Wu Fu was so careful to hide all these things. Wu Fu carelessly looked back at his classmates and said that it was late and they could choose a room and rest. The boys and girls still couldn't believe it and thought that they would be kicked out soon because an ordinary person couldn't buy a mansion in Tianfu Yuan. Qing stood silently on the balcony and watched the whole thing. Wu Fu said that the guys were right. The mansion belonged to the Shu family. Fatty was very upset and asked what he meant. Wu Fu unrolled the spinner on his finger and said that the mansion belonged to him at that moment. The boys and girls still did not dare to enter, so they asked Qing, who was standing on the balcony like this, "Could we take shelter in her house?" Our hero said that he kindly let everyone take shelter here, but there was no need to make the situation look uncomfortable. Wu Fu asked his fat friend to show the boys and girls where the exit is. Since they don't want to stay, let them go. WU's classmates still couldn't calm down because Qing hasn't answered anything yet, and Wu Fu really likes to make himself look like a tough guy. Qing stood silently on the balcony the whole time. Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "What are they all doing there?" A girl greeted Qing and answered her. Qing looked at the girls in confusion. All the girls stood up and smiled at her. Qing told them to get out of here and pointed her finger at the doors. The girls didn't understand. They said it was Wu Fu who told them to come here. Qing said that this mansion really belonged to Wu Fu, and if he told someone to leave, they should leave. Everyone was shocked. Is this mansion really his? Qing asked the boys and girls if they wanted to leave on their own, or should she personally escort them to the exit. The girls became sad. They had no choice but to turn around and leave. Not only the girls, but also the boys turned around and headed for the exit. They didn't want to leave because it was starting to rain outside. Our hero was left alone with his girlfriend. He asked Qing why she couldn't sleep, or is she unable to sleep? But she replied that they were making so much noise that it was impossible to sleep. The fat man said that they had been here for a long time, and that Wu Fu had already gone out with a rich beauty. At that time, a downpour started outside, and a stream of chi energy poured out of the upstairs window of the house where Wu Fu was. Our hero was sitting on a sofa in a luxuriously furnished room, meditating. The strongest flow of chi energy came from him. He was sitting with his eyes closed, and while he was meditating, a sword with precious stones on its hilt appeared. The energy emanating from Wu Fu filled the entire space around him. It spread out and filled every corner of this huge house. In his previous life, it had taken Wu Fu 3 years to reach the middle level of chi energy. Now it only took him a few days to reach the intermediate level. Suddenly, Wu Fu heard a dog barking, so he went out on the balcony to see what was going on. When he went out on the balcony, he saw an image of a sword with a hilt decorated with precious stones appear in the sky. It went straight down into the spreading trees growing in the garden near the house. This was the manifestation of the star sword. So Wu Fu's energy level had really increased. Meanwhile, the dog kept barking. Wu Fu asked the dog, "What did you find there that made you bark so much?" The husky continued to bark, so Wu Fu decided to go down and see what he saw. There was a thunderstorm, and the rain was pouring down, but our hero still went out into the garden and came to the place where the dog was standing. The dog began to dig in the ground among the trees. When the dog had dug a little, Wu Fu saw a star sword lying in the ground. It was the same star sword with a broken hilt that had once been cut into pieces. The star sword that Wu Fu had created in his previous life. He never thought that he would be able to see the blade after his rebirth. Wu was happy that his star sword, the real star sword he had created, was gradually coming back to him. After Wu Fu completed his star sword, it would be their turn to wait for death. And it didn't matter that they had reached perfection in martial arts. He would destroy each and every one of his enemies. We see the training hall of the martial arts club. There were girls sitting in the hall who saw their president, whom they hadn't seen for a long time, walk in. The president was a girl named Ching Ching. She said that she had rested long enough, and now it was time to come back. Ching Ching asked if any of the girls knew a man named Wu Fu, and one girl said she did. The girl replied that he was a transferred freshman, and that he had also insulted He Tianhao. She said that Wu Fu is now surrounded by people near the school gate, and it seems that it is time for him to die. The girl wondered, does the president of the martial arts club know Wu Fu? Ching Ching replied that she did not know him and thought that this pervert should die. Several cars drove up to the university gate near where Wu Fu was standing and stopped, completely surrounding him. Some high school students came and stood not far away, but the guys who got out of the car told them to fuck off. Wu Fu looked at them with an unfriendly expression. He held a dog in his arms. The husky started to bark. The dog in Wu Fu's arms began to bark. Suddenly, a huge man appeared with a gold chain around his neck. He was so strong and muscular that Wu Fu looked like a boy next to him. The guy with the gold chain was accompanied by several guys with bats in their hands. They came right up to our hero and said they would take care of him. Wu Fu replied that he was just about to start his lesson. The bat guys wanted to say that he was still a tough guy, but they were thrown back by a strong wave. Their bats bent. One of the guys still tried to hit Wu Fu with his bat, but he dodged. Our hero jumped up and used his chi energy to hit his opponent several times. The guys didn't expect Wu Fu to fight back like that. Wu Fu said that he thought Tian Hao would hire someone who really knew how to fight, not this bunch of weaklings. The gold chain guy thought that someone who could hit the young master of the Hao family in the face wouldn't be so easy. At that time, another guy suddenly came up behind Wu and opened his hands to grab him. It was a man named Biao. He grabbed Wu Fu's neck and held him tightly. The guy with the gold chain took the bat and said that no one from the university would dare to go against him. But then the unexpected happened. The husky ran up and bit the man's leg. The man with the club kicked the dog with his foot. The husky flew to the side, and Wu Fu was held by two guys. He was in serious danger. Ching Ching and the girls from the martial arts club watched the fight from the window. Ching Ching told one of the girls to call an ambulance. One of the girls said that although Wu Fu is a scum, they are still in the same university, so she will call now. But Ching Ching said that the ambulance is for the thugs, not for Wu Fu. The girls were surprised, but Ching Ching said that Wu Fu was far from being trash. The guys who were holding our hero felt that he had a lot of strength. This made the guy behind the chain around his neck very angry. But Wu Fu had already used his chi energy. The guy with the gold chain raised his bat and swung it at Wu Fu. Our hero sat bent over and it looked like the bat was about to fall on his head. Wu Fu looked with his eyes and the bat broke just by looking at it. The bat then started to hit the person who was holding it by itself. The guy with the gold chain around his neck fell down. The bat was broken and lay nearby. The guys who were with him leaned over him and asked if he was all right. This guy was far from okay. He had white foam coming out of his mouth and was unconscious. Another one of the guys hit Wu Fu. He rushed out screaming, "Die, scum!" Wu Fu reached out and blocked the blow with his hand. All the guys with bats rushed at Wu Fu. Wu Fu applied chi energy, and the guys were defeated before they could touch him. They couldn't resist the chi energy. The guys' faces were battered, and blood flowed from their noses. One of them thought that Wu Fu didn't look like a scum, but rather like an underworld lord. Our hero lined up all the guys who were attacking him and told them to follow him and carry the one lying on the ground. Some tried to sneak away, but Wu Fu shouted at them and they quickly carried their comrade. The girl from the martial club told Ching Ching that Wu Fu was carrying the bandit to Tian Hao. The disgraced bandits followed Wu Fu. Our hero was on his way to the university. Hao sat in the classroom waiting to hear from his friends who had attacked Wu Fu. Tian Hao, his brother, and red-haired Li were sitting there. They said that Wu Fu still had a long time to live after insulting them. Hao thought that from today there would be no more students named Wu Fu in Yunhai University. They thought that Wu Fu wasn't even worth praying for. Suddenly, some suspicious sounds came from behind the door. At that time, Wu Fu entered the classroom leading a beaten boy with a chain around his neck. Our hero looked at those present and asked if he was the one they were looking for. The unconscious boy was placed on the floor. Foam kept coming out of his mouth. The boys and red-haired Li jumped up from their seats. They couldn't believe that the strongest guy named Biao was lying here unconscious. Hao couldn't understand how it was possible. When Wu Fu entered the classroom, he was told to knock before entering. He looked disdainfully at the boys gathered in the classroom. Because Wu Fu was a freshman and these boys were older than him, they treated him with contempt. They asked him why he dared to ignore his elders. One of the boys approached our hero and told him to get out of here and know his place. A guy approached Wu Fu and grabbed his shirt. He said he wouldn't say it twice. Suddenly, a torrent of violent energy threw the guy back. Wu Fu told the guy to stay out of it, as it had nothing to do with him. A stream of chi energy flowed around him, filling the entire space around him. The guy who was pushed away by Wu Fu sat up and came to his senses. The others looked at him and thought, when did Wu Fu suddenly become such a good fighter? They still ignored him because he was a first year, but he had such an attitude. Ching Ching entered the auditorium where our hero and a group of girls were. She was wearing a short skirt and looked amazing. Wu Fu asked the girl to take care of his dog so that he could go away for a while because he had to take revenge. The dog was very excited. The husky liked Ching Ching very much. She stuck out her tongue and was ready to lick her face. Tears appeared in Ching Ching's eyes. She was worried about Wu Fu. She took the dog in her arms. One of the guys warned Wu Fu that they were in the university, and if he made trouble, he would not get off easily. Our hero looked sideways at the boy, hatred and anger lurking in his eyes. Although the guy was nervous, he still thought that Wu Fu was afraid. Wu Fu stood silently with his hands in his pockets. The guy pointed his finger at the door and told him to get out before the guy got angry. Wu Fu did not react. Seeing that he was standing silently, the other guy said, "There's no need to waste time talking. Let's get started." One of the guys grabbed a chair and rushed at Wu Fu, shouting. He just looked at him. The chi energy was already glowing in his eyes. The chair, instead of hitting Wu Fu's head, changed its trajectory and flew straight into the wall with such force that the wall cracked. The guy who had invited Wu Fu stood there in shock as the chair fell just inches away from his head. Wu Fu told the man that if he didn't want to die, he should leave now and turned his back on him. The man, whose name was Tan, stuttered and said that Wu Fu would pay for this. Wu Fu stood there gloomily looking at his opponents. Suddenly, Li stepped forward and asked what Wu Fu was up to. Hao told Wu Fu that if he thought he could act so arrogantly in front of him because of his low strength, he was wrong. After all, his family has a high position here in this city. Fu said that Hao talks a lot and kicked him, sending him flying over the desks. Li stood there shocked and dazed. Wu Fu looked past her at Hao and said that he was willing to take his revenge, but that next time he shouldn't bring a lowlife like Li. Tian Hao was sitting near the far wall with his head down. Li walked over to him and knelt down. She asked Hao if he was all right, but he didn't answer. Wu Fu came to Ching Ching's house and took the dog away from her. Ching Ching told him that Hao was from the He family, and with his current strength he could not defeat that family. He found great trouble on his head. Wu looked at her seriously and said that it was still unknown who had found trouble. Wu Fu and Ching Ching left the classroom and walked down the corridor. The girl was walking and thought that Wu was a selfish asshole. We see a big, beautiful building surrounded by greenery. It was the city hospital. Tian Hao was lying in one of the rooms. His arm was broken, and he had been beaten. His father came to see him, and Hao asked his father to help him kill Wu Fu. His father replied that his brother already knew and that he would return to Yunhai after a while. The father smoked nervously by the window and told his son to rest, because there was no one in Yunhai City who would dare destroy his family's reputation. Hao's father said he wanted to meet Wu Fu first. A stranger with a long red pigtail entered the room where Tian Hao was lying. He told young Mr. Hao not to worry. Wu Fu had only reached the Qi realm. The stranger smiled, a devilish energy shining in his eyes. He said that he would make Wu Fu disappear in a few days. Wu Fu was lying on his bed in his room. His dog knocked over the garbage can and scattered all the garbage around the room, but Wu Fu paid no attention to it. Suddenly, a fat man came into the room and told Wu Fu that there was trouble. Wu Fu stayed calm on the bed and asked the fat man why he was panicking. The fat man said that Tang had brought people from the discipline committee because his uncle is the director of the committee. The fat man suggested that he go out and hide until they came. At that time, two people entered the room, the man named Tan and an old man with glasses from the discipline committee. They heard the fat man's last words and thought that Wu Fu was trying to escape. Meanwhile, Wu Fu sat on the bed and looked at the people who came in. At that time, the dog started barking. For a few minutes, no one could say a word. Everyone stood in silence because the dog was barking so loud that nothing could be heard. When the dog finally calmed down, the bespectacled man said that Wu Fu had teamed up with outsiders to bully his fellow students, and that he also had a dog in the dormitory. Fatty, as a true friend, wanted to protect Wu Fu and told the principal that he didn't call the guys who came. It was He Tianhao who called them. Tang, who came with the principal, was just shocked with anger. He told the fat man to shut up. Wu Fu told his friend that it was useless to talk to those people. Our hero looked at them with a sad face and said that these people think that only money means power. The qi energy in Wu Fu's hand had already started to concentrate. The two of them stood there cluelessly because they didn't see it. Only a fat man noticed what happened to Wu Fu. He rushed over and shouted at him to stop. The energy from Wu Fu's palms caused the man with the glasses to fly away, and it turned out that he was bald and wearing a wig. Wu Fu didn't use full force. He just told the two men to get out of here. But Tang raised his eyebrows and told Wu Fu that since it had come to this, he had to be honest. Wu Fu grabbed the man's shirt and asked him if he needed help getting out. The director of the disciplinary committee came out himself, but shouted that he would definitely report everything to the school administration and that Wu Fu would be severely punished. Tan was left alone and was very frightened. He shouted for his uncle not to leave him. Uncle, the head of the disciplinary committee, was already running down the corridor, but his heels were burning. Wu Fu was sitting in the classroom with his friend. It was just the two of them. Fatty was worried, so he asked Wu Fu if he thought they had gone too far yesterday. During class, when all the students were sitting at their desks in the classroom, the head of the discipline committee came in with two other men. When there was silence, the principal began to say that a freshman named Wu Fu had broken school rules, disrespected the teacher, and even sent student Hao to the hospital. The students in the class began to whisper among themselves that they heard something completely different. One guy saw He Tianhao call some thugs to beat up Wu Fu in the morning, but it turned out that he was the one who kicked their asses. The director of the disciplinary committee said that after negotiations with the administration, it was decided to expel Wu Fu from the university. The guy who saw Wu Fu at the gate in the morning still couldn't understand why Wu Fu was expelled if it was He Tianhao who made the mess. The girl replied that Wu Fu had insulted many people, and Uncle Tang was the disciplinary director. Tang stood in front of the door and watched as our hero was expelled from the university. If Wu Fu dared to challenge him, he decided to take revenge and kick him out of the university. The disciplinary director asked Wu Fu if he had anything to say for himself. Our hero stood in silence without saying a word, but a friend behind the door heard a loud, "Yes!" The disciplinary chief turned his head to the door. Standing in the doorway was Ching Ching, and with her came two strong muscular guys. Ching Ching said that since she founded the martial arts club, she would protect her disciples, and Wu Fu was one of them. The girl pushed the big muscular guy into the classroom and told him to come in. Ching Ching brought the guy with the gold chain who wanted to beat up our hero into the classroom. She said that they didn't have enough strength to beat up Wu Fu, so now they want to take revenge on him. But Ching Ching and her martial arts club don't agree. There was silence in the classroom. Everyone was shocked by what Ching Ching said. A slight smile appeared on Wu Fu's lips, and sparks flashed in his eyes. He was happy that Ching Ching had stood up for him. Wu Fu said that although there was no need for her action, he was very grateful to Ching Ching for her support. Ching Ching was upset because if she didn't bring Biao, how could Wu Fu prove his innocence? Our hero replied that it was very simple, and at that time his Qi energy began to pulsate. Everything around him lit up with a blue light. Ching Ching thought that this was the transformation, the very real transformation. The discipline director was still shouting that Wu Fu had already been expelled, and if that wasn't enough, he would call the police. Tang also shouted that he now had no evidence to prove anything and should get out of the school. Tang thought about it. After all, Ching Ching is Mr. Xiu's favorite daughter, and if this family puts pressure on the school, Wu Fu won't be hurt at all. Tang told our hero that he only has himself to blame for his lack of support and great desire to show off. Wu Fu looked at Tang with contempt but didn't say anything. The qi energy began to act in an unexpected way. Suddenly, the words that it was most likely a misunderstanding rang out. Unexpectedly, they were uttered by Tang. Wu Fu raised his hand from where the energy came out and sarcastically asked, "How dare he say such a thing?" Wu Fu's fingers continued to emit a strong flow of qi energy. This energy began to work on Tang. He suddenly felt that he could not control his thoughts, that a strange force was entering his head and tearing it apart. Suddenly, Tang grabbed his head with his hands and screamed. His uncle asked him, "What happened to you?" There were exclamations in the classroom. No one could understand why Tang was screaming so loudly. Tang still put his hands on his head and shouted that it was Wu Fu who hurt him. His uncle grabbed Tang's shoulders and asked Wu Fu how he dared to hurt people in front of him. His uncle held Tan's shoulders because he was about to faint from a headache. He grabbed his head with both hands, but Wu Fu spread his hands and asked, "What evidence do they have?" Only Ching Ching realized that it was a release of spiritual energy. Tang fell to his knees, his head bursting with pain. He began to beg Wu Fu for forgiveness, but Wu Fu said that someone like Tang was not worthy of his name. Tang's face turned red, and he called Wu Fu the creator and begged to be released. Wu Fu looked at him and said, "Maybe he will tell the truth now?" Tang still had his hands on his head. He said that it was He Tianhao who asked people to obstruct Wu Fu and that everything was on He Tianhao's orders. There was complete silence in the classroom, and all the students looked on in silence. Wu Fu asked the disciplinary director, "Did you hear what Zhou Tan said?" Thane had already let go of the terrible headache. He sat leaning against the wall, but the intense, unbearable pain made him pee in his pants, a puddle forming between his legs. The disciplinary director said that the case needed further investigation and that the conclusions might be wrong. Ching Ching said that she hoped the director would be honest and do justice to martial arts club member Wu Fu. She had just accepted him into the club, so she spoke so confidently, and the director thought, when did this asshole have time to befriend the Shu family? The director said that Ching Ching could be calm. The disciplinary committee would be fair and impartial. When Ching Ching and Wu Fu left the classroom, he asked her when did he become a member of the martial arts club. Ching Ching replied that Wu Fu was ungrateful because she had accepted him so that they would stop blaming him. The girl smiled slyly and said that her family has a lot of influence in Yunnan. But Wu Fu couldn't hear her anymore because he had left the university. Ching Ching was angry with him. She thought that he could solve the problem just because he had some skills. We see a campus and a large building. It is the student dormitory. Wu Fu opened the door. When he looked into the room, he was greeted by the happy barking of the dog. Husky turned the whole room upside down again, but he ran up to Wu Fu so happily that he asked him where the fat guy was. Just then, the telephone rang. Wu Fu answered it and saw a message from Fatty. He wrote that he had gone to get his shoes repaired. Wu Fu also decided to go for a walk, and the husky was always happy to go for a walk. We see a 3-story house. It's the mansion of the Shu family. A boy with a long red pigtail snuck into Ching Ching's house through the balcony. There was a huge swimming pool in the courtyard of the house. There were deck chairs at the edge of the pool. In the shade under the canopy, there were girls resting on the deck chairs. One of them was Ching Ching, and the others were her friends from the martial arts club. Suddenly, a dog jumped out of the bushes. Ching Ching recognized it. It was a husky. The girl thought that since Wu Fu's dog was here, he must be nearby. Ching Ching's face was covered with a slight blush. She clenched her fist and thought that she would catch that pervert she still mentally called Wu Fu. At this time, Wu Fu Pod stood at the door of the mansion. The dog ran off somewhere, and Wu Fu called it several times, but the dog didn't return. Suddenly, 3 daggers flew at Wu Fu's head. Wu Fu immediately dodged, and the daggers hit the wall not far from Wu Fu's face. Our hero looked around with his piercing gaze and asked, "Who is here?" A man with red hair and a long braid said that he could see that Wu Fu was good at something, but it was too bad that he met him, because Wu Fu would die anyway. Wu Fu's eyes filled with an unusual light, and he just looked at the red-haired man. Two holes appeared on the red-haired man's forehead, and blood spilled out of them. His whole face was drenched in blood. Wu Fu stood there and watched calmly. Despite his wounds, the man with the scythe threw several more daggers at Wu Fu. Wu Fu blocked all the daggers with his hands. It seemed like he had 1,000 hands at the same time, his arms spinning so fast. Due to the energy coming from our hero, the man with the scythe fell down. He could not stay on his feet. Wu Fu concentrated all his energy into his hand. Wu Fu directed his energy at the man with the red scythe, but he too continued to attack Wu Fu despite his wounds. They stood facing each other in the living room. There was a different energy around each of them. Around Wu Fu there was blue chi energy, and around the red-haired man there was dark energy. The red-haired man with the long braid thought that this boy really had some power, because he blocked the daggers with his bare hands. Wu Fu said that he hadn't met a worthy opponent since his rebirth, and he would play with this redhead as well. The redhead wiped the blood from his face with his hand and asked, "How can a boy who only cultivates chi stop him?" A malicious fire flashed in the redhead's eyes, and he ordered Wu Fu to die, but our hero was protected by chi energy. Blood poured down the redhead's face, but he was holding another dagger. Wu Fu was suddenly hit by the redhead. The energy of that man was also strong. Wu Fu fell down, unable to stand on his feet. The redhead brought his dagger to Wu Fu's head again and said that he was too rude. Wu Fu replied that he would kill the redhead if he fought back. Wu Fu blocked all of the redhead's punches. The redhead brought the dagger to Wu Fu's head again, and Wu Fu covered his head with his hands. Seeing that the redhead did not calm down, Wu Fu decided that he was tired of playing with him. Suddenly, a vortex of chi energy swirled, and a sword emerged from it. The redhead realized that Wu Fu had formed the sword out of energy. Our hero slashed at his opponent with such force that he barely had time to dodge. There was a deafening explosion. Cracks appeared in one of the pillars near the explosion. The redhead realized that Wu Fu was definitely not who he thought he was. His strength was much higher than the middle stage of chi balls. The redhead asked Wu Fu who he really was, to which the redhead replied that he wasn't worthy of knowing. At that time, Ching Ching came in and watched their fight. She thought that Wu Fu, who possessed a mid-stage chi ball, could also fight with a higher stage ball. What kind of energy does Wu Fu possess? Ching Ching thought for the first time, this guy really isn't easy. The redhead felt that someone was standing behind him. It was indeed Ching Ching. She, who was wearing a bathing suit by the pool, came over after hearing the noise. Suddenly, the redhead turned around and pointed his dagger at the girl. Wu Fu saw this. The redhead put the dagger to Ching Ching's neck and said that if Wu Fu didn't want his girl to die, he should do as he said. Wu Fu looked at her indifferently and said that the redhead was wrong and that she was not his girlfriend. Ching Ching almost died from Wu Fu's words. She came to save him when they wanted to expel him from the university, and now that she was standing with a dagger at her throat, he refused to save her. Ching Ching screamed so loudly that Wu Fu's ears even popped. She screamed that he had no human compassion and that she was being held hostage. Her scream even made the redhead sweat. The redhead still threatened the girl with the dagger, but he already realized that something was wrong. There was a loud noise as if something had exploded in the house. Even the windows shook. The girls who were members of the martial arts club who were visiting their president were horrified to think that something had exploded in the house and that Ching Ching was inside the house. The redhead who had just held Ching Ching hostage was now sitting on the floor, begging for mercy. Ching Ching said that she only needed to move her fingers to take his life, and he dared to take her hostage. Red put the needle on his tongue and blew as hard as he could. The needle flew with great speed. The needle flew towards the girl and was already a few centimeters away from her face. Our hero immediately directed his energy at Ching Ching. Ching Ching felt a sharp sting in her neck, staggered and fell down. Wu Fu immediately applied his chi energy and it spread out in different directions. The energy was so powerful that rocks flew off the wall and the red-haired man spit out blood from his mouth. The red-haired man started spitting blood, kneeled down and begged Wu Fu not to kill him. The red-haired man said that the needle was filled with poison, and without an antidote, the girl would definitely die. Ching Ching grabbed her neck with her hand. The injection site hurt terribly. The redhead sat down and held her stomach with her hand, but she still laughed. Ching Ching was very scared. She started to feel dizzy. Her eyes were blurry and she held her hand to her throat. Wu Fu immediately realized that he had to save the girl. He generated his star sword, and the sword appeared from the chi energy. The star sword sliced through the redhead's body, piercing her neck like a needle. The redhead grabbed his neck and his mouth was bleeding. Suddenly, his eyes began to tear, and he felt like he was going to die. Red was on his knees, holding his neck with both hands. At this time, Wu Fu looked at Ching Ching. The girl was lying on the ground and had already started to lose consciousness. She weakly said his name. Her eyes were already half closed, and she weakly whispered that she didn't want to die. Wu Fu looked at her and said that as long as he was here, she would not die. He carefully pulled the needle out of the girl's neck. There was still a drop of poison on the end of the needle. The poison had already begun to enter her bloodstream. There was an urgent need for action. Wu Fu told Ching Ching to bear with it for a while. Wu Fu activated a special qi energy. The girl felt a warm spiritual energy enveloping her. She lay with her eyes closed and felt like she was flying. Wu Fu realized that he had to neutralize the poison, so he leaned over to the wound and sucked the poison out of the wound, just like one does for snake bites. Ching Ching opened her eyes and shouted with joy. The girl felt a surge of energy and opened her eyes wide. Wu Fu stood and looked at her. Ching Ching stood up and looked lovingly at Wu Fu, for he had saved her life. At that time, the girls from the martial arts club came in and saw Wu Fu and their president almost hugging each other. They were very embarrassed, so they apologized and said they would leave. The girls quickly turned around and went back to the pool. Wu Fu told Ching Ching that the poison was completely taken out and she was fine now. Ching Ching touched the wound on her neck. It didn't hurt at all. She thanked Wu Fu for saving her. Wu Fu wrote to her that the redhead was aiming at him, and the fact that he hit Ching Ching was an accident, and it was his duty to save her, so there was no need to thank him. But Ching Ching had already fallen in love with him and was happy that Wu Fu had saved her. At that time, the following events took place in the hospital where Hao was lying. Li came to see Hao and brought him flowers. Hao was lying in bed with a broken arm. His father was also in the room. Li said that Wu Fu had called. Hao's father thought the redhead had been defeated. Hao's father asked Li to put him on speakerphone to hear what our hero had to say. Wu Fu said that in 3 days, Hao should kneel before him at Heitian University and apologize. This is his last chance. There was silence in the station. Everyone was in shock. Wu Fu was supposed to be dead, but something had gone wrong. Ching Ching wrote to Wu Fu that the He family thought they could do anything because they had such an important relative as He Qiangan. Wu Fu wrote to the girl not to worry. They will stand up to him. Ching Ching had great feelings for Wu Fu and thought he was a fool. Hao was furious. He said that some scum had the nerve to demand an apology from him. His father lit a cigarette and said that Qiangan would be back in a few days and Wu Fu would die. At that time, a fat man was playing with his dog in the dormitory, and a group of boys walked down the hall. They were looking for our hero's room. The door opened and a group of karate guys appeared on the doorstep. Wu Fu and the fat man didn't expect to see them here. The fat man stammered that he hoped Wu Fu had not offended the karate club either. Wu Fu replied that he didn't even know who they were, so how could he have offended them? The guys said that the president of their club asked them to teach the newcomer a lesson because he had hurt the president's family. Even killing him wouldn't be enough. Wu Fu asked that the president of the karate club is He Tianhao. A guy named Qin replied that while the president is resting, he is in charge of the club. The karate players jumped on Wu Fu and shouted that he had no right to call their president by name. Wu Fu frowned and said that this Hao has sent another pile of garbage. He immediately applied his ki energy and the karateka began to get hit and fall down. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. How could Wu Fu finish them off without touching them? The guy who was hit first held his stomach and shouted for them to fight. Wu Fu took off his robe and prepared to fight. The fat man told him to be more careful. Wu Fu replied that this trash wasn't even worthy of being called a threat. After hearing what Wu Fu said, the karate players got angry and started shouting that they would send him to the hospital because he was too arrogant. The first of them received the hardest blow on the jaw. The strongest chi energy raged in the room. The karateka bent in half from the blows and fell to the floor. There were 2 karate practitioners left. Wu Fu told them that if they wanted to send him to the hospital, they should come over and try. Our hero suggested that the 2 of them attack him at once. They too were hit by energy just like their comrades. Wu Fu said that they acted rashly. After a while, everyone who came to Wu Fu's house was lying unconscious on the floor. Our hero stood there wondering what to do with them. But then Qin appeared, and said that it was easy to deal with ordinary people by force, but now he would be Wu Fu's opponent. 18. This guy also possessed Chui energy and said that only death awaited Wu Fu. Qin also possessed an unusual skill, and Wu Fu bowed before his punch. The energy was so strong that Wu Fu fell down. He leaned against the wall and looked at this guy. Our hero thought, surely this guy can do something. He stood up and struck out with his fist, activating his Qi energy. Wu Fu hit Qing Yu one after the other. The Karate Kid wasn't expecting such an attack. People were already gathered outside the door, asking if Qin was okay and how he felt. Qin came to his senses a little and almost choked with rage. He told Wu Fu that he was looking for death. At that time, Qin, who didn't expect it, was kicked in the butt by Qing Qing. Wu Fu didn't expect it either. Qin was furious and shouted, "Who dared to do this?" Behind him was Qing Qing. She asked, "Did Qin get permission to take away the university club members?" The girl said that it happened to be about He Tiangan's return. Qin replied that it wasn't over yet, but she laughed and said that the martial arts club was always ready. Qin said that Wu Fu is trash because he hides behind his skirt and is weak in one-on-one combat. The fat man warned Wu Fu again that this was another trap. Wu Fu agreed to fight Qin, but the girl asked him not to be rash because Qin's level was superior to Wu Fu's. Qin said he would wait for Wu Fu at the stadium in the afternoon. Fatty was worried about his friend again and asked why he agreed. Wu Fu replied that it was fun. Qing Qing and Fatty persuaded Wu Fu not to go because Qin Yongxiao is very mean, and the girl was also worried about the name of her club. Our hero inquired, "When did you join the club?" But Qing Qing replied that she doesn't care, and if she said so, then that's the way it is. Fatty said that the same goes for the husky, who is also a member of the martial arts club. The dog barked happily. Qing Qing felt sad and thought that the dog was more important to Wu Fu than her. We can see the stadium of Yunhong University. Karate players gathered on the basketball court, and Li brought Hao in a wheelchair. Hao gave some infected needles to Qin. These needles were left over from the last kill, and he told Qin that he had to kill Wu Fu and not let him down. Hao wanted to see Wu Fu die with his own eyes. Qin rejoiced. Now that he had poisonous needles, his victory would be easy. The whole company was waiting for Wu Fu. He was still missing, so they thought that the asshole had run away. Some of them said that he was only a freshman and could easily be broken by a few people. Hao called out to one of the karate players who came over and leaned close to his ear. Hao slapped him hard and told him that if they were any good, he wouldn't be in a wheelchair. Finally, they saw the ones they had been waiting for. Wu Fu entered the gym accompanied by Qing Qing. Wu Fu told Hao that he asked him to apologize to him personally. Would he really apologize like that? Hao said that what apology could we talk about if Wu Fu would not have a chance to hear it? Our hero grinned and said that he doubted that. Hao said that all Wu Fu had to do was to bow down and beg him. Wu Fu smiled and said that we'll see. Li, who was standing behind Hao's back, shouted for the boys to whip Wu Fu. Qin stepped forward. He was filled with energy, and a pink light shone around him. Qing Qing realized that he was starting to form a ball. The girl was very worried about Wu Fu and told him to be careful, and if he couldn't win, he should accept defeat. Wu Fu calmly replied and told her to take care of the dog. Qin said that he would not get out of here alive. Wu Fu replied that he could not leave alive either. Here, Qin, enveloped in pink energy, rushed at our hero, who stood calmly with his hands in his pockets, enveloped in blue Qi energy. As their energies collided, Qin's energy seemed to be stronger than Wu Fu's. He even staggered from that strength. Suddenly, Wu Fu saw poisonous needles flying towards him. In an instant, he pulled out a piece of his star sword and blocked it. Shouting that he wasn't finished, Qin threw another batch of poisonous needles. Wu Fu used his star sword to block these needles as well. With horror in her eyes, Qing Qing shouted at Wu Fu to be careful. With the help of his star sword, our hero blocked Qing Qing's attack. Li couldn't believe her eyes. She thought it was magic. The Qi sphere allowed the formed weapon to be compressed, but not completely. Still, Wu Fu managed to block Qin's attack. Qin used a laser attack, but Wu Fu jumped so high that the laser beam flew by. Wu Fu then used the star sword technique. The star sword, once split into pieces, slowly began to reassemble. Qing Qing stared with all her eyes. It couldn't be. The star sword had hit Qing Qing right in the heart. Blood splattered in all directions. Seeing this, the karateka rushed to run away. Hao called out to Li to get him out of here urgently. Li fell to the ground. Wu Fu stood with his back to her beside the dead Qin. holding the fully restored star sword in his hand. Hao was also lying on the ground, his wheelchair upside down next to him. He lay there thinking that it was unbelievable that this asshole was so strong. Hao tried to crawl away, but the dog saw him and ran up. Following the dog, Wu Fu came up to Hao with a sword in his hand. He asked where Hao was going. Lying on the ground, Hao mumbled an apology and said it was all his fault. Our hero replied that he'd said he wouldn't apologize before, but now he was begging for forgiveness. Hao begged to be spared this time and vowed not to cause Wu Fu any more trouble. Wu Fu said that it was too late to apologize now and that he still had a chance, and threw a poison needle at Hao. The poison immediately began to be absorbed into the blood, and Hao's hand began to turn black. He called Li to bring him the medicine quickly. Li was in no hurry to give Hao the medicine. She said it was useless because it could not destroy Wu Fu. Hao was dying. He didn't expect Li to do this to him. Li realized that he was no use to Hao now. He was bleeding and had no chance to save himself. Li asked Wu Fu if he was going to kill him or not, but Wu Fu replied that he wouldn't kill her because she could only feel despair when she was alive. He told her that she would pay double because of his hatred from his past life. We see a staircase leading to a temple high up in the mountains. Under the trees sat a gray-haired old man holding a piece of sword. He said it was one of the 3 great treasures of the Zhongyang faction. His disciple told the teacher that only in revenge could he find peace, and that it could be considered training in the outside world. The old man told him that revenge kills people. The disciple should leave quickly and return immediately. Li came to the river and thought that instead of humiliation, it would be better to die and end this suffering. She thought that even after death she would not forgive Wu Fu. Li wanted to jump into the river from the embankment. Someone's strong hand grabbed her arm and stopped her from jumping. The guy told her that Qian Hao had recently died, and if she died too, who would witness Wu Fu's fall? Our hero was all wrapped up in energy. He thought that the breakthrough of the Qi sphere had happened so quickly. In his previous life, his teacher had made him a mixed spirit pill to help him break through to the next level, and in this life, he didn't have the pill. Wu Fu thought that with his sword, he would still have no problem breaking through. Our hero came out of the shower and saw a girl in his room, sitting on his bed and playing with his dog. The girl invited Wu Fu to come over and sit next to her. Wu Fu frowned at her and said that it was his bed. The girl said that she had taken the initiative to find him. Now he can also show more enthusiasm. Wu Fu asked her what she was doing here. The girl said she wanted to test his strength with the device. The stranger looked seductively at Wu Fu and asked why he didn't answer. The girl held out her device to Wu Fu and tried to time his swords. The girl was wearing headphones. She said his swords were completely silent and she couldn't detect them. She asked our hero when he had time to release his daggers. Wu Fu replied that he released them at the very beginning. The girl looked at Wu Fu thoughtfully, and he thought that he had reached the peak of the breakthrough. The use of the sword pushed him to the very edge, and it looked like the breakthrough had already happened. The girl said that the dormitories are very low in spiritual energy, and it's not the best place to break through. Wu Fu told her that he wouldn't have had to make the breakthrough in the dormitory if she hadn't ruined his plan. The girl replied that she was the student council president, and if he made a fuss here, she would have to come here and investigate. Wu Fu told her to shut up. The girl asked if he had prepared the pills. Wu Fu replied that he had not. She clutched her head. Such an important matter, and he had not prepared anything. Wu Fu replied that he didn't need them at all. The girl measured the energy levels and found that Wu Fu had absorbed all the spiritual energy within 10 miles. Wu Fu was meditating, and the girl thought, can someone who cultivates at the level of the Qi sphere do that? Wu Fu continued to sit and meditate with his eyes closed. The girl felt that a breakthrough had occurred. A crowd of students gathered near the door of Wu Fu's room. Everyone wanted to peek through the peephole. What was going on? Fatty also thought that Wu Fu had gotten another girl. The door opened by accident, and all the peepers rushed into the room. Wu Fu was sitting there with his eyes closed. 4. Fatty looked at the picture that opened in front of him with astonishment. The girl was wearing only a skirt, and her blouse was torn to shreds. Fatty gave Wu Fu a thumbs up as he walked away and said, "Well done." As the door closed, the girl told Wu Fu to turn around and bring her some clothes. We see a very beautiful 3-story house with an attic and beautiful balconies. There's a clock on the front of the house showing 9 o'clock. Ching Ching was standing with her father and the rest of her family. They were talking about Wu Fu. They were waiting for Wu Fu to come home, but it was too late. Ching Ching's grandfather said that he had saved her life twice, and they would wait for him all day. At that time, Wu Fu was walking his dog in the park. He thought that they had gone so far, and the guys watching him still didn't want to show themselves. Two guys came out of the bushes and said that since Wu Fu was only in the Chi Sphere stage, he could go to a crowded place and ask for help. The guys said that Wu Fu brought them here because he probably just wants to die. Our hero replied that he's already in the transformation stage. The guys said that his strength is low, but he dared to insult He Tiangan's brother. Wu Fu asked, "Who sent them?" The boys said that He Tiangan only asked them to find out, but if they brought him Wu Fu's head at the same time, it would be okay. One of the boys started to attack our hero. Wu Fu stood calmly and watched them without doing anything. Ching Ching's father asked her if Wu Fu had come. She replied that it was strange, he should have been here by now. Suddenly, they heard a husky barking. Wu Fu's dog was standing at the door of the mansion, barking furiously. Ching Ching's father asked whose dog it was. He was told that it was definitely Wu Fu's dog. Ching Ching asked the dog where its master was. The husky grabbed the girl's sleeve and started pulling as hard as he could. Ching Ching's father, grandfather, and herself decided that Wu Fu was in trouble and followed the dog. At that time, Wu Fu stood under a tree in the park and was exposed to energy. A blade flew at him, but Wu Fu managed to dodge it. The blade flew past and fell far behind Wu Fu. Moments later, another blade flew towards our hero's head, but he managed to dodge it as well. One of the fighters grabbed the sword and lunged at Wu Fu. Wu Fu generated a star sword from Qi energy and used it to deflect the blade's blow. One of the guys thought that Wu Fu was really in the transformation stage. It looked like he had truly broken through. Wu Fu blocked another blade strike with her star sword. Suddenly, Ching Ching and her grandfather appeared in the forest. She saw two fighters in the transformation stage and realized that Wu Fu was in danger. Her grandfather told her that he could see that Wu Fu had already broken through the Chi Sphere stage. Meanwhile, Wu Fu himself had started attacking the fighters with his star sword. Ching Ching's grandfather felt the powerful energy coming from the broken sword. One of the fighters raised his arms and the star sword cut off his head. There was a real sword effect above Wu Fu's head. He thought he was looking down on everyone again. The second fighter thought that their information was wrong and that this guy was not at the level of Chi Sphere, but much higher. Wu Fu looked at him and said that no one had let him go. Our hero threw his sword at him. The sword flew and hit the guy's neck. Everything around him was drenched in his blood. He was lying there with his throat slit. Wu Fu was standing over him. Suddenly, a husky dog jumped into the clearing where Wu Fu was standing. Ching Ching turned to her brother. She asked, "Didn't he say that he could defeat 10 men?" The guy thought for a moment and pretended that he wasn't the one being addressed. On the ground, bleeding from the head, was a fighter. Wu Fu was standing beside him, and the dog had found a spirit stone and was holding it in his teeth. Suddenly the dog swallowed the stone and licked it. Everyone was shocked. It was such a loss. The spirit stone was a good snack for the dog. Wu Fu said that this snack contained a lot of energy. Luckily, the dog didn't eat it. But now the dog was glowing with energy, and its snout was twice as big as before. Everyone was looking at the husky. Ching Ching couldn't calm down because even the dog's teeth had changed, but Wu Fu told Ching Ching to calm down. 4. The husky became twice as big, its teeth grew, and its fangs began to protrude. We see 2 black cars parked in front of a building. A man in black pants and black shoes got out of the car. The man thought that the fighters were there to find out Wu Fu's skills. He thought it would take them a long time. Ching Ching walked in the company of men. There was her father, her brother, and another man who came in a black car. The man said that Wu Fu had some skills, and he really should have been killed by his 2 friends. When Li heard that Wu Fu was dead, she was overjoyed, but then Wu Fu himself came to meet her. Li even cried when she heard that Wu Fu was alive. The guy said that his younger brothers have a lot of power. Wu Fu is no match for them. He must have been helped by the Shu family. The man said that the great Shu family struck a blow. That family killed Zhongyan's disciples. Ching Ching's elder brother immediately made a statement that Wu Fu did it, and their family had nothing to do with it. Ching Ching's grandfather got angry and told He Tian to watch his words. His family had nothing to do with the murder. Let someone teach them manners. Grandpa Ching Ching urged his family not to let outsiders enter their land and kill innocent people. Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared and said that he really appreciated their kindness. However, this time he wants to handle things himself. The newcomers were shocked to see Wu Fu alive and unharmed. The visitor even turned black with rage when he saw Wu Fu. Our hero told the visitor that if he wanted to take revenge, he should first make sure he had enough strength. Wu Fu stood surrounded by an aura of energy, and the three men who had come stood opposite him. The Shu family watched their Wu Fu with rapt attention. The guys who had threatened Wu Fu decided to retreat because the strength of the Shu family could not be underestimated. Two men and a woman came to their car. They wondered what kind of power Wu Fu had that the Shu family would stand up for him. They wanted to wait for him to get out and kill him. Wu Fu was sitting on the couch with the whole family gathered around him. He was drinking flavored coffee. Grandpa thought that this guy has such an unusual power that even he can't see it. He asked our hero when his teacher would return. Wu Fu told his grandfather that the master had gone on a journey to the Cloud Sea. Grandpa thought he was just a simple boy. He did not expect such strong support. Ching Ching said that she wanted to take her relationship with Wu Fu to the next level and repay him for his help. Grandpa said that Wu Fu is a good boy, and he heard that they go to the same university. The girl was very embarrassed. In the dormitory, there was a lot of snoring in the room where the fat man and Wu Fu live. The fat man slept and dreamed of all the things he loved. Buns, women, everything was his. Suddenly someone entered the room and woke up the fat man. Two people came in. Looking at the fat man, one of them said to the other, "This is the guy who was with Wu Fu and Shu Ching Ching." The fat man was shocked to see He Tiangan standing in front of him. He Tiangan said that he wouldn't leave Wu Fu alone until he repented for killing his brother. First, he ordered the fat man to be beaten. At that time, Wu Fu said goodbye to the Shu family. He went back to college. Ching Ching's father took out a box containing 2 pills. He stopped Wu Fu and told him to wait. They were divine spirit pills. Wu Fu asked, "What are they?" He was told that it was his grandfather's thanks for saving his granddaughter Ching Ching's life twice. Ching Ching's brother Ching Ching wondered if it was too early to give these pills to Wu Fu. Grandpa said that Ching Ching was his only granddaughter and Wu Fu had saved her life. But Ching Ching's brother said that divine spirit pills were too precious a gift. Grandpa got angry and said that he would not ask anyone's permission. Wu Fu refused to accept the gift, saying that it was too precious for him. Ching Ching said that they were not giving these pills for Wu Fu to use right away. Wu Fu said that he had other cultivation methods. He said that he didn't need the pills, but if possible, Senior could help him find the parts of the Star Sword. Ching Ching was shocked. A divine spirit pill was much stronger than a broken sword. Wu Fu looked at her sarcastically. He didn't like hearing the girl talk about his sword. Wu Fu directed the action of his Star Sword at the well. The energy of the sword was so strong that water gushed out of the well. Grandfather asked if the sword was teacher Wu Fu's treasure. Wu Fu replied that the sword was not of this world. Grandpa said he would think about what to do. Wu Fu thanked everyone and said he had to go. Our hero took the bus to his university. At the bus stop outside the university, the team members stood at the bus stop and argued among themselves about who would lose. Wu Fu walked calmly to his dormitory. His dog, which had become twice as fat as before, ran after him. One of the boys said he had an idea. The guy said that just because the opponents won last time, it doesn't mean they can win again. The university had indeed produced some strong freshmen. His opponent grabbed him by the shirt and told him not to get cocky, because both his university and himself were no match for them. Some guy saw Wu Fu passing by and called for help. He was immediately punched in the jaw. The boys began to taunt him, and he began to shout that Wu Fu was the hope of the university and that they should help him. Wu Fu was lost in his own thoughts, so he didn't immediately realize what they wanted him to do. The guy who was being bullied by his rivals thought, "Why doesn't Wu Fu get into a fight too?" The rivals continued to bully him, saying that the students of this university were nothing. One of the guys clung to Wu Fu and said that no one would let him go. Wu Fu was called an asshole and told to show the way. At the same second, the guy was kicked in the stomach. Wu Fu replied that if they had something to say, they should speak politely and not resort to violence. The guy who was kicked in the stomach by Wu Fu got angry and called him a brute. This guy also knew something, so he started to use his technique against Wu Fu. The guy stood still with his hands in his pockets. As soon as he looked at Wu Fu, there was a huge explosion of energy. With a slight movement of his hand, Wu Fu blocked the fist strike. Our hero told the guy that he was no match for him and to get out of here while he still had a chance. The guy got really angry and told Wu Fu not to play tough. He didn't seem to know who he was dealing with. Wu Fu looked at the guy regretfully and asked him if he wanted to give up. The guy didn't want to give up, so he jumped at Wu Fu, but Wu Fu stood firm. When the girl saw what was happening, she shouted to the two guys to run and save her third friend, because Wu Fu knocked out the attacker with a single hand movement. Because our hero gave him another kick in the side, making the guy writhe in pain. The guy lay on the ground and didn't move. The others looked at him in fear. The guy and the girl thought that Wu Fu was from the student council of Yunhai University. Wu Fu had completely forgotten that Ching Ching had accepted him into the martial arts club. He said that he was from the club. At that time, the student council president named Lu came by, and a girl from Shi College said that her college was challenging the university, and she hoped that Wu Fu would join them. Wu Fu asked President Lu if she wanted to talk to him, but she said she didn't need his permission. She also said that she cleaned up the mess He Tiangan made in his room, and it's just a small favor. Wu Fu agreed to participate in the competition, but only once. Lu said they should meet in the student council meeting room first. Lu looked at the lying Shi College wild tiger and thought that Wu Fu was really very strong, even though he had only broken through a few days ago. 11. Lu thought that they might even win the competition this time, since Yunhai University had never beaten Shi College before. In the student council, some people were against Wu Fu participating in the competition because he was a freshman. Student council president Lu said that she decides who participates and who doesn't. Everyone who was against it had to shut up. Lu told Wu Fu not to be late because the program would start in the afternoon. Student council president Lu said that there are much stronger opponents in Shi College and that Wu Fu should not underestimate them. The guys from Shi College still couldn't calm down. They shouted back at Wu Fu not to think that he was very strong. Even the huskies started barking at them. Wu Fu didn't listen to them, so he turned around and walked away. Insults followed him. 18. This made our hero very angry, but he still went to his dormitory. He advised the boys to save their strength for the competition. Where Wu Fu had just stood, the wall cracked from the energy of his fist. President Lu thought that there was hope to beat the college this time. When Wu Fu entered his room, he heard a fat man moaning on the bed. There were scattered things and garbage lying around the room, and the room was a mess. Although the fat man had been badly beaten by He Tiangan, he decided not to tell his friend because Wu Fu would try to avenge him, and he didn't want to get him into trouble. Our hero immediately realized that He Tiangan had come, but the fat man said that Wu Fu was mistaken. He had just fallen down and hit himself hard. Wu Fu told his friend not to try to hide it because he already knows everything. He will make sure that He Tiangan apologizes to him personally. At that time, everyone was very worried about losing to the college, but Lu was sure that everything would be fine. Lu was discouraged by everyone to use a freshman in the competition, but she was undeterred. One of the boys told Wu Fu that if he wanted to compete, he would have to have a fight with him. One of the girls tried to dissuade him, but the guy didn't listen to her and still wanted to fight Wu Fu. Our hero then decided not to compete with Shi College at all. Lu shouted that Wu Fu couldn't leave since he had already agreed to participate. The guy still dared to start a fight with Wu Fu. The guy just raised his hand while standing with his back to him. The guy ran into a wall of chi energy and fell down. Wu Fu didn't have to do anything, he just raised his hand. The guy even wondered if Wu Fu was a freshman. Wu Fu asked him if he wanted to try again. The guy's eyes doubled in size, so he said no. At that time, Ching Ching appeared on the court. She was worried that the competition had already started. She came with a girl from her martial arts club, but they still made it to the competition in time. The guy said that Ching Ching was cultivating the last stage of sphere formation, but then someone pushed him. The guy swore. He saw that it was He Tiangan coming and quickly shut his mouth. The guy thought that something incredible was happening. First, an unrealistically strong freshman appeared, and now He Tiangan. He Tiangan said that he hadn't expected to meet Wu Fu here. At this time, a fat man with all his legs ran out onto the field. He tried to take Wu Fu away, even though he himself was caught between two energies, and his eyes began to double. Our hero said that whether He Tiangan came here or not, the result would be the same. He said he would win, and to make sure the fat man was sure he would win. His friend was crying with happiness. He was very worried about Wu Fu. Suddenly, there was a burst of energy, and the fat man fell down. The dog opened his mouth in surprise. Wu Fu apologized and said that his body had somehow reacted by itself. Wu Fu asked He Tiangan if he was trying to avenge his brother. Hao deserved to die, and if his brother wants to take revenge, he is always ready. Wu Fu said that before the fight, He Tiangan should apologize to the fat man because he killed his brother, not the fat man. He Tiangan laughed and said that a weakling like him is not worthy of his apology. He asked the fat man that if he apologized to him, would the fat man dare to accept it? Wu Fu's eyes filled with anger and energy flowed out of his hand. He Tiangan held a glittering shard and said that the great treasure of the Zhongyan clan also wished for Wu Fu's death. Our hero said that he sensed the shard when they first met and drew his star sword. He Tiangan could not understand why the treasure became more aggressive and harder to control. Suddenly, the shard broke out of He Tiangan's hands. Wu Fu drew his star sword and the shard stuck to the sword in its place. There was such a strong glow from the sword that everyone present covered their eyes with their hands to avoid being blinded. When He Tiangan realized that he had lost the treasure, he shouted at the top of his voice for Wu Fu to give him the treasure. When the sword received the missing shard, our hero felt real power at the mystic level. Suddenly, a voice commanded them both to stop, and someone's eyes flashed in the darkness. Wu Fu and He Tiangan froze in surprise. 19. A huge explosion came from somewhere above, and Wu Fu found himself in a cloud of smoke. He Tiangan stood up and looked at our hero, who was covered in white smoke. President Lu looked at Wu Fu reproachfully. Wu Fu coughed in embarrassment and said that a man should be patient and wait for the right time to take revenge. The fat man was glad that Wu Fu was all right, and the dog was glad too. He Tiangan kept thinking about the sword that could absorb one of the three great treasures. He wanted to possess that sword. He Tiangan stood in front of Wu Fu, Ching Ching, and the fat man. He thought that it would be even more difficult to deal with Yunhai University this year. The dog started digging in the ground, and the fat man asked him what he had found. The fat man and the husky sat on the playground and looked at the hole the dog had dug. President Lu told Wu Fu that he had not yet entered the competition and wanted to fight with He Tiangan. The fat man kept looking at the hole the dog had dug. He Tiangan demanded that Wu Fu return his treasure. Wu Fu said that he didn't do anything, it returned to its original owner by itself. He Tiangan said that this jade had belonged to their Yanzhong faction for 3 years. He rushed up to our hero and shouted at him to return the treasure. As He Tiangan ran, he stepped into a hole dug by a dog and stretched out right at Wu Fu's feet. He Tiangan fell face down into the mud and everyone laughed at him. Suddenly, a sword flashed beside the fat man and he barely had time to dodge. It was He Tiangan who drew his sword and threatened the fat man and his dog. Wu Fu said it was He Tiangan who should be thrown down. He Tiangan thought only of the star sword. He dreamed of taking it from Wu Fu. By this time, the guys from Shi College had already arrived and were watching the showdown between Wu Fu and He Tiangan. Meanwhile, the fight between He Tiangan and Wu Fu was in full swing. They were using every sword they had, and the energy between them was booming. Our hero hit He Tiangan with his sword. He couldn't stand still and fell down. Wu Fu was very skillful with his sword, the handle of which was decorated with precious stones. President Lu, Ching Ching, the fat man, and even the dog watched the duel between Wu Fu and He Tiangan with open mouths. He Tiangan grabbed the sword from Wu Fu's hand and said that he was nothing without the sword. Wu Fu quickly concentrated qi energy into his hand. Wu Fu jumped with such force that the ground cracked under his feet. Due to the strong concentration of energy, our hero and his opponent were almost invisible. The entire room was filled with an incredible energy, and only silhouettes could be seen. He Tiangan managed to lift the sword from the ground. In his hands was a Wu Fu sword with a hilt decorated with precious stones. He realized that he was holding a treasure. At this time, Wu Fu activated his energy and the sword simply floated out of He Tiangan's hands. Wu Fu said that the sword had been stored in his body all the time and no one could take it away from him. The audience was shocked by what they saw. They couldn't believe that Wu Fu was a freshman. The students who watched the fight discussed Wu Fu and his duel with Brother Hao. Wu Fu seemed like an unusual person to them. Wu Fu used the Star Sword technique and He Tiangan froze. A powerful explosion sounded and everyone closed their eyes from the blinding qi energy. He Tiangan was unblocked. He thought, how strong is this asshole? Wu Fu stood in front of He Tiangan holding his sword. Energy in the form of a giant god raged around him. He Tiangan thought that Wu Fu was using some secret technique. He turned around and walked away, but said that he would never forget his insults and would definitely take revenge on him one day. The fat man couldn't hide his joy. He admired and asked, "When did Wu Fu become so strong?" A guy with a short haircut came up and said that Wu Fu relied too much on his sword. Wu Fu greeted him in a not very friendly way. Our hero said that he, Tiangan, ran away after fighting him, and he would fight in his place. He asked the students, "Who wants to be first?" Wu Fu didn't want to waste time talking and told them to all attack him together. The guy who approached him said he would give him one last chance so that Wu Fu would apologize. He came out with a huge sword with two blades shaped like bat wings. The guy said he didn't think Wu Fu would win just because he had his sword. Our hero suggested that he check it out. Student Council President Lu said that when he, Tiangan, was the university representative, they had a chance to win, but now, if Wu Fu loses, they won't have a chance. Ching Ching saw that Lu had put her arm around Wu Fu's shoulders and went crazy with jealousy. She went over and pulled them apart, telling them not to do it again. "It looks embarrassing." Ching Ching came forward and said that the representatives from Shi College are a bunch of thugs who don't know when to leave, and she wants to greet them properly. The boy said that Ching Ching is jealous of Lu. The girl got angry and asked, "Does he really think he can get away from her?" Ching Ching attacked the guy and hit him with her fists. The red-haired guy laughed. He could not believe that such a little girl could defeat him. The guy used a strong defense and a fireball appeared around him. He swung his sword at Ching Ching, and she realized that it was too late to dodge. Suddenly, a white cloud enveloped Ching Ching, and she disappeared. The guy couldn't understand where she had gone. The sword hit the ground with a flourish. Ching Ching stood there with her eyes closed. Wu Fu stood by Ching Ching's side with his arms around her and defended her. He told the guy that he was his opponent, not the girl. Our hero picked up his star sword again. Ching Ching warned him to be careful. His opponent told Wu Fu that he wouldn't be able to break through his family's divine defense technique with that toy knife. Wu Fu just grinned. The guy lunged at him and shouted that he was going to beat the crap out of him. His fellow students shouted and cheered him on. The strongest energy of two swords appeared on the field, and Wu Fu and the guy pointed their swords in different directions. Wu Fu stood and held his sword so calmly that the student council president thought they had lost. Lu, Fatty, and Ching Ching saw the guy coming towards them. Their faces showed the greatest astonishment. The guy's defenses were all pierced, and he was smashed into pieces. Lu, Ching Ching, and the Shi School students who had arrived all realized that the guy's divine defense technique had been broken through. Wu Fu said that there was nothing in the past, present, or future that could block his sword. The Shi School students admitted their defeat and said that they had lost. Wu Fu replied that they could admit defeat, but they had to give him their soul stone. The students asked why he needed it and what he would do with it. Wu Fu replied that his dog seemed to like soul stones. Husky smiled his smile, but because his teeth were getting much bigger, everyone was afraid of him and shouted at him to stay away. We see a small house in the garden. The doors of the room were open. In the room were a little boy and a gray-haired old man, his teacher. The boy told the teacher that he had discovered the presence of the treasure in Tianfu Hao Yuan. Suddenly the boy saw a stone shining with blue light floating in the air. He asked the teacher what it was. The old man replied that it was a very special divine weapon, and when he found its owner, he would give it to him. The boy bowed and said he would do as the master said, and he thought that he was the only one worthy to use this divine weapon. Suddenly, the old man sitting on the ground coughed violently. The boy went up to him. A teacher told a man that his time in this world was almost up. If he never reached the realm of Tao, he would die. We see red-haired Li, Wu Fu's ex-girlfriend. She always wondered how he became so strong. He even said that she would rather die than live. In the room where Li was, there was He Tiangan. He told her to shut up. He Tiangan said that this Wu Fu is not so easy. When he uses his divine weapon, his strength is almost equal to He Tiangan's. He will not leave Wu Fu alone until he is sure that he is dead. Now we see the city and the road the bus is traveling on. In one of the buildings, a wrestler in a blue kimono is standing in front of the window. The man in the blue kimono is holding a cell phone and can't figure out how the thing works. At this point, Wu Fu wants to go into one of the rooms, but the guard tells him that it is a private place, and if he wants to go in, he has to show his invitation card. Wu Fu said that his dog tore up the card and showed it to him. He asked if they could accept it. The security guards replied that they could not accept damaged cards. At that time, a man appeared with the girls in his arms. He laughed. What an excuse it was that the card had been torn by a dog. The guards called him Mr. Joe. Wu Fu explained that the guards would only let him through if he had a complete map. In that case, it wouldn't be such a big obstacle. Wu Fu walked up behind him and patted Zhou's shoulder. He immediately realized that Wu Fu wanted something from him. It was Tang. Wu Fu told him to tell the girls that he couldn't come. The girls looked at Wu Fu with contempt and called him trash. Tang remembered what Wu Fu had once done to his head. He bowed to him and asked Wu Fu to accept this invitation card from him. Wu Fu thanked him. Tang replied that it was his pleasure. He watched Wu Fu go and thought that he had become even stronger than before. Wu Fu entered the hall where there were chairs and several people sitting. His dog barked happily because Ching Ching was there, and she shouted happily when she saw Wu Fu. It was an auction of the sword fragment that Wu Fu was interested in. Ching Ching's father said that he had invited Wu Fu to see for himself. Was it the right blade? Wu Fu thanked the elder for his help and said that if the auction was indeed a sword fragment, he would teach the Shu family some techniques. At that time, a hooded man passed by. There were several people sitting in the hall, including Wu Fu. Our hero said that he saw that Senior's father had been stuck in the Yangsheng region for a long time, and these techniques would be enough to get him back. Senior was shocked that Wu Fu knew about his father's condition, so he really has some power. At that time, the hammer struck the table. The girls came on stage and announced that the auction was about to begin. It was obvious that Wu Fu was very interested in the event. The girl announced the first item. It was a dazzling spirit worth $500,000. Our hero's dog barked. It loved such stones. One of the bidders held up a tablet. It was Ching Ching's father. Ching Ching said that even though this spirit was valuable, it was completely useless to her. Her father said that it seemed like what the dog wanted, so he bought it for the dog. The elder offered to buy whatever Wu Fu wanted. There were several items on the auction block. There was a glittering Trutavik, various stones priced at 2, 3, 5 million. The auction was coming to an end. Only the last lot was left. The lid was pulled off the table, and a sword shard appeared in front of the audience. Wu Fu's eyes immediately lit up. The elder asked our hero, "Is this what he wanted?" Wu Fu replied that it was the shard he wanted. Suddenly, a man in a hooded robe stood up in the hall and said that he had been looking for the shard for 9 years. He asked if anyone could help him buy it. Brother Ching Ching thought that Wu Fu was certainly cheeky, but it turned out that there was someone cheekier than him. The guy stood there waiting for an answer, but no one wanted to buy him the shard. Wu Fu stared at him intently. He recognized him. The guy started to show his strength. Everyone in the audience felt so much pressure that they were pushed into their chairs. The hooded man said that everyone here was quite rich and asked if anyone would buy this treasure and give it to him. He said that the grace of dripping water, that was the name of the shard, should belong to the spring. One bidder picked up a tablet and said he would buy the stone for 10 million. This bidder said that this man has great power and deserves this treasure. He will help the man if the man will help him. The man in the hood promised to do whatever the man wanted. The elder told Wu Fu that their opponent is quite strong, but Wu Fu said it doesn't matter. It's not something the Shu family can handle. Wu Fu looked at him and said that this guy will give him the stone. The elder asked Wu Fu if the guy who got the stone knew him. Wu Fu replied that he didn't know, but he knew the guy. There were 2 men sitting in the room, He Tian-gun and another man. He said that the man he bought a piece of the magic sword from had promised to fulfill his every wish. He Tian-gun said that Wu Fu could be fought with more than just a magic sword. Li was sitting in her room when there was a knock at the door. She asked who it was and opened the door. A huge wrestler in a blue kimono stood at the door. He said that he had come to crush the head of whoever was hurting He Tian-gun. The man replied that they would concentrate on getting the sword first and then torture Wu Fu a little. Li thought that this time Wu Fu would definitely die. We see a corridor and dormitories. A dog barked from the room. Wu Fu looked at his dog and said that eating spirit stones had not been in vain. The dog's teeth had grown a lot. At that time, Lu, the president of the student council, entered the room. She saw the dog and exclaimed that the little boy had grown. Our hero sat sadly on the bed. He asked what was wrong with him. Lu stood on the bed with her knee. Lu said that she just can't look at Wu Fu. He's always alone, always on his own. Wu Fu put Lu on the bed in one move. She looked at him worriedly and asked him what he wanted to do. Wu Fu told her not to play with fire if she was not ready. He leaned over her and whispered directly into her ear that it might be dangerous. Lu pushed Wu Fu away and put her hand on his shoulder. She corrected the blouse slipping off her shoulder and said that she would take care of Wu Fu. She wants him to play for Yunhai University. He replied that he was not interested. Lu said it doesn't matter if he agrees. It looks like Yunhai University will never get good grades this time. Lu narrowed her eyes and said that there are 10 contestants and she has no problem offering participation to someone else. Lu was about to leave, but Wu Fu touched her shoulder and told her to let him enter the competition. But before he starts, there is something he has to do. Suddenly, Wu Fu began to undress. He began to take off his pants. Lu was shocked. Wu Fu said he couldn't stay in transformation forever. Wu Fu had such a beautiful body that Lu coughed out of embarrassment. She said that breaking through by force was no joke. Wu Fu closed his eyes and said that he wanted to break through his secret area. Metamorphosis would be enough to deal with the other opponents. Lu thought of Reiki. Energy began to gather around her. Lu was enveloped in a ball of chi energy and had Reiki in her hands. And Wu Fu was sitting on the bed in his underwear, meditating. Energy was bubbling in the room. Lu said that unlike last time she was able to defend herself in time. Wu Fu continued to sit with his eyes closed. Lu felt that there had been a breakthrough. Wu Fu asked if she really thought so. Lu said that she wanted to get some fresh air. It took her 5 years to reach the state of transformation, while Wu Fu did it in 4 years. At that time, the fat man came home and heard a strange noise at the door. Lu, the chairman of the student council, came out of the room. The fat man didn't expect to see her here. The fat man said she didn't need to explain anything because he knew they were practicing. The dog was terribly happy to see the fat man apparently kicked out of the room. He said it was cruel to leave the dog alone. The fat man told his friend that he must have come at the wrong time because he saw Wu Fu wearing only his underpants. The fat man invited his friend to have a drink with him as it was his birthday. Wu Fu gladly accepted. The fat man ran down the hall and said he was going to make a reservation at a restaurant. Some men and Li sat in a hotel and discussed that the fat man was looking for a hotel to celebrate his birthday. They read his note. He Tiangan told Li to tell the hotel owner to prepare something special for them. The knife would be the perfect weapon to kill Wu Fu. Meanwhile, the man who won the knife at the auction took it to his teacher and asked him to take the medicine. The old master coughed a lot and felt very sick. He said that the breath of the magic sword shard was no longer interacting with him, and his body was no longer the same. The teacher told the man that if he saw the chosen one, he should bring him to the teacher. The boy got down on his knees and said that he would fulfill everything immediately. There was an empty bottle on the table and the fat man was sleeping on the bed. A foot in high heels kicked the fat man and the girl told him to get up. It came from the student council president Lu and kicked the fat man's butt to make him wake up quickly. The fat man grabbed his butt with his hands. He was in a lot of pain. Wu Fu and Lu asked him why he called them here. They were in some hotel room. The fat man replied that he didn't remember anything. A husky was standing with a yellow stone in its mouth. It spit out the stone and the fat man realized that the dog wanted to give him something. The husky brought the fat man his favorite stone. The fat man thanked the husky for the gift. At this point, something incredible began to happen. The house began to buckle. Lu said something was wrong, and they had to get out of there right away. Outside the window, where there had just been a city, the view suddenly changed and there was a desert outside the window. The room started to change, and instead of a hotel, they were in the middle of the desert. Fatty and Lu were shocked. They didn't expect such a turn of events. The city disappeared and so did the hotel. They found themselves in the middle of the desert with a huge snake looming over them. The snake opened its mouth and prepared to devour Wu Fu. Poisonous teeth were sticking out of its mouth. Lu shouted at Wu Fu to watch out. The snake made such movements that the sand flew in different directions. It opened its mouth, but it was all an illusion. Lu and the fat man didn't know. At that time, a huge black creature with sharp teeth appeared out of the energy. Its mouth was much bigger than the snake's, and they faced each other. Lu opened her mouth in fear, screamed, and called the dog. A huge black animal that looked like a panther clawed into the snake's neck and chewed it off. It turned out to be the dog that had transformed into the black beast with the help of spiritual energy and swallowed the snake. The dog returned to its normal appearance. Wu Fu said that the spiritual rock the dog ate was helpful. At that time, Li and the guy with black glasses who created the illusion were sitting in the cellar watching what happened. The guy said that Wu Fu's dog was even unusual. As long as everyone was under the influence of this illusion, Wu Fu could be killed at any time. The table that was in the hotel reappeared, but there was still a desert around it. It was as if they were trapped within the walls of the illusion. If they could find something that belonged to the real world, they could break through this illusion and get out of here. Suddenly, someone slammed his fist down on the table, knocking over the plate. Lu screamed in surprise. Our hero punched the table so hard that it fell apart. It was as if it was made of stone. At that time, the guy and Li, who were under the room where Wu Fu was, saw that the ceiling was cracked. The guy with black glasses said that it was not good. Suddenly there was a huge explosion and stones flew in different directions. The glass in the door flew out and shards flew around. It was Wu Fu who broke through the wall. A huge hole appeared in the wall and rocks were lying around. Huge clouds of dust rose from the rocks. In the room where Wu Fu sneaked in through the hole in the wall, there was Li. Our hero did not expect to see her here. He realized that it was a trick created by her and He Tiangan. Lu said that Wu Fu should die. Wu Fu replied that he had heard those words from her many times before. At that time, the guy with the glasses appeared and suggested that Wu Fu should give up the magic sword and leave quietly. That guy was Zhou Tongshan from Yunghai City, and he was very strong. Wu Fu gave the dog to the fat man and told him to hide in the corner. Zhou Tongshan said it was useless to hide here, and even if Wu Fu could get through the illusion, he would not get out alive. Our hero held out his star sword to the guy and asked him, could his pitiful illusion creation hurt him? Wu Fu jumped so high that he was above the trees. This was the power of transfiguration. When Wu Fu landed, he ordered Zhou to kneel down. The guy with black glasses kneeled down and thought how scared he was. He couldn't fight anymore. Zhou couldn't withstand the power of the star sword. He asked Wu Fu to stop. Zhou jumped out and ran across the desert among the bare trees. But Wu Fu's hand reached through the orb and grabbed Zhou's neck. A man in a hooded robe named Li Ju appeared. He said that he had seen Wu Fu's skills with his own eyes and that he was quite talented. Wu Fu told the man that he was the one who poisoned the master to make the breakthrough. He tore the mask off the man's face. Li Ju asked Wu Fu to wait for him and not to leave. He suggested that our hero go with him. Lu put her hand on Wu Fu's shoulder. She was worried about him, but he said it was okay and he would be back soon. Wu Fu was lost in memories. He remembered that he had served the master for over 300 years, but he had given the tripod to a stranger. Our hero thought that the master was really a liar, and there was no need to blame him if it ended like this. Wu Fu decided that in this life he would not let the master repeat his mistakes. Li Ju took Wu Fu to the hut where the master lived. They went to the door and saw the old man. The master said that Wu Fu was a real talent, but our hero wondered what had happened to his teacher. The master said he felt that when Wu Fu was Wu Fu's age, they were similar, and he hoped to find a way out of Shenbing. Wu Fu replied that his predecessor had tried to return to the mortal world, but even he had failed to break through, and now was not the right time. Our hero said that she smelled a strong scent of medicine. The master said that Wu Fu was too rough, but Wu Fu replied that he thought the master's body was very weak. At that time, Wu Fu put something in a vase on the table. Master thought that this person was so inexplicably familiar to him. Wu Fu said that he would help cure Master's illness, but he had conditions, and he thought that Li Ju must have found out that he had tampered with Master's medicine. Wu Fu pulled out his star sword and created a great energy around the old man. 11. The Master's body began to fill with power and energy coming from space. The guy thought Wu Fu had hit the Master and rushed to defend the old man, but the Master shouted at him to stop. The master said that Wu Fu had done nothing wrong to him. Li Ju thought that Wu Fu should die because he would be a big obstacle in the future. The master said that one stroke of the star sword would restore half of his meridian flow, and that Wu Fu was indeed very talented. Wu Fu pointed at the man and said that he felt he had a sword shard that he wanted as payment. The master said to Li Jue, "Haven't you met someone who has a magic sword? Then why didn't he give him the shard?" Li Jue had no choice but to give him the shard, and it was immediately put into the sword in the right place. The master wished Wu Fu a good journey and thanked him for his blessing. We see the city again, and again we see beautiful, tall buildings. There is a bottle of poison on the table, and someone says to get rid of Wu Fu. Li Ju orders the illusionist to get rid of our hero. We see the Shu family mansion again. The clock on the wall shows 9:20. Someone is washing in the shower stall, steam rising above the stall. A girl is washing in the shower and singing a song. It was Ching Ching. She was waiting for Wu Fu and wondering when he would come. Ching Ching took a towel and saw 3 men standing in the bathroom. 2. They said that they came to kill Wu Fu and did not expect such a surprise. The girl said that they better get out of here now. A man with red hair and black round glasses asked her, "Where is Wu Fu?" Ching Ching replied that he hadn't come back yet, and the guys said that if he wasn't here, they would want to play with her. One of the boys jumped on Ching Ching. It was his fault. The girl used all her strength, and the boy fell to the ground with a bloody face. The guy with black glasses thought that there was another person cultivating metamorphosis here. They didn't expect the girl to have such strength. One of the guys stared at Ching Ching's bare knee. The girl swung her knee at his nose. The punch was so hard that the guy broke through the glass door and fell unconscious. The guy with the black glasses said that Ching Ching has great strength. Suddenly, Wu Fu's voice sounded behind the guy with the glasses. He asked if he was the one they were talking about. The guy with glasses jumped up on the bathtub in surprise. He asked our hero, "How long has he been here?" Wu Fu said that he had been here since the beginning, just watching them play. The guy with glasses said that if he hadn't been so careless when they first met, Wu Fu would have died in the middle of the transformation. The guy with the glasses said that he would easily get rid of Wu Fu and that he wouldn't be able to escape death. Our hero felt his body being bound by chains around his neck, arms, and legs. A few moments later, Wu Fu stood up, completely wrapped in chains. Wu Fu realized that it was an illusion created by the man with glasses. He called for his sword. As soon as the sword was in Wu Fu's hand, all the chains were broken. Ching Ching asked Wu Fu if he was all right, and he asked where the man with the glasses was. The girl replied that he had just run away and showed the broken window. The guy with the glasses jumped out of the window. He stood in front of the house and thought that Wu Fu could summon a sword even with his hand. Our hero jumped out of the window and chased the guy with dark glasses. The guy with the glasses ran very fast and shouted that even if there were a dozen people like Wu Fu here, he would still win this fight. Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared in front of him. The guy with the glasses was not confused and threw a punch with his hand. Wu Fu reacted quickly and dodged the punch. Wu Fu decided to hide from this guy. Our hero was standing near the wall in a muddy puddle. The guy with the glasses looked for him and said, "I wonder where he is hiding this time." Suddenly there was a huge explosion. The guy saw a flash of energy that lit up everything around him. Wu Fu asked the guy if he had already swung or not. The guy with the glasses replied that he was not tired at all and was ready to fight. He still couldn't understand who was in front of him and where did he get such a wonderful sword. Suddenly a fist popped out of the orb, and Wu Fu said that he wasn't worthy to know that. Wu Fu stood near a wall, rays radiating from his body. The walls cracked from his energy, and he became stronger and stronger. Ching Ching looked at him and thought that Wu Fu was getting stronger and stronger. After a burst of energy, the guy with the glasses vaporized somewhere, and all that was left of him were 2 puddles and broken glasses. Wu Fu told Ching Ching to clean up the courtyard. The girl replied that she was afraid if Zhou Tongshan's body was found dead in his house. Wu Fu stood up and looked at Ching Ching. Suddenly, a towel fell off, and Wu Fu saw the girl's full beauty. Ching Ching crouched down and covered her hands, and Wu Fu calmed down and said that he saw nothing. At that time, a man wearing black shoes was watching them from the roof of the house. It was a man wearing a hooded cloak, Li Ju. He watched and thought it was getting more and more interesting. Ching Ching was very angry that Wu Fu had seen her naked. She went to change her clothes and told him not to look. The girl changed her clothes and mentally called Wu Fu a pervert. The dog also went into the room where Ching Ching was changing. After a moment, the dog was kicked out of the room with the nickname, "Dog is a pervert." Finally, Ching Ching came out in her usual costume. The dog was beaming with joy. Ching Ching couldn't understand what had happened to the dog. Wu Fu said that it looked like the dog would also break through soon. The dog could not remain unchanged after eating so many soul stones. The girl said that she had never heard that dogs could do that. There was a strong energy coming from the dog. It chewed up everything in its path. Wu Fu thought that the dog's teeth could tear the house apart. It's true what they say. What kind of master? What kind of dog? At that time, the guards brought in the body of the dead man with glasses. They said they took the body to send it to the owner. Wu Fu said that he knew who was behind it. Ching Ching asked, "Who is it?" Wu Fu looked up and replied that whoever is behind all this is over her right now. The girl looked up at the roof and said that he was gone. In fact, there was no one there. Ching Ching pointed at the roof and asked, "How long has he been here?" Wu Fu replied that he had been here since the beginning. Wu Fu told the guards to take Zhou Tongshan's body away so that he could meet the He family face to face. The guard said that he had to ask permission before letting Ching Ching in to see the He family, but the girl said that the He family wouldn't dare touch her in Yunhai City. Wu Fu and Ching Ching got into a black Audi and left the courtyard. The driver told the guard to hurry and told Mr. Shu that Wu Fu and Miss Shu were going to visit the He family. The car pulled up to the gate and the guard asked who they were looking for. The dog leaned out the window and barked. The guard asked Wu Fu what to say. Wu Fu and his dog got out of the car. Many people greeted him. 4 guards surrounded Wu Fu in the car. They told him that his place was in hell and how dare he come here. The driver of the car pulled out a gun and said he would come out and help Wu Fu, but Ching Ching told him to sit and watch calmly. At that moment, the dog jumped up and clawed at one of the guard's arms. A girl named Li and He Tiangan were in the room. He Tiangan thought that he had put 12 strong guards at the entrance, but they would only weaken Wu Fu by 30%. But since Wu Fu was here, he wouldn't let him go. The guards had been bitten by a dog, and one of them was hanging from the fence. The dog was clawing at the shoulder of another guard, who was screaming and asking He Tiangang to help them because they were being attacked by the dog. He Tiangang asked our hero, "Why is he here? He hadn't done anything to him." Wu Fu said to bring the body of the guy with the glasses. The guy's body was put on the ground, and everyone saw that he had a hole in his stomach. Li shouted that it was Zhou Tongshan, and He Tiangan said that it was not his husband. Wu Fu told He Tiangan not to be afraid. He's using this guy with glasses to bait Li Ju. In the courtyard of the house where He Tiangan and Li started to gather energy, it turns into a spiral and fills the whole room. Suddenly, a naked girl with long black hair and a ribbon in her hair appears out of this energy. As dusk fell, Li and He Tiangan stood by the car. They watched as the car drove away. He Tiangan said that he had to make sure that Wu Fu would die this time. Li and He Tiangan went to the house, and a hooded man named Li Ju watched them from a tree. He Tiangan sensed that someone was there. He looked around and asked who it was. The man in the black cloak showed his face between the leaves of the trees. When Li and He Tiangan saw the hooded man, they bowed and greeted him as elders. He Tiangan asked Li Ju if he knew Wu Fu. Li Ju replied that of course he did. He had cured his teacher of poisoning. He Tiangan told the elder that he had a feud with Wu Fu. Li Ju drew his sword and drew a circle on the wall. 3 men in black suits appeared and were ordered to protect young master He Tiangan. Li Ju took out his sword and said that it was made of black iron. He Tiangan and Li stood and looked at the sword. Li Ju said that the sword could hit even a cultivator from the Tongshuang area. He Tiangan looked at Li Ju and asked if he would really give him the sword. The hooded man said that it was revenge for Zhou Tongshuang's death. Li and He Tiangan stood and watched as Li Ju suddenly disappeared. He Tiangan lay in bed and looked at the sword. He thought that Wu Fu had no one to blame but himself for making so many enemies. With this sword, he would die. It was announced that the test match between the campuses would start soon, but Wu Fu asked to take the dog with him. In order to gain strength, Wu Fu decided to go for a walk in the forest. There he was accompanied by some bright lights. Wu Fu wondered why the aura of the mountains had suddenly increased. Our hero came to the shore of the lake where there were big rocks and thought, "This is it." It was a round lake with turquoise water and points of light shining on its surface and in the air. Wu Fu was overjoyed when he found this lake. Suddenly a cube formed in the air. Our hero looked at it with his intense, extraordinary gaze. Suddenly there was a small explosion, and white light spread all around. At the same time, a pillar of light fell from the sky to the ground, and the light was so strong that it even knocked Wu Fu off his feet. Through the ball of light, someone's hand suddenly appeared. It was Wu Fu who managed to put his hand through the ball of energy and light. A girl with a sword appeared out of the light. Wu Fu was even pushed aside by the energy she appeared with. He was shocked to see this girl when the mist dissipated. The girl was wearing a white dress with bare feet. She asked Wu Fu, "Is that him?" It was a girl with long hair wearing a beautiful white dress. Her eyes were closed and she was holding a sword. The girl asked, "Who is coming?" The girl said that she should gouge out Wu Fu's eyes, but he replied that it was a misunderstanding. The girl thought that Shushi's sword skill was an extraordinary skill, and even if Wu Fu was a beginner, he could use it without any effort. Wu Fu looked at her, but the girl shouted that he was a liar. grabbed her sword, and jumped up. The girl wanted to push her sword into our hero, but he skillfully dodged and told her it was just a misunderstanding. The girl looked at him with wide eyes and thought about the aura of the sword. The girl in the white dress left, and he told her that he really didn't see anything. The girl told him not to dare to look at her anymore. The students gathered at the university in the morning. The teacher asked if everyone was there, but was told that Wu Fu had not arrived yet. One of the students said that Wu Fu fights against the senior students, and maybe he doesn't care about the junior students. At that time, Wu Fu appeared at the door and kicked the guy who was talking bad about him. It was exactly 3 p.m., and Wu Fu said he wasn't late. The collegiate competition has begun. Each school has to send its representatives. There were only 2 spots for freshmen. The students stood up and said that they had to earn the right to represent the school in the college competition. Our hero entered the ring and asked the students of his university, "Who wants to fight him?" No one was willing. He was considered crazy, so no one wanted to fight. Fang Kun, a freshman who had mastered the art of transformation perfectly and had never lost, went to compete with Wu Fu. Fang Kun gave a friendly smile and said that he had heard that Wu Fu was very strong. If this was their first meeting, he would ask him to be gentle. Fang Kun put a mask on his face, and a strong energy emanated from his body. Fang Kun started to attack Wu Fu, gathering all the energy in his fists. Wu Fu just looked at him calmly. Fang Kun made a powerful fist strike, but Wu Fu quickly dodged it. The people present opened their mouths in surprise. It was so cool. Suddenly, poisonous needles flew towards Wu Fu. Our hero could not believe it. Now it was his turn. First, he stepped on Fang Kun's foot. Our hero asked him if he wanted to run away. Fang Kun's face changed and became rigid. Wu Fu concentrated a ball of energy around him. Fang Kun was so scared that he wet his pants. Wu Fu said that since Fang Kun was his classmate, he wouldn't kill him this time. But if Fang Kun dares to use poison next time, he will kill him. Our hero asked his classmates, "Who will be next?" This time, no one was willing to fight. Everyone stood silently with their eyes downcast. Wu Fu said that it looked like one of the 2 freshman seats belonged to him. At that time, a third-year student came into the hall. The teacher asked him why he came. The boy replied that he was listed as a third-year student. He said that he came to see the freshman who is the center of attention. Wu Fu and the third-year boy stood and looked at each other. Hua Feng, the third-year boy who came back after disappearing for 6 months, came to see Wu Fu. He was shouted at not to mess with him. The teacher shouted at Hua Feng what was he up to. Hua Feng said he wanted to teach Junior a lesson. 2 more guys with clubs stood nearby. One of them lunged at Wu Fu. Wu Fu hit him on the head with his fist with such force that the guy fell down and lost consciousness. All of this happened so fast that Hua Feng stood there in shock. This guy also disappeared quickly. There was no one left in the ring but our hero. As expected from a member of the Hua family, he truly lived up to his family's reputation. He still had many skills to show, but his reaction— Wu Fu stood calmly with his hands in his pockets as the energy raged around him. His reaction made him want to kill him over and over again. Hua Feng lunged at Wu Fu, an entire streak of bright energy emanating from his hand. Suddenly there was a massive explosion of energy, and Hua Feng was thrown backwards with such a force that he didn't realize what had happened. Wu Fu appeared behind him and asked if he was looking for him. The teacher thought that Wu Fu was even faster than Hua Feng. Hua Feng was obviously out of luck, as Wu Fu attacked him again and again. Our hero stood there surrounded by his energy, and it was impossible to get through to him. Wu Fu was just watching Hua Feng, calmly watching him jump. Hua Feng tried to use all his skills, but he failed. He couldn't break through Wu Fu's energy armor. Wu Fu decided to teach him a lesson. Since he was here, he shouldn't leave so soon. There was a deafening explosion, and Hua Feng was thrown back by the energy generated by Wu Fu. Hua Feng couldn't understand why his attack was so powerful. Wu Fu attacked him with such force that he was forced to flee. Hua Feng thought, is this guy really a transfiguration master? The students watched the battle between Wu Fu and Hua Feng with interest. Here was their hero dodging the attack again, and finally the first blood was shed. Hua Feng was already exhausted, but it was only transfiguration. Wu Fu stood fresh and rested, as if he hadn't fought at all. He said that his cultivation had surpassed Hua Feng's cultivation. On the list of participants for the third year were Lu Ling and Hua Feng, and for the second year were He Tianyi and Zhu Qing. For the first class, Wu Fu and Fang Kun should appear. Lu warned Wu Fu that he had messed with Hua Feng and He Tianyi, so he should be careful from now on. Wu Fu replied that he has a star sword and is not afraid of anything or anyone, but Lu asked him to be careful anyway. At that time, in the small house where the old master lived, a hooded man named Li Ju gave him medicine. The master said that he had recovered quite well and that Li Ju should go and find Wu Fu. The master wanted to thank him. At the same time, the following happened at the inn. Hai Tiangan was sitting in a bathtub filled with red liquid. Suddenly, there was shouting from behind the door. Li, a fighter in a blue kimono, and another guy entered the bathtub and saw the following. He Tiangan was standing on the same line under the Yuanxin measurement. He thought that he was wondering what Wu Fu would do to defeat him. The student council meeting began at the university. Lu held up a list and asked if anyone could guess what it was. He Tianyu, Wu Fu, Fang Kun, and Hua Feng were on the list. Lu was about to put the list to a vote, but suddenly there was a shout from behind the door. Lu, Hua Feng, and Wu Fu sat at the table and looked around to see who had interrupted their meeting. The principal entered the room, accompanied by the fourth-year representative, Xiao Yao. The principal said that fourth-year Xiao Yao would be the best in this college competition. Lu told Wu Fu that Xiao Yao might be here to eliminate him. Xiao Yao was the heir of the Xiao family and the most promising graduate of Yunhai University. He would reach Yuanxing very soon. Lu said that if he were here, it would be hard to guarantee that Wu Fu would get a place in the competition. The principal was about to leave and said he would leave it up to Xiao Yao. The boys sat around the table. Xiao said it was up to him to decide who to keep. Lu pretended she hadn't heard and asked again, "What did he say?" Xiao Yao said that freshman Fang Kun was now at the first level of the Tongshuang dimension, so why did he get a seat? After all, he wasn't the only one who had passed through the mysterious dimension. Fang Kun said that Wu Fu had defeated him with the magic weapon, and he was sure that Wu Fu would not be able to fight him without it. Xiao Yao said that since that's the case, we should take Wu Fu off the list. It was unclear what Xiao Yao was trying to accomplish and how many people Wu Fu had managed to cross the street with. Wu Fu stood with his back turned. Lu walked up to him and touched his shoulder. Lu asked why Wu Fu was so calm when Xiao Yao was trying to kick him out of the competition. Wu Fu replied that there was something wrong with her eyes. He implied that she was too interested. Lu got angry with him and shouted that he was an asshole. A man in a suit entered the room and spoke to Xiao Yao. He Tiangan said that Wu Fu's skills are quite good, and even he is no match for him. Wu Fu was sitting at the table with Lu standing next to him. He Tiangan entered the room and saw them. Lu was very surprised to see that man. Wu Fu smiled. Xiao Yao said he didn't need to hear what Wu Fu could do. He held out his hand. He has to see for himself. Suddenly, the face of a terrifying beast appeared in front of Wu Fu and Lu. It was a panther with its tongue out and sharp fangs. Everything seemed to be on fire. Xiao Yao was tired of attacking Wu Fu. The atmosphere was so fierce. Xiao Yao saw 6 sharp blades flying towards him. Wu Fu said that Xiao Yao couldn't sense the Hujin dimension. Wu Fu turned around and said that he would show him the Tongshuang dimension. Everyone froze in anticipation. Was Wu Fu really going to break through now? Lu started to say, in order for Wu Fu not to go crazy, he has to follow the rules of the breakthrough. He is too young for that. Wu Fu said that they brought it on themselves by saying that he can't win without the Star Sword. Lu was very scared. She thought it was a bad thing. Smoke billowed from the window of the university, and the glass flew out, sending shards flying in different directions. When the breakthrough caused an explosion, everyone realized that this was it. Everyone coughed because of the smoke. Wu Fu said that he was now in the Tongshuang dimension, and asked the elder if he was competent enough to compete. The elder couldn't believe that Wu Fu had broken through the Tongshuang dimension. Wu Fu turned to the door and said that he would take the chance and they would see each other at the competition. Li Jue said that it was impossible to believe that one could break through the Tongshuang dimension at such a young age. Li Jue stood in front of the door and said that Wu Fu has a promising future. Wu Fu told Li Jue that he was a master who would soon break through the final stage of Yuanxin, because the Tongshuang dimension was nothing compared to it. At that time, voices were heard behind a closed door at the university. How is the plan to get rid of Wu Fu going? No one can withstand the power of the Tongshuang dimension. Tang said it was impossible. Wu Fu had just broken through the intermediate level. How could he reach the Tongshuang dimension? Xiao Yao said that Wu Fu broke through in the meeting room, and he saw it with his own eyes. Li Jue told our hero that only his master knows his cultivation level. He looked at Wu Fu with anger. They stood facing each other. Wu Fu asked Li Jue if he was going to attack him. Li Jue took out a dagger and attacked Wu Fu, shouting, "Who are you?" Wu Fu shouted his name. Li Jue's dagger was already at Wu Fu's throat, but at that time, the star sword blocked the dagger's path. Li Jue thought, did this guy really say the weapon himself? Wouldn't it be better to let him live a little longer? Wu Fu sarcastically asked him if he was tired, and Li Jue, standing back, replied that he didn't care who Wu Fu was, but he'd better forget about refining the elixir. Wu Fu said that in his previous life, the master was killed because of the elixir. Wu Fu said that it looks like Ling Zong is still practicing alchemy. Li Ju replied that if Wu Fu dared to cheat him, he would kill him. Our hero thought that at least Li Ju didn't try to kill him, but he needs to speed up his cultivation. We see the hut in the forest where the master lived again. The old man was visibly rejuvenated, his strength recovered. He picked up the pill box. It emitted a blue light. Li Jue said that Wu Fu had arrived. Master was waiting for him. A column of smoke appeared in the distance, and energy shot out in all directions. There was a huge explosion that sent rocks flying in all directions. Li Jue asked if Master was all right. Wu Fu said that it looked like the furnace had collapsed. The old man picked up a pill and looked at it, wondering what he had done wrong. Wu Fu stood there looking at the pill in the master's hand. He thought it was the supreme elixir. The master said that he had failed again, and Wu Fu said that he had purified the elixir 6 months before, according to what had happened in his previous life. The master called Wu Fu to come closer, and Wu Fu went over and stood opposite him. The master told him that he had demonstrated such a good method. The old man said he didn't know how to thank him, but there were a lot of elixirs left here. The master suggested that Wu Fu take some pills. Li Jue brought a tray of bottles. Master said that these elixirs were of the highest quality, and he had recently purified them. There were bottles, boxes, and pills on the tray. They were all elixirs, and Master said that Wu Fu could choose anyone he wanted. Wu Fu took a red pill in his hands. Then he threw the pill behind his back. Master and Li Ju were shocked by his action. Li Ju said that Wu Fu was playing with death. The old man asked why he did it. If he didn't like the elixir, he could choose any other elixir. Our hero took the red pill again and said that if he was right, this pill would be called Chi-Zu. The master thought that the boy could tell the aura of the elixirs only by the aura of the earth. He has talent, but he's so mysterious. Wu Fu held a red pill in his hands and said that it was a Qi-Shui pill. It can help a person improve his vitality and blood, but it has a completely hidden effect. The old man said that it was impossible and looked at Wu Fu with indignation. The master said that he has studied alchemy for over 200 years, and now Wu Fu is telling him that his elixir cannot break through. Besides, it works like poison. The master asked if he had any proof. Li Jue said that if Wu Fu doesn't say anything now, he'll die right here. And Wu Fu held out a pill in the palm of his hand to Li Jue and asked, "Why don't you try it?" Li Jue took the pill in his hand, and the master ordered him to try it. After swallowing the pill, Li Ju thought that he would die today. Wu Fu watched his reaction. Li Ju held a dagger in his hand. Wu Fu stood opposite him with folded arms and waited. Li Jue lunged at Wu Fu with the dagger. Our hero stood calmly. But now the pill began to take effect, and Li Jue's strength began to leave him. Sweat ran down his cheeks, and he was in pain. As the poison began to take effect, Li Ju grabbed his stomach with his hands and bent over in pain. The master was furious and couldn't believe it. Sensing his end, Li Jue began to apologize to the master. Wu Fu stood nearby and watched them. Wu Fu said that there was obviously something wrong with the pill, but it wasn't the master's technique, it was just that his aura was poisonous. The master grinned and asked, "Does Wu Fu know alchemy?" Our hero replied that he knew a little bit. Li Ju shouted from behind the door and told the master not to listen to this man because he was up to something. The master told him to keep quiet. Li Ju didn't die, he just sat in the toilet and thought that the old man was rude to him because of a stranger. Wu Fu stood in front of master and held a pill in his hand. He said when the master showed him his elixir, Wu Fu felt that the composition was incredible, but he still felt that something was missing. The master wondered, "What do you mean? Something is missing in the formula." Master said that Wu Fu surprised him, and his experiments never changed. And thanks to him, he was finally able to improve those elixirs. Li Jue thought, how did Wu Fu know that? We see the university dormitory and Wu Fu's room. When Wu Fu entered the room, he saw a chewed stick and scattered garbage. Wu Fu called out to the fat man, but he didn't answer. He saw some scattered papers on the floor, and the bed was made. Wu Fu turned on the light and saw the fat man sitting on the floor in a corner, crying with his hands on his knees. The dog was sitting next to him, barking happily at the sight of its master. The fat man was glad that his friend was all right, for he had begun to worry. The fat man sobbed and grabbed Wu Fu's leg. He cried and said that if Wu Fu had come later, he wouldn't have found him alive because he was so worried. Our hero smiled and said that there was nothing to worry about now that he was here. Wu Fu held out a bottle to the fat man and said that this was compensation for him. The fat man asked in surprise, "What is it?" 11. The fat man took the bottle and asked, "What is this pill for? Will it make him super strong?" Wu Fu told him to have a look. When the fat man pulled the cork out of the bottle, such a strong energy came out that it went beyond the dormitory and appeared in the sky. When Li Ju saw the pillar of energy in the sky, he thought it was a breakthrough, but it wasn't Tianjiang. At the university, everyone was talking about Mr. Shu's breakthrough and his cultivation. They invited him to the university and told him to feel at home. But only Ching Ching said that this arrogant kid was always late. Even his daughter Senior told his daughter that she couldn't come in until Wu Fu came. In the restaurant, everyone was talking about how the head of the Shu family was now halfway to becoming a master. It is worth taking care of such an important person. He Tiangan thought that the Shu and Wu Fu families were getting along now, but I wonder what they are up to. Deciding to spoil the party, he summoned a guard and ordered him to keep an eye on Ching Ching. Finally, Wu Fu arrived with his dog. Ching Ching greeted him and said, "What took him so long?" The guests were surprised that Mr. Shu had been waiting for this boy. The girl was angry. Why is Wu Fu always late? But Wu Fu silently passed by. Our hero was not too pleased with the invitation. It was just a set of techniques to increase energy, but they threw such a party for it. It turned out that everyone was waiting for Wu Fu. The guests didn't think that the Shu family would show such respect to this kid. The guard rushed at Wu Fu with a dagger and shouted for Wu Fu to leave. Wu Fu stood calmly, and Ching Ching stood next to him. Wu Fu calmly looked back. He Tiangan grinned as he waited for the resolution. A bright beam swept right beside Wu Fu, hitting the guard right in the forehead. Blood spurted from the guard's mouth. There was a hole in the middle of his forehead burned by the beam. The guard who tried to kill Wu Fu with the dagger fell down, while Wu Fu and Ching Ching stood there just as unperturbed. The tables were set with eating utensils and people were sitting around. Tang was sitting at one of the tables. He Tiangan couldn't believe that the guard lying there was already dead. Ching Ching's grandfather Ching Ching was standing on the stairs with his hand raised. Everyone realized that it was the strength of a half-master. He ordered the trash to be thrown out. The guests jumped out of their seats and shouted, "How dare you!" Ching Ching's grandfather closed his eyes and coughed. He was preparing to say something important. The head of the Shu family said that from now on, the Shu family would follow the example of the Wu Fu family. All the guests stood and listened to him, with Wu Fu standing in front of him. The men turned to the door to leave when they heard these words. He Tiangan turned around and said to Mr. Shu, "What kind of half-master is he to take an ordinary boy seriously?" The elder stood next to his father. He admired his father. Ching Ching's father came into his father's bedroom and said, "He has made a breakthrough. He is now the first in Yunhai who is halfway to becoming a master." The elder of the Shui family thought that this technique definitely didn't belong to this world. It might have a different identity. The insulted men who left the party said that from now on, the Hai family is the enemy of the Wu Fu family. When Wu Fu heard these words, he just smiled mysteriously. Ching Ching's grandfather appeared and held his hands over the heads of the two Hai family boys. When he heard that the Hai family had declared Wu Fu as their enemy, Mr. Shu squeezed their heads so hard that blood spurted out from under his fingers. Grandpa Ching Ching said that from now on, the Shu family would have no dealings with the He family. No one could understand what was going on. The guests watched without understanding anything. The head of the He family couldn't understand what was wrong with the half-master. He said that his son was a respected follower of the Zhongyang sect. Senior Master Shu had just raised his finger as a stream of energy rushed towards the head of the He family. Mr. He froze, his eyes widening in horror. The mighty stream of energy directed by Senior Master Shu of the Shu family flew straight at his forehead. Ching Ching and her father watched in horror at what was about to happen. Wu Fu said that he understood Mr. Shu's kindness. The He family is still trying to kill him. Our hero saw everything that happened and thought that he should be the one to kill the head of the He family. Wu Fu pointed his star sword straight at Mr. He's heart. The man said that Wu Fu wouldn't dare to kill him. Wu Fu replied that from the moment his family tried to kill him, their end was preordained. The pills that had fallen out of the bottle were lying on the floor. The fat man was crouching with his hands covering his head, and the boys were gathered around him. One of them put his foot on the fat man's back, and they all laughed at him. Someone called on the phone and said that someone was making fun of the fat man. The fat man picked up a bottle. He looked at the pills and thought that Wu Fu had tricked him. The boys and Lu, the student council president, stood beside him. Lu saw a pill on the floor. She picked it up and realized that it was a higher power pill. Lu asked the fat man where he got the pills. After all, each of these pills could be worth millions, and he just happened to have a bottle full of them. Fatty was upset again. How could he doubt Wu Fu? He felt so bad. At that time, in the hotel, He Tiangan leaned over his father, who was lying on the bed. Li grabbed her head and said she had to apologize to Wu Fu. He Tiangan hit the table with his fist with such force that it broke. He was attacked by hysterical laughter and started laughing at Li's words. Li said that they were no rivals to him. If things continue like this, she will fear Wu Fu more than death. He Tiangan replied that first Wu Fu killed his brother, and now he is killing his father. He Tiangan looked at Li with an unfriendly look and said, "After all this, does she want to apologize to Wu Fu?" He grabbed Li's hair and said, "Isn't she Wu Fu's ex-girlfriend? Must he miss his girlfriend?" Li asked him what he wanted. He Tiangan replied that he didn't want Wu Fu to just die. He wanted Wu Fu to suffer for thousands of years, but Li thought she didn't want that. At that time, the fat man ate the pill, and energy began to flow through his hands. Lu went down the hall and made a phone call. She asked someone if they had finished the investigation. Someone on the other end replied that he hadn't found anything suspicious, but there was one place. Lu told him to keep an eye on the place. He Tiangan arrived at the gate of the Shu family house and approached the elder. He asked him to stop and forget everything that happened today. Ching Ching's grandfather agreed and said that they had an agreement. He Tiangan thought it was clear. Wu Fu said that the He family has a lot of influence in Yunhai. Ching Ching's grandfather said that without Wu Fu's help, he would be a hopeless half-master. But Wu Fu replied that he couldn't break through the Tongshuan realm. Elder Shu said that he was a good judge of character. Mr. Shu and Wu Fu stood and talked. Behind Wu Fu, an energy in the shape of a girl wearing a wide cloak formed. He Tiangan stood in front of Wu Fu and said that the feud between them was not over. Wu Fu said that the He family clearly had a low level of intelligence. Ching Ching, her father and her grandfather, stood and looked at them with judgment in their eyes. He Tiangan stood holding his brother's portrait. Fighters in kimonos stood behind him. Mr. Shu said that they were just a cult, and now they dared to appear before the Shu family. Why are they here? A car with tinted windows arrived, and the man in the car said that Mr. Shu had just reached the master level. An old man with black glasses, long gray hair, and a gray mustache said, "How dare he be so rude?" Blood flowed from the old man's eyes. Standing beside the car were He Tiangan and 4 other fighters. The tension was rising. Mr. Shu, his son, and Wu Fu looked at the newcomers with stern looks. Ching Ching, her father, her grandfather, and Wu Fu stood up and looked at the newcomers. Ching Ching exclaimed that it was Master Zhong. He said that he had come to see who had destroyed his clan and to congratulate Master Shu on his success. Ching Ching's father exclaimed that it was Elder Zhong Yang, He Tianjiang, who had arrived. The elder told Wu Fu that the great master was invincible and there was no need to get wound up. He needed to be careful. There was already black energy in the air. Wu Fu stood in front of He Tianjiang. They had energies of different colors. Wu Fu said that destroying his Junyang sect was the easiest thing to do. He didn't have enough strength to fight Wu Fu. A fight was already brewing here, but a voice came from the car to tell them to stop. Wu Fu and his opponent stood there with their heads down. The elder said they were leaving. The Shu family and Wu Fu stood looking at the departing car. Ching Ching asked Wu Fu if he was okay, but he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The girl saw Wu Fu's face bleeding and shouted about it. Wu Fu said that it was getting more and more interesting. Ching Ching's grandfather said that a great master's strength can be suppressed by someone else's strength. Wu Fu was invited into the house and told to rest, because he is not a rival to the master, so there's no need to behave like this alone and be so arrogant. We see the courtyard in the mansion of the Shu family. There was a gazebo among the beautiful pine trees and green trees. Suddenly, Wu Fu grabbed Ching Ching's hand. He asked the girl what she wanted. She came to his room when he was resting. The day before, Ching Ching had dreamed of Wu Fu. She said that if his cultivation reached its limit, then it was necessary for him to make a breakthrough again. Wu Fu said that he wanted to ask her for a favor. The girl asked, what kind of favor were we talking about? Wu Fu said for her to help him find the remaining shards of Excalibur. Ching Ching was furious, for she was thinking of something else entirely. She talked herself into thinking that everything was fine, she could handle it and could stay mad. Wu Fu was meditating at this time. Our hero sat with his eyes closed and energy pulsed around him. The elder asked Wu Fu if he was going to make a breakthrough. The energy spiraled and hovered in the air like a tornado. A fiery tornado swept over the city, with a sword hilt sticking out of it from above. He Tiangan also saw from the window of his car this fiery whirlwind enveloping the sword. Song told his master, with whom he rode in the car together, that the magical soldier had gone back in time in such a short period of time. The master thought that they must have taken the best of earth and sky to evolve like that. Along with master, there were 3 other guys riding in the car, and master gave them the order to send the entire Yunjiang sect to collect all the shards of the magic soldier. Ching Ching's grandfather also gave orders to help Wu Fu collect all the shards of the magical soldier at any cost. One person from his family was unwilling to do so. But the elder of the Shu family said, looking at the strongest energy spiraled, that either Wu Fu would let them reach new heights or it would be the end for his entire family. His son stood by his side and told him that he was putting their entire future on the line. But Ching Ching's grandfather was unwavering. He said that he was 90% sure of success. At this time, an incredible scene unfolded in front of their eyes. The energy was booming and flying like a tornado. Wu Fu was holding his star sword in his hands. He stood with his eyes closed, wrapping his hand around the sword, energy pulsing around him. His eyes emitted such a strong energy that everything around him collapsed and rocks flew. Ching Ching stood beside her father and looked at the results of Wu Fu's breakthrough. The girl was very hurt that before, Wu Fu couldn't do anything at all, and now he was surpassing her in strength. Ching Ching turned around and walked. Her father asked where she was going since it was already late. Ching Ching replied that she was going to train. The girl decided not to let this arrogant guy get ahead of her anymore. The next morning, Wu Fu told Elder Shu that he would not let his efforts in finding the sword shards be in vain. Our hero gave him 2 vials of elixir. He said that even though the elder had become a semi-master, he shouldn't give up his cultivation. Ching Ching's grandfather was very surprised. These were qi shui pills. It was impossible to find them, and Wu Fu gives him 2 full vials. Wu Fu told the elder of the Sishu family that these days, physical strength is what distinguishes a predecessor and a Taoist. When Mr. Shu makes a breakthrough, he will become a new master. Elder Shu reflected on this. Ching Ching's father, her grandfather and brother stood and thanked Wu Fu, but he replied that if they managed to find all the shards, he would give them another technique as a thank you. Ching Ching's grandfather folded his hands and said that the Shu family would do their best. The eldest asked his father what he was thinking about. Elder Shu said that he didn't know if his prediction was correct. The He family is the first step to continue the relationship, Mr. Shu said. He Tiangan sat at the table and looked at the photos. They were photos of Ching Ching and the fat man. He said that Wu Fu had killed his brother and his father, and then he would kill his best friends. He Tiangan's eyes lit up with an unkind fire. Tomorrow morning they will meet again. He called out to the 3 boys, and the boys came and knelt before him. Li stood next to He Tiangan and said that they were only at the qi refining stage. Would they be able to fulfill his assignment? But He Tiangan said that the fatty was just a useless piece of trash in general, and 3 assassins would be more than enough. He Tiangan told Li to go and mind her own business. He Tiangan suggested that Li start working on some scheme, and Li said she would look into it. Lu stood in the student council room and held out a piece of paper with some scheme on it. She said that Wu Fu's opponents are pretty strong this time, so he needs to be careful. Lu said that the competition would only last 3 days, and that the school teacher wanted to personally teach Wu Fu's sword skills. Lu pointed to a picture of a woman and said that was the teacher. Wu Fu looked at the photo in surprise and asked if Lu was sure the teacher wanted to teach him. The girl replied that Luo Shi's teacher's skills were much better than his, and walked out of the office. Lu bowed her head when the teacher entered the room, but Wu Fu didn't even look in her direction. Wu Fu looked at the teacher. It was a beautiful girl with deep cleavage. She invited him to go with her to Hushan. Wu Fu asked her if she was going to teach him the art of swordsmanship, but the teacher said that he would hone his skills. Lu was very surprised and asked what she meant. Lu and Wu Fu followed the teacher through the park. The teacher had practiced Tong Xuan for many years. Her strength is far beyond. Luo Shi had a sly look and smiled as she listened to what was being said about her. Lu advised Wu Fu to forget what was in the past and give up. Lu said that it was a teacher after all, so it was better to give up. Wu Fu asked her, "Does she think he will lose?" Lu smiled slyly and said she would probably leave them to carry on. Wu Fu looked at her unhappily. Wu Fu and the teacher stood opposite each other in a clearing. The sun was shining brightly and the sky was blue. The teacher said that no one had ever dared to brag in front of her before. The girl took her sword in her hands and stood surrounded by butterflies, with her hair loose in a long dress. Rays of sunlight and energy played around her. Wu Fu looked mesmerized at the girl teacher. She told him that he would lose. Wu Fu stood surrounded by some incredible divine energy. Butterflies fluttered around. He felt very good. The wind blew and exposed the girl's slender legs. The energy continued to rage and butterflies were flying. If it comes to ball possession, Wu Fu will be first, and no one dares to claim second place. The teacher opened her eyes wide with surprise and interrogated Wu Fu. It was a sword aura, so no wonder Wu Fu wasn't injured. Wu Fu gave advice to Luo Shi and said that her progress had been consistently low over the years. The teacher opened her eyes wide with surprise and asked how did he know. Wu Fu said that there were too many flaws in her sword transformation, and there were 2 weak points in her sword transformation as well. The teacher asked him, "What are they?" Our hero asked her to help him adjust his battle list, and he will tell her what those weaknesses are. The teacher thought that he wanted to change his opponents so that it would be easier to win. But Wu Fu replied that on the contrary, he wanted his opponents to be the strongest because he never had a chance to test his strength. The teacher agreed with Wu Fu and off he went, accompanied by some incredible energy. Our hero motioned for the teacher to follow him. Wu Fu and the teacher walked through the forest together. At this time in the dormitory there were some shouting and moaning in the room. The fat man was standing there saying that if it wasn't for the elixir Wu Fu had given him, he would have been dead by now. The guy in the black cloak sat on the floor and begged the fat man to forgive him. The fat man said that the guy had become a dead man back when he first came to kill him. The dog confirmed this with his barking too. Wu Fu and the teacher and with them Lu came to some cave. Wu Fu told Lu to wait outside. It was Luo Shi's retreat hall. The aura there was pretty good. Candles were burning, and it was even better than Wu Fu expected. Luo Shi asked Wu Fu to tell her about the flaws in her technique. Our hero told the teacher to take off her clothes and lie down here. The girl asked what he was up to. Luminous streaks appeared in the cave. It was the shui ball technique. The teacher thought it was her family's secret technique. So how did Wu Fu know about it? Wu Fu told the teacher that there was nothing he didn't know about and suggested that she undress and lie down. The girl decided to trust Wu Fu this time. She took off her dress. Our hero also took off his outer clothes. The girl asked, "Isn't he just going to transfer power, so why is he taking off his clothes?" Wu Fu, standing with his back to the girl, replied that he was doing it to transfer power. The girl closed her eyes and said that it was okay to start. Wu Fu stood naked with his arms spread out, his hair developing from the energy that pulsed around him. Luo Shi stood in front of him. Luo Shi stood with her eyes closed and the energy flowed into her body. The naked girl stood in the middle of the cave, all enveloped in energy. This was the full formation of the new Shu ball technique. The teacher asked Wu Fu who he was, and he replied that he was a freshman at Yunhai University. The girl undressed and wanted to lie down on the table already. But suddenly she drew her sword and pointed it at our hero. Wu Fu grinned and asked her what she thought. The girl covered herself with her dress and pointed the sword straight at Wu Fu. The Shu ball technique was her family's secret technique. It had never been passed down to anyone outside. So how could he know about it? Wu Fu answered her that he knew more than just the Shu ball technique. He told the teacher that he also knew that her grandfather was going to return. The girl couldn't believe it. Wu Fu left her a list of the contestants in the competition. Many talented people and many talented first-year girls are also taking part. Wu Fu had nothing more to ask her. At this time, the following was going on in He Tiangan's mansion. He invited a fighter and instructed him to kill Wu Fu at any cost. The fighter ate chicken hams all the time. Hai Tiangan gave him his sword. Hai Tiangan said that from now on this sword belongs to the fighter. He should use it to defend himself. The fighter took the 2 chicken legs again. The fighter said for He Tiangan not to worry. No one on earth is worthy to be his opponent. Song Kui was born with divine power. Even mid-level fighters can't be his opponent. He Tiangan was sure that Wu Fu would die in this ring. At this time, a gong struck at the university, and the competition began. An elder entered the ring and announced that he was here to announce that the university's 3rd competition was officially open. There were many spectators seated in the audience. In the middle was a ring for the fighters. The elder officially declared the championships open. Ching was also present at this competition. She saw her father and wondered what he was doing here. Ching's father replied that he was defending Wu Fu here, but he hasn't come yet. Ching said that you don't need to worry about Wu Fu's ability. He is very strong. The chairman of the championship jury, Master Tian Zhang and Zhong Yang, also sent their elders. Elder Han Po has been a half-master for many years, and if he wishes, Wu Fu will definitely die. Therefore, the Shu family was sent here to protect Wu Fu. Lu sat next to Grandpa Ching and watched the competition as well. The Shu family's elder Kangang was also here. Ching and her father saw Wu Fu. He appeared with his dog. Some man in blue looked at our hero. Wu Fu looked at him obliquely. It was a fighter in a blue kimono who was hired by He Tiangan. The fighter walked up close to Wu Fu and Ching who were standing there. The dog barked at him with terrible force. The fighter in the blue kimono looked at Wu Fu with hatred. Our hero looked him in the eye. The fighter said he would wring Wu Fu's neck and rip off his head a little later. Wu Fu only squinted his eyes at his words. The fighter walked away and stood next to He Tiangan. Ching saw that a list of battles had appeared. Wu Fu fought Xiong Kui, Huang Tianxi, and also He Horan. The other participants were not happy. There were 3 competitions today, and Wu Fu is participating in all 3. He Tiangan thought that President Xiao had changed the order. Wu Fu might lose even in the very first round. The gong sounded and the competition began. There was an explosion at the first second. The spectators in the stands wondered, what could it be? It was a fighter in a blue kimono. He entered the ring with 2 huge swords. The team members from Shur College also stood and watched. They told each other that they shouldn't underestimate the power of Yunhai University. They should just wait and watch. Ching said that the fighter in the blue kimono is very strong. When Wu Fu feels that he has no more strength left, one should just leave the ring immediately. He replied to her that he would never lose. The audience thought there was some mistake here. Yunhai University sent a boy who had just passed the mysterious realm to fight a powerful fighter. The participants thought whether Wu Fu could stand up to the powerful fighter. Some of them said that Wu Fu definitely could. All the girls were looking at the ring with tension. He Tiangan was also looking at the fight with excitement. Wu Fu prepared himself. Energy surrounded his body. He clenched his fists. The fighter in the blue kimono stood like a rock. Wu Fu and the fighter in the blue kimono with 2 swords were in the ring. He prepared to attack. At this time, Li came to the dormitory and went into Wu Fu's room. She thought that even if he died, she should ruin his reputation so that everyone would hate him. The girl stood by Wu Fu's bedside. At that time, Tan and her uncle came to the dormitory where Wu Fu lived. They were standing in the hallway when they heard sounds coming from Wu Fu's room. When they entered Wu Fu's room, they saw a naked girl sitting on the bed. It was Li. Li said that Wu Fu had drugged her. Tan and his uncle, the disciplinary director, heard this. The students, including Tan and his uncle, were shocked. How dare Wu Fu do such a thing? In broad daylight, he forced Li to take drugs? The disciplinary director asked Li, "Is she sure that everything said is true?" Li cried and assured that it was all true what she said. Tan's uncle said it couldn't be true. Tan and another guy stood looking at Li. Li covered herself with a blanket and asked if Tan hadn't cleared everything up, but the principal said he was a student like her, and he couldn't blindly trust him. The principal said that Wu Fu wasn't in the dormitory last night because he was visiting the Shu family. Li didn't expect this. She didn't know that Wu Fu wasn't in the dormitory. Tang told her that if she wanted to die, let her handle it herself. Everyone turned around and left the room. At that time, A fight was going on in the ring between Wu Fu and a wrestler in a blue kimono named Xiong Kui. The fighter in the blue kimono got angry because Wu Fu dared to confuse him. The energy turned into the huge face of some monster who was shouting, roaring that he would destroy Wu Fu. The onlookers realized that the primordial power had burst out. Ching Ching's father thought that the whole family had high hopes for Wu Fu. Xiong Kui raged in the ring while our hero stood calmly with his hands in his pockets. Wu Fu's eyes turned red as energy began to seep into them. There was a huge explosion in the ring. Xiong Kui was surprised that Wu Fu didn't even draw his sword. Wu Fu grinned and said to kill a chicken, it doesn't require a knife to kill a bull. Xiong Kui exposed his torso and laughed. He was ready to tear Wu Fu to pieces. The fighter generated tremendous energy and attacked Wu Fu. He Tiangan thought that if Xiong Kui fought at full strength, he was capable of defeating practitioners of the Yuan Shan technique. Wu Fu was standing in the ring. Lu was very worried about him and shouted at him to be more careful. Lu said that Wu Fu's opponent was a cultivator practicing Yuan Shan martial techniques. She was very worried about him. Ching Ching was also very worried, so she took a whole bag of popcorn for herself. A huge fire giant appeared in the air. Wu Fu used one of his techniques, and that giant and Xiong Kui himself flew aside like fluff. His swords shattered into pieces. Xiong Kui couldn't believe that he was left without swords, and Wu Fu told him that no one's strength was measured by cultivation alone. The spectators were delighted by what they saw. Ching Ching's grandfather said that Wu Fu's sword moving around his entire body was an absolute martial art. Everyone was whispering among themselves. Elder of the Shu family said that he was here to stop Elder Zhongyang from causing harm, because he was the chairman of the jury of this competition. Elder Zhongyang thought that if he was up to something, even he wouldn't be able to stop him. Xiong Kui clenched his fists and lunged at Wu Fu. Our hero clenched his fist, gathered all his strength into it, and said he wanted to end it. The huge fighter only had time to utter a word before the energy knocked him down. The spectators sitting in the stands held their breath. Elder Zhongyan came out and said that there was no need for mutilation, for they had only come here to learn something. Wu Fu, hearing these words of the elder, said that then he could already declare the winner. Ching Ching thought that Wu Fu had won the competition. Meanwhile, Hai Tiangan gave the fighter the sacred sword given to him once and ordered him to kill Wu Fu. As soon as Xiong Kui's sword came within range of Wu Fu's energy, it split into pieces. Wu Fu looked at Elder Zhongyang and said that just now, the latter had said that Xiong Kui had come here to gain knowledge. The two of them stood together in the ring, Elder Zhongyang and Wu Fu. Our hero wanted to give the fighter a welcome gift. The elder shouted to Xiong Kui to run, but it was too late. The elder and Shun Kui stood in the ring. A red streak ran across the ring. From that streak, a wall of energy suddenly grew. Wu Fu said that Xiong Kui would not escape until he properly received his gift. Elder Zhongyang's eyes reflected terror. He Tiangan was terrified. He ran to Wu Fu and shouted, "How dare he kill Xiong Kui right here?" Wu Fu replied that he wouldn't have died if he hadn't tried to take his life himself. He Tiangan shouted in rage that it was Xiong Kui who was dead now, not Wu Fu. Our hero stood with his back to him and had anger in his eyes. Wu Fu said in the flow of his energy that he had not explained anything yet, and everyone wanted to kill him. If they still want to massacre him, let them approach him. He Tiangan said that Wu Fu would pay for it with his life. All the fighters pounced on our hero at the same time. Wu Fu stood still. The competitors decided to run, for Wu Fu was supposed to be a freshman, and it turned out that he was stronger than everyone assumed. Elder Zhongyang Hanbo began to concentrate energy in his hands. A clot of energy appeared between his hands. Just then, an elder of the Shu family came up to him, took him firmly by the shoulder, and told him that he was his opponent. Mr. Shu still held Elder Zhongyang's shoulder the same way. The latter asked that the Shu family had come here for the sake of some boy. Mr. Shu replied that it was none of his business. The Shu family elder concentrated the energy in his eyes, and an explosion of energy erupted. The Zhongyang sect head said that the Shu family elder had just recently made a breakthrough, and his strength was not enough to fight him. Ching Ching suggested Wu Fu to run away. Her father will detain Han Pei. Guy told Wu Fu that hiding behind a girl's back when you are facing death is not dignified. Tian Mao provoked Wu Fu, and Ching Ching insisted that he should not be foolish but leave. Wu Fu took to the air and hovered under the roof. He said it was better for them all to die together. Ching Ching stood with her hands covering her face and cried. She knew it would turn out like this. Wu Fu was hovering above the ring. The other competitors were also jumping up, shouting, "Kill him!" Ching Ching's father saw that He Tiangan was here and was very upset. The two elders were talking amongst themselves. Elder Zhongyang said that everything was almost decided here, and it would soon be over. The elder of the Shu family coughed and clutched his heart. Wu Fu concentrated all the energy around him. Sparks flashed in his eyes. There was an explosion of energy, and Ching Ching thought it was a breakthrough. In the center of the ring, energy was raging. All the fighters who wanted to fight our hero fell down, unable to stay on their feet. A flash of energy flashed under the ceiling. Wu Fu stood with his bare torso. Everyone thought it was impossible. He had only recently overcome the Tongshuan realm. Wu Fu said that nothing was impossible for him. He raised his hand and dozens of swords sprinkled from above. The performance was just beginning. Hanbo shouted, "How dare Wu Fu do such a thing?" Wu Fu raised his hand. Daggers flew from all directions. The elder ran towards Wu Fu, forbidding him to do anything else. He Tiangan shouted in rage for Wu Fu to go to hell and asked the master to help him kill Wu Fu faster. At the command of Wu Fu's hand, daggers flew from the sky straight into the ring. The daggers fell, stabbing into Wu Fu's opponents. Several daggers pierced He Tiangan's body. Hanbo cursed Wu Fu and shouted for him to burn in hell. The head of the Zhongyang sect stretched out his hands toward Wu Fu's head. It was as if his hands were caught in a net and no longer moved. At this time, there was nothing more he could do. Suddenly, a gray-haired old man with long hair and a gray beard appeared in the ring and told him to take his hands off Wu Fu. Li Jue stood there and couldn't believe that the master had given the order to let Wu Fu go. Hanbo's eyes flashed with rage. He thought he was about to be trapped. Master didn't reply anything, only stared at Elder Zhongyang in silence. Elder Zhongyan continued to attack Wu Fu. Ching Ching shouted for Wu Fu to be careful, and Hanbo rushed to attack our hero with a shout. Wu Fu found himself in the epicenter of the energy sent out by Elder Zhongyang. From the violent explosion of energy, the sword shattered into splinters. From the energy released by the elders and Wu Fu, rocks were sprinkled on the spectators. The entire ring was covered in white puffs of smoke. Ching Ching jumped into the ring with her dog. Li Jue thought that since the master attacked at full force, it meant that Wu Fu would definitely bid farewell to life. Ching Ching stepped into the ring and saw, when the smoke cleared, huge pits had formed there. Wu Fu stood in the cloud of smoke and thought, "Is this all the master can do?" Blood was flowing from the corner of Wu Fu's mouth. His eyes were throwing lightning bolts. When Ching Ching saw Wu Fu, she screamed he scared her to death. She thought he was already dead. Ching Ching's father and grandfather stood looking at our hero. The elder said that Wu Fu was able to handle Hanbo's attack, and the grandfather said that he was a great judge of character. Wu Fu and Ching Ching stood in the ring, and at this time, a spherical energy was coming at them. Suddenly, they were in the epicenter of an explosion, as if something had split and exploded. Wu Fu grabbed his sword and said that, master or not, let him leave everything behind. Hanbo attacked Wu Fu, sending sharp crystals of energy at him. Wu Fu repelled all the attacks with his star sword, the crystals scattering from the explosions. Another figure appeared in the ring, and Wu Fu saw Luan Xingcheng. Elder Zhongyan shouted that Wu Fu was a petty, arrogant scoundrel. An incredible fight was taking place in the ring. Hanbo and Wu Fu were having a sword fight. Wu Fu wielded his sword so fast that it seemed like several people were fighting instead of one. Those present were shocked. Our hero fought like a monster. He even had the strength to stand up to a semi-master. Their energies fought amongst themselves. Wu Fu fought desperately with Elder Zhongyang. Hanbo was also using all his strength. There was a huge explosion of energy. Ching Ching rushed to run into the ring because nothing could be seen. Hanbo stood with an injured arm, his hair developing from the flow of energy. Blood was flowing from the wounded arm. Hanbo didn't know what kind of sword technique it was. It was terrifying. The master told Hanbo that he was only a half-master, and yet he dared to harm his man. Hanbo realized that he wouldn't be able to kill Wu Fu today. Hanbo said that his Zhongyang sect would forever be Wu Fu's enemy. Our hero stood and looked at him. There were shards lying everywhere. Hanbo left, but shouted in his wake that next time he would take Wu Fu's dog life. When Wu Fu's dog heard these words, he was very curious about whether it was his life they wanted to take. Wu Fu sat with his hand covering his face, completely exhausted. Ching Ching approached him and asked if he was all right. Wu Fu lowered his head. Our hero walked over to Lu and snuggled into her lush chest. Lu looked at him bewildered, but Wu Fu thought that everything would be all right now. Wu Fu thought that he couldn't die. His cultivation level wasn't enough and he needed to increase his recovery speed. Ching Ching, with her small breasts, was very hurt that Wu Fu went to seek comfort on Lu's chest. Master didn't think that Wu Fu had practiced alchemy and even had a unique kendo technique. The great master whom Wu Fu had once helped to restore meridians laughed. Ching Ching's father and grandfather, upon seeing the great master, were very surprised. The great master, on Wu Fu's advice, had refined this elixir a few days ago. He handed our hero a pill that lay in his palm and said that this elixir would increase his physical strength. Our hero thanked the Grand Master, and Ching Ching's grandfather and father were shocked because the Grand Master himself came to Yunhai, and he is quite close to Wu Fu. The great master's skills in alchemy stood still for many years, but thanks to our hero's advice, he has finally improved his knowledge and asks to be accepted as an apprentice. Wu Fu swallowed the pill and immediately his mouth bled. The great master asked what was wrong. There was nothing wrong with our hero. He was just exhausted. Wu Fu had a difficult decision to make, and the master decided to wait for an answer. If Wu Fu hadn't retreated in time, things might not have ended so well. In a hall with columns, there was a chair on a dais in which a man was sitting. His servant stood next to him. It was the Zhongyang sect. The elder of the Zhongyang sect dictated the order that the Shu family of Yunhai, Wu Fu, and the monks who were hiding their powers must die. The elder's order was taken into effect. The servant stood with his hands folded on his chest and listened attentively. At this time, a guy whose face could not be seen appeared in the hall and asked why they were looking for him. The principal, Ching Ching, Wu Fu, and Lu stood in the ring, and the principal said that the arena was completely destroyed and announced the winner. The principal raised his hand and said that the contestant from Yunhai University who stood today is declared the winner. At this time, someone shouted for the principal to stop, and 2 men and a girl appeared on the doorstep. They said that it was shameful for some newcomer to grab all the attention. It was a girl with long white hair, a red-haired man, and another man with glasses. They all had the same badges on their chests. Lu asked Wu Fu to be careful because these people were worth watching out for. These men were from the Student Council of the South China Martial Arts Academy. They had once held such a championship. A guy with red hair came over and asked, "Is this the Wu Fu?" Our hero looked at them with his piercing gaze and told them to disappear. The dog that Ching Ching held in her arms was of the same opinion to make everyone disappear. The red-haired guy looked on with disapproval. He wanted to hit the dog with his fist because the dog was very noisy. Wu Fu grabbed the guy's hand so hard that sparks sprang from his eyes. The guy flew off to the side, and Wu Fu told him to take his hands off his dog. The guy and the girl stood and watched. They were a little puzzled. The guy with glasses thought that Weiss's strength level, who wanted to hit the dog, wasn't that bad, but still, he was knocked out right away. The guy named Weiss, lying on the floor, couldn't come to his senses. He couldn't remember who he was or where he was. Wu Fu once again told everyone to get lost. Lu and Ching Ching stood beside him. The South China Martial Arts Academy was considered the best university in Baihai Province, and they were the guests of this tournament. It wasn't very wise to clash with them. The 2 representatives of the South China Martial Arts Academy said that he was the most ordinary freshman, but where were the upperclassmen? And then all the seniors present in the hall suddenly remembered that they had some urgent matters to attend to and began to leave quickly. The girl from the Martial Arts Academy called everyone cowardly chickens. No one was willing or able to fight. The blonde girl was going to push Wu Fu's ass out of the ring. Our hero smiled and walked towards her. Lu yelled after him to be careful. Blonde Shui wanted to test how good Wu Fu was. He told her that her little hammer wouldn't be enough. Shui smiled and said that she definitely wanted to check then. There was an explosion and the girl rushed at Wu Fu. Even a splash of energy flew. Shui jumped up, her hair developing. She shouted that she would destroy Wu Fu. It was a giant hammer, and this hammer collapsed into the ring. Shui wielded the hammer perfectly. She smashed the arena into pieces, but she couldn't do anything to Wu Fu. The girl was puzzled. Despite her best efforts, Wu Fu was unharmed. Wu Fu applied his energy again. He squinted his eyes and directed the energy at the girl. Shui fell down and Wu Fu barely had time to pick her up and hold her down. Shui wanted to attack our hero with fists again, but he stopped her with one palm. At this time, a guy came up to them and said that Wu Fu should be ashamed. Wu Fu replied to use his fist to talk to him personally. Ching Ching grabbed her head and thought that Wu Fu knew absolutely nothing about the South China Martial Arts Academy. The guy with glasses told Wu Fu that he had pretty good abilities, but he was bragging too much. Wu Fu had definitely heard the name Martial Arts Academy in his past life, but he didn't think it was a school. Wu Fu smiled and said that if everything they said was true, he would visit them one day to learn from them. The guy with glasses thought Wu Fu was a complete idiot and said that they would visit Yunhai University in a couple of days. That's how the championship ended, and Yunhai University won. Wu Fu stood in the forest by the monk's lodge next to Master and Li Ju. Master handed him a vial of elixir and told him that this elixir could be used for an immediate breakthrough. But with South China Academy, he advised him to be careful. Wu Fu took the elixir vial, opened it, and 10 pills appeared. The master wondered, would he really swallow them all? Li Ju thought that these 10 pills would definitely help him overcome the Yuanshan kingdom, but before he could do so, he would be torn to pieces. Wu Fu clenched his hand into a fist. Crazy energy emanated from his fist. He started taking the pills after all. Wu Fu picked up the star sword, which was also glowing with energy. Master and Li Ju stood there and watched what was happening. Master told Li Ju to protect his uncle. Wu Fu stood in the middle of the clearing and the energy was raging around him. A red-colored liquid began to drip from the tip of the star sword. Our hero stood with his arms spread out. He was ready to make a breakthrough. And then a pillar of red-colored light appeared in the sky. It came from the mountains and went far into the sky. The old master realized that this was the Yuanshan kingdom. Li Jue gritted his teeth in annoyance and thought that if he didn't do anything now, he would lose the chance to get a magical soldier. The Shu family was standing nearby, and Ching Ching's grandfather told Wu Fu that he was so young but still had great promise. Wu Fu stood in the pink light, his sword held in front of him with the energy of his hands. Ching Ching's grandfather told her that he was going home to recover from his injury. Ching Ching, her father and grandfather turned and went, but Wu Fu asked Mr. Shu to stay. The elder of the Shu family returned, and Wu Fu gave him the elixir. Mr. Shu felt the energy raging around him, and he himself was permeated with a restorative aura. A man came running in shouting that the Shu family was protecting Wu Fu, but he still wounded the old master. But Ching Ching's father stopped the man and said that Wu Fu was healing his father. Strength was returning to Elder Shu. His wounds were healing. Suddenly blood spurted out of Elder Shu family's mouth. His son screamed, scared for him. Ching Ching was also scared for his grandfather. Li Ju told the master that Wu Fu's temper is unpredictable. Although there was a pool of blood near Mr. Shu's feet, a stream of energy flowed into his head, and he felt better and better. The old master told Li Jue that now is a great opportunity to observe from the outside. Mr. Shu thanked Wu Fu for healing him, but Wu Fu replied that if he hadn't, the damage could have been much more serious. This aura flow could be used not only to restore health, but also to improve cultivation. A bus was leaving the university as the students were going home. They were saying goodbye to the student council president Lu. There was only one talk everywhere, about Wu Fu, that he had won the entire tournament single-handedly. He was once called trash, but now the whole school is proud of him. Wu Fu also came to the university and said that he was able to have a great vacation, but Lu, who was holding his dog, said that he would have to visit the student council. Wu Fu wondered why. It turns out that the students had prepared a congratulatory message for Wu Fu to congratulate him on his victory. Zhou Tang also went over to congratulate Wu Fu. The latter asked him what he was doing here. Tang replied that while Wu Fu was at the tournament, Li Meng Yao sneaked into his room. She conspired with He Tiangan to defame his name, but Tang and his uncle revealed her plan early in the morning. Wu Fu clarified, "Was it He Tiangan who wanted to disgrace him? He is now a corpse. What luck that Tang didn't help them frame Wu Fu." Tang said he helped Wu Fu a little and locked Li in her room. Wu Fu patted Tan's shoulder and said he was far-sighted. He and Tan went to the dorm and Lu reminded him to remember to come to the student council. Wu Fu and Tan were walking down the dormitory hallway. Li was very frightened when she saw Wu Fu on the doorstep of the room. Li saw that Wu Fu was alive. Then what happened to He Tiangan? Wu Fu, when he heard about He Tiangan, laughed. He said that He Tiangan was dead. and the He family no longer existed. Lee's eyes rounded with fear, and she thought it was impossible. The girl took Wu Fu's hand and said that she shouldn't have done it, but He Tian-gan made her do it. 19. Lee said she realized her mistake and asked Wu Fu to let her go. The girl said that if he let her go, she would serve him all her life. That's not a bad thing, right? Wu Fu wondered if she really didn't want to. A strong stream of energy threw the girl aside. Lee fell to the floor. Wu Fu stood beside her, a blue aura around him. Lee sat on the floor, covered by a sheet. Wu Fu told her to take her things and go away. Tang and another guy stood under the door and eavesdropped. It suddenly became so quiet behind the door that they couldn't hear anything. Suddenly, a girl wrapped in sheets came out of the room. Tang asked Lee what happened there, but Lee didn't say anything. She thought that she would try to make Wu Fu's life a living hell. The guy who came along with Tan said it was better to give up and not mess with Wu Fu. Our hero was in his room hanging things in his closet when he heard stomping down the hall. It was a fat man. He smiled cheerfully and asked if Wu Fu had noticed anything new. The fat man was wearing a Superman suit with a red cape. Wu Fu was very surprised at this outfit. Wu Fu grabbed his head with his hands, but the fat man was enthusiastic and said that he had become much stronger. Wu Fu continued to hang things in the closet and said that the fat man, with his strength, couldn't even beat a dog. The fat man took offense and said that a husky is just a dog. The husky attacked the fat man and almost bit off his finger. There was shouting and clanking of teeth from behind the door, and the fat man shouted that he was admitting defeat. The dog sat on the fat man's back and held a piece of his t-shirt in his teeth, and the fat man shed bitter tears because he couldn't even beat the dog. Wu Fu looked at the dog carefully and thought about it. He took the husky in his arms and said that it was practically a breakthrough. The fat man told Wu Fu that an elder was looking for him. Wu Fu replied that if he wished to see him, he should find him himself. The case took place in the garden of Tianfu. Ching Ching was lying in the bath and talking to someone. Lu was also lying in the bath with Ching Ching. She said that her father wished to meet Wu Fu. Ching Ching guessed that Lu is the daughter of Lu's family from Yunhai, but Lu said her guess could be bolder. Ching Ching guessed that the girl's name was Liu. The girl put her finger to her lips and asked Ching Ching to keep quiet. "We can see the mountains. There is a cave entrance hidden among the green trees." Wu Fu's dog stands all enveloped in energy, and our hero holds it with his hands. A teacher is standing next to them. It looks like Wu Fu's dog is about to make a breakthrough. Luo Shi wondered, can dogs also raise their level? Wu Fu answered her that huskies fuel a strong flow of energy, and if he has a strong bloodline, he can awaken those abilities. The girl asked Wu Fu to have him train her. Wu Fu said that he could teach her the Xiu Shui ball technique. Our hero said she needs to do double cultivation and he doesn't have time. He needs to take care of the dog. The teacher said she can't wait. The girl was very upset that Wu Fu wouldn't teach her anything. As he was leaving, Wu Fu said that his hands were still free. The teacher was very angry with our hero. Wu Fu folded his hands and said that he could suppress the side effects of these attacks by using Mu's palm imprint. He smiled slyly and asked what she was thinking. The girl replied that it was the same thing he was thinking about. Luosi took the sword and started the first formation. Butterflies and flowers appeared around. With each formation, her strength increased and increased. Her energy increased. When the girl reached the 8th level, everything in the clearing where they were standing was raging with her energy. There was no way she could break through to the 9th level of technique after these 8. Wu Fu said that he would get into her mind and guide her personally. The girl's eyes widened and aura flowed from her. Suddenly, the silhouette of a beautiful girl in a white dress appeared, but Wu Fu told Luosi to keep practicing. The girl saw Wu Fu standing in front of her completely naked. Luo Shi stood with her eyes closed, butterflies fluttering around her. She had passed the 9th level. In the clearing, energy was bubbling. It spiraled and beamed from the sky. Luo Shi stood happy and thought that she had mastered her shushu techniques. The girl spread her arms and laughed. At this time, a coughing sound was heard beside her. Luo Shi had completely forgotten that Wu Fu was standing next to her. The girl got embarrassed and tilted her head, but Wu Fu told her not to worry about him. At that time, some kind of blue cocoon started spinning near them. Wu Fu and the teacher stood and watched the dog rotate in the cocoon and even take off a little. From the energy tearing it from the inside, the cocoon began to crack. The cocoon finally cracked, and a dog jumped out of it, only not like before, but 10 times bigger. Our hero stood and looked at his dog. It was incredible. The dog grew wings. The husky greeted Wu Fu with a joyful bark. Luo Si said that she was now greatly indebted to Wu Fu, but the latter replied that it was a small thing. Wu Fu said there was an opportunity to really thank him, and looked at her lush breasts. The girl covered herself with her hand and said there was no way she would give him her body. Wu Fu looked at her in bewilderment, but she said she was his teacher. The girl turned around and said she would leave first. Wu Fu and his dog were left standing in bewilderment. Our hero stood holding his dog in his arms, thinking that he wished she would find more opponents for him. Why should he be so rude? In the university courtyard, Tan was slapped by someone. Tang was sitting on the ground, and there were guys standing around him asking him, "Isn't he Wu Fu's enemy? Why is he now rubbing his trust in him?" Tang Zhou asked what was more important to them, life or revenge. The guy swung around to hit Tang and said that he definitely wanted to die. Tang prepared to repel the blow and put up a defense with his hands. Suddenly everyone felt a strong energy that came from an unknown place. Tang couldn't believe his eyes. His surprise was unbelievable. It was a dog with wings. The guys couldn't believe it. How was it possible for a dog to have wings? A man appeared nearby and asked the dog what he was doing here. It was Wu Fu. He was wondering what these people were doing here. One of the guys immediately attacked Wu Fu. That guy's foot felt like it was stuck in something. It was Wu Fu who put an energy blockage. Wu Fu asked the guy who he was. The guy wouldn't stop and kept trying to attack our hero. He said that Wu Fu had destroyed the He family and was going to destroy the Zhongyang sect. Wu Fu repelled this guy's blows as if he had 10 arms. Wu Fu asked the guy if he was one of the followers of Zhongyang. The guy replied that he was a follower and kept trying to attack Wu Fu. There was blood dripping from his hand. Wu Fu said that meant there was no need to look for a reason to kill him. Wu Fu pulled out his magic sword. Wu Fu attacked his opponent and the guy flipped in the air and fell down. He was lying on the ground with terror in his eyes. After struggling to get up, the guy could barely stand on his feet. Energy was bubbling around him. After gaining strength, he still tried to attack Wu Fu once more and used the 8-size strike. The guy managed to create an aura around him, and there were clots of energy in his hands. From such a force, Tang covered his ears with his hands and the force of energy threw the guy's back. The guy said that Wu Fu couldn't harm him with the sword aura, and to give up his sword, then he would let him live. Our hero put his star sword to his chest and ordered him not to move. Wu Fu told the guy to go and give a message to the Zhongyang sect, so they wouldn't send garbage to him. The guy couldn't understand how Wu Fu got behind him. Wu Fu said that he would always wait for them to come so that he could give them a good welcome. Tang sat on the ground and held his head. He thought that Wu Fu was no longer the cowardly boy he used to be. The dog confirmed this with his barking. Tang summoned the dog and thanked it for saving him at the last second. He gave it some goodies. Wu Fu came up behind him and told Tan that it was no wonder the dog had gotten fat lately because Tan was feeding it. Tang replied that because they had a disagreement before, he had gotten the dog comfortable with him a little earlier than Wu Fu. Tang warned Wu Fu that staff from the martial arts academy would be coming to visit the school in a few days. Wu Fu didn't need Tang to worry about him and called the dog to come with him. Fire gleamed in Wu Fu's eyes. He thought that the strongest enemy had not yet appeared. A man with short blonde hair was sitting in a chair. He had said that martial forces shouldn't interfere with mundane life, but Wu Fu had been provoking them for so long that it broke all the rules. He called Elder Han Bo and ordered him to bring Wu Fu's head. Far up in the mountains we see a small house where the Great Master lives. He is brewing his elixir again. The Great Master settled in the mountains to concentrate on purifying the pill. He remembered Wu Fu and thought that in the art of purification, Wu Fu had definitely surpassed him. Li Jue sharpened his blade and said to the master, who would dare to consider him second in the refining technique, could it be pure chance that Wu Fu was better? Wu Fu and his dog appeared on the doorstep of the lodge. He felt a dense aura and realized that the elder was practicing purification. The master was very happy to see Wu Fu, which couldn't be said about Li Ju. Wu Fu continued to hold the dog in his arms. When he got close to Li Ju, Wu Fu asked him, did he still not decide to give up? Wu Fu told the elder that the soul-mixing pill required the purification of 35,000 of the best spiritual threads on earth. When he managed to purify them, he would be able to create a divine formation. Li Jue stood, turning his back to the window. Master said that he shouldn't know about the soul-mixing pill, to which Wu Fu replied that he was not of this world. The elder was shocked. He didn't expect that Wu Fu had already surpassed the heavens. Wu Fu replied that he had already managed to see sentient beings from the height of the seventh heaven, and his goal was much higher. Li Jue was shocked at what he heard. Wu Fu was higher than the heavens. He thought that he should hurry up and get rid of Wu Fu. Li Ju warned the master that he would go to the mountains and would not return today. Wu Fu looked wistfully after him and told the master that he had overcome the Yuanshen kingdom and should not bother to persuade Li Ju not to give in to greed. The master replied that ever since Li Ju had tried to poison him, he had stopped worrying about him altogether. The master told Wu Fu that his skills were excellent and would he be able when the time came to. Wu Fu stood with his back to the master and continued to let Li Ju go when the time came. The master immediately changed his mind and told Wu Fu to forget everything. Perhaps this is the house that Li Ju needs. Our hero smiled and said that the master hadn't changed a bit. Tears glistened in his eyes. The master was still just as kind to his students. Wu Fu said goodbye to the master and walked out. Master tried to stop him, but Wu Fu walked out of the lodge. Wu Fu came to the forest and stopped in a clearing. He called Li Ju and said he could come out. He had enough of hiding. Li Ju came out from behind a tree and asked if Wu Fu was ready to part with his life, but Wu Fu said Li Ju was powerless after all. Li Ju told our hero to hold his tongue, and Wu Fu put his finger up and asked him what he was counting on. Li Ju said that these were foolish tricks. Sharp energy spears were falling from the sky at this time. There was a small explosion. The clots of energy flying from the sky exploded without causing any harm to Wu Fu. There was smoke from the explosion among the trees. Several tree trunks were broken, but Wu Fu was not impressed. Our hero said he was disappointed, and he expected more from Li Ju. Li Ju was furious, his face twisted in a grimace of anger. Wu Fu smiled and said that Li Ju's moves were over. Li Ju stood in the midst of the clear terrain ready for battle. Suddenly, Wu Fu was behind Li Ju's back and said it was his turn. They began to fight. Wu Fu with his magic sword, Li Ju with his blade. Li Ju thought Wu Fu's sword was very powerful. Wu Fu applied the star configuration of the sword. One could only marvel at Wu Fu's supreme technique. The star sword's strikes broke the trees like matchsticks. Li Ju could only dodge. Each of them had a star sword technique. Wu Fu began to attack, the energy from his sword filling the entire space. Li Jue was also perfectly wielding his sword. The energy also came from his sword. Li Ju's face was distorted with anger. He could not cope with Wu Fu, and he asked our hero, who is he and where did he learn this technique? The fight continued. Li Ju was a worthy opponent. Wu Fu, he was also excellent with the sword. There was a huge explosion, and a bright flash illuminated the entire space around. The old master stood outside his cottage. The master decided to leave the place as soon as the last pill was ready. He thought that Li Jue would realize his mistakes and stop, but he didn't think that he could go this far. Li Ju was wounded, with blood running down his arm. He was exhausted and put his hand on Wu Fu's shoulder. Li Ju asked our hero who he was, why he knew the same techniques as him. Wu Fu replied that in a previous life he could call him brother. In one hand movement, Wu Fu split Li Ju's sword, and it did not hold up and fell right beside Wu Fu's feet. Our hero stood in his dorm room and looked out the window. He wondered if the sword shards had reappeared. He saw a car drive up to the dormitory with Lu heading towards it. A man got out of the car and said hello to Lu. A girl wearing heeled shoes and a short skirt got out of the car and said that this was a very ordinary school, and the aura flows here were not as dense. Those who cultivate chi energy also look quite pathetic. The blonde girl with big breasts said that she heard that Miss Lu is the student council president. Lu replied to her that the person who trashed them last time was only a freshman. The girls stood across from each other with their breasts against each other and let sparks fly from their eyes. A guy with glasses stood behind them and said that they weren't here for a showdown. Yunhai University is the winner of the tournament, and they are here to give a quota to the university. Lu asked, "What else is the quota?" After all, they had already received a precious spiritual elixir as a prize. The man replied that it was an invitation to attend a course at the South China Martial Arts Academy. Just then, Ching Ching also appeared, and the people who heard this conversation said that the South China Academy was the best academy in Yunhai. Lu thought that studying in this academy meant that stronger opponents would appear, and Wu Fu would definitely not miss this opportunity. Before Lu could think about it, Wu Fu appeared nearby with his dog in his arms. It turns out he has a case here. The guy with glasses even coughed when he saw Wu Fu. He held out some paper to Wu Fu and said that he had come back for him. Our hero asked the guy what it was. It was an invitation from the South China Martial Arts Academy. Wu Fu held the invitation in his hands. A blonde girl came up to him and told him that he would get a much better education. The blonde showed her gorgeous breasts and said that the South China Academy was full of masters. Ching Ching was terribly angry. She realized that the girl was seducing Wu Fu. She thought, "What good are big boobs?" Lu modestly remained silent. Resentment shone in Ching Ching's eyes. She had small breasts, so she got upset and turned away. Wu Fu crumpled the invitation in his hands. The girl's eyes glittered unkindly. Our hero threw the crumpled invitation behind his back, turned around and walked. The representatives of the Martial Arts Academy were shocked by Wu Fu's behavior. How dare he ignore the influence of the South China Academy? Lu was pleased and thought that this was what she should do, this seductress. The guy in the blue shirt stopped Wu Fu by putting his hand on his shoulder. He said he'd better not start a fight here. Wu Fu asked what would happen if he did. The guy was getting really angry. Energy had already arisen under his feet. Wu Fu wasn't kidding either. He asked the guy if he wanted to die. Wu Fu grabbed the guy's hand and said, "Here is Yunhai University." Our hero advised the academy representatives to behave within the rules, or he would punish them all. The guy from the Martial Arts Academy was sitting near the wall. Someone from the academy representatives said that Wu Fu not only threatened the Zhongyang sect, but also harmed a student of South China Academy. Wu Fu looked at him and said that they were not strong enough to talk to him like that. The academy representative thought he would make Yunhai University pay for this disgrace. We see the mountains again, and a small cave in the mountains. Wu Fu stood at the entrance of the cave. Wu Fu and teacher Luo Si sat in the pool in the cave with their backs to each other. Wu Fu told Luo Si that she should not think of obscenities when practicing the Xiu Xiu technique. Otherwise her nose would start bleeding. Luo Si immediately got a nosebleed. At this time, a dog and a silhouette of a man appeared at the entrance of the cave. They seemed to be looking for Wu Fu. It was Lu together with Wu Fu's dog. Lu shouted and called out for the teacher, Luo Si, and Wu Fu. When she went deeper into the cave, she saw an interesting picture. Wu Fu and the teacher were naked. Wu Fu pulled up his pants, and Luo Si only covered herself with her dress. Lu blushed indignantly. She thought that the two were making love. Luo Si shouted that it wasn't like that and she was only imagining it. But Lu covered her face with her hands and said that she was not blind. Suddenly Lu saw a pear cultivation kit. That's when it occurred to her. Did she really have it all wrong? Our hero asked Lu why she came here. Lu replied that the people from the South China Academy were extremely hostile. She said that Wu Fu even turned all the teachers against himself. So the three of them stood like that, teacher Luo Si, Wu Fu, and Lu. Suddenly they felt a tremor in the cave. Luo Si asked what happened. Wu Fu said that his longtime friends had come. He should go out and greet them. At that time there was an elder standing near a small house in the mountains and some smoke or mist appeared. It was the brother monks who came to see the elder. The master bowed and greeted them. Two monks came, one young one with purple hair, who held a box in his hands, and the other older, with a beard and long hair. The master waited a long time for them. He asked if they had brought the medicine he had asked them for. The older one replied that of course they had. The monk replied that everything he had asked for was here and handed him the box. The master accepted the casket. The conditions in this world are excellent for purifying soul-mixing pills, but the components of these pills are very difficult to find. The older monk with the beard said that the method of purifying the soul-mixing pill has long been lost. If a master can create it, he will definitely lend his support. Suddenly an explosion of energy was heard not far away. One of the monks asked what it was. The master replied that it must be his acquaintance on earth. The younger monk said that it must be his uncle's young buddy. The monks thought, judging from the appearance of the person who came, that not all earthly people are trash. Wu Fu stood bent over, and the master asked him if he was hurt. Wu Fu was fine. The master introduced him to the monks and told him that this was his brother Bai Yuan. Our hero looked at Bai Yuan seriously. He knew him for sure. Wu Fu thought that master would have time to finish refining the soul-mingling pill in time, but he didn't think that Bai Yuan himself would visit here. The monk asked how Wu Fu knew him. The younger monk rushed to the defense of the older monk because Wu Fu lightning pulled out his blade and pointed it towards Bai Yuan. The younger monk thrust his sword and the sword struck the steel blade. The shards of the monk's sword flew in different directions. The younger monk was very surprised. He thought that he didn't appreciate this boy, and at this time Wu Fu attacked him and told him to get out. The young monk responded by attacking our hero. Wu Fu was so strong that the young monk flew off to the side. Our hero prepared to attack Bai Yuan. The old master cried out in horror, "What is Wu Fu doing? Make him stop immediately!" But Wu Fu used the Star Sword technique against Bai Yuan. This technique didn't work against the elder monk. The monk used the sphere technique, and Wu Fu couldn't get through to him. He realized that he had used the wrong technique, and with his cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to escape from Bai Yuan. At this time, a huge hand appeared above Wu Fu's head that could crush him like an ant. The master grabbed Bai Yuan's hand and ordered him to stop. After all, it was Wu Fu who had helped him find a way to refine the soul-mingling pill. Bai Yuan was surprised. After all, this method had long been lost. If everything he says is true, then he is willing to forget about today's incident. Our hero said that he could prove it. Wu Fu asked the master for a kiln. He was going to purify the pills by himself. The monks doubted whether Wu Fu could do it with his cultivation level, but alchemy doesn't require a high cultivation level. Wu Fu put the furnace on the table and started the pill refining process. The monks and master watched him carefully. A very strong aura hovered in the room where the purification was taking place. A stream of energy spread throughout the space. It was as if Wu Fu was floating in the air. Bai Yuan pondered as he watched our hero refine the pills. He is indeed capable of refining the elixir of immortality. Here, finally, the result was ready. Wu Fu invited the monks to look at the elixir. They each took one pill to test what they could do. The youngest of the monks was doubtful, but decided to try it too. When the master swallowed the pill, his mouth bled and he coughed. The youngest monk was frightened. He threw the pill shouting that it was poisoned, and only Bai Yuan thought they were fools. The younger monk shouted that Wu Fu was going to poison them, and that he would kill him. But suddenly the unbelievable began to happen. The strongest flow of energy began to emanate from the master. Bai Yuan thought it was a rebirth pill. Wu Fu told his master that his disciple had been poisoning him for years, so his cultivation could no longer progress. This pill cleansed his body of the accumulated poisons. Bai Yuan thought that Wu Fu was able to refine a high-quality pill, and it had an unusual effect. Wu Fu said that the purification didn't require a high level of cultivation, but an ordinary person wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Bai Yuan asked Wu Fu if there was any enmity between them. After all, this is the first time he is seeing him. Bai Yuan thought that he should be more careful with him. This kid won't be able to fool him just like that. Bai Yuan immediately changed tactics and started smiling and apologizing. Wu Fu realized that this was an old fox. He returned the furnace to his teacher and said that this elixir would help him break through. Let him be more careful of his surroundings. At this time, our hero received a message on the telephone. He read the message and his eyes widened with surprise. Terrible things were happening in the mansion of the Shu family. The mansion itself was destroyed. An elder of the Zhongyang sect came with his followers to destroy the Shu family. Ching Ching's grandfather, Ching Ching, came out to meet them. Father grabbed Ching Ching by the arm and dragged Ching Ching. He said to run away, but Ching Ching lashed out and screamed that she would not leave. The girl believed that Wu Fu would come and save them. Hanbo laughed that even if Wu Fu did come, he would only see their breathless bodies. He commanded his followers to kill the elder of the Shu family. But the elder from the Shu family was not so simple. He prepared to repel the attack. Here he generated the strongest energy that struck the attackers. Mr. Shu's eyes were throwing lightning bolts, and he shouted for them to get away from here. The Xue family elder prepared to jump. The attackers stayed back for now. The Zhongyang sect head laughed at Mr. Shu that he could hardly defend himself. Where else would he care about the others? Grandpa put out his hand and put up his strongest defense. He created an energy sphere and found himself inside the sphere and safety. But there was a tremendous explosion and the sphere split open. Ching Ching and her father immediately ran up to her grandfather. The Zhongyang sect elder continued to attack and sent the strongest energy at the Shu family. Wu Fu finally appeared. Ching Ching, crying, hugged him. He stroked her head, comforting her. Then there was an explosion so powerful that everything was blown to pieces. Hanbo told Wu Fu that if he dared to go against his sect, he would die. But suddenly he saw something incredible. It was the huge wings of some animal, but it was still impossible to see what kind of animal it was. Soon, everyone saw that it was a huge dog with wings standing up for Ching Ching and her family. The Zhongyang sect head and all the attackers were terrified of this creature. Suddenly Wu Fu appeared and stood in front of Hanbo. All the other members were already lying down, beaten. Elder Zhongyang's eyes flashed a flame of hatred. He told Wu Fu not to think he would leave here alive. The huge creature with wings turned out to be with Wu Fu's dog, only of incredible size. Wu Fu ordered it to take care of Shu's family. Han Bo still insisted that Wu Fu would die. He floated in the air and said that it didn't matter what our hero would do. Ching Ching's father advised Wu Fu not to mess with Elder Zhongyang. Han Bo said it was too late and began to attack. The mountain master, to whom Wu Fu had just prepared the pill, appeared and said that Wu Fu had disappeared so quickly that he thought something serious had happened. Elder Zhongyang recognized this monk as a great master of the Dao Dao level. Is he really on Wu Fu's side? Ching Ching's father and grandfather's eyes lit up with hope, for help had come in the form of Wu Fu. Suddenly, all three monks from the mountain appeared and asked the Zhongyang sect head not to leave so quickly. Ching Ching's father thought that Wu Fu had reinforcements. The three monks stood against Han Bo, but Bai Yuan said that he would not interfere but only observe. The old master turned to Bai Yuan and said that Wu Fu had done a great favor and should be helped, but he refused. The monks cannot interfere because they came from outside. Wu Fu thought he could handle it all by himself. He doesn't need any help. The head of the Zhongyang sect laughed at this and said that Wu Fu was playing with death. Wu Fu's eyes lit up with fire. It is still unknown who will part with his life today. Fu used his star sword technique again. Zhongyan in turn also built all of his swords. Dozens of swords rushed towards our hero. The swords swirled in the sky, making different figures, and below stood Han Bo and like a conductor waved his hands, controlling the swords. There were no longer dozens of swords, but hundreds, perhaps thousands. They were everywhere, and it seemed that Wu Fu had no chance of escape. Ching Ching was worried about Wu Fu, as the swords were carried in the air like a whirlwind. Our hero couldn't collect all those swords, but he could try to destroy this formation. Suddenly the swords stopped obeying Han Bo's command and began to fall haphazardly to the ground. It was a collapse. Zhongyang's most important weapon was broken. Suddenly, an incredible young man in some unimaginable space clothes appeared. A rainbow of energy sparkled around him. Su's family looked at the unknown guy with rapt attention. They recognized him as Wu Fu. Their surprise was unbounded. The young monk and Bai Yuan became wary of him. Wu Fu stood in his robes, energy shining around him. He was like a god descended from heaven. The Zhongyang sect elder stood there, his face contorted with anger. The Zhongyang sect head decided that he had to run away from here. But then Wu Fu appeared. He was holding his star sword. This was the end of Han Bo. The stream of energy coming from the sword pierced Elder Zhongyan's body through and through. Blood spurted from his body. His entire face splattered with blood. The monks stood and watched Han Bo and Wu Fu battle. A younger monk asked in surprise, "What did this kid do?" Bai Yuan thought that he couldn't even see his movements. Han Bo was injured. Blood was gushing from his arm. Wu Fu told him that he would make him pay for what he had done to the Shu family. Rays of energy pervaded the entire space. Wu Fu was nowhere to be seen. Only Elder Zhongyang was visible. Suddenly, a sudden jolt of energy struck Han Bo. He didn't think that Wu Fu was smarter than him. Han Bo generated a sphere of energy and took cover in it. From the attack, Elder Zhongyang's sphere split and could now do no harm. Han Bo tried to create another aura. Wu Fu's sudden attack caught him by surprise. Han Bo was surprised. How could Wu Fu break through his defense barrier so easily? Wu Fu attacked, and Elder Zhongyang's defense shattered into pieces. His orb was no longer helping him. And now the tip of the star sword was already at Elder Zhongyang's chest. Our hero was preparing to deliver the final blow with his sword. Terror froze in Han Bo's eyes. The Zhongyang sect head was lying, defeated on the ground, and the sword point was a centimeter away from his face. There was a terrifying explosion, a flash. Stones flew into the air. The survivors of the Zhongyang sect followers were thrown aside. The three monks stood looking at the crater that had formed at the site of the explosion. They were surprised by Wu Fu's power. His level they determined to be no lower than that of a master. They peered into the funnel, looking for Wu Fu himself, but suddenly he appeared from the sky, all shrouded in a golden aura. He appeared in his new golden robe with a sword in his hand, beautiful like a god. There were many golden clasps and other things on his clothes. Suddenly these golden clothes began to fall to pieces. His long hair disappeared somewhere, and Wu Fu reappeared in front of us in his usual clothes. Everyone was shocked at this transformation. Ching Ching rushed towards him as if on wings. The girl threw herself on his neck and hugged him so tightly that they almost fell down. Tears flowed from Ching Ching's eyes. She was very worried about him, but Wu Fu was fine. Ching Ching hugged him tightly and couldn't let go. Suddenly, Wu Fu lost consciousness. The monks went over to him and wanted to see what was wrong with him. The master pushed everyone away and said he would look at him himself. Wu Fu was lying on the ground, his head in Ching Ching's lap. The master was feeling his pulse. Ching Ching was worried that our hero was injured. The master said that Han Bo specializes in counterattacks after all, and Wu Fu got a lot of trouble from him. Our hero was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. He had released too much energy, and it had not gone to waste. Bai Yuan decided to leave while the master leaned over Wu Fu. The younger monk wanted to wait for the master. Bai Yuan decided that the master wanted to say goodbye to Wu Fu. Suddenly, two pillars of energy appeared in the sky, one yellow and the other purple. The master looked at the two energy streaks. It was the two monks, Bai Yuan and the monk with purple hair, who were flying away. Bai Yuan thought that this boy was a capable cultivator, but he turned out to be a reckless child. The monk thought that Wu Fu would spend the rest of his life lying in bed. Shu's family went to the master to ask him to save Wu Fu, but he told them not to worry, he was fine. The elder stroked his beard with his hand and suggested that Wu Fu had made a breakthrough. The master said that at first he thought Wu Fu was dead, but now he realizes that there is another way to make a breakthrough. The master thought that Wu Fu held a great many secrets. Everything he could do, he had already done. At this time, the last members of the Zhongyang sect were present at the residence of the Zhongyang sect. Two men led, holding under their arms a girl with red hair. The man sitting on the high chair ordered the girl who was placed on the floor to raise her head. The sect head said that he wouldn't have lent her the power of 100 demons, but she asked him to help her take revenge on Wu Fu. He hoped the girl would not let him down. The girl raised her head. It was indeed Li Mengyao, only all battered and tormented. Our hero was still lying there with his eyes closed when his dog appeared and barked. Wu Fu opened his eyes and saw his dog sitting on top of him. She was already of her usual size. Wu Fu smelled food and realized that he was very hungry. Ching Ching and Lu stood in the kitchen and tried to cook the chicken, but the chicken was slightly burnt. Lu tried the chicken, but it was too unpalatable. The girl grabbed her head with her hands. Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared on the threshold of the kitchen and asked the girls what they were cooking. The girls were very surprised at his appearance. Ching Ching draped the chicken with her so that Wu Fu wouldn't see how burnt it was and said he could eat. Wu Fu noticed behind Ching Ching's back the chicken was burnt, and a fly had landed on it. The fly ate some of the chicken and dropped dead. Wu Fu noticed this and decided not to take any chances. He left the kitchen saying that he was not hungry and could wait. Lu told Ching Ching that the chicken was poisonous because even the fly died. The head of the Shu family gathered his whole family and said that if Wu Fu needed anything, he could always apply. But Mr. Shu didn't understand why Wu Fu needed so many people. Wu Fu needed the people in order to destroy the Zhongyang sect. Mr. Shu even laughed at the mention of the Zhongyang sect. He clarified to Wu Fu if he was really going to destroy their sect. Wu Fu said that although the sect was small, it was not a small thing at all. The members of the Shu family said that Zhongyang school is the main school, and acting like this is like wishing yourself dead. The head of the family apologized to Wu Fu that his subordinates behaved like that. Wu Fu ordered them to start practicing. Ching Ching's father picked up the book Wu Fu had given him. A soft blue light spilled from it. The book described the highest martial arts. Ching Ching's father showed the book to the elder of the family. Wu Fu stood leaning on the railing on the balcony. The head of the Shu family thought that this guy had a lot of secrets. He said that they would follow our hero and were willing to give their lives. Wu Fu told the crowd that there was a way out. First, they will practice what he says, and they must make sure that people from the Zhongyang sect don't come here. Mr. Shu agreed with Wu Fu and bowed to him. We see the dormitory corridor where the fat man and Wu Fu are walking. Our hero wants to go to Wutong and said that the fat man would not go with him. But the fat man said that Wu Fu would be bored without support. The fat man thought it would be fun and wanted to join in the fun. Suddenly, Wu Fu and the fat man saw something strange in the corridor. A girl with red loose hair, wrapped in a black cloak, was walking down the corridor. Wu Fu recognized the girl. It was Li. She had come to take revenge. There were some people behind the girl. The fat man got scared and asked who it was. The fat man also recognized the girl. It was Li Mengyao. The fat man decided that he could handle this girl and wanted to teach her a lesson. Wu Fu pushed him aside with his hand. The fat man wouldn't be able to handle Li, even though he already thought he was a strong man. Fatty couldn't even handle a dog, and Li was already at the Yuan Sheng level. Wu Fu told the fat man to take a closer look at who came with her. The fat man thought it was some bunch of scumbags. There were horrible ghosts behind Li's back. The fat man saw that they were ghosts and grabbed onto Wu Fu out of fear. Li said she would haunt Wu Fu forever and watch him die painfully right in front of her eyes. The fat man cried out in fear and hid on Wu Fu's chest. Our hero stood still and waited for the ghosts, while the fat man hid behind his back. Wu Fu thought that Li was forced to use a forbidden technique with the ghosts, but none of this would work against him. At that time, Tan looked out of the room and became indignant that he dared to be woken up. When he saw the corridor full of ghosts, he was frightened. Some of the ghosts turned and walked towards Tan. Out of fear, Tan fainted. 2 guys came out and lifted him up. The ghosts filled the whole corridor. They made horrible sounds and odor. Li wanted to entangle Wu Fu's mind until he died, but Wu Fu said she would do it until she herself died. Wu Fu used his power and the ghost disappeared in a second. Li also disappeared, but her voice said that she only came to say hello today, so Wu Fu didn't think he had a cloudless future ahead of him. Fatty couldn't believe she was gone, but Wu Fu confirmed that there was no one else in the hallway. Tang was lying on the floor and could not recover from what he had seen. He recovered a little and sat on the floor outside his room. Fu and the fat man came up to Tan and asked him what he was doing here. Tan pointed to the broken door to Wu Fu's room. Tan said he had come to replace the door with a steel door. Fatty laughed and said to agree and get something from Tang. Wu Fu agreed, but he didn't want to stay in debt, so he handed Tan a book describing the technique. Tan fell on his knees before our hero and began to thank him, calling him a master. Wu Fu replied that he was going to leave Yunhai for a while, and these exercises should be done while he returned. There was a car in front of the dormitory. Wu Fu inquired what were they all doing there. Tang, Ching, Lu, the fat man, and Luo Si were sitting in the car. They were worried that Wu Fu would be in danger and went to protect him. The South China Martial Arts Academy is in Wutong City, and they are traveling to negotiate. Luo Si said that her family lives in Wutong. The car pulled into Wutong, and Luo Si invited everyone to have a bite to eat. The car stopped outside a beautiful hotel. The guys standing outside the hotel noticed which pretty girls got out of the car. The fat man went to resolve the formalities of the hotel reservation. Luo Si said she would go home first. Fatty took the room key and everyone was allowed to go up to the room. Ching immediately jumped on the bed. Lu received an invitation from the South China Martial Arts Academy on her phone, and she suggested that she meet with them tomorrow. Wu Fu had no intention of going to the academy. Then why did they even come to Wutong in the first place? Wu Fu must find something that belongs to him. Lu said that the influence of the academy is huge. Wu Fu decided that they should come without him. Fatty liked that answer, and he commanded that it was time to go. Ching, Wu Fu, and the fat man walked up to a beautiful mansion behind a high fence. This was where they were going, but the fatty was worried that he would have to climb over the wall. Wu Fu said they would have the door opened for them. An old man looked out of the door and our hero explained to him that he had come to discuss the deal. The door was almost closed in front of Wu Fu's nose, but he managed to say that the Ho family's technique had been lost. Ching thought that Wu Fu was talking nonsense. The value that Wu Fu was offering was the complete Ho family's battle technique, which the ancestor of this family took with him to the grave. Ching and the fat man couldn't understand what Wu Fu was talking about, but the old man understood immediately. Not many people know about this technique, so how could this young man know about it? Wu Fu hesitated. Would the elders be interested in this deal? The old man invited Wu Fu and his companions to follow him. The old man warned him that everything must remain between them. Wu Fu made him a promise. When the fat man heard that everything must be kept secret, he even blushed. The old man said that he didn't know who they were, but they seemed to have come for the fragment. He held a sword fragment in his hand which shone with a red light. Wu Fu and his friends stood, and the old man sat at the table and held the sword fragment. At this time, the star sword appeared, and the old man recognized it at once. Wu Fu said that the fragment of that sword belonged to him. Wu Fu and his friends and the Ho family elder stood at the Ho family's training base. Wu Fu was showing the Ho family's fighting technique. Energy began to concentrate in his hand. The energy turned into a huge red beast that looked like a tiger. There was an explosion, and the energy filled the entire space. The explosion of energy knocked out a part of the fence. The concentration of energy was so strong. The old man was surprised. This was the Ho family's battle technique. Wu Fu said that he had forgotten this technique a bit because it had been a long time. Wu Fu spoke as if he knew it a long time ago and Ching had told him about it. At this time, A girl with long white hair walked into the courtyard and asked her grandfather how he was able to bring back the family's battle equipment. When she saw Wu Fu and his friends, she asked what were they doing in her house. Grandpa was surprised that they knew each other, but his granddaughter said that they were not just acquaintances, but they even had serious disagreements. Wu Fu said he came for a bargain, but the girl convinced her grandfather not to believe him. The fat man laughed, for the girl didn't understand what was going on. The old man said that this was no place for such talk and invited everyone to go inside. The girl asked the old man if this was the one he had been looking for so long. "Does this young man possess their family's battle technique?" The old man confirmed it. At that time, a group of young men entered the courtyard, and one of them said he was Jinkin. Seeing Wu Fu and his friends, Jinkin asked who they were. The grandfather and his granddaughter didn't seem to be happy to see him. The grandfather asked why he had come. Jinkin asked, "Wasn't the battle equipment lost for many years? And why is he handing it over to a newcomer?" Grandfather became indignant and asked, "Who does he think he is? If he let him marry Shuang-er, his granddaughter, he would have no peace in the next world." Jinkin wanted at least to be betrothed to Ho Shuang. Jinkin ordered his men to take Wu Fu and his friends. Ching was outraged, but Wu Fu said it had nothing to do with them and offered to leave. Wu Fu and his friends stood silent and looked at Jinkin. Jinkin was angry that his appearance did not concern them in any way and said that he was not letting them go. Jinkin grabbed Wu Fu's shoulder and asked if the old man had been looking for him all this time. Suddenly, Jinkin flew aside and fell down with a clatter. The old man, his granddaughter, and everyone present were stunned. Wu Fu warned Jinkin that if he poked his finger at him again, he would die. Jinkin yelled for this guy not to be missed, but to be killed. He yelled to follow his orders. One of his comrades looked up and said over Jinkin. Jinkin raised his head and looked up. There was a star sword hovering above him, surrounded by energy. Wu Fu said that Jinkin was lucky today. He wasn't going to kill anyone today. Ho Shuang thought that Wu Fu was a great man. Jinkin was angry and asked who was that guy. The girl said it was her grandfather's newcomer, but Jinkang didn't believe it. Ho Shuang turned to her grandfather to confirm what she said. Jinkin, along with his company, turned and they left. He was very angry at Wu Fu's appearance and decided that he would kill him. Ho Shuang was very frightened, and she asked her grandfather what they should do now. Ho Shuang suggested that Grandpa ask Wu Fu for help. At that time, the fat man sneezed vigorously, and Wu Fu thought someone had said his name. The fat man was embarrassed that he sneezed so loudly. Wu Fu and his friends walked out of the gate of the house, and Ho Shuang watched them. Wu Fu and his friends decided to go back to the bar and turn down an alley. Ho Shuang kept watching them from around the corner. Suddenly, she found herself at a dead end and couldn't figure out where everyone had gone. Suddenly, someone gently touched her shoulder with a finger. The girl was glad when she saw Wu Fu. He asked if she was looking for them. Ching called the girl a fox and asked why she was following them. She replied that she was worried that Jinkin would attack them. Hu Shuang said she was here to protect them. When Ching saw the girl's big breasts, she was terribly upset. Then Ching got terribly angry and grabbed a needle to pierce Ho Shuang's silicone breast. The girl covered her breasts with her hands, but Ching kept questioning her as to why she was following them. The girl blushed and replied that she was here to ask for their help. But instead of asking what happened, Wu Fu and his friends turned around and left. Ho Shuang stood slumped and very upset and said that the Jin family had great power and now their family had messed with them. Hearing her words, our hero stopped. Wu Fu turned around and told the girl that he agreed. Ho Shuang didn't understand what Wu Fu agreed with. She thought of her own. Ho Xian thought that Wu Fu agreed to take her as his wife and began to shout that she would not marry him. Wu Fu said he agreed to help get even with Jin's family. The girl had thought of everything, and Wu Fu just needed to find strong opponents. Ho Shuang stood there a little confused. It had turned out to be so simple. The friends were once again outside the hotel they were staying at. When they entered the hotel, Lu came up to them and said that Wu Fu was just in time. The hotel was full of people. Lu said that people from the South China Martial Arts Academy had come, and they were at home here. So we need to be careful with him. The guys from the Martial Arts Academy thought Wu Fu was a redneck from an unknown university and were going to beat him to a pulp. Wu Fu was always happy to fight and gladly agreed. Wu Fu's calmness didn't please the Academy guys, and the fight started right in the hotel lobby. Altogether, the guys pounced on Wu Fu, and one of them even wanted to call an ambulance for him. A pile of people formed in the center of the lobby, and there was someone standing on the second floor watching the fight. 11. It was Li Meng Yao, and she thought there weren't enough people to fight Wu Fu. About a dozen guys surrounded Wu Fu and tried to at least knock him down. Wu Fu used his strength without even taking his hands out of his pockets, and the guys scattered apart. One guy from the martial arts academy, who wanted to call an ambulance on the phone, approached Wu Fu. The dog barked happily in the fat man's arms. Suddenly Jin Kang appeared and asked, "Where did the stray dog come from?" He threw it with such force that the dog broke through the glass in the window. Wu Fu really didn't like the way his dog was being treated. Jinkin came to the showdown with our hero. Li, remaining on the second floor unnoticed, was glad that Jin's family had found Wu Fu. The girls took the dog in their arms. The dog barked with exasperation. Jinkin suggested Ching Ching, and Lu begged him on his knees for mercy. Lu said she was worried about Jinkin because he had done so much to make Wu Fu angry. Jinkin stood smiling, flashing a gold chain around his neck. Suddenly, our hero attacked Jinkin and his friends. A bodyguard from Jinkin's team asked permission to deal with Wu Fu himself. A huge sphere of energy formed between them. Jinkin began taunting Wu Fu and saying that he had negligible strength and how dare he get in his way. No sooner had he finished speaking than the unbelievable happened. The energy consumed the entire space. Hundreds of swords flew towards Jinkin and his men. Jinkin fell to the ground and pleaded for Wu Fu to stop, but Wu Fu held out his sword and said that no one dared to hurt his dog. Fire burned in Wu Fu's eyes, and seeing that fire, Jinkin said he was leaving now. Two of his men took Jinkin under their arms and they quickly went out. Li, who was standing on the second floor, thought they were a bunch of idiots. Li pulled out a glowing green baggie and tossed it toward the departing Jinkin. The green blob of energy hit him in the head and he collapsed just on the doorstep of the hotel. 4 cars stopped outside the hotel where Wu Fu and his friends were staying. Li got excited and decided that Wu Fu would definitely die this time. Lu said that Jin's family had arrived. 4 men came in and the main one asked Wu Fu was he the one who killed Jin Kang. Wu Fu replied that he was not worthy of it. The boys surrounded Wu Fu, who was holding a dog in his arms, and told him not to think he could get away so easily. Our hero asked the man if they wanted trouble on their heads. The guy decided to attack Wu Fu, but the man stood still without reacting. A violent column of energy went from the ceiling to the floor, and an explosion erupted. Wu Fu calmly headed for the exit. One of the men made a claim that Jin Kang was the sole heir of the family and Wu Fu dared to kill him. The hotel staff gathered around, and a furious member of the Jinkin family said that they would all be buried with Wu Fu. Everyone rushed to run for the exit, but they were reached by the beams and struck directly with fire in the back. Suddenly, some lady with a gun appeared and said that they would not be able to sneak out so easily today. Wu Fu orders got fed up with everything and walked toward the man with great speed. Wu Fu's face turned black. His eye turned into a glowing spot. He poked his finger into the man's forehead and said that he had not killed anyone. The man continued to be indignant. How dare Wu Fu not admit that he killed Jinkin? And at this time energy appeared at the end of Wu Fu's finger. Wu Fu pierced the man's forehead with a beam as if it were a laser. A hole appeared in the man's head, and he fell down dead. The old lady and all the members of the Jin family were simply shocked. If that guy had known that Wu Fu was so fiery, he wouldn't have messed with him until he died. Li stood on the second-floor balcony like that and watched what was happening. Then an old lady came to Wu Fu and said that she didn't care who he was, but no one in all Wutong would dare to help him. Wu Fu looked at the lady carefully. Under her shoes, the floor was breaking through. The full lady grabbed an axe and lunged at Wu Fu. The full lady's energy made butterflies flutter. This aura did not cling to our hero in any way. He calmly walked towards the exit. The people present could not understand what was going on. Luo Si came forward and said that the Jin family couldn't control all of Wutong. Luo Si was sitting in a bathrobe with her hair loose. The Jin family realized that the 6 gods of the Luo family had arrived. I wonder which god they are dealing with. Luo Si rushed over to Wu Fu. He reassured her that no one could harm him. The elderly lady chuckled on the sidelines. The full lady said that Wu Fu had killed her brother and should now prepare to meet his death. Luo Si was very surprised to see this lady here. Wu Fu reiterated once again that he didn't kill Jin Kang, but since the lady dared to act. A fire lit up in Wu Fu's eyes and he said he would kill her. Ching Ching pressed her hands to her lips and thought it was cool. The lady called Wu Fu a lousy brat, which made him very angry. Suddenly she saw the aura of our hero's sword. The sword aura filled the entire space, but the lady decided to fight because Wu Fu was only at the Yuan Shen level. Wu Fu was much stronger than she expected and used the star sword technique. A flame swirled in his hand. It was getting bigger and bigger. The aura of the sword filled the entire space with it. The lady looked at it with horror. Seeing such a technique, the Jinkin family members somehow changed their minds about killing him. But the lady encouraged them. All this time, Li Mengyao stood on the second-floor balcony and watched. Suddenly, Wu Fu approached her from behind. He had noticed her some time ago. Wu Fu attacked Li and threw her off the second floor. Li was lying on the floor with Wu Fu's foot on her head. The old lady realized that Wu Fu was being accused because of this girl. He didn't explain anything and told them to leave. The Jinkang family members tried to pull him back and remind him who he was talking to. Luo Shi invited Wu Fu to visit her house. Ching also asked to go with them. A member of the Jin family asked the lady what they should do now. She ordered to go and find out who he really was. The lady had to notify her men of her brother's death, or else they would be the ones killed. Li Mengyao, who was still lying on the floor, suddenly began to laugh. She was asked why she was laughing. Li replied that she knew the guy. "We see a beautiful mansion. It is the residence of the Luo Shi family." Luo Xi's grandmother came out to meet Wu Fu and his friends and announced that Wu Fu is a special person. Grandma also remarked that Wu Fu was handsome and Luo Xi was very shy. Ching got very angry seeing Grandma and Luo Xi discussing Wu Fu. Wu Fu didn't even notice the girls competing over him. He didn't care. Grandma suggested that the guests rest. The grandmother told her granddaughter to go with the guests, and she called Wu Fu with her. She had something to talk to him about. She invited Wu Fu into the room and told him that she knew about the disagreement with Jin's family. She was grateful for Wu Fu's help to improve the Shu sword technique. Grandmother said that their family is no match for the Jin family. They are much weaker. She asked Wu Fu to leave. He realized that she didn't want to be dragged into the showdown. Grandma saw Wu Fu grinning and asked why. He replied that he was amused by her ignorance of Jin's family. Grandma said that the Jin family is very influential and Jin Kong is its first heir and Wu Fu messed with the wrong person. Wu Fu clarified to Grandma that he didn't kill Jinkin. At this time, the lady of the Jinkin family was interrogating Li. Li was talking some nonsense about Wu Fu. The lady asked the young man with glasses if it was true and he confirmed her words. The lady ordered to take 10 guards and go to Luo Shi's mansion to find Wu Fu and have him pay with his blood. A servant came to Luo Shi's grandmother and said that the Jin family had sent 10 guards to their residence. They had already reached the mountainside. Grandmother advised Wu Fu to be very careful because the Jin family is very powerful. But Wu Fu said that if they come here, let them not even dream of coming back in one piece. The representatives of the Jin family, led by Jin Jun, came to the gate of the residence of the Luo Shi family. All of the Jin family guards at the virtual energy sphere level, and there were 10 of them. Jin Jun told her to bring Ho Shuang's grandfather and granddaughter. When they were brought in, the lady asked Luo Xi if they knew each other. Ching recognized Ho Shuang, and Luo Xi asked her if they knew each other. Ching replied that they had been to their place not too long ago. Wu Fu asked Jin Jun what they wanted. She ordered to kill him to pay for her brother's life. The guards pounced on Wu Fu. One of them had a stick in his hand. Wu Fu looked at them seriously and said that if they wanted to kill him, let them not even think they could get out of here alive. Ching wanted to help Wu Fu, but Luo Shi's grandmother shouted for her to stop. Grandma thought, "This guy can handle it by himself. He doesn't need any help." There was an explosion, and a pillar of energy rushed into the sky. From the explosion, the guards' auras flew apart. 3 monks appeared. Jin Jun thought the boy had called for help. The master told Wu Fu that if it wasn't for Bai Yuan, he would hardly still be alive, and handed him a box. Wu Fu thanked the monks for their help in finding this box. Bai Yuan wanted to see with his own eyes how this brash Yuan Sheng-level boy would slaughter his opponents. Wu Fu decided to test his sword on the Jin family. Jin Jun ordered Wu Fu to be captured, and the guards rushed at him. Our hero stood calmly and held his sword in his hands. The guards jumped on Wu Fu trying to attack him, but they could do nothing. Wu Fu stood calmly without moving. His sword protected him. Our hero jumped so high that the guards lost sight of him. Wu Fu thrust his sword upward, summoning dozens of swords. And so dozens of daggers began to fall from the sky onto the guards. Everyone froze, looking at the daggers flying from the sky. Jin Jun and the monks watched this. Wu Fu landed between 2 corpses. They were the dead guards lying there. Wu Fu held his sword and said that now it was his turn. The rest of the fighters pounced on Wu Fu. They thought he was at the level of a Yuanxin and still wanted to overpower the 10 men. They could hardly approach. Wu Fu's aura kept them away. Ching kept trying to help, but Wu Fu said that they were no match for him. Luo Shi said that they were all immortal practitioners, and it would be impossible to defeat them alone, but Wu Fu offered to watch carefully what was about to happen. The monk stood aside and watched the fight too. The master asked Bai Yuan what he thought, and he replied that this sword was a magical weapon and there were no others like it on this planet. At this time, the fighters who were expecting nothing didn't even see that a huge sword was flying at them from above. The guards began to fall from the blows of dozens of swords. Jin Jun shouted for Wu Fu to be stopped and killed, but there was a huge explosion. Wu Fu rose into the air again. The remaining Jin family members said that if it wasn't for the sword in Wu Fu's hands, he might have died 100 times already. Out of the 10 attackers, only 3 people were left alive. Wu Fu said if they were not afraid of death, let them then go and fight him. Bai Yuan said that Wu Fu is very arrogant and his opponents are very strong, but the master replied that if he behaves like that, then there is no risk. The 3 attackers shouted that without his magic sword, Wu Fu was just trash. Then Wu Fu gathered all his aura into a fist. He punched the attacker in the chest with his fist, a hole appeared in his back, and a stream of blood gushed out. The remaining guards couldn't believe that their comrade had died from a single blow. Then one of them employed the tactic of divine sword formation. Wu Fu only raised an eyebrow in surprise. He began to work his sword with such speed that all the opponents were killed or injured, only Jin Jun remained. Wu Fu walked up to Jin Jun and to Li, who was lying on the ground, and asked who killed Jinkin. Li admitted that she was the one who killed him. Jin Jun was shocked and horrified. Wu Fu thought it was over, but Li didn't think so. She used the power of 100 demon deities, but a giant red hand appeared in front of her. Jin Jun thought she had contacted a monster. Wu Fu reached out and neutralized all the demons. Now Li will pay for making our hero angry. Li crawled on her knees and begged Wu Fu for mercy. She cried and screamed that she didn't want to die, and then Wu Fu yelled at her to get out. Ching Ching and Luo Shi stood by and watched what was happening. Li thought she still had a chance to escape. Suddenly a big threat loomed over Ching Ching. Luo Shi and everyone else rushed towards her screaming, but she had already been swallowed up by the demon energy, and the dog along with her. Ching Ching became listless as if hypnotized, and Li asked Wu Fu if he would now let her leave with Ching Ching. He replied that she would not wait for that. This answer infuriated Liu. Ching Ching was under the influence of a demon. The dog was not affected and continued barking. Li didn't expect that Wu Fu's dog could transform. Li used the demon spirits to lift Ching Ching into the air. The girl was unconscious and should have crashed to the ground, but Wu Fu flew up at breakneck speed and caught her in his arms. He gently placed her on the ground and the dog started licking her. Ching Ching slowly came to her senses. Wu Fu's eyes flashed with fierce fire, and he said that Li could no longer escape. He drew his star magic sword and pierced Li's chest. Blood spurted out of her in a fountain. Grandmother and the maids ran after her. Li tried her best to crawl away. The maids surrounded Jin Jun and Li from all sides. She was frantically thinking what to do. The youngest of the monks thought that Jin's family had always been feuding, and they might go back to Wu Fu to take revenge. At the same time, he said for everyone to leave hatred in the past. The monk said that Wu Fu is his master's friend, and if the Jin family tries to harm him in the future, they will definitely give him their support. Li, with a distorted face, thought that she hadn't lost yet and suggested that Jin Jun unite. The lady agreed and said that they would sort out their differences when they killed Wu Fu. Ching Ching shouted to Wu Fu to be careful. At this time, there were 2 explosions and 2 flashes of energy. Wu Fu thought they were playing with fire. A black demonic energy appeared in the air and was launched by Li. Wu Fu stood and looked at it. Li was launching the demon energy and said it wasn't easy to kill her, but Wu Fu got tired of it and told her to go to hell. There was an explosion and a huge flash of energy where Li was standing. Li disappeared, and at the sight of the explosion the ground split and a crack appeared. Then Jin Jun entered the battle, but Wu Fu repelled her blow with his sword. The crack formed at the place where the earth split was getting bigger and bigger, and this lady stood just above the crack. Li was still alive and thought it was impossible that Jin Jun was already dead. Wu Fu split Jin Jun's head exactly in half. The master realized that it was time for Wu Tong to change. The master thought that even he didn't know as much about sword techniques as Wu Fu. He ordered to protect Wu Fu if Jin's family came rushing in. Li was left lying on the ground. She asked Wu Fu why he didn't kill her. Li thought he couldn't kill her. She crawled up to him and said that ever since he left her, she kept thinking about him. Wu Fu laughed. Li angrily asked why he was laughing. He replied that he didn't kill her just because he didn't want to smear his sword with her blood. Li began to curse Wu Fu while the monk stood and watched. The master told the monk that he shouldn't trust his intuition now because there are plenty of enemies around who need Wu Fu. The monk thought that he should get rid of Wu Fu sooner, because the master had never been interested in earthly problems, and now he knew something. The new head of the Zhongyang sect saw that Li Mengyao was dead. At this time, a girl entered the room and said that Li Mengyao was only a pawn and the master should teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Ching Ching was taking a shower at the hotel. A dog came into the shower room and began to inspect Ching Ching washing herself. Ching Ching threw the dog out and said that his master was as much a lover of girls as his dog. Wu Fu went into the shower room and picked up the dog. Ching Ching covered her eyes with her hand and told him to get out. Wu Fu didn't understand what she was covering her eyes for. Walking out, he told her to cover herself better. The girl was furious. The next day, Lu Ching Ching and Wu Fu stood at the gate of the South China Martial Arts Academy. Ching Ching was very worried that her breasts were not as big as Lu's. The guy standing at the gate told Wu Fu that he had come for a showdown. Wu Fu was surprised, and the guy showed him what was going on. At that time, the guy with the bat was harassing the young man with glasses. Wu Fu and Ching Ching stood and ate watermelon, and Lu, seeing the guy with glasses being bullied, asked if he should help him. The guy with the bat was chasing the guy with glasses. He said the guy was the first one he was going to whack today. Lu couldn't understand why Wu Fu and Ching Ching were watching so calmly. The guy with glasses knocked the guy with the bat to the ground with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. The guy corrected his glasses and asked why he was looking for him. Wu Fu, seeing this situation, thought he had arrived at the right place. They began to cling to our hero to get him to turn around. They wanted to see who he was. They wanted to make Wu Fu kneel down and sing. Wu Fu nodded at the guy with glasses and asked who he was. When the two boys heard Wu Fu's name, they laughed at him, but the guy with glasses was sweating and dumbfounded. The boy with the glasses came up with a reason and wanted to sneak out. Wu Fu asked the dog if he was hungry. These guys must have a lot of spirit stones in their pockets. The guy came to a rage. Suddenly everyone saw the huge face of the dog. Its mouth was like a cave and its teeth were like rocks. Wu Fu's dog had grown a lot. The boys stood at attention and wondered how a little puppy could grow so fast. The dog had saliva flowing from its mouth, splashing straight at the guys. Ching Ching laughed and said that the dog wanted to eat their spirit stones. Sweat ran down the faces of the guys from the martial arts academy. They realized that this was the dog's way of asking for food. They gave it all the spirit stones, and the dog became kind and affectionate again. Lu told Wu Fu not to let his guard down because the South China Martial Arts Academy is full of talented students. The boys gave all the crystals to the dog, and the dog finally became small again. The guys felt sorry for the crystals. They had been collecting them for over 2 years. A man came up to Wu Fu and the girls and asked why they had a scuffle at the gate. It was the captain and his assistant. He told Wu Fu to kneel down and beg for mercy, then perhaps they would forgive him. Wu Fu threw the boy aside with one hand and told him to disappear. Everyone looked at Wu Fu with astonishment. Our hero motioned for the lad to close his mouth. Wu Fu stood with his hands in his pockets in the middle of the courtyard. The strongest aura emanated from him. He concentrated the energy in his hand and it dispersed all over the space. But here came the teacher and said that Wu Fu had good ability. The teacher said that if he had come a little later, the captain would have been dead by now. The captain didn't believe it. He asked, "What about this guy? Isn't he only at the Yuanshen level?" The captain held a grudge against Wu Fu, and the teacher invited everyone to go to the academy. Lu asked the teacher if there are many such arrogant idiots in this academy. The teacher replied, "Aren't they the same?" The teacher said that Wu Fu is the first one who came to them, just for the sake of fighting. One of the boys said that Wu Fu would also be the last because he would be his opponent. He was a sturdy guy with well-developed muscles. Our hero answered him that he was not strong enough. There were stronger opponents here. The guy got angry and threw himself at Wu Fu. The guy said that Wu Fu wouldn't be able to take any of his punches. It was a guy named Clone. He rushed at Wu Fu without thinking, but he quickly bounced back from his blow. The guy was really angry because he failed to attack Wu Fu. Wu Fu, in turn, also attacked the guy. Their fists connected in a punch. Wu Fu's punch was so strong that the bones on the guy's arm broke. This guy really didn't have the strength to fight Wu Fu, so our hero invited someone who really knows how to fight. The guy was lying on the floor and still breathing. The teacher came over to him. The academy student said that they have many gifted practitioners, so let Wu Fu not think that there is no one to cripple him. Wu Fu grinned and said that there weren't that many. Lu turned to Mr. Tian and said that Wu Fu is a member of the student council of Yunhai University. Last time he and his men came to show off at the university. Now it was Yunhai University's turn to show off. The martial arts students laughed at Lu's words. They thought that any other schools were trash compared to them. The academy students thought that the students from Yunhai University were so arrogant. They had just arrived and had already beaten up everyone in their way. Ching Ching stood up for her university and said that those people deserved to be punished, and they were trying to blame Yunhai University. The guy threatened Ching Ching that she deserved to be punished too. The girl ran to Wu Fu and demanded that he beat that guy to death. The guys at the academy, when they heard Wu Fu's name, got excited and said it was such a pleasant surprise to see him here. It turns out that Wu Fu is wanted by all of Wutong. The guy showed Wu Fu's picture and said that if he gave it to Jin's family, he would have 10 million in his pocket. Wu Fu looked at his picture and was upset that he was very ugly there. The guy yelled that he was going to arrest him, and that Wu Fu needed to be a little more serious. Lu decided to deal with the guy herself, and she also called him a chicken. The fact that Lu called the academy students chickens infuriated the guys, and they rushed to attack. Lu used her technique and the guy fell to the floor and begged for mercy. The other guy hesitated. One of the boys grabbed his spear and decided to attack. The guy with the spear made a leap and jumped over the whip Lu was whipping. The academy students looked at the guy and said that the senior was great with the spear, never missing a beat. The guy with the spear jumped high and swung. The spear flew straight at Lu. She barely had time to put up a defense. Ching Ching rushed to help Lu, but Wu Fu held her back and said that Lu could handle it. You just have to stand there and watch. Lu held the whip as a defense, and the guy told her that if she agreed to apologize and let him have fun with her, he would let her go. Lu kept blocking the older man's attacks, and he told her not to say he was heartless. Lu barely stayed on her feet from the elder's attack. She didn't realize he was so powerful, and she would have to unleash all her strength. The elder leaned on his spear and motioned for Lu to stop since he didn't have time to mess around with her. Ching Ching picked up a mace and was about to beat the elder to death. The elder, seeing her intentions, invited her to join in. Lu flicked the red whip in the air and shouted that the opponent was her and not to touch Ching Ching. The whip wriggled, spreading incredible energy. It crawled towards the elder like a snake. The elder only laughed that she wanted to scratch his back. Wu Fu watched the fight between Lu and the guy from the academy. He thought that the guy had lost his mind. He had no marksmanship at all. Lu turned away for a moment and the guy with the spear was behind her. Drops of blood splattered in the air, but the whip whistled so that the guy fell off his feet. Across the elder's entire face was a streak from the whip blow. Lu, covered in bloodstains, was prodding him. Now Lu was twirling the whip so fast that the lad couldn't detect her. He whirled around her but could not see her at all. Wu Fu looked at this and thought, this guy is an idiot, he was tricked. Lu was twisting her whip with such force that it was making out some cosmic shapes in the air. The whip was wrapped around the elder's body harder and harder. In the end, his whole body was bound with the whip. His hands and feet were bound, and his head too. He could not move an arm or a leg. Lu, covered in bloodstains, held the whip in her hands and asked the guy lying on the floor who was going to have fun with whom now. The guy apologized for her to let him go. Wu Fu said they have a lot of things to do. Need to go. Wu Fu's dog, for some reason, came up to the guy lying on the ground and started barking. Then Wu Fu went over to him, put his sword to him, and asked him, "Where are there more blade shards around here?" The guy said that besides Wu Fu, there were two other groups of people asking him about the shards. They are now in the guest room of the student council of the academy, in the dormitory. In the student council room there was a man lying on the floor. When Wu Fu, Ching Ching, and Lu went to the door of the room, they smelled some acrid and vile odor from behind the door. Wu Fu took Lu's hand and said that something was wrong there. There was a stream of blood coming out from under the door. Lu offered to get out of here, but Wu Fu said it was too late. Outside the dormitory, a crowd of people surrounded them. A guy in a hooded jacket was telling the president of the academy's student council that he heard a group of people rushing inside and heard screaming. We should rush in and rescue them. but the president replied that they were probably already dead. Ching asked the student council president what was wrong with their school. First they provoked them, and now they are accused of murder. The man in the blue shirt said that outsiders were not allowed to enter the student council office, but Ching replied that if they hadn't hidden the blade shards, no one would have come here. The guy in the blue jacket asked them, "Are they also here because of the shards?" He put a huge knife to Ching's chest and asked who sent them. Was it the school, or did they decide to come? Wu Fu did not need permission to return what belonged to him. He felt the presence of fragments here. The guys got angry and said that not everything in the world belongs to him, no matter who he thinks he is. Wu Fu was told not to even think that after killing those people he would have to leave easily. The guy in the hood stood silently behind them. Fu replied that it would be better for them to look for the real culprit instead of suspecting them. The guy in the blue shirt heard that the blade belonged to Wu Fu, so let him now explain where the marks of the sword on the wall come from. He pointed to the marks of the sword that were visible all over the wall. If they are innocent, then why were they in such a hurry to leave this place? Ching said that when they arrived, there were no marks on the wall. Lu tried to explain that their presence here was just a coincidence. The student council president accused them of killing a student council member over some shrapnel. Wu Fu again told them that they had not killed anyone. Suddenly, during their conversation, a powerful explosion of energy was heard. Lu and Ching did not expect that there would be an explosion of such force. At this time, two monks stood on the roof of one of the high-rise buildings and said that the origin of this guy was unknown. If they don't deal with him soon, he will ruin all their plans in the future. The purple-haired monk said that the head of the Jin family is going to leave the country, and everyone already knows about Jinken's death. Wu Fu won't last long. Bai Yuan said that the refining of the spirit accumulation pill would be completed soon. Ching took the mace and said that she would beat anyone who dared to take even one step. The student council president of the academy ordered everyone to leave, but Ching said that they were not just here for the shards. Wu Fu said that they came to declare war with the martial arts academy. Our hero said if they were all here together, it would simplify his task. The guys from the academy laughed because someone had already said this once, and now grass had grown on his grave. The student council president ordered Wu Fu to be captured. In Wu Fu's previous life, it took 1,000 years to learn 1,000 techniques. Today, he takes the chance to apply his knowledge. Wu Fu began to float in the air in a halo of his energy. The students of the academy realized that everything is not so simple. Wu Fu turns out to be immortal. Wu Fu wrote everything down in heavenly scrolls. He recalled all his notes. Our hero remembered all his best techniques. Ching and Lu Yi were simply delighted with Wu Fu. How did he manage to sort out thousands of magical visions? The student council president ordered all his people to hide behind him. Wu Fu invited everyone to come up and show if they had the courage. The president said that Jin's family will find him everywhere, so they don't want any problems. He suggested that they leave the martial arts academy. The girl from the academy told the president that they couldn't just let them go, they killed their people. But the president replied that they weren't the criminals. One guy felt the fragments in Wu Fu's weapon and suggested that everyone together take revenge on him for those killed. Wu Fu asked them not to worry. He would not kill anyone just like that, innocently. The president's hair stood on end. The academy students began to attack Wu Fu anyway. He stood wrapped in his energy. Wu Fu looked at everyone with his gaze and said, if they attack, they will either die or be seriously injured. With the help of magic, they conjured up the image of a woman, the embodiment of energy. Lu and Ching looked at Wu Fu with admiration. He is only 20 years old, but what strength he has! Lu thought that it would take 10,000 years to master 10,000 martial techniques. The student council president was shocked. His team was also stunned. Wu Fu used a secret technique. A girl from the academy team kept egging on the president, "Why doesn't he do anything?" But the president was not so stupid. The girl asked the president, "Wasn't it Wu Fu who killed these people?" The president responded that with such strength there was no point in him sneaking an attack to steal the fragments. The president understood that even if he gave it his all, he was unlikely to win. A girl from the academy team said that she saw something. The president asked who it was. The girl didn't know exactly who, but she heard the hooded man talking about the fragments. The president said he would find him. The president approached Wu Fu and said that he wanted to ask something. Lu calmed down a little. Now, after they've figured it out, they won't be accused of murder. The dog was also worried and was happy when it was all over. Ching Ching calmed the dog down, saying that Wu Fu never loses. The president of the Academy's student council has never lost. Ching Ching was surprised. Is he an unusual student? The guy from the Academy team was thinking how they were going to fight if none of them moved. But the girl said that they were already fighting. The president and Wu Fu fought on an energy level. Each of them had an energy force behind them that affected the other. The president's glasses burst from tension. He grabbed his head, and a girl from his team asked if he was okay. The president asked to stop the fight. He was shocked. After all, he was the only one in the world who inherited the ancient technique, the Buddha's fist. He would like to know how Wu Fu could possess her. Our hero stood, completely enveloped in energy, and looked like a winner. He observed the life of galaxies for many years, and he managed to master all the techniques and skills that exist in the world. Soon, fragments flew from the burst of energy directed by the president. Wu Fu also did not remain in debt, and his energy also rushed towards the president. 16. The protection that was behind the president did not allow him to fall. No matter how hard he tried to attack Wu Fu, nothing worked. In the end, he fell to the floor exhausted. Members of his team ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Looking at how his opponent could not gather his strength, Wu Fu said that the winner had already been determined. The president's team disagreed with this and said that Wu Fu definitely had wounds in the meridians. The president barely rose to his feet. Ching Ching asked who won. Lu replied that it seemed like Wu Fu. The president walked with his head down. He knelt before our hero and asked to be accepted as a student. The president's team couldn't believe it. They thought it was a dream. The president begged Wu Fu to accept him as a student, but Wu Fu was still hesitating. Wu Fu had to go to another place, but he invited the president to go with him. Our hero said that he would think about his proposal. The student council president said to continue the search for the criminal, but he would be gone for some time. At this time, two guys were walking along the corridor of the Yonghai University dormitory. It was the Fat Man and Tang. The Fat Man still couldn't come to terms with the fact that Wu Fu had left, and in the city of Wutong night fell, and the moon illuminated the roofs of the houses. At the Jin family residence, they were discussing whether Wu Fu had arrived. The head of the family, Jin, a monk with purple hair, was talking among themselves. The monk held a fragment in his hands. He was sure that Wu Fu would come for the shard. At this time, a girl in a white dress with high heels appeared in the hall. It was the representative of the Luo family from the Liu Shun mountain region who arrived. It was Luo Shi. She said that she had heard that the great master from the Jin family would come here with one purpose: to detain and kill a student at the Yuan Shen level. Lo said that her family wants to know whether this news is true or not. The head of the Jin family began to threaten that she risked making a new enemy in the person of their family. At this time, the door opened and more guests appeared. It was the elder of the Ho clan with his granddaughter. They also wanted to see how the great master of the great Jin family would engage in battle with a boy at the Yuan Sheng level. Since the two families came to protect Wu Fu, the Jin family asked who killed young Jinkang. This alone is enough to kill Wu Fu 100 times. Suddenly a dog was heard barking and everyone realized that Wu Fu was somewhere nearby. Representatives of the Jin family laughed that the boy was so scared that he sent a dog instead. Only the head of the family was supposed to laugh, and the rest were not allowed. So the one who laughed got punched in the teeth and fell from the second floor. He fell right near the threshold at the dog's feet. The dog couldn't understand what was happening. Why was this man lying at her feet? The man began to yell at the dog that it was because of it that he was pushed. The dog looked at him, smiling, and then became huge. She put her paw on his head and pressed him to the ground. The members of the Jin family's eyes bulged out of their sockets. The dog knocked out the guy at the Yuanshen level. The head of the family, Jin, thought that it was becoming more and more interesting. Luo Shi said that even the dog that always accompanies Wu Fu would reach the level of Yuan Sheng. Just then a voice came from behind the doors. A dog wouldn't eat spiritual stones without a reason. Wu Fu stood on the threshold with his friends and a huge dog. The president of the Academy's student council also stood with him. Seeing the teacher, Ching Ching said that she had not seen each other for a long time. Luo Shi thought that Ching Ching's manners had become very bad. The younger members of the Jin family thought that even the dog was better than them. Family head Jin radiated such bad energy that even the aura in the room was dirty. Wu Fu and his friends had to build a protective dome. The president asked why the Jin family was looking for Wu Fu. The head of the family, Jin, advised the young man not to interfere in other people's affairs so as not to become an enemy of the family. The purple-haired monk thought, since Wu Fu has appeared, he can leave. Suddenly Luo Shi used her technique and shouted to the monk to stop. She told the monk that he seemed to know Wu Fu and why don't he come down and say hello? The monk got angry. The monk sent energy so strong at her that even the butterflies did not help Luo Shi. Luo Shi flew out from the second floor. It's good that she dodged the flow. Wu Fu thought that many present would like to see the moment of his death, and the purification of the master's pill will soon be completed. The elder of the Huo family said that he would protect Wu Fu to go forward, and he would deal with them. His granddaughter also said that he needed to hurry up and move on. Our hero thought that if he allowed a woman to clear the way for him, then his immortality would immediately become unjustified. The head of the family, Jin, began to create a powerful energy vortex around himself. How dare Wu Fu think he could handle him? He summoned the sword of the serpentine dragon, which had never been defeated before. He said that Wu Fu would definitely die this time. The president of the student council of the academy was surprised. After all, Wu Fu is capable of attacking from a distance. Why doesn't he do anything? Lu said he had already done something. The head of the family, Jin, flew into the air and used his snake dragon sword against Wu Fu. He held a curved sword that looked like a snake in his hands and tried to attack Wu Fu. Wu Fu stood calmly with his hands in his pockets and said that he would kill everyone who would support the head of the Jin family. Wu Fu looked with his gaze, and there was such a powerful explosion that Lu and Qing Qing jumped back from the blast wave. Members of Jin's family saw that such a massacre was breaking out and decided to quietly leave. The purple-haired monk watched from outside the door and waited for Wu Fu to die. The student council president asked to be allowed to fight for Wu Fu. Lu and Qing Qing were surprised because he is also a master of his craft. Why does he now want to be a student so much? At that time, a large car was rushing along the highway. A fat man was driving, and next to him was Tan, who was urging the fat man to drive faster. The head of the family, Jin, said that he would finish everyone off. The president rushed towards the Jin family so that Wu Fu could concentrate and use the ancient Buddha fist technique. He was struck by such a powerful blow that he fell. Wu Fu looked at him and thought that not all people are such insects. The president rose to his feet. Pointing to the girls, he asked them to help him because he had 8 opponents. The girls were surprised. Where did his self-confidence go? Members of the Jin family made fun of Wu Fu and his friends. In fact, 2 men were going up against the entire Jin family. Wu Fu concentrated his energy at this time. Our hero created a protective dome and none of the attackers could break through it. But after a while, the dome cracked and fragments fell. Wu Fu was left without protection. Lu was scared, because the Jin family is very powerful. The girl thought that she was not their opponent, but Qing Qing shouted that she didn't care. She needed to start a fight. The dog was also eager to fight. Wu Fu told the student council president that they just needed to detain the rivals for a while, and he would deal with the rest. Family head Jin and the other 2 attacked Wu Fu again. Wu Fu was collecting the sword fragments. He realized that they stole the blade fragment to lure him here. He summoned his blade. Crazy energy filled the entire space. The purple-haired monk saw all this and was shocked. At this time, the fragment flew out of the monk's hands and flew across the hall. The head of the Jin family only watched him go. He wanted to cut this fragment with his snake dragon sword, but he failed. The sword encountered a splinter and fell apart into small pieces. The head of the Jin family was shocked. This sword had never failed him. The Jin family were horrified. How was this possible? The fragments of the snake dragon scattered throughout the hall. The snake dragon sword was forged for decades, but in an instant it shattered into pieces. The president rushed in shouting that he would take everything, both the blade and his life. The strongest energy came across the dome in which the student council president was located. His protective sphere, which he created, withstood attacks. He tried to protect his master Wu Fu. Qing Qing and Lu stood under the protection of the sphere, but the enemy was very strong, and they could not hold out for long. Wu Fu was sitting and concentrating at this time. The head of the Jin family sent deadly energy with parting words so that everyone would go to hell with Wu Fu. Those protected by the spheres saw a flying clot of energy. The sphere was broken. Family head Jin thought that the president was much stronger. Lu lay on the floor in a torn t-shirt and called Wu Fu. There was such a strong blow that everyone thought that Wu Fu had died. And suddenly everyone saw that our hero was standing at the top, alive and unharmed. He wanted to gather some energy, and now he could fight with full strength. In his hands was a star blade. The purple-haired monk watched as the shards stuck into place on the star blade. Wu Fu thanked him for bringing him the shards. The head of the family, Jin, was simply raging. His energy took the form of dragons with 4 heads, and Wu Fu stood calmly holding a sword. One movement of the sword and a red beam pierced through the body of the head of the Jin family. Everyone was stunned and their mouths opened in surprise. Wu Fu thought it was time to even the score. A red streak passed in front of the monk's face. He said that his master Bai Yuan and the elder are brothers. Wu Fu was indifferent to his words. He told the monk to call his master. Master Bai Yuan felt that something bad had happened to his student. He got ready to leave, and when asked by the elder, he said that he needed to leave and advised him to continue to refine the pill. The monk was cut in half, but his last words were that this was not the end, and his master would take revenge on Wu Fu for him. Representatives of the Jin family began to laugh and say that the master of that monk was very strong. Wu Fu will die soon, so there is no point in continuing this because he will crush Wu Fu with one finger. At this time, the fat man and Tang entered the room where they were all. The fat man smiled joyfully. Ching Ching and Lu did not expect to see them in this place. The fat man spread his arms and ran to hug Wu Fu. He said that he was so worried that he did not sleep at night. The fat man's joy was so sincere that everyone else understood the absurdity of this situation. The fat man spread his arms and walked towards Wu Fu to hug him. He was very worried about Wu Fu. Only now did the fat man see how many people had gathered here. The head of the Jin family wondered where this idiot came from. The fat man did not understand why this man was staring at him. He approached the head of the Jin family and thanked him for the help he allegedly provided to Wu Fu. Lu shouted to the fat man that this was their enemy. The fat man was embarrassed. Why didn't they tell him right away? The head of the family, Jin, became furious and thought that he was being bullied. He unleashed such an amount of energy on the fat man that he ran in horror to escape. A huge explosion occurred. Tan even cried because he thought that the fat man was dead. At this time, a ball was rolling on the floor which was wrapped in some scrolls. Lu thought that the fat man was lucky to have the protection of the sacred scrolls. Otherwise, he would have turned into a pile of ash. The rage of the head of the Jin family knew no bounds. He turned green with anger, and his energy turned green. Lu told Wu Fu that this man, Jin Liu, has unusual abilities. Wu Fu replied that he would not even be able to touch it. The head of the family, Jin, was raging with rage and emitting murderous energy. Wu Fu remained unharmed, and Jin Liu could not believe it. It was impossible. Wu Fu stood safe and sound because he was the embodiment of the celestial sphere. At this time, at Yonghai University, there were 3 people standing in the director's office. The girl put a dagger to the heart of the director, who begged for mercy. They had a demand to expel Wu Fu from the university. The director took the phone and called Lu. The girl picked up the phone and saw that the director was calling. She answered, but the director was silent. Lu asked what happened. The voice from the receiver shouted that it was all because of Wu Fu. People from the Zhongyang sect came. The director told Wu Fu not to come back. Wu Fu heard it all. A scream came from the receiver. Lu asked what happened, but the director did not answer. The Zhongyang sect sent people to the school to harm the students. The director must have died. Wu Fu ordered the girls to return while he dealt with the Jin family. Wu Fu said that no one in this world dares to threaten him. 17. Luo Shi wanted to go with Wu Fu, and so did the president of the academy's student council. But the fat man and Tang stood there and didn't know what to do. Ching Ching asked, what should they do now? Lu replied that they would return to Yonghai. Luo Shi and Wu Fu came to the Jin family's training base. It was here that competitions for the position of head of the family took place. Now was the best time to sort everything out once and for all. 2 girls, seeing and shouted, "Who are they and what are they doing here?" They pointed towards the exit. Wu Fu grinned. It turns out that the head of the Jin family is protected by only 2 girls? The girl was angry. How dare he invade the Jin family's territory? Wu Fu grinned. He forgot that the Jin family went to kill someone. The girl asked if he wanted to die. Wu Fu asked why the head of the Jin family did not come out and greet his guests. The girl wanted to attack Wu Fu, but under the influence of energy, she jumped to the side. Some incredible tornado of blue energy was approaching Luo Shi. Wu Fu placed a protective aura sphere. Our hero held the defense, but blood began to drip from his hand. The old man was very strong. It was powerful energy. It was very different from the one they had encountered before. As a result, the sphere was broken, and the figure of a shaggy man appeared. This was the real head of the Jin family, a powerful old man with long hair and a gray beard. Luo Shi said that the Jin family has a special secret technique, otherwise they would not be able to control the entire city. Wu Fu replied that if she was not in the heavenly scrolls, then she could not be outstanding enough. Wu Fu still had a way to deal with him. Our hero used his star sword technique. The head of the family, Jin, thought it was a small insect. He decided to use his great dragon fist technique. Wu Fu looked at him with his gaze, and energy shone in his eyes. Such a powerful flow of power emanated from the head of the Jin family that Elk thought that he had advanced in achieving a divine level of power. Wu Fu successfully dodged the blow, and the head of the Jin family said that otherwise his power would have wiped him off the face of the earth. Luo Shi said that the Great Dragon Fist is the strongest technique in the Jin family, and the main thing is that Wu Fu does not attack back. He decided to check if he was really the strongest. Wu Fu rushed to attack the head of the Jin family, holding a sword in his hand. The head of the family, Jin, swung his hand and rushed to attack Wu Fu. Not only did he kill all his followers, but he also came here. Our hero repelled the attack with his sword. The beam passed by him. Wu Fu resisted the head of the Jin family with all his might. The old man attacked furiously. He shouted that Wu Fu was still just a kid. The force of the attack was such that Wu Fu could barely stay on his feet. It seems that this old man is not as simple as he thought. The old man stood and asked whether Wu Fu would continue to act unceremoniously in front of him. Wu Fu concluded that the old man was almost at his limit. Although he was already bleeding from his mouth, Wu Fu still succumbed to him. Our hero was helped by a star sword, which absorbed the spiritual power of the enemy. Wu Fu didn't expect this to be possible. I wonder how much the blade's power will increase when Wu Fu kills the head of the Jin family. The old man regretted that he had not killed him earlier. If he had finished the treatment faster, Wu Fu would have been dead long ago. The only thing left for him was to wound Wu Fu and then kill him. Family head Jin attacked Wu Fu with renewed vigor. The old man attacked with furious speed, and seeing this, Wu Fu told him to sacrifice himself to his blade. Two powerful forces collided again. Wu Fu and the elder of the Jin family faced each other again and fought with their swords. The head of the family, Jin, had a hard time. He would like to know what gives Wu Fu the confidence to behave so brazenly. Wu Fu laughed and said that if he wanted it that way, he would show him now. In his hands was an unusual blade, sharp at the top like a spear, and the handle was in the shape of infinity. The blade ended up right next to the stomach of the head of the Jin sect. He fell to his knees in front of our hero and said that never in his life would he regret that he managed to duel with the ruler. He called Wu Fu the Lord and bowed to him. Wu Fu threw his daggers up. Luo Shi was shocked. Wu Fu alone dealt with the entire Jin family. Does Wu Fu really want to absorb all these weapons? Wu Fu stood in a stream of energy, his strength increasing every second. His eyes radiated energy, his hair glowed. He absorbed all the power of the blade. Luo Shi watched in surprise what was happening to Wu Fu. Suddenly her dress began to tear into pieces, exposing her breasts. Luo Shi covered her chest with her hands. At this time, the president of the student club of the academy started bleeding from his nose. Luo Shi asked what went wrong. Wu Fu replied that his cultivation was blocked by Jin's blade, but still his strength increased greatly. In his previous life, he had not encountered anything like this. Wu Fu prepared to return to Yonghai. Luo Shi was about to go with him, but he said that the Jin family was destroyed, and these lands would belong to her family. In a small, shabby room somewhere in Yonghai, they were looking for Wu Fu's parents. They didn't know that he was an orphan. Sect leader Zhong Yang stood near the entrance to the Yunhai school gym. He said that starting at 6 p.m., he would kill one person every minute until Wu Fu returned. Ching Ching and Lu sat in the bushes and watched them. They did not know what to do. The fat man and Tang were also there, and the fat man wondered, isn't there a law according to which it is forbidden to harm ordinary people? The fat man offered to attack himself because they would be killed while Wu Fu arrived, but he was reassured. Ching Ching, Lu and Tang suddenly saw a terrible picture. They were surrounded on all sides by people from the Zhongyang sect. The head of the sect saw the girls and boys and said they were just in time. It was time to kill someone. Suddenly a strong whirlwind came and everyone staggered from the gust of energy. Ching Ching shouted joyfully that Wu Fu was here. The sect leader thought that Wu Fu was too scared to come here. Wu Fu stood in a yellow robe. His dog was sitting on his head, and sect leader Zhongyang was standing next to him. He didn't think about killing anyone yet. He was waiting for Wu Fu. The fat man was afraid that Wu Fu had lost all his strength. Tan grabbed his head. They thought that it was all over for them. The guys who were taken hostage waited until Wu Fu died. Then they would be released. After all, it's all because of him. The head of the Zhongyang sect suggested that Wu Fu give him the weapon. Then perhaps he would save his life. Wu Fu suggested that he first free all the people. The guys shouted joyfully that they were saved. One of the guys was punched in the mouth to keep him from opening his mouth. Wu Fu watched what was happening with a menacing look. Lu feverishly wondered what she should do if Wu Fu's powers were gone, and the head of the Zhongyang sect sent so many people. The dog escaped from Lu's hands and rushed to attack. One of the sect representatives attacked the dog. The blow was so strong that the dog sprayed blood from its mouth. The dog fell to the ground and blood ran out of its mouth. Wu Fu and Lu looked at the dog in horror. Lu said that he would die because he killed the dog. This man said that they were just a bunch of useless kids. How could they avenge the dog? The man who killed the dog said that the guys who were detained could kill Wu Fu and they would be released. The guys from the university were already going to attack our hero, because it was because of him that they were detained. Why should they suffer? The guys attacked Ufa with knives. They will be saved if they kill him. One of the guys received a sharp blow to the face with a fist. Wu Fu became furious with rage. He said he would personally finish off these ungrateful bastards. Sect leader Zhongyang and Lu also saw that his strength had not disappeared. Lu was very worried about the dog and called her. Wu Fu's face was black with anger. He approached the one who killed the dog. The man said that he would kill Wu Fu too, and he would have the opportunity to be reunited with his dog. He rushed to attack Wu Fu, but he stopped his strongest attack with one finger. The members of the Zhongyang sect were shocked. After all, it was an incredible force. How did he manage to stop it? Wu Fu said, holding the blade with his fingers, that he would stop stalling for time. He pierced the body of the dog killer with his fist, and said that he would personally ensure that all the followers of the Zhongyang sect were buried with his dog. Sect leader Zhongyang realized that Wu Fu had absorbed his own weapon. We see a girl in the sky who looks like a goddess. She thought that someone on the tiny earth was actually able to activate the vision of heaven and earth at the same time. She was far from the earth among the stars, but she tried to guess who it could be. The girl immediately thought it was Wu Fu. She had no idea that one day she would be able to see her descendants. She would recognize that arch of an eyebrow even if the person turned to ashes. She spoke about Wu Fu, who at that time was standing on the ground among the trees. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and the head of the Zhongyang sect said that the heavens themselves wanted Wu Fu dead. A flash of lightning that struck right next to the university illuminated everything around. Lu even covered her face with her hand to protect herself from the light. Our hero stood, electricity piercing his body. Fatty and Tang were shocked. It seemed like it was some kind of heavenly punishment. Only sect leader Zhongyang realized that Wu Fu was absorbing lightning. Wu Fu invited the guys to try out some of this violet light. Lu was shocked. How could he absorb divine energy from those lightning bolts? The sect leader realized that he could not do anything about Wu Fu. Sect leader Zhongyang made a final attempt to attack Wu Fu. Our hero stood calmly, just holding out his hand. Wu Fu stopped the flow of strong energy with his hand, as if it were a balloon. The head of the sect was horrified. Wu Fu stopped his blade with his bare hands. Wu Fu told him that he could kill him with one blow. Sect leader Zhongyang still couldn't believe it. This couldn't be true. A lightning strike burned the head of the sect. The followers were horrified to see their dead master. No one dares to harm Wu Fu's people or even his dog. Seeing the dead master, his followers fled. Lu stood nearby and looked at Wu Fu. She asked if he was okay. Lu anxiously took Wu Fu's hand. He said he was a little tired, but he was fine. The fat man approached the dog, and it turned out that she was still alive. The dog climbed into the cocoon. Wu Fu, Lu, and the fat man looked at this big egg in surprise. Lu saw that Wu Fu's wounds were healing themselves, but the fat man saw something else. The egg cracked and a dog's paw appeared from it. But then Wu Fu's eyes grew dark and his head began to spin. Wu Fu seemed to be in a fog. He no longer understood what was happening. Finally, Wu Fu heard voices. Someone shouted at him to wake up, and through the veil he saw the silhouettes of Lu and the fat man. Our hero came to his senses, his eyes widened. Wu Fu was lying on the ground and Lu and the fat man were kneeling next to him. Lu leaned over our hero and asked in fear how he was feeling. Suddenly, Wu Fu jumped up and knocked Lu onto his back. Wu Fu hugged her and pressed himself to her chest. The girl was shocked. How dare he do this? Lu slapped Wu Fu in the face and he fell. At this time, the dog said that it was not Wu Fu who did it, but the dog. Wu Fu ended up in the dog's body, and the dog ended up in Wu Fu's body. Lu stared at him. She couldn't believe that this was possible. The fat man shouted joyfully that the dog was alive, but the dog told him to shut up. At this time, Wu Fu was on all fours and barking. Lu and the fat man were simply shocked. Lu asked how it got into the dog's body. Wu Fu and the dog's body replied that the heavenly qi mixed up their bodies during the detachment. Lu and the fat man didn't understand how this could happen. Suddenly, a man appeared and said that although Wu Fu managed to defeat the head of the Zhongyang sect, the great school would still belong to him. At this time, Wu Fu was trying to lick his dog. The man thought that Wu Fu had completely lost his mind and his dog had learned to speak. The fat man pushed Wu Fu, who was a dog, away with his hand and said that he would take care of it himself. The man asked how he was going to fight him without Wu Fu. Suddenly the dog put out its paw towards the man. She rushed at the newcomer, grabbed his hair and tore his face with her claws. The man who wanted to take over the Zhongyang sect flew into the bushes, and the fat man was very, very surprised. Even in a dog's body, Wu Fu remained so strong. Lu asked Wu Fu what he was going to do. Perhaps there is a way to return everything to its place? The only way out is to find a strong master who is on the verge of breaking through to the Tao level. Wu Fu asked Lu to take care of his body and the dog. He will be back soon. He is leaving to resolve this issue. People from the Zhongyang sect said among themselves that Wu Fu's cultivation had stopped at the Tongshuan level. He was seriously injured during the battle, so his level dropped. Since he is at the Tongshuan level, 2 people will be enough to defeat him. The dog in Wu Fu's body licked Lu. The fat man was jealous of the dog because only a dog can behave so honestly and openly. At this time, a bright flash flashed, and the fat man shouted for Lu to be careful. There was a strong explosion. The 2 fighters laughed and wished Wu Fu to rest in peace. The fat man was very worried about Lu and the dog. Lu was lying on the ground. Wu Fu leaned over her again, although in fact it was a dog. Although Wu Fu, who was a dog at that time, had a crazy look, he was fine, and so was Lu. The 2 fighters were terribly surprised. How did such a flow of energy not harm Wu Fu? The fat man's eyes became red with anger. He said that they survived, but anything can happen to these fighters. The fat man came out and said that now he will show everyone. Lu saw that the strength of Wu Fu's body had transferred to the dog, and she didn't know whether to be happy about it or not. Lu thought that these guys are not so simple. At this time, 2 fighters from the Zhongyang sect came to the Xiu family mansion and told everyone to stop resisting because Wu Fu's body had already been beheaded. Members of the Zhongyang sect said that the Xiu family would be sorry since they did not want to submit to the sect. A dog jumped out from behind the bushes, although in fact it was Wu Fu in the body of a dog. Ching was surprised that the dog came running, but where is Wu Fu? The Zhongyang sect members laughed and shouted that Wu Fu had died. The dog asked who said this. The sect members' jaws dropped. They had never heard the dog talk, and the dog called them bastards. Ching couldn't believe that it was that arrogant fool, Wu Fu. Members of the sect attacked the dog with a sword. They were surprised because for the first time in their lives they were provoked by a dog. Ching's father also couldn't believe that the dog was Wu Fu. One of the fighters struck with a sword, but the dog jumped to the side. Ching was very worried. The Zhongyang sect member swung his huge sword. There was a strong explosion, but the dog survived again. Wu Fu thought that there was a reason the dog ate so many spiritual crystals. His energy was at a terrifying level. A member of the Zhongyang sect could not understand how a dog avoids being hit. The cult member raised his sword and attacked the dog with a scream. Wu Fu, in the body of a dog, smiled slyly with his dog face. The blade of the sword was a few centimeters from the dog's head. The sword will fall on Wu Fu in a few seconds. The dog jumped up and moved the sword to the side with its paw. This enraged the member of the Zhongyang sect, and he began to hit the sword anywhere. Wu Fu thought that today the Zhongyang sect would come to an end. Now the dog will show him what she is capable of. At this time, someone created a strong flow of energy. Section member Zhongyang couldn't believe it. Blood sprayed out of his body. A whirlwind of fire swirled around him. Wu Fu looked at his paws and said that he was not completely used to this body. Otherwise, this sect member would have been dead for a long time. Ching Ching said that there was fire on his back. The Zhongyang sect was finished. Grandfather ordered Ching Ching to take her family members with her and check to see if all the sect members were killed. Grandfather asked Wu Fu what happened to him. Wu Fu replied that he used all his powers to kill the Zhongyang sect master. And after that, they accidentally switched bodies with the dog. Mr. Xu thought that Wu Fu was still far from reaching the level of Tao, but he managed to attract divine lightning. Wu Fu said, "If Mr. Xu manages to break through to the level of Tao and summon divine lightning, then perhaps his body and the dog's body will return to their places." Mr. Xu began to sweat. He was still far from a breakthrough. This breakthrough needs the right time and place for it to work. Wu Fu said that these were just divine lightning, and he would deal with this moment now. The monk stood on the mountain and watched as divine lightning flashed behind the mountains. Bai Yuan could not understand what kind of person was able to summon them twice in a day. Bai Yuan entered the house and bowed. He did not think that the guests would arrive so soon, but the man who came told him that there would be enough idle chatter. Bai Yuan replied that the pill that the master refines is one step away from ideal. After finishing, his head and pills will belong to that person. What will he get in return? The man with long nails said that he would provide him with everything as soon as he could. He gave an advance, and when he receives the pill, he will pay in full. The monk thought that this would be much easier. Loud laughter was heard somewhere in the mountains, heavens that are pierced by thousands of lightning. The girl in heaven did not understand anything. Something was wrong. The heavens seemed to have changed. She scattered stones, read books, but she could no longer see the past and present. The crystal was destroyed. The heavens seemed to change. At Mr. Xiu's mansion, his son tried to dissuade him, but the elder had already decided everything. He came to Wu Fu and said that we could start. His life is in Wu Fu's hands. Our hero replied that he should not worry. It was just another divine lightning, and he would take it upon himself. He again took out his blade with an infinity-shaped handle. There was a terrible roar, and lightning fell from the sky. Mr. Xu stood and watched. The explosion was so strong that Elder Xu bent over. Suddenly the dog flew into the air and caught the lightning with its blade. It seemed that the lightning was divided, and suddenly divine power flashed in the sky. Among the lightning flashed the eyes of the deities who looked from heaven to earth. These lightning bolts could be seen from anywhere on earth, and they were also seen in Yong'an. A man with a hat pulled down over his eyes thought that someone from this barren planet was capable of causing the wrath of heaven with his own hands. The monks, having seen lightning for the third time, decided to find out what was happening there. At this time, riders on horses appeared among the lightning. Wu Fu floated in the air in the body of a dog. The dog's face broke into a smile. Finally, the bodies of Wu Fu and the dog gradually began to change. Seeing a stream of light coming from the sky, Lu thought that Wu Fu wanted to repair the divine lightning. Suddenly, the dog that was in Wu Fu's body flew like a bullet towards the lightning. There was a meeting between Wu Fu's body and his soul in the sky. The dog's soul flew out of Wu Fu's body, and the monk thought that for the first time he saw a person who was able to withstand the power of divine lightning. The monk realized that Wu Fu could not withstand lightning, but absorbed its power. Our hero looked slyly and said that divine lightning is not enough. He can also absorb Bai Yuan's energy. Wu Fu told the monk that he would save a lot of his time if he gave up his power. Ching Ching's father looked at this powerful flow of energy and said that this is not a breakthrough. This is a lust for killing. Here, by the way, everyone remembered that it was grandfather who was supposed to make a breakthrough. Bai Yuan saw a flash in the sky that looked like the sun. Among the hundreds of lightning bolts, the image of Wu Fu appeared, and it was real power. Bai Yuan said that the divine lightning had not yet fully manifested itself. Wu Fu wants to drive himself and that old man and him into the grave. Elder Xu and his son covered themselves with their hands from the bright light. What is Wu Fu going to do? Is he really going to harness the energy of divine lightning on his own? Wu Fu floated in the air, surrounded by lightning, and Bai Yuan could not use his power due to the pressure of the divine lightning. Wu Fu absorbed more and more lightning. His body had already become the same color as lightning. Bai Yuan looked at Wu Fu and thought that he had completely absorbed such powerful lightning. Wu Fu's power increased incredibly. His body glowed with electricity. Bai Yuan could not allow him to become even stronger. He decided to add his energy to the lightning. The Xu family watched what was happening. They saw that Bai Yuan was also adding energy to the lightning. Bai Yuan raised his hand. There was energy at the ends of his fingers. Wu Fu assumed that he would make his move, but he did not expect the monk to be so cowardly. Bai Yuan realized that Wu Fu had tricked him to drain all the energy out of him. He realized that he was being used. He could not kill Wu Fu, but only helped him become even stronger. Our hero was floating in the air, surrounded by a strong flow of energy. And then Mr. Xu felt that divine energy was passing into him, and he reached the level of Tao. He never thought that he would be able to reach the Tao fusion level. Thus, their family would have no worthy rivals from now on. Although Mr. Xu had reached the Tao level, he still could not sense the level of Wu Fu's power. He only sensed the enormous pressure that was emanating from his body. Compared to him, he was just an ordinary person. Wu Fu said that he did not have time for Bai Yuan now. The monk was scared. Does Wu Fu really already know everything? A huge energy arrow flew across the mountains. Our hero stood looking at the result and thought that he had finally done it. In the house in the mountains, the immortality pill was already ready. 2 monks wearing cone hats came out to meet Wu Fu and asked him what he wanted. Wu Fu didn't expect them to appear so quickly. Once the pill is cleared, the master will face a death sentence, and Wu Fu will not have enough strength to leave here without losses. The monks said that they were friends of the master, and they were here to help him complete the process. The only way out for Wu Fu is to deceive them. Wu Fu began refining the pill, and a round purple ball sparkled in his hands. The monks were surprised. It seems that he really is a student of the master. He knows how to refine this pill. Wu Fu entered the house, but Bai Yuan shouted not to be allowed in. But it was too late. The flow of energy had already spread throughout the house. One of the monks pulled out a spear and said that Wu Fu would not be able to carry it through easily. The tip of the spear was already a centimeter from Wu Fu's face. Our hero replied that he did it on purpose. Wu Fu took the pill from the master and said that since they needed it so much, they should stay away. Bai Yuan knew that once the pill's refining process was completed, Wu Fu might be severely injured. The monk rushed at Wu Fu to take the pill, but Wu Fu thought that if this pill was broken, he could refine a new one. One press of the fingers, and the pill in the hand broke. All the monks were in shock. Bai Yuan shouted that he would cut Wu Fu's body into thousands of pieces. Now Wu Fu won't be able to escape so easily. The master came and asked why Wu Fu spoiled the pill. He replied that if the master had completed her purification, he could have died. At this time, he still took out this pill and showed it to the master. Bai Yuan saw the perfectly refined soul-mixing pill. They put a blade to the master's throat and said how dare he lie to them. The refining pill had already been completed, but the master was not lying. The monks thought that Wu Fu had deceived them. It was a fake pill. Bai Yuan couldn't believe that Wu Fu had a purified pill, but then the self-destruction process began. Bai Yuan sat with empty eyes and kept repeating that he did not believe. Province of Nancy, village of Maple Leaf. Wu Fu was lying on the bed and the girl gave him a pill. The girl's grandfather entered the room and said that her life energy was coming to an end and there was no point in feeding him pills. Lin Er, that was the girl's name, said that she felt that his energy was stronger than anyone else's. Suddenly an aura appeared above Wu Fu's body. A man entered the room and said that they knew nothing about the origin of this young man. We need to report him to the spiritual medicine sect. A girl and a man came to the spiritual medicine sect, which was located in the mountains. It seemed to the man that the aura of the maple leaf suddenly intensified and they went into the house. Wu Fu came to his senses and felt that his meridians were intact, but he needed a couple more days of rest. Wu Fu didn't think that Bai Yuan would be destroyed by so much energy, but he needed to find the old man. Wu Fu went out and saw the villagers gathered near the house. Our hero didn't understand where he was and why there were so many people. The man said that this guy doesn't have as much energy as that old man. Wu Fu, hearing about the old man, became wary. People began to go about their business. Wu Fu touched the guy's shoulder and asked him where the old man was. The guy got scared and immediately pulled out his sword. Wu Fu said that he only needed to know where the old man was. The guy replied that he was in the licorice pavilion. The guy told his friend that he needed to go back and inform the elders about this. On the way to the mountain, an elderly fat man saw a woman's leg peeking out from behind a tree, while the man was dreaming about the beauty. Wu Fu walked past him. It was he who distracted the fat man with his leg, since he was severely wounded and could not fight him. Our hero had never heard of the spiritual medicine sect before in her past life. He climbed up the tall stairs. He was met by a man with a whip and asked what he was doing here. A guard stood at the gate and said that strangers were not allowed to take a step on his land and ordered Wu Fu to lick the floor here for forgiveness. Wu Fu wanted to leave, but the guard insisted that Wu Fu lick the floors. If it weren't for Wu Fu's wounds, the guard would already be in the next world. The guard swung and wanted to hit Wu Fu with his whip. The guard began to shout in rage that the stranger dared to attack him and behave so arrogantly. Suddenly, Wu Fu saw the Licorice Hall's great senior disciple, Lin Mu. The guard babbled that there had been a terrible misunderstanding, that it was a stranger. Lin Mu looked at Wu Fu and told the guard that he could do something while Wu Fu was recovering from his wounds. A senior follower of Licorice Hall said that he had heard that followers indulged in bullying others, but had never seen it with his own eyes. Although Lin Mu said that if he had not intervened, the guard would have killed Wu Fu, he realized that Lin Mu was actually a hypocrite and decided to use this against him. Our hero bowed and said that if it weren't for Lin Mu, he would already be dead. Lin Mu told Wu Fu not to be afraid of anything while he was here. The girl recognized Wu Fu, whom she was nursing at home, and thought, "What is he doing here?" Wu Fu turned and walked past the guard. Walking next to the guard, he slapped him in the face. Everyone present opened their mouths in surprise. The guard grabbed Wu Fu by the chest and began shouting that he would destroy him now. Lin Mu thought for a moment and told the guard to watch his speech. The guard realized that Wu Fu was provoking him and decided that as soon as Brother Lin left, he would take revenge on him. Wu Fu didn't wait for this and kicked the guard in the groin. Our hero thanked Lin Mu for his help and said that otherwise he would not have been able to take revenge for the insult. To repay Lin Mu's kindness, Wu Fu wanted to do something for him. Lin Mu replied that he would give him such an opportunity. Licorice Hall's senior disciple Lin Mu refined the newly developed pills and invited Wu Fu to test them. Wu Fu sensed a strong killing intent from this man. He definitely did not have good intentions. Lin Mu led our hero to the Licorice Hall. He handed Wu Fu over to his people and told him to be properly prepared to take the new pill. They made pills that they supplied to the entire sect. Wu Fu thought, "Where is this old man?" The old man was well received here. He knows a lot of things. Wu Fu wondered where he was. Wu Fu was given something to eat and told to take it before he took the pill. It was a pill that counteracted the effects of other drugs. This means that other pills will not work during the study. Wu Fu went to the room where Lin Mu was waiting for him. Fu entered the refined pill hall. The servants were surprised how he agreed to such an experiment. He went into the room and thought that these pills would be enough to fully restore his strength. In front of him stood a tripod decorated with dragons, and pills were visible everywhere. Lin Mu gave our hero a pill and said that with it he could quickly make a breakthrough, but Wu Fu replied that this hot heart pill was of low quality. Lin Mu was surprised that Wu Fu also understood this matter. Wu Fu replied that not only did he understand, but he could turn this trash into treasure. Wu Fu said that Lin Mu was going to poison him. Maybe he'll try his poison pill himself. Wu Fu grabbed Lin Mu by the throat and he protested. Then Wu Fu threw him to the floor, stuffed a pill into his mouth, and ordered him to swallow. If it weren't for Wu Fu's serious injuries, Lin Mu would have already been dead 100 times over. Lin Mu sat with his head down, blood flowing from his nose. With Wu Fu free of obstacles, he could go about his business. The guards outside the door heard some strange noise. In the hall, a master was sitting on the floor, and a guy and a girl were standing next to him. The guards went to check what was there in the purification hall. One of the guards shouted into a megaphone that the hall was surrounded. A fight broke out between the Licorice Hall guards. Wu Fu was floating on top of the tripod with an aura cloud above him. He combined 2 pills into one. The guards rushed at him with swords and spears in order to cut him into pieces. The master stopped one of the guards and said that such a dose of medicine would definitely kill him. Our hero asked what they were whispering about there. The guard saw that Lin Mu was dead. The master was sure that combining the two pills would lead to death. The master was shocked by the news that Lin Mu was dead. The master realized that it was the work of Wu Fu, and instead of dying, he was restored. The master of the licorice hall began to call everyone together. He ordered the destruction of this scoundrel. Suddenly, a powerful explosion of energy was heard behind him. The master could not believe where Wu Fu got such power, and said that this explosion was enough to destroy all the weaklings. The guard began to drag out Lin Mu's corpse. Wu Fu said that without these pills, a month would not have been enough for him to regain his strength. The master began to take pills to come to his senses. Wu Fu said if they free the old man, he will help them compensate for the losses. He didn't have anything against them, and he didn't absorb as many pills as they thought. The master of the licorice hall realized that it turned out that all this was because of the old man. But the council of the masters had already ended. Wu Fu replied that peace negotiations were not his style. The master felt a very dense aura. He decided to attack our hero after all. Wu Fu stood calmly, with his hands folded, and the fighters were already flying towards him. The fighter swung a mace with sharp spikes at Wu Fu. Wu Fu continued to stand calmly, but then he used his star sword tactics. The attacker was cut in half by the sword. Wu Fu asked again, "Will they let the old man go?" Everyone realized that it was the blade's aura. The master realized that this young man had such terrifying power. The spiritual medicine sect specialized in pill refining rather than martial arts, and they stood no chance against Wu Fu. They sent a detachment of their fighters against him. Another man with red hair and a red beard appeared. He asked how Wu Fu dared to cause problems for his sect. Our hero felt a slight tension. The sect master personally arrived here, and they all made fun of Wu Fu. Suddenly, a shoe flew towards the sect master's face. A good mark from the soul was imprinted on the master's face. Everyone was shocked. Wu Fu said that no one in this world could force him to kneel down and beg for mercy. The master barked to be killed, and so fighters with spears at the ready began to attack Wu Fu. Wu Fu used the star blade technique again. The hatted monks, seeing the column of energy rising into the sky, realized that Wu Fu was also there. One of the monks thought that Wu Fu was more valuable than the old man. After Wu Fu's attack, more than 10 people simply disappeared instantly. Wu Fu put his hand on the red-haired man's shoulder and said that if he wanted to save the sect, he should free the old man. In 1 second, Wu Fu turned into a huge giant. The red-haired man and everyone present were very scared. The master of the licorice hall ordered the old man to be brought. Wu Fu became his usual height. He asked if the sect leader would release the old man, and he replied that he would. Our hero was taken to where the old man was sitting. One of the sect's people attacked him again, swinging a mace. The man shouted at him that he was an idiot and to stop. A second after the explosion of energy, the attacker seemed to evaporate. There was a blue aura around our hero. The man who attacked Wu Fu flew far into the sky. The sect members were shocked. How strong was Wu Fu that he sent their comrade flying? Wu Fu stood calmly and watched as the one who wanted to attack him returned from the sky. Wu Fu watched as the man with the mace raised his hands and said he surrendered. The red-haired man was in despair. He called his people a bunch of idiots. People stood at attention as Wu Fu walked down the corridor. Wu Fu saw the master of the licorice hall. He told him that he was getting stronger and stronger, but Wu Fu read the lust for murder in his gaze. Suddenly the master began to attack Wu Fu, but he managed to put up a defense in time. The master also flew after the fighter into the sky. Shards of stones began to fall. Red couldn't understand what was happening. At this time, an old man was sitting in a dark stone cave. Wu Fu saw the silhouette of a man in a cloak with a hood between the stones. It was Yun Shui's follower. It was a monk with a cross on his chest, wearing a purple cloak with a hood. The red-haired master's hair stood on end when he saw such a powerful man. Wu Fu saw a man in a purple cloak and asked if he was looking for him. A monk in a cloak with a hood was holding a stone in his hands. The man in the hooded cloak realized that the loss of the highest treasure was somehow connected with our hero. Who is he? Wu Fu replied that he was a terror flying on the wings of the night. The monk began to slowly melt away and told Wu Fu to enjoy his pride while he could. The monk suddenly disappeared, leaving only purple smoke. Wu Fu stood and thought, did they really find out about the Star Blade? With the strength he had now, he could not cope with them. He needed to gain strength. Wu Fu decided to break through to the Dao fusion level and then reach the honorable warrior level. The master was terribly jealous of Wu Fu. He finally saw his teacher and asked what he was going to do now. The old master said that refining spiritual pills was the goal of his entire life, but such pills are now of no value. He should go back and come up with a new plan. The master said that before he left, he wanted to visit the Lu family in the mountain valley. Wu Fu suggested going together. Finally, the two older ones arrived. The red-haired master began to complain to them that his pill sect was almost destroyed by this scoundrel. The sect leader cried that Wu Fu killed all his disciples and consumed all the pills. The old man told Wu Fu that Wu Fu would handle everyone on his own, and he would stay away for now. Wu Fu wasn't sure he could kill them all, but he could take the old man away from here. The red-haired master was surprised. If Wu Fu is going to escape, why is he speaking publicly? Suddenly something flashed at breakneck speed. In one leap, Wu Fu found himself in front of the hatted monk. Wu Fu and the master stood and watched. There was some kind of black energy above. Wu Fu thought that this would not stop him. Wu Fu used the Star Sword aura. The monks thought what a powerful aura this blade has. Powerful energy carried one of the monks upward so that even his hat flew off his head. The master and the monks could not believe that this could be true. Is Wu Fu really at the Tao fusion level? But the monks at least knew where Wu Fu and the old man were going. We see the Lu family's territory in a mountain valley. Lu sat and remembered Wu Fu. Nothing has been heard from him for a long time. Another girl, perhaps her sister or friend, said that Lu worried about him too much. Does she like Wu Fu? Lu blushed and replied that there was nothing like that. Some kind of whirlwind swept past their house. Lu decided to go and see what was going on. Wu Fu and the master landed in such a way that a crater was left where they landed. Everything was fine with them. They got there without any problems. The guards rushed after them and wanted to grab them. Wu Fu extended his hand and told everyone to stand. The guards froze in place. They didn't expect our hero to be so strong. Wu Fu said that he was misunderstood. He wanted to bring a master here, but the guard was furious. They destroyed the building and the fence to get here. Suddenly the star blade began to emit energy. While the guard was yelling, Wu Fu felt that the star blade began to react unusually to the surrounding aura. He recognized something. Master asked Wu Fu, "Is something wrong?" He replied that he felt something and would go check it out. In 1 second he flew away just as he had arrived. The guards were shocked. The master remained standing in his place. The guards decided to make the master pay for what he had done. At this time, Lu came outside and asked what was happening here. Lu recognized the old master and asked about Wu Fu. Lu told the guards that she knew the man. Her sister thought that there was nothing to worry about. She had already completely figured it out. She wanted to go home, but Wu Fu suddenly appeared in front of her. Wu Fu looked at the girl and exclaimed, "Is that you?" Seeing our hero, the girl burst into tears. The girl stood and sobbed. Wu Fu was covered in sweat. The girl had huge, luxurious breasts. The girl was crying loudly, but Wu Fu needed to get back to his work. He did not expect to find ancient ruins here. Lu came and saw her sister crying. "My sister said she was scared to death. A pervert has arrived here." Lu reassured her sister and said that she knew him and he was good. Lu asked where he was. The sister replied that he may have entered the cave. The guard said that an outsider had entered the ancestral tomb. The girl thought that Wu Fu was not so reckless. Why did he go there? If Father Lu finds out? Suddenly the girl saw her father and was very scared. Father Lu said that if Wu Fu entered the ancestral tomb, he would not live. They also entered the ancestral tomb and saw Wu Fu there. He stood in front of the tomb, and a pink aura sparkled above it in the form of an oval. Lu and his father saw Wu Fu. The father thought, "What is so good about this boy?" Our hero apologized and said that he did not disturb the ancestors of the Lu family, but only revealed the reserved information. The ancestral tomb has existed for more than 100 years, and this is a place where strangers are not allowed to enter. Father Lu was furious, and Wu Fu thought that it would not be easy for him to get out of here. This is Lu's house, and he will not use force here. Father Lu said that only family members are allowed to enter the family tomb. If Wu Fu becomes his son-in-law, he will forgive him for this mistake. Lu opened her mouth in surprise. The girl covered herself with paint. She did not expect this from her father. Lu burst into tears and said that he was talking nonsense. But his father said that he could not go against the precepts of their ancestors. The father put his hand on the girl's shoulder. The father was wondering how the protected formation would affect his clan, but at least his daughter would be married. Lu was, of course, shocked by her father's words. Her father gave her a kick in the ass towards Wu Fu. My sister wanted to tell my father that Lu had loved Wu Fu for a long time. Sister Lu told her father that everything was done well. Lu's father told Wu Fu to go and protect his daughter, and Wu Fu was, of course, shocked. He did not expect such a turn of events. Our hero decided to go inside the cave so as not to waste time arguing with Father Lu. It was a place in the mountains where streams of energy flowed. Suddenly, a column of energy hit the sky. It was visible from everywhere. It was also visible from Yonghan, where Qing Qing and her grandfather stood. Mr. Shu immediately realized that this was a forbidden formation. A man wearing a purple cloak with a hood appeared in the tomb. He saw how strong the aura was here, and decided to make Wu Fu's task more difficult. It was very dark where Wu Fu arrived. He walked further and saw that lamps were burning on the walls. Wu Fu stood between two lamps. The face of some demon could be seen above him. Our hero opened his eyes wide when he saw something. Wu Fu saw a man punching the ground. The blows were so strong that stones fell from under the fist. Wu Fu thanked for the warm welcome, but said that he could not be killed so easily. There were ghosts in the dungeon, and Wu Fu knocked off the head and arm of one of them. Wu Fu did not immediately notice another one and then kicked him. A huge giant with a necklace around his neck was waving his fists. Wu Fu thought that someone really wanted to stop him. A huge fist flew towards Wu Fu's head, but was met with a counterblow. Cracks appeared along the giant's hand, and he screamed in pain. Father Lu walked through the tomb and heard a voice that said that it was surprising to find such a treasure in this place. Monks in hats also came here to the dungeon. Father Lu asked the monks who they were and what they wanted. They said they didn't have time for him. Seeing that there was a forbidden formation here, the monks realized that they would take away many useful things. After Wu Fu's blow, the giant split into 1,000 stones. Our hero thought that this was not all. The monk said that since he could not kill Wu Fu, he would simply burn all the information and lock him in the dungeon forever. Wu Fu realized that now he couldn't leave so easily. Lu was in formation and met a cute little rabbit. The rabbit did not run away but stood in front of Lu and looked at her. Lu knelt down in front of the rabbit and wanted to hug him. When she bent over the rabbit, she saw that it was not a rabbit at all, but some kind of monster. In 1 second, the cute little rabbit turned into a scary beast. Lu fell and looked at this monster with fear. The rabbit reached an incredible size and opened its mouth to swallow Lu. Lu thought that this rabbit had mutated. Suddenly, a mad whirlwind of energy demolished everything in its path. Lu could barely stay in this flow. She wondered why the rabbit suddenly became so strong. The rabbit jumped on the girl and she thought she was done for. Wu Fu suddenly appeared and kicked the huge rabbit. The rabbit fell. Lu was very happy when she saw Wu Fu. They reached out to each other. Birds flew above them. They were happy. Suddenly, Lu noticed that spirit beasts were heading here. Wu Fu took her by the shoulder and told her not to worry and to follow him. Wu Fu realized that someone was trying to control the formation with the help of celestial forces. The hatted monks saw where the spirit beasts were heading. So there is a treasure there. The monks in cone hats decided to go there. Wu Fu picked the girl up and carried her. They were almost there. The pillar of spiritual power was right in front of them. Lu turned red and wanted to go on her own, but she was injured. Suddenly, Wu Fu was attacked by 2 monks wearing hats. Wu Fu decided to run away from them with Lu in his arms. Our hero decided to play a race with them. Wu Fu flew as fast as a bullet fired from a pistol. The monks could not keep up with him. Finally, Wu Fu and Lu arrived at the scene. This was the center of the formation. There were 4 pillars, and in the middle stood a purple crystal from which a strong aura emanated. The star sword resonated with the crystal at this location. Suddenly, the crystal split into pieces and began to fly towards the star sword. This was the last fragment. Other monks began to flock to this place like flies. The guy in the hooded cloak with a cross on his chest thought that his life crystal was destroyed, and he would have to finish off Wu Fu personally. Everyone who arrived raised their hands to the star blade. Lu attacked one of them. He immediately fell. She was asked who she was and asked to get out of the way. Wu Fu meditated with the star sword. Lu stood guard and said that she would kill anyone who dared to approach him. Several people stood and laughed that the fragile girl could defeat them all. Lu knew that Wu Fu was now absorbing the star sword, and she had to protect it even at the cost of her life. Wu Fu had already finished absorbing the sword and came to deal with these people. These people were surprised how he finished so quickly, but there were many of them, and they decided that they had nothing to fear. Wu Fu tried to stop these people. He said that he was not the one they could handle. One of the monks said that he would not let him escape this time. The monk said that Wu Fu is surrounded and they will see how he gets out of here. He had no intention of getting out. He decided to try his new sword on them. The blow of the new star sword smashed everything around. The attack was so powerful that the monks could not cope with it, and yet one of them parried the blow of the sword with his hand. Wu Fu realized that it would be hot and asked Lu to step back. This will be a fight to the death. Energy raged around. Explosions were heard. Everyone who was nearby fell. One of the monks got so worked up that it was impossible to understand where he was. But Wu Fu still struck him with the sword. The star sword struck one after another. The monk was not going to give up. He was very strong. Wu Fu jumped up and used one of the star sword's techniques. Flash! When the monk's hat fell off, he had horns underneath. It seemed that it was the devil himself, and he said that Wu Fu could be considered a genius, but only Wu Fu was unlucky to meet him. He extended his hand, and right before his eyes, huge claws began to grow. Suddenly, a terrible creature with horns, fangs, and a huge mouth appeared. Everyone who was nearby opened their mouths in fear. Lu thought he was crazy. The monk decided that his partner had transformed and the battle was over. Wu Fu stood in front of the demon without even flinching. He decided that sacrificing sanity for strength was foolish and that he would not hold back any longer. With one blow of his sword, our hero cut off this monster's hand. Wu Fu pierced the rays coming from the sword this monster. Why did this monk need to transform at all if he only became weaker? Taking advantage of the fact that Wu Fu could not see, the second monk flew into the sky. Lu shouted to Wu Fu that the second monk was leaving. But suddenly, some object flew from the sky towards the monk. The object fell with such force that the impact sent waves. Everyone saw the silhouette of a huge dog through the smoke. It was a Wu Fu dog with wings but of incredible size. Sitting on the dog's back were Ching Ching and Lu's father. Lu didn't expect to see them and asked why they were here. Ching Ching rushed to hug them. Father Lu said that he was worried about her, and when he was about to go after her, he met Ching Ching. Father Lu asked where the two strong men who were coming here were. They are nowhere to be seen. Lu pointed to the hole and said one of them was there, and the dog landed on the second one. The monk lay in the hole, barely alive, and the dog had no intention of getting up. Ching Ching told the dog that he had recovered a little. Wu Fu said that next time it won't be so easy. Ching Ching was surprised. Isn't he strong enough? But being strong in this world does not mean being strong in the outside. Ching Ching told him not to worry. They would always help him. Wu Fu replied that in the outside world everyone is at the level of a venerable warrior. Hearing this, the girls were very upset. Wu Fu suggested retreating and preparing. In the heavenly cave, a tomb hung on chains. A man in a purple cloak with a hood and a cross on his chest said that the intruder had appeared. It's time to wake up. From the purple mass, shrouded in smoke, the outlines of some kind of animal appeared. We see the Xiu family mansion again and Wu Fu visiting Ching Ching. Her grandfather prepared for him all the spiritual stones that he asked for. Wu Fu said that with all these spiritual stones, he would be able to improve his cultivation in a short time. Grandfather thought that these were stones for the dog because she loved them very much. Wu Fu felt that an old friend of his would soon arrive here. Ching Ching asked, "Is this a friend or an enemy?" Wu Fu told her that if they met in the outside world, he would simply kill him. There is still a chance to fight back in this world. A red pillar of energy appeared between the mountains. A man with long brown hair appeared from the energy sphere. The aura level was weak for him, and he was limited to the mid-venerable warrior stage. Wu Fu sat in one of the rooms and absorbed the energy of spiritual stones. Ching Ching brought him stones and said that if he didn't need anything, she would leave. Wu Fu asked her not to leave. The girl blushed very much and asked what he wanted. Wu Fu suggested that she take up cultivation here. It would help her become stronger. Ching Ching was upset. Wu Fu thinks about cultivation again. We see the building of Yonghai University. Members of some sect came to the basketball court and said that they would make him pay for the destruction of this sect. The fat man called them a bunch of weaklings and said he would show them the power of his fists. He tried to attack the sect members with his fists. The fat man received a good blow to the jaw. Tan walked up to him. He was worried about how the fat man was feeling. The fat man replied that he simply lost concentration and showed the middle finger to the approaching cult member. The fat man quietly whispered to Tan that he needed to run sharply in different directions. The sect members realized that the fat man could not win and decided to run away. The sect members surrounded the fat man and Tang from all sides. Tan said they were finished. The fat man said not to hit anyone in the face. His words angered the sect members and they decided to beat them to death. The fighters rushed at the fat man and Tan with their fists, but at that time some kind of whirlwind swept through. A huge mace fell on the sect members. The soldiers were crushed and trampled and fell one after another. It was Ching Ching who came to their rescue and said that there was no need to shout, they were not dead yet. Ching Ching was wearing a beautiful long cloak this time and had a mace on her shoulders. The fat man was very surprised. Suddenly, a man appeared and said that he heard that they were looking for him. The sect members immediately sank and began muttering something. It was Wu Fu who came, and immediately there was a strong explosion. A man with long brown hair stood at the bus stop and wanted to get into the transport, but the driver did not let him in. He said no weapons allowed. The man asked if he hid it, would they let him in? The driver replied that if he could hide such a large weapon, then he would let him through. The man absorbed this weapon in 1 second. The driver's mouth opened in surprise and he ran away from the bus. At this time, the sect member, seeing Wu Fu, fell down and said that if he knew that Wu Fu was here, he would not dare to come. Wu Fu released him and told him to disappear. Then Luo Shi came up and said that Wu Fu had finally returned to school. Our hero was about to leave. Luo Shi asked him where he was going. He replied that if he stayed, everyone else would be drawn into all this squabbling. Luo Shi held his sleeve. Wu Fu turned to her. The girl said that the shu sword technique had become an obstacle in her heart, and if she could not overcome it, it would become the problem of her whole life. Wu Fu and Luo Shi came to a cave in the mountain. Luo Shi took off her dress. She stood naked, only covering herself with her hair. Wu Fu said that she did not need to pay for the family. If the enemies became stronger, he would still win. Luo Shi extended her hand to him and said that he was the hero of her dreams. The fat man was crying at this time that Ching Ching was leaving, and Ching Ching thought that this woman, Luo Shi, was 1 step ahead of her. At this time, a stranger with long hair arrived at Yunhai University and said that this school smelled rotten. A man with long hair approached the gates of Yunhai University. Behind his back, he had a knife longer than he was tall. The students at the gate said that the university does not accept foreign guests. The stranger asked what kind of person Wu Fu was. They told him that if he wanted to meet him, he needed to ask them. The stranger struck with his sword with terrifying force. People managed to jump to the sides. They thought that this was the enemy that Wu Fu was talking about. The stranger said if they understood who he was, then let them tell where Wu Fu is. A moment, and Wu Fu himself rushed like a bullet. He said that he did not expect that one of the 12 venerable kings would be here. The stranger broke into a smile and asked how he knew him. Tang asked Wu Fu, "Is this the strength of a venerable warrior?" Wu Fu replied that he could be even stronger since his strength on earth is limited. Tang asked Wu Fu why doesn't he run away. He replied that 12 venerable kings were just an obstacle in his way. Wu Fu's eyes flashed and said that among all of them, only one would survive. The venerable king assumed enormous dimensions and asked Wu Fu how he thought he could cope with him with his strength. A blow rang out, and Wu Fu instantly dodged the blow. The venerable king said that if Wu Fu was so insightful, he would leave his body safe. Wu Fu struck with his star sword. The venerable king grabbed the sword with his bare hands. The enemies said that if not for the limitation of his power, he would have wiped out the entire planet with the movement of 1 finger. Wu Fu told him to stop talking nonsense. The venerable king said that with his strength, Wu Fu simply burns through the potential of this sword. The venerable king snatched the star sword from Wu Fu's hands. He took the sword and said that he would take it as a memory of the meeting. Our hero replied that he could not take this sword. Tan was shocked. The stranger took the sword with his bare hands. Wu Fu extended his hand and the sword was in his hands again. He said that the star sword belongs only to him. The venerable king replied that if he killed Wu Fu, the sword would become his. He charged at Wu Fu with a shout. Our hero dodged again. It was not so easy to kill him. The venerable king was furious that Wu Fu dared to resist. In a fit of rage, he again attacked Wu Fu. Tang was in awe of Wu Fu's ability. The venerable king was limited in power, and it was unknown who could emerge victorious here. Wu Fu used the tactic of 7 waves of raging swords. The venerable king did not expect that he knew such sword techniques, and Wu Fu attacked him again. The first wave of raging swords was a powerful energy, and thousands of swords flew towards the enemy. The enemy put up protection in the form of a sphere, and the swords did not penetrate it. The venerable king was shocked that Wu Fu knew the last move. It became clear to him why the predictors had made such a big deal out of it. Maybe they've met before. The enemy immediately changed his appearance and began to look like a monster. Help came from Luo Shi. She suggested trying the Shukshu sword technique. The venerable king readied his huge sword. Luo Shi and Wu Fu created such energy that the enemy's sword shattered into pieces. The venerable king suddenly turned into a terrible beast with burning eyes. Luo Shi thought that this was the strength of the venerable master. This monster stretched out its huge hands to the girl and wanted to grab her like a doll. Wu Fu instantly jumped up and covered it with his sword. He told Luo Shi to just watch. He will take on this guy. Wu Fu said that the venerable king had overestimated his abilities. The rival told Wu Fu that he needed to accept the fact that he would lose his life, even though he was only 20 years old. Our hero smiled and said that he was far from 20. He had been living for more than 1,000 years. The venerable king felt such power from the star sword that he decided to release all his power as well. Such powerful energy came from him that it was impossible to stand still. He held his long sword and prepared to strike a terrible blow. The venerable king rushed to the attack. He shouted that Wu Fu was just an insect. Wu Fu's opponent cut through the entire space with a sword filled with red energy. Although the venerable king's attack was not aimed at Luo Shi, she felt sick. The blow from the sword caused a split in the ground, and Luo Shi stood on the edge of this cliff. The venerable king said that in the world that is illuminated by 9 luminaries, there is not a single person who can resist him. At this time, Wu Fu suddenly appeared behind him. It was impossible. Wu Fu thought since he didn't have enough power to destroy his soul now, he would imprison his body here forever. He pierced the venerable king with a sword and said that soon he would deal with him completely. The enemy was petrified. The king stood as a monument, but said that one day Wu Fu will leave this planet, and he will make him suffer a painful death. A huge purple ball flew in, emitting incredible energy. From somewhere out of the sky, a fist of incredible size appeared and almost killed Wu Fu. The venerable king laughed and said that he would wait for Wu Fu outside. Wu Fu was too tired, and Mr. Xu supported him. Grandfather Ching Ching asked why Wu Fu did not escape the battle. He replied that it was one of his past enemies, and it was too shameful to run away from him. And somewhere in another world, that purple ball flew in and carried away the venerable king. A man in a cloak with a hood with a cross on his chest said that his overconfidence did not lead to good things, and his salvation cost him too much. The venerable king said that he had never been told about this 1,000-year-old monster. The man in the cloak was surprised. What kind of 1,000-year-old monster are we talking about? The venerable king replied that Wu Fu called himself that. The man in the cloak thought about the star blade. Wu Fu was lying in bed at the Xiu family's house. Ching Ching asked her father that they take revenge for our hero. The elder of the Xiu family said that Wu Fu suffered so much, even though he only destroyed his enemy's physical body. Ching Ching was worried that the enemy would return again, and her grandfather told her that if he showed up again, he would protect Wu Fu with his life. Grandfather said that he was now leaving Wu Fu to Ching Ching. The girl's face turned red and she felt very embarrassed. Wu Fu was lying in bed and had not yet regained consciousness. Ching Ching looked at him, her cheeks flushed. The Wu Fu dog appeared, stood on the bed with its paws and barked. Hearing the dog bark, Wu Fu opened his eyes. He sat up on the bed and said that the medications helped him a lot, and he had to restore the flow of internal energy himself. Ching Ching said that he needed to rest properly, but Wu Fu replied that such wounds were nothing to him. Luo Shi was at home in her residence, demonstrating to her grandmother how she had mastered the Shukshu sword technique. She told her grandmother that Wu Fu was seriously injured and people from her sect would go with her to help him. The grandmother replied how terrible the enemy was, that even Wu Fu could not cope with him. Somewhere in another world we see the silhouettes of 2 devils. The hooded man said that Wu Fu wouldn't be so lucky next time. The fat man came to the Xu family's residence to see Wu Fu, but the guards did not let him in. Members of the student council came along with the fat man, but the guards said that he could only let him in alone. But then the order came to let them all in. The fat man asked Ching Ching where Wu Fu was, and she replied that he was training. The fat man was shocked because Wu Fu had not yet recovered from his wounds, but he was already training. From the room where Wu Fu was training, there was a strong flow of energy, such that grandfather and the fat man had to defend themselves. Mr. Xiu was very surprised that it took Wu Fu less than an hour to rise to the top of the Dao fusion level. Heavenly lightning flashed over the roofs of the houses. Black clouds in the shape of a bird swept over the city. Mr. Xiu walked into the room where Wu Fu was training. If it were not for the limitations of cultivation, our hero would have made a breakthrough long ago. Grandfather had long wanted Wu Fu and Qing Qing to be together, but now he realized that they were no match, and the difference between them was too big. Qing Qing didn't believe it. She knew that she was good enough for our hero. Luo Shi also flew to her beloved Wu Fu as if on wings. Mr. Xiu said that Wu Fu was most likely the youngest venerable warrior in the world. But he replied that reaching such a level is only possible after the first heavenly retribution. But the power of heavenly influence in this place is not enough. Mr. Xiu was shocked. How could one let go of the opportunity to become a master at the level of a venerable warrior? To which our hero replied that if he broke through now, he would not be able to reach the level of the king of the gods. Some purple energy appeared near the gate of the Xiu family's mansion. The guards went to warn the master that they had a guest. In the sky, it was as if someone had parted the curtains with their hands and was looking at the ground. Then the scary face of the monster appeared. A monk appeared, covering the hole in the sky. The security guard came and reported to Mr. Xiu that they had an intruder. Mr. Xiu, Wu Fu, and the fat man came to see who was there. Wu Fu said that the guys brought Master Bai Yuan. The fat man opened his mouth in surprise. It was Chen Bai Yuan himself. But then they saw that it was Luo Bei Xuan from Mount Titania. Mr. Xiu said that this is the strongest person on earth. Wu Fu said that he could even kill someone from the outside world, let alone the strongest person on earth. Qing Qing saw two more people coming with Luo Bei Xuan. These were assassins from the outside world who were capable of killing the strongest masters. Wu Fu thought that they wanted to kill him in any way. Qing Qing suggested escaping because there were three of them, but Wu Fu said that these assassins were much weaker and he would deal with them himself. The girl blushed. She was pleased that Wu Fu was worried about her. Wu Fu warned Qing Qing that she should not let them take her hostage. Wu Fu ordered the fat man to protect her because these guys are quite cunning. The master smiled and said that he had not come down from the mountains for a very long time, and he could destroy them with a snap of his fingers. The fat man was not taken aback and said that they were stronger than him. The fat man was the first who dared to tell the master this. The master took aim to hit the fat man right in the forehead with a needle, but he didn't even blink an eye. Wu Fu snatched that needle and crushed it in his hands. He said that he is the main character. The master cannot kill anyone before him. The master said that there were three of them, and each of them was superior to Wu Fu in cultivation. Wu Fu told him that if he opened his eyes, he would see that Wu Fu was not alone here. A flow of energy began to spiral in front of our hero. It was Luo Shi who arrived with her clan. The elders also arrived, Grandma Luo Shi and Grandfather Qing Qing. Luo Shi with his grandmother and Qing Qing with his grandfather and father, the fat man, they all stood shoulder to shoulder with Wu Fu. The blindfolded old man said that they themselves wanted to give up their lives. The devils around him laughed. Luo Bei Xuan said that since they dared to come here, he would personally imprison them forever, and he alone was more than enough to kill everyone. Wu Fu used his Star Sword tactics, but one blow from a practitioner at the Dao fusion level was nothing for the old man. Energy in the form of clawed paws wrapped itself around Wu Fu, but he said that this was just the beginning. The old man came under the influence of such strong energy that everything exploded around him. Luo Bei Xuan even received a wound on his hand. This was a power that surpassed the Dao fusion level. Wu Fu asked him how he knew what level he was. Luo Bei Xuan also launched his attack, so powerful that Wu Fu fell to the ground. The elders were worried and wanted to help Wu Fu. Demons were breaking through the energy towards our hero. Wu Fu almost fell and his star sword became red hot. The fat man also fell under the influence of this force. A powerful column of energy fell to the ground. It was a barrier. The fat man realized that he and Wu Fu were separated. The fat man approached the barrier and wanted to touch it with his hand, but they shouted at him not to touch it. But it was too late. The fat man suddenly disappeared. Qing Qing asked her father if it was possible to pass through the barrier. She wanted to help, but her father replied that even if they came in, they would only be in the way. The elders found themselves inside a barrier that possessed incredibly strong energy. He definitely killed a lot of people. You had to be on your guard all the time. Suddenly, Grandpa Qing Qing shouted for everyone to be careful. His scarf was carried by a stream of energy. He managed to grab onto it. Grandma Luo Shi realized that this was an illusion. A demon loomed over Mr. Shu from above as if it was about to rush at him. Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared in front of Mr. Shu and put up a guard with his hand. Luo Beishuan was holding a purple flask. He said that those who are behind the barrier can no longer escape. The old man opened the flask and violet energy began to come out of it. He said that the power of this barrier was enough for him to destroy everyone with one blow. This energy turned into thick walls of an impenetrable barrier. The old man put everyone in a huge purple ball from which there was no way out. Wu Fu and his friends were trapped in this huge ball. Luo Beishuan told the demon that his task was completed and the rest was his responsibility. The old man was talking to demons. Pieces began to fall off the large ball. The barrier was collapsing. The old man could not believe that this was possible. This energy destroyed the barrier completely. Wu Fu came out to meet them and said that he could not be defeated with such a pathetic attack. Then the demons decided to deal with Wu Fu on their own. The barrier was just an illusion. The old man was blindfolded and looked for Wu Fu. Our hero stood behind him and asked if he was looking for him. Wu Fu dealt a decisive blow with the star blade. Luo Beishuan fell to his knees. The demons saw how powerful the energy of the star blade was. The elders came out to meet the demons. Grandmother Luo Shi and grandfather Qing Qing. The elders unanimously defended Wu Fu. The demons just laughed seeing such protection. Wu Fu cut off the old man's hand with his star blade. The old man took off his blindfold and said that he would destroy Wu Fu. The old man used the divine hand technique and sent streams of purple energy. Wu Fu thought that even losing his arm did not affect his strength. The old man threw out such powerful jets of energy that they spread throughout the entire space. He screamed at Wu Fu to go to hell. A black cloud of all-consuming energy moved toward Wu Fu. It was in the form of a huge beast with a terrible mouth. Wu Fu used his star blade again. The blade's energy smashed this beast into pieces. Sprays flew from the cloud in different directions, and the terrible beast turned into some kind of purple mass. At this time, Mr. Shu was fighting with the demon. He called Wu Fu for help. Elder Shu fought the demon with all his might, using every method he knew. Mr. Shu did everything he could. He was already holding his hand to his heart. Although the old man was missing an arm, he was very upset. He shouted that no technique could defeat his absolute power. Daggers from the sky began to rain down on the demons. Qing Qing and the fat man were very scared. Wu Fu was nowhere to be seen. Luo Shi was also scared, but she knew that he couldn't give up just like that. Suddenly everyone saw that the barrier was destroyed. The fat man saw Wu Fu being taken away by some creature. Behind the clouds of smoke was a pink sky. Wu Fu was in a golden glow. At this time, in the outside world, a man in a hooded cloak was watching Wu Fu as if in a mirror. This person said that Wu Fu needed to be eliminated. Otherwise, he would definitely be a threat to their plans. Qing Qing said that something is always happening, and she can't help Wu Fu. Luo Shi said that Wu Fu had never let them down. The fat man asked Wu Fu to take out a 10-meter giant blade and destroy this bastard. The demon said that the blind old man was right. This weapon is worthy of being divine, and the only way to take possession of it is to kill Wu Fu. Luo Beishuan grabbed his severed hand. He missed it. The old man launched a bunch of energy that he had been accumulating for the last 10 years with his whole hand, with the goal of exploding Wu Fu. Our hero replied that without a combat barrier, the old man poses no threat to him. Luo Shi shouted for Wu Fu to be careful. This energy may have been strong, but it did not cause any damage to Wu Fu. The blind old man continued to rage. He shouted that this was not the end. The old man changed the direction of his attack. Using the star sword, Wu Fu repelled Luo Beishuan's attack. Luo Beishuan was furious and continued to attack. Wu Fu used the star blade technique, reverse movement. The demons were shocked by what they saw. They flew at each other, Luo Beishuan with his clot of energy and the star sword. Upon colliding, the energy entered Wu Fu's blade. It turns out that the star sword could absorb other people's skills. Luo Beishuan was shocked. He was left without the power that he had been accumulating for 10 years. Wu Fu swung his sword and said that he would return his power now. The old man put out his whole hand and prepared to repel the attack of his own energy. Suddenly all his strength disappeared somewhere. There was such an explosion that the mountains shook and a glow formed above them. It looks like Luo Beishuan made a puddle of fear. The old man realized that he had been too reckless. Luo Beishuan fell to the ground dead. Wu Fu stuck the star blade into the ground, in the place where the old man lay. The demons realized that the aura of the blade had increased 10 times, but Wu Fu was exhausted. It's time to take the divine weapon from him. Mr. Xiu said that if they decided to kill Wu Fu in the Xiu clan's territory, they would have to go through his corpse. The demons decided that grandfather had problems with his head. One of the demons simply threw the grandfather aside with a wave of his hand and told him to get out of the way. Luo Shi and Qing Qing saw what happened to Grandpa. The demon approached Wu Fu, who was kneeling, and said that it was time to say goodbye, but Wu Fu replied that it was too early. The demon struck such a blow that Wu Fu fell. Wu Fu jumped and flew at the speed of a bullet along such a strange trajectory that everyone just opened their mouths. The fat man and Luo Shi realized that Wu Fu was leading the demons to the mountain. The demons took off and rushed after Wu Fu. Qing Qing and Luo Shi also decided to follow them. Suddenly Luo Shi took Qing Qing by the hand and stopped her. Wu Fu probably wants to protect them all, so he took the demons away. Mr. Xiu confirmed Luo Shi's guesses and said that if they cannot help, they should at least not interfere with Wu Fu. Qing Qing clenched her fists and thought that she really wanted to become stronger. Qing Qing no longer wanted to be so defenseless. The demons were about to overtake Wu Fu. Our hero smiled and said that everything is just beginning. The fat man did not agree to stay here and wait for Wu Fu. He was about to follow his friend, but Luo Shi and Qing Qing dissuaded him, saying that he had led the enemies away for their sake. Suddenly the earth shook and everything was covered in dust. The fat man pointed to the side. A deafening explosion was heard in that direction and huge clouds of black smoke appeared. Those watching Wu Fu from the outside world realized that there had been a failure again. An older man watched with a man in a hooded cloak, and he said that this boy was causing too much trouble. How could he lead them into a trap? Wu Fu flew at the speed of a bullet into the stone cave in the mountain. The demons entered after him, assuming that there was a dead end ahead, and Wu Fu could not escape. Wu Fu thought with a smile that they were the ones who couldn't escape. Wu Fu led them to the yin-yang battle barrier, capable of killing even a practitioner at the level of divine concentration. The demons did not believe it and rushed to attack. Wu Fu clenched his star blade in his hand. Suddenly the barrier was activated. The demons began to seem to dissolve into the barrier field. There was such an explosion that blew the mountain into pieces along with the demons. In the outside world, a guy in a hooded cloak came and asked what went wrong. The old man told him that it was a yin-yang barrier. The old man said that this is the strongest barrier that was created quite recently. How did Wu Fu know about him? The guy in the hooded cloak said that if everyone they sent was destroyed, then the old man would die next. He laughed. If the lower world is too small for him, why don't they allow him to go further? The old man said that he could wait until he gained enough strength and then kill him. The guy in the hood decided that maybe he would do just that. Wu Fu saw the silhouettes of the fat man and Luo Shi through the fog and heard the barking of a dog. He came to his senses and realized that he was lying in bed and his dog was next to him. Wu Fu sat up on the bed. The fat man and Luo Shi stood nearby. The fat man said that when they saw an explosion in the mountains and got to the place, they saw that the mountain had disappeared and only a huge crater remained. Wu Fu lay in the crater. No wonder he lost consciousness from such a strong explosion. Mr. Xiu looked into the room and saw that Wu Fu had come to his senses. He told Wu Fu to rest peacefully, with many masters outside monitoring his safety. The elder of the Xiu family said that he was worried that masters from the outside world would increasingly visit them. Old people like him won't be able to help much if he has to go into battle. Wu Fu replied that Mr. Xiu should not worry, since his target was him. Until he is here, they will have no reason to come here. He is going to gain strength in the future to ascend to heaven. Grandpa Qing Qing opened his mouth in surprise. Is Wu Fu going to leave the earth? Our hero replied that with the spiritual energy of the earth, the only way to go further is to enter beyond the earth itself. Mr. Xiu said that as soon as Wu Fu leaves them, his enemies will have a free hand, and this is what they are waiting for. Wu Fu replied not to worry, as the ancient warriors alone were not enough to scare him. Heaven is quite a big space, and it will be difficult to catch Wu Fu there. The old man replied that if Wu Fu had thought everything through, then he could be calm. Luo Shi was also very worried about Wu Fu. Wu Fu asked, "Where is Qing Qing?" The fat man replied that after they found Wu Fu, she went north to gain strength. Wu Fu wondered, what was she going to do in the north? The master stood on the edge of the cliff and said that stronger warriors were being born and unrest in the world could no longer be avoided. He asked Ching Ching, shouldn't she be keeping an eye on Wu Fu now? Ching Ching asked the master to take her to the outside world. The old man asked why she was there. She replied that it was for Wu Fu. After all, the earth is only the beginning stage, and it also wants to become stronger. The master told her that he could not take her. Ching Ching burst into tears and begged the master to take her with him so that she could gain strength. In the end, the master gave in to her. Ching Ching put a huge backpack on her shoulders and said that she was ready. The old master told Ching Ching that he was only doing this out of love for Wu Fu. He will send her home as soon as she regains her strength. The girl thought if only Wu Fu would wait for her return. At this time, the whole family was looking for Ching Ching. Grandfather was told that she was seen at the entrance to the portal in the company of some old man. Wu Fu told Mr. Xiu not to worry. Ching Ching is in good hands. Wu Fu said that the masters of the outer world can activate the portal through teleportation, but the earthly masters can only go up in two places. He showed the Sky Rock and the He Sea on the map. They decided to go to the Heavenly Rock. Mr. Xiu said that this is a bad place, but that was precisely why Wu Fu wanted to go there. Two people squatted in the semi-darkness. The guy in the hooded cloak knew that there were only two open portals on Earth, and he now knew where Wu Fu would be heading. He ordered that all sects located near the portal be informed. Suddenly another man appeared, whose face was hidden in the darkness. He asked who gave the order to the guy in the hood to kill someone. It turns out that a new monster has awakened. Mr. Xiu asked Wu Fu to take care of his granddaughter in the outside world. There, where the heavenly cliffs were, a girl stood and said that sect master Luo Beixuan was killed by a 20-year-old newcomer. His name is Wu Fu. A woman's hand appeared from behind the curtain, and someone said that it was getting more and more interesting. Wu Fu and the fat man, dressed in fur coats, walked through the snowstorm. Luo Shi also went with them. She said that the head of the snow sect is a deceitful person. Suddenly a man met them and asked if there was anyone named Wu Fu among them. The sect members bowed and said that the master of the ancient snow sect had sent them to greet the guests. Wu Fu asked that since she decided to meet them, why didn't she come herself? The sect leader was a girl, and if it weren't for the master's kindness, she would have already killed him for his statement. The fat man asked that they really didn't know who they were talking to. Wu Fu killed the strongest master on earth with one blow. Just in case, he hid behind Wu Fu, but he said that he had no ill intentions towards the snow sect, and he was only here for the sake of the ancient barrier at the top of the heavenly cliff. Wu Fu's eyes flashed and said that their sect was not very friendly to guests. Our hero told the fat man that they were moving on. The servants came to the snow sect master and said that Wu Fu was too self-confident and did not want to go to her. Then the snow sect master thought that she had no choice but to go to him herself. Wu Fu, the fat man, and Luo Shi continued to walk through the snowy area. Wu Fu stopped and said that he saw something. The fat man also looked closely and also saw something. In the forest, among the trees, the eyes of some monsters sparkled. These were huge wolves, a whole pack. The fat man was very afraid of the wolves, but Wu Fu told him that he was not so weak and had nothing to fear. Before Wu Fu could say this, a huge mouth opened right next to them. Wu Fu and the fat man punched the wolf from both sides. Luo Shi also repelled the attack of the wolves. The wolves scattered in different directions like rags. There were more and more wolves. Our hero said that we need to find the leader of the pack. He saw the largest and most ferocious wolf. He was the leader. Wu Fu rushed with his sword to attack the wolf. The wolf bared his teeth and was ready to rush at Wu Fu. Choosing the moment, the wolf attacked our hero. Wu Fu, deftly wielding his sword, repelled the wolf's attack. Wu Fu created a protective sphere that the wolf could not penetrate. The star blade ended up in the wolf's muzzle, and he felt his imminent death. At this time, Wu Fu felt that the wolf was disappearing. The force affected Wu Fu and helped the wolf escape. A woman in a black dress appeared and said that they had come to the Tianshan mountain and planned to kill the master's beloved pet. This girl was a snow sect master. She knew why Wu Fu was here, and if he needed her assistance, he should do everything as she said. Wu Fu told her that there were two conditions to activate the portal. First, the master must be no weaker than the level of a venerable warrior, and second, the presence of a heavenly aura. Wu Fu had already accumulated heavenly energy, but the master had not yet reached the level of a venerable warrior. The sect master was surprised. How could Wu Fu know this? Suddenly Wu Fu saw that an avalanche was approaching them. The sect master said that if Wu Fu survived and made it to the top, she would allow him to activate the portal. A huge mass of snow was rushing towards them from the mountain. The master and her maid stood and watched as Wu Fu and his friends were covered by an avalanche. Suddenly, flames burst out from under the snow. The snow sect master and her maid began to freeze from the heat. It turned out that it was the Wu Fu dog of enormous size and with wings who came rushing. The snow sect master thought that she was underestimating Wu Fu if he had such a spirit beast. Wu Fu, Luo Shi, and the fat man climbed onto the dog's back and they rushed to the top. The dog flew to the top like a bullet, and the master and maid were in shock. The snow sect master really liked Wu Fu. The dog brought all three to the top of the mountain. The fat man and the dog walked forward. It seemed to him that the Tian Shan mountain was not such a dangerous place, but Wu Fu shouted to him to wait for them. Luo Shi said that it couldn't be that simple, and Wu Fu agreed with her. They decided to hurry up to catch up with the fat man and the dog so that nothing would happen, but suddenly a scream was heard. Wu Fu rushed forward to the rescue of the fat man and the dog. Neither the fat man nor the huge dog were anywhere to be seen. Luo Shi came running and also didn't see the fat man and the dog. They were just here and suddenly disappeared, but Wu Fu said that if, God forbid, someone harms the dog, he will not forgive it. Luo Shi wanted to go in the other direction to quickly get around this area, but Wu Fu did not let her in, because everything here is not so simple and you cannot act alone. The spiritual connection that united Wu Fu with his dog was broken. The snow sect master suddenly appeared. She said it was a bad place. They came here without taking care of the guiding threads. The master said that the heavenly mountain was very dangerous, just like the He Sea, and if they were trapped here, they could only wait for death. The sect master said that this place belongs to her, and she is preparing to ascend, but she needs to find a portal, and none of her people can find it. Wu Fu said that just because she didn't find him, that didn't mean he wouldn't find him either. The sect master had been looking for him for years. How could a 20-year-old youth surpass her? Wu Fu realized two things. The first was that the portal definitely existed here. The second was that people were not being harmed here, and the fat man and the dog were probably just lost. The snow sect master said that he was right, but how was he going to find the portal? Wu Fu said that the portal is right in front of her, but she's too weak to activate it. He put his hand to the wall, and the wall began to crack. The fat man and the dog stood in some kind of crevice and could not understand where they were. The fat man felt something, but could not understand what it was. This mountain was a huge portal. There was a bright flash at the top of the mountain. This flash could be seen even from Mr. Shu's house. Ching Ching's grandfather and father stood and looked at the sky. It seemed that Wu Fu had managed to open the gate, and Ching Ching's fate was in Wu Fu's hands. A monk and his disciple stood on the burn, and the monk said that this is how ascent occurs. These people go to the upper world. Lu clan area. Lu and his father stood on the mountain. Father asked, shouldn't Lu be with Wu Fu? Lu replied that he had so much to keep under control, and she had nothing to do with him at all. The guy in the hooded cloak watched Wu Fu and thought that he might show up in the outside world at any moment. After Wu Fu opened the portal, the snow sect master decided that she should go there alone. Wu Fu began to call the fat man and the dog because the portal was already open. The fat man heard and told the dog that he needed to fly there. Wu Fu asked Luo Shi if she was ready. The girl replied that she was ready. The dog and the fat man had just arrived, and they all moved forward together into the outside world. They were moving towards the outside world, but Wu Fu realized that something had gone wrong. Wu Fu found himself in the middle of some forest, but he had just been in a portal. His head hurt badly. Something happened during the ascent, but he didn't remember anything. He thought about Luo Shi and the fat man and decided that he needed to restore his spiritual energy before something bad happened. Suddenly, an incredible number of arrows flew towards Wu Fu. Our hero only managed to dodge them. He was surprised how the arrows ended up in such an abandoned place. Wu Fu felt a blow to his head and fell face down. He was lying on the ground, and there was some creature next to him. A fire was burning in a clearing in the night forest. Wu Fu stood tied to a tree with a thick rope, and opposite him stood a girl with small fox ears. Wu Fu thought that he had never seen a person with animal ears, and the girl said that she was Yameng. From now on, she is his master. Today, Wu Fu must take part in the tournament and bring her victory. Wu Fu wanted to free himself from the rope, but she said that the rope was very strong. If it weren't for Wu Fu's injuries, she wouldn't have been able to catch him. He asked the girl, is she from the animal clan? Yameng said that their clan teaches how to hunt prey unnoticed, so she had every chance of catching him. Suddenly, two guys with legs like birds appeared. These creatures had wolf heads, and they decided to look at the practitioner that Yameng had caught. Meng closed Wu Fu and said there was nothing to see here. The two started laughing at the girl and said that she lost last year and would be embarrassed this time. They mocked and laughed at the girl. Yameng lowered her head. Wu Fu could not allow the girl to be laughed at. One of the creatures who came reminded that he tore her pet apart with his own hands last time, and this year there will be no exception. The girl clenched her fists from powerlessness and anger, and Wu Fu said that this man, the wolf, was probably strong, since he had the impudence to joke about him. Wu Fu invited him to make a small bet. The guys with wolf heads began to doubt why they should make a bet with a slave. Wu Fu asked what was wrong, and they replied that if he was so good, then how did Yameng catch him? Yameng shouted that they would check it tonight. Wu Fu stood tied to a tree and thought, why is he constantly surrounded by idiots who are looking for fights? Yameng untied Wu Fu from the tree and asked if he could really win. The girl said that she had to catch the best demonic beasts, but they all died in battle. Wu Fu asked why she caught him. After all, he is not a demonic beast. Yameng replied that it fell from the sky and scared away all the demonic beasts. Wu Fu said that if the fight is between animals, then at least it is strange for him to go there. Wu Fu asked if he wins, will she let him go? The girl said she would let me go. We see an arena with stands for spectators. Yameng led Wu Fu in with a collar and a leash, and everyone led their animals the same way. Wu Fu thought that the little one was holding him for a dog. Yameng was very worried that Wu Fu would win. She told him that they are all weak, but the biggest animals are strong. Wu Fu saw a huge wolf with burning eyes. It was half wolf, half man. He was several times larger than Wu Fu. It was a black and gold wolf. A pale young man appeared and asked Yameng, is this the one she is performing with today, pointing to Wu Fu? Wu Fu, looking at the wolf, thought that he must have lived at least 1,000 years. An ordinary beast would not be able to withstand such a heavy aura. The young man's name was Aoli, and he said that his wolf taught him something strange, which is why he became so angry. The wolf's eyes burned with fire, red stripes glowed in front of his muzzle. He stood in front of Wu Fu, Yameng, and Aoli and emitted streams of the strongest aura. Wu Fu immediately realized that the wolf was intimidating him. Aoli took his wolf and said that he would let him frolic when there was time. Wu Fu thought that this was the first time he had met such a beast. Yameng said that there are two traits in their family. They are smart like people and strong like animals. Wu Fu replied that if this was true, then she could fight alone. The girl said that she could, but the tournament of beasts is a battle between the beasts that they have captured and tamed. This shows the world their power, and it is one of their strongest skills. Yameng said that her animals are always torn to shreds, and Wu Fu replied that this proves that she is still very weak. The girl got angry. She said that she is his owner, how can she be weak? The wolf-headed man told Aoli that Yameng told him that the weak man would win the tournament. How can a servant win? He's just a puppy, but he dared to declare war on them. Aoli took his wolf and prepared to leave. The wolf-headed man asked if he wouldn't participate in the collision tonight. Aoli said that he was enough to deal with this man. The wolf thought that one day he would be able to overthrow his master, but right now he is letting him, his master, go. Yameng told Wu Fu to be careful so that he doesn't get crushed by the monsters. Wu Fu thought that dealing with them would be a piece of cake. The start of the competition was announced. Yameng said that she would go first. She gave Wu Fu a pill that makes him stronger, and he recovered a little thanks to it. The spectators laughed at Yameng and said that she had brought her chicken here. Some animal with horns like a ram came out and announced that the competition was beginning. Some animals came out. They gnawed at each other's throats. The animals tore each other with their claws and butted each other with their horns. The guy with the wolf head said that this time there were strong monsters, and he didn't even need his tigers to tear the little man apart. Wu Fu watched the monsters. The next batch was stronger than the previous one. A monster appeared with the head of a tiger and the body of a man. The tiger charged at Wu Fu with all his might. Wu Fu easily dodged the tiger's attack. The tiger attacked our hero again and almost caught him with his paw. Wu Fu put up a guard and thought that the tiger was very fast. Our hero blocked the tiger's attack, and the tiger could not do anything. Several more tigers came to the rescue and rushed to attack. Everyone was sure that the tigers would tear the man to pieces, and only Yameng asked that he not die. Yameng saw that Wu Fu was alive, But the wolf-headed man couldn't understand how this was possible. The tiger pawed at Wu Fu but did not cause him any harm. The tiger attacked again, but Wu Fu thought that he might be strong, but he had the mental capacity of a child. Suddenly there was a huge explosion of energy. The owner of the tigers could not believe what he saw. Yameng also opened her mouth in surprise. A huge hole formed at the site of the explosion, and all the tigers fell into it. It was strange. Wu Fu hit once, and the tiger immediately fell. The owners of the animals began to ask, "Who is this guy who defeated the tiger with one blow?" Yameng thought that this guy is not so simple. The tiger owner entered the ring and said that Wu Fu was cheating. His tiger could not lose. Wu Fu replied that he won because the tiger was simply weak, but the wolf man said that Yameng probably gave him something that made him so strong. Yameng came to Wu Fu's defense and said that, "Is it really so difficult to recognize someone's strength?" The wolf-headed man said he wanted to check this guy out. Yameng said there was nothing to check. His cat was defeated in front of everyone and everyone saw it. The wolf man still couldn't calm down and wanted to test the power of Wu Fu personally. Yameng got really angry and said that he would have to go through her first. Wu Fu was surprised how this little girl protected him. Wu Fu said that he can win, but he doesn't want to fight. It might be too strong for him. Yameng asked Wu Fu not to provoke the wolf-headed man. But it was too late. His eyes turned red, and he said that Wu Fu would answer for his words. Yameng released her claws and told Wu Fu to hide behind her. Wu Fu put his hand on her head and said that he did not need her protection. The wolf launched another attack against Wu Fu. Wu Fu grabbed his muzzle with his hands and squeezed his mouth. Our hero said that he does not like to be compared to others. Wu Fu was sitting on the ground and the wolf bent down because Wu Fu's hand pressed his muzzle. Wu Fu asked him, "Is he still in doubt?" The wolf thought he couldn't move such a terrifying force. Aoli appeared with his huge wolf and asked Wu Fu not to mock the weak. With such strength, Wu Fu is worthy of the title of Immortal Cultivator. He said that orcs are a people who value strength, and they despise people. But Wu Fu is special. Wu Fu asked him if he wanted to fight. Aoli immediately refused to fight our hero. Aoli was surprised. How did Wu Fu deal with 8 tigers single-handedly? Wu Fu replied that it was nothing special, but he could see that his demon was interested. Aoli collected all the energy in his hand and said that it is necessary to seize power. This is the law by which all species live. Isn't now the right time? Wu Fu said that he would not simply obey. Aoli replied that everything depended on his strength, and there was no need to put him on a par with the wolf and tigers. Yameng shouted that she did not agree to their fight. She covered Wu Fu with her hands and said that if Aoli wants to have fun, let him look for someone else. Yameng said that Wu Fu represents her, and this fight showed that she is also strong. Aoli asked if she was sure that she would have enough strength to get out of here alive. Aoli asked her if she wanted to go to Qianhuaitan. Wu Fu asked them what Qianhuaitan was. Yameng turned and told Wu Fu that they were leaving. Wu Fu kept thinking about Luo Shi and the fat man. What happened to them? He hoped they were okay. Wu Fu realized that this guy knew where Qianhuaitan was. Yameng and Wu Fu were leaving Aoli, and he thought that he could not leave Wu Fu because he was dangerous. Wu Fu thought that this girl was very weak and there would be many dangers on her way. Yameng thanked Wu Fu for today's victory. Wu Fu reminded her that she promised to let him go. Yameng replied that the competition was not over yet and she would release him as soon as the ceremony was completed. Wu Fu thought that the girl was not going to let him go. Yameng told Wu Fu that he needed to participate in a tournament like those held on Earth. Wu Fu thought that they had known each other for half an hour, and she wanted him to fight for her. Yameng said that people who complete the Colosseum will be able to go further into the Hope Forest and it will be a great workout. Hope Forest is the trial of the Orc tribe and only those who pass it will be recognized in the tribe. Then Wu Fu will have the opportunity to become a leader. Yameng didn't even go through the monster community, but she heard that it was a real nightmare. Wu Fu thought it might be interesting. There might be treasure inside. Yameng said that they don't have to participate in the trial, so they don't have to worry. Wu Fu asked why. Yameng replied that he didn't need to know that. Wu Fu said that he couldn't promise anything because Yameng didn't answer questions when he asked them. The girl said she didn't know. Yun is the only orc from her generation who went there. Wu Fu thought that he was not so bad since he passed the trial. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Fu was sitting in the forest, covered with some kind of cape. He thought that that girl might be cruel, but she didn't leave him in the cold. Wu Fu thought that he should leave as soon as possible, even though his wounds had not yet healed. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. Wu Fu saw his familiar orc Aoli. Aoli sat on a branch and told Wu Fu that he needed to leave because he was a stranger here. Wu Fu replied that he had no intention of coming here. It was Yameng who caught him and brought him here. Aoli said that he could remove Wu Fu's shackles, and he replied that he would go and tell Yameng. Aoli said that Wu Fu could just leave now. Our hero replied that he would not leave without saying anything to Yameng. Aoli invited Wu Fu to follow him. Wu Fu asked how he could remove these shackles, and the orc threw him a stone. Wu Fu asked Aoli, "What is this?" But Aoli did not answer and simply told him to follow him. Suddenly a wolf appeared and said that he would conduct Wu Fu. Wu Fu took off the cloak that Yameng gave him and followed the wolf. Wu Fu didn't know how to use this stone. The wolf said that Wu Fu could get out if he kept walking straight. Yameng saw that Wu Fu was not there, but she told him not to go far. Aoli came and said that Wu Fu had already left. The orc said he was a weakling, so he sent him away. Yameng was furious, because if there is a weakling among them, then according to the rules, they either kill him or get rid of him. Aoli told Yameng that they would go to Tianhuaitan, and she might not think about it anymore. Yameng didn't really like the idea of going with the orc to Tianhuaitan. A wolf came running to them and reported that someone had entered the forest. When asked who it was, he replied that it was yesterday's man. Wu Fu walked in circles all the time and got lost. He decided to look from above. Wu Fu climbed to the top of the tallest tree and realized that this was a forest, and the one who accompanied him said that this was the way out. Yameng said yesterday that it will be very difficult to get out of here, and those mountains look kind of strange. Suddenly a huge black cloud appeared. It was a huge flying wolf with wings. Wu Fu's body stopped obeying him, and he began to fall from the tree. Our hero met the gaze of the wolf. Wu Fu felt pain all over her body. He didn't remember what happened to him. It seems he fell from a tree. He sat in complete darkness. Only some kind of spiraling red energy appeared under his palm. The spot that was under Wu Fu's palm grew larger and larger. Some kind of energy enveloped his body more and more. Wu Fu realized that it wanted to devour him and began to try to get out. He was already almost completely absorbed by an incomprehensible substance. But he extended his hand and summoned his star blade. When Wu Fu took the blade in his hands, he realized that it was his consciousness. Wu Fu heard voices calling him. He woke up, opened his eyes, and saw little Yameng in front of him. She smiled joyfully and said that he had returned. Wu Fu hit himself so hard when he fell that everything hurt. Yameng asked Wu Fu why he slept here. Wu Fu replied that he got lost while looking for a way out, and then he saw the monster and lost consciousness. Yameng gave him the metamorphosis fruit to help him gain some weight. Wu Fu said that the monster was huge and had wings. Yameng replied that he had bumped into the owner of the forest. She said that he is the ruler of this place. He cultivated his power for at least 10,000 years. Wu Fu said that he is not a monster, he is a spirit beast. This beast has lived here longer than the orcs. Wu Fu asked what Yameng is doing here. Wu Fu said that the Aoli wolf said that he wanted to take him to Tianhuaitan. Yameng got angry and said, how could he listen to him? Thank God she found him first. Yameng told Wu Fu to promise not to run away, otherwise he would undermine his credibility. The girl asked that everything be forgotten. She's the one who got him involved in all this. Wu Fu replied that she had come for him. Yameng said that it was not because of him, but because of the collar. Wu Fu said it was good that she found him. But how will they get out of here? If there is an entrance, then there must be an exit, and if there is none, then they will create it themselves. They walked through the forest, and Wu Fu asked, what if they meet the Lord of the Forest? Yameng said that he is sleeping now. He sleeps for 2 months a year, since he always falls asleep at different times. They bring him offerings to the forest. Wu Fu thought that he would use his sleep time to make a breakthrough. They heard some noise in the sky. Wu Fu thought it was the Lord. At this time, in the hopeless forest, the wolf reported to the orc that Yameng had entered the forest, and the Lord was not sleeping now. They cannot go inside the forest. We decided to find the leader. He should know how to save Yameng. Wu Fu and Yameng were sitting in a clearing in the forest near the fire they had lit. They were cold. Wu Fu told Yameng not to worry. He would protect her. She lay down under a tree, and Wu Fu sat leaning against the trunk and also dozed. Yameng fell fast asleep and had a dream. The woman extended her hand to her in her sleep and told her it was time to go home. It was her mother, and she told Yameng to go home with her mother. The girl got up and went into the forest as if following her mother. Yameng still saw her mother in her dream, but suddenly she came across some kind of bird. The bird increased in size and turned into a monster with a terrible beak. Wu told the girl that it was just a dream. A huge monster stood in front of Yameng, ready to devour her. Wu grabbed her and pulled her out of the monster's clutches. It was just a dream. Wu stood next to her and told her to wake up. Yameng opened her eyes and asked what happened. At this time, the monster that Yameng had seen in her dream appeared above them. Wu grabbed Yameng in his arms and they ran away from the monster. Wu had just cut him down, but he was recovering very quickly. He told Yameng to hide and said that he would deal with the monster himself. Wu turned to the monster and asked how dare he abandon his master. The monster attacked Wu with its tentacles, and Wu took out his star blade. Our hero thought that a simple blow would not kill him, and he needed to come up with something else. Yameng shouted that the monster is powerless against sunlight. But where can you get the sun at night? The girl smiled. She was planning something. Wu decided to cut the monster's body. He attacked him with such force with his blade. There was a strong explosion and burst of energy in the middle of the forest. Wu couldn't believe that this monster was immortal, using energy to regenerate itself. Wu told Yameng to be careful, otherwise he would eat her, but she replied that she could handle him herself. There were many luminous points in the forest, and they thought that the monster was not alone here. Yameng and Wu attracted other creatures. The creatures hunt in packs, but there was a very large pack here. In addition, these creatures recover very quickly. Yameng said that these are the weakest creatures in the forest. Wu picked her up again and carried her. Wu decided to run away, and Yameng said that it turns out he was a coward. He replied that he did not know how strong they were. The monster that Wu had cut down reformed again and chased after them. Wu and Yameng climbed onto a tree branch because the monsters moved with tentacles and they couldn't get there. The monster began to twist into some kind of figure. Wu couldn't understand what was going on here. This figure turned into a huge black mouth with red teeth. This mouth was ready to swallow Wu and Yameng sitting on a branch. Our hero decided to retreat and quickly jumped from the branch. Wu thought that these creatures are very smart. They move in large flocks. Still, he had suspicions that something was unclean here. Yameng said she thinks it's because of him. Wu thought it was because of the star blade. Since its ascent, the blade has not calmed down. The monsters were already very close to Wu Wu put Yameng on the ground and said that he would take them away so that she would be careful. Wu began to tease the monster and beckon him. The monster became furious and opened its mouth. The monster's tentacles were next to Wu head. Wu thought that he needed to act urgently. He sent a clot of energy straight into the monster's mouth. Wu took out his blade and began to cut off the monster's tentacles one by one. Wu attacked the monster from all sides, and wounds appeared on the monster's body. Eventually, the monster began to fall apart. Wu realized that his sword strikes had no effect on the monster. He still remained alive. Wu thought that this was an intelligent creature, since stupid monsters usually just surrounded. Our hero realized that the monster was corroding his spiritual strength. Wu was shocked by this discovery. Our hero realized that if this continues, he will lose. Wu struck with his sword. The monster shattered into small pieces. Suddenly, he was attacked by some incredible force. Yameng shouted at Wu "Don't use physical force, it won't work." The monster recovered and launched a new attack towards Wu Yameng screamed for Wu to save her. But how to do this? Does he have any other abilities? Yameng screamed at him to make the invisible visible, turn everything into nothing, gather spiritual power, and defeat the monster. Wu thought about her words. What does it mean to make the invisible visible and materialize everything? Yameng shouted for Wu to be careful as the monster's mouth was already very close. Wu thought that this world was very strange. It was crowded by the weakest of monsters. If this continues, he may lose. The star blade continued to send signals. He tried to figure out what the blade wanted to tell him. Suddenly, a woman's hand appeared on the other side of the blade. Our hero asked who it is. The one who appeared replied that he had been waiting for his arrival. Wu was floating in the air, and a woman was hovering nearby, and there was a blade between them. It seemed that Wu was inside the monster, and Yameng was calling out to him from outside. Suddenly the monster spat Wu out, and Wu was lying on the ground in the forest, and Yameng was bending over him. Wu was unconscious. When Wu came to his senses, he was lying on something soft. He couldn't understand what was happening. Wu was lying on Yameng's chest, which is why he felt so soft. The girl punched him in the jaw. She said that if this had not happened because he was protecting her, then she would have bitten off his hand with which he grabbed her breast. The blow was so powerful that Wu Fu lost consciousness again. The monster nearby became very angry and opened its mouth, but it was too late to run away from him. Wu Fu decided to try something new. Our hero stood right in front of the monster's open mouth. His star blade emitted such a strong aura that the monster felt hot. The energy was so powerful that it pierced right through the monster's body. Yameng was surprised. Where did such powerful energy come from? Wu Fu realized that he had only used 20% of the star blade's power before. At this time, someone approached them and said that it turned out that they were alive. Yameng asked the newcomer what he was doing here. It was Aioli, and he told Yameng that she had done something wrong. Yameng covered Wu Fu with her hand and said that all this happened because of Aoli, and she came here for Wu Fu. Aioli closed his eyes and admitted that he had been too careless, and that was why Wu Fu snuck in here. Yameng asked Aioli, since he was already here, to tell them how to get out of this forest. Aioli kept his eyes on Wu Fu's star blade. He told Yameng and Wu Fu to follow him. It's late. Aoli said that he doesn't want to become someone's lunch. Yameng said that Aoli has no idea how strong Wu Fu is. Aoli went forward and said that he did not care. Wu Fu closed his eyes and remembered his dog. Only Aoli could bring them back, since he is the strongest in the clan. The orc became very angry because Yameng did not allow him to say a word. Wu Fu said that this Aoli doesn't look that strong. He's only showing off his strength. Wu Fu just wanted to see his full strength. At this time, some sounds came from the sky. Yameng got scared and asked, "What is this?" A bright flash appeared among the dark forest and an explosion was heard. Some kind of monster flew past them. They may need to fight. Wu Fu said that killing the weak is cruel. The figure of a wolf with its mouth wide open appeared from behind a tree. Aoli recognized the black dragon and wondered where he came from here. Wu Fu asked if this wolf was strong. Aioli replied that the black dragon and his black golden wolf were of the upper class. They climbed the trees and decided that they needed to leave this forest as soon as possible. The wolf did not wait for them to leave, began to gnaw tree trunks and began to attack. Wu Fu, Yameng, and Aoli began to jump from branch to branch and run away from the wolf. Wu Fu asked why he was chasing them. Aoli replied that he was most likely chasing him, not them. Wu Fu asked, "Is he special? Why is the wolf chasing him?" It turns out that Aioli and Yameng can hide their smells, but humans cannot. Then Wu Fu decided to lead him away, and Aoli and Yameng told them to hide in a safe place. Yameng was against it. She didn't want to make Wu Fu alone, but he told her not to worry. The wolf rushed in pursuit of our hero. Wu Fu simply dodged the wolf's first attack. Wu Fu thought that the wolves were coming one after another. They were most likely attracted by his star blade. When Wu Fu found himself almost in the clutches of a wolf, he remembered the elemental skill. Wu Fu hid under a huge rock while the blade remained in the sky. The wolf, not paying attention to Wu Fu, rushed for the blade. Our hero understood, realized that they really needed a blade. Wu Fu created a protective sphere for himself, but the monster's claws made their way through it. There wasn't much strength left, and he could only try. The wolf rushed at Wu Fu again, his claws extended and his mouth open. The wolf smashed the stone behind which Wu Fu was hiding with one blow of his paw. And now he is standing ready to swallow our hero. Wu Fu used the star sword technique and soared into the sky. The flow of energy created a huge explosion where the wolf stood. Wu Fu stood on his knees, leaning against his star blade, and thought that it was all over. But the wolf turned into a huge monster with horns, and Wu Fu was shocked. How could he remain alive? The monster said, "Because Wu Fu is weak." Wu Fu was surprised that the monster could talk. The monster replied that in Hopeless Forest all high-ranking animals can speak, and asked where he got this blade from. Wu Fu asked why they all needed him. The monster laughed and said that he did not understand why the blade chose him as its owner. Wu Fu replied that the blade still chose him as its owner, and the monster said that Wu Fu was not worthy to possess it, and he only uses a small part of the blade's power. Wu Fu was shocked by these words. The monster said that he, a pathetic man, could not use all its power, and he would have to kill Wu Fu to take possession of the blade. While the monster was preparing to attack, Wu Fu disappeared. It was Aoli who dragged Wu Fu up a tree and told him to take a break, but for now he would show what real strength means. The monster was furious that his prey was taken from him and began to attack. Aoli had his own sword, and he began to wield it so deftly that fiery streaks appeared in the sky. The monster did not expect such a powerful attack. Aoli was ready to kill him with his sharp curved sword. Suddenly the monster fell to its knees. He set up a defense and told Auli not to even try to break through it. The monster's defense was strong, and the attack energy could not harm it. The orc did not give up. He said that this would not work with him. He rushed into another attack on the monster, this time with 2 swords. The monster's defense was destroyed, and 2 beams from the swords pierced the monster's body. Aoli's aura was so strong that Wu Fu could barely stand on his feet. Aoli approached Wu Fu and told him to see what the difference was between Wu Fu and him. The defeated monster lay on the ground. Marks from swords were visible on its body. Wu Fu asked Aoli why then did he come and save him. Then little Yameng suddenly appeared and threw herself on Wu Fu's neck with joy that he was alive. Wu Fu asked Aoli why he didn't act sooner. The orc replied that the strongest always act last. Yameng said that Wu Fu does not know how to control his aura, which is why he could not defeat the monster. Aoli said that he didn't know Wu Fu was so frail. Wu Fu asked Aoli to show them the way because it was time to leave. Aoli replied that Wu Fu had spent too much energy, he needed to recover, and then they would leave this place. This night was the longest in the forest. It was still far from dawn. It was necessary to find a safe place because there are many monsters here. They saw some kind of cave in the mountain. Wu Fu kept thinking that ever since he got here, everyone has been talking about aura and its control. Our hero remembered the woman who appeared to him when he was unconscious and wondered where the Starblade came from. They took refuge in a cave. Yameng brought wild fruits to Wu Fu. Yameng said that Wu Fu came from the outside world and should know a lot. He asked her why she needed to go to the outside world. Yameng replied that she needed to find someone there. But she cannot leave without the clan's permission. Wu Fu realized that this is why she constantly participates in competitions. Some didn't want her to leave her home, and getting into the outside world is not so easy, but I, Yameng, stood my ground. Aoli stood sadly and listened to what Yameng said. Wu Fu told her that he could take her to the outside world because he would return there anyway. Aoli heard their conversation and was very upset. He said it was already dawn and it was time to go. It was very beautiful here in the sunshine. Hopeless Forest is the clan's holy ground. Aoli said that the days here are very short and they must hurry to get to safety. As they walked through the forest, Wu Fu asked Yameng what her words meant. Make the invisible visible. Turn everything into nothing. Yameng collected the aura in her hand and said that the aura is preserved between heaven and earth, and after thousands of years it transforms into one of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. For ordinary people, the elements are dormant, and few can use aura. And monsters can control aura, so Fu couldn't defeat them. Yameng said that Wu Fu still managed to kill the creature that devoured souls, and it could not absorb it. Wu Fu thought that it was because of the Starblade, which contained mysterious power. Wu Fu asked Yameng to teach him how to use the power of the elements, but Yameng laughed and said that she was not at the right level to teach someone. Suddenly Aoli said that he could teach Wu Fu. With his strength, he will cope with this task. Wu Fu still hesitated to answer, and Aoli asked him if he didn't want to or was afraid. Wu Fu asked him why he suddenly became kinder out of the blue, and Aoli replied that it was better for him to use his strength to protect himself, rather than drag someone along with him. Aoli said that Wu Fu needs to protect himself and he will take care of Yameng. Yameng got angry and said that she was strong and did not need his protection. The orc said that he promised her mother to take care of her and she would have to accept it. Yameng thanked Aoli for his concern, and he said that he needed to make sure that Wu Fu gets out of here alive. Our hero also thanked Aoli for his help. Aoli and all orcs can control their aura to hide their scent. Wu Fu understood why Yameng quietly approached him. Aoli said that people with a strong aura can also hide their scent. Wu Fu asked how long it takes to train. Wu Fu asked how much is needed. 2 days or 2 hours or 2 months. Aoli replied that it was 2 years. Wu Fu was shocked. It had been a very long time. Aoli said that his aura is very pure, which is very rare. The 5 elements live in harmony with each other, but Wu Fu's aura is a little different. So Wu Fu needs to find what he is inclined to. Wu Fu thought, what is he in for? He has metal, Yameng has fire. Wu Fu asked, how can this be determined? Aoli replied that it is determined by perception, what aura your own attracts when interacting with the 5 elements. Aoli said that during the battle with the Black Dragon, Wu Fu's aura leaked out slightly, which means he has the makings, but he just doesn't know how to use it. Wu Fu thought that he didn't have much time. Aoli told him that you need to feel the 5 elements that move in the bodies of your opponents. Feel and destroy. Wu Fu thought that his star blade also had a sense of perception and constantly wanted to tell him something. Aoli created his aura and said that Wu Fu is still very weak. He can't break the aura barrier. He himself did this at the age of 10, and at 11 he found his element. And at the age of 14 he passed the trial and became the youngest warrior. But at this time it started to rain, and Yameng hurried to take cover from the rain. We see hopeless forest and the lair of the Lord of the Forest. We see a beautiful girl with a great figure and small horns. Wu Fu thought that they were constantly being watched, and said out loud that it got dark very quickly after the rain. They made a fire again between the trees, and sat around the fire. Aoli said that this forest is different from everything around. This is all because this forest fell from the sky. This was 1,000 years ago, and his ancestors even saw with their own eyes how a huge piece of land with a forest fell into their area. But there cannot be earth in heaven, so Aoli meant the outside world. The orc said that the outside world is a very mysterious and unpredictable place. The aura in this forest is stronger compared to other forests. It can move on its own and survive on its own. She could only come from outside. Wu Fu thought about it, and Aoli said that they needed to regain their strength. They still had a long night ahead of them. Wu Fu thought that he could learn a lot about the Star Blade here. The woman that he saw was familiar to him, and he had not seen her for a very long time. This power made his heart flutter. Our hero wanted to take a walk, but Aoli said that if he couldn't sleep, let him go with him. Aoli said that the night is long, and he will find the most suitable place to sleep, especially for Wu Fu. Aoli led Wu Fu to the dead lake. This was the most dangerous and safest place in the forest at the same time. The lake is a creature that shows the evil and good side of every person who falls into it. The lake is so deep that you can get lost in it and immediately turn into food. Suddenly, Aoli pushed our hero into the lake. He instantly sank into the water, only his hand still remained on the surface. Aoli thought, will he immediately go to feed or not? Aoli thought that he needed to explain this to Yameng somehow. Wu Fu continued to sink lower and lower. He realized that Aoli was trying to kill him. Our hero reached the very bottom of the lake and fell. Wu Fu couldn't understand how he got to this place. He already thought that he was about to die. He saw another Wu Fu in the water and asked who it was. The second Wu Fu replied that it was him. Wu Fu said that he does not have twin brothers. The man with his face said that he was the embodiment of his inner true self. Wu Fu said that if he was born by him, then he is his father. His reflection said that he could joke in such a situation. His true self told him that it was because of this attitude that he constantly loses. He wastes his energy on weaklings and does nothing but have fun and chat. Dead Lake reflects the true feelings of people. True Wu Fu appeared here because of his weakness, because of his gentle nature. He is destined to be a slave. Wu Fu got angry and said that he could use a couple of blows. Wu Fu's true self said that this is how it should be, and he needs to use all his strength to kill him. Of the two, only one will survive. Wu Fu swung and tried to hit his true self, but he grabbed his hand. Our hero had the feeling that he was hitting the feathers. True Wu Fu asked him if he finally understood. Wu Wu's reflection said that now it was his turn. Wu Fu, who appeared in the water, shrouded his blows in an aura, and our hero was still on his feet. Wu Fu told his reflection that he thought his blows would be very strong, but that was not the case. He can't even control his aura. With these words, Wu Fu's reflection became much stronger. The real Wu Fu only managed to block the blows of his reflection. How quickly he became stronger. Wu Fu's reflection was so fast that he couldn't even catch it with his eyes. Wu Fu's reflection told the real Wu Fu that he was trash who had no control over his aura. The real Wu Fu thought it was not time to give up on himself. Wu Fu's reflection said that he could not only use the aura of fire, but also the rest of the elements. Wu Fu himself is so stupid that he cannot master his aura. He will still put in more effort, since our hero is not yet exhausted enough. The real Wu Fu remembered the Star Blade and thought that there was only hope for him. He extended his hand, but the blade did not appear, and the reflected Wu Fu said that he could not summon it here. Wu Fu was truly scared. How come he couldn't summon his blade? Wu Fu's reflection told him that the water of the dead lake sealed the blade's power. He was originally sealed in the dead waters, and then people from the outside world freed him. Our hero asked how he knows all this. The reflected Wu Fu replied that he was created by water, and he acquired some of its memories. Wu Fu got angry and said that he was only able to do all this because of him. Wu Fu's reflection said that although he relies on his strength, it does not stop him from overpowering him. As he remembers, Wu Fu prayed for such strength that would not go against the light. The real Wu Fu lay face down on the bottom of the lake, and his reflection showed that these memories were lost in his memory. He took a huge needle and said that Wu Fu would not have a chance to think about these memories now. He stuck the needle right into our hero's head. Wu Fu heard a voice screaming at him to wake up. Wu Fu was somewhere completely naked, and a voice from the sword told him that he had finally woken up. Our hero did not feel pain, it was a dream. Wu Fu thought that the sword could not talk, but the sword said that it was not a dream and it was in his mind. Wu Fu couldn't believe that the sword could talk. Our hero thought that the second one killed him. How did they end up in his mind? Sword said that Wu Fu was asking too many questions, but Wu Fu said if he didn't answer, then he would lie down and die. The sword agreed to answer. Sword said that Wu Fu was almost killed, but he saved him. It turns out that the ball has a mind. Sword explained to Wu Fu that if he did not make a breakthrough, he would die in the waters of the dead lake. Wu Fu said that he probably couldn't defeat himself. Blade replied that he, Wu Fu, could take his power. A drop of his blood is enough to release the power of the blade. If he uses the power of the blade, wouldn't that confirm what his other self said? That he was just a coward? The blade told Wu Fu that his inner self craved this power. Wu Fu remembered another woman. He asked how he could get out of here right now. Blade replied that he did not know. Then Wu Fu decided to stay here and just wait for death. The sword told him that if he died, how could he speak? The sword is his spiritual weapon. If Wu Fu dies, then he will die too. Our hero had the feeling that the blade was no longer his blade. Blade replied that he was not that strong before, but Wu Fu asked him another question. He asked where the blade came from. After all the demonic creatures were also eager to get it. Blade said that just a drop of blood is enough to get out of here and deal with his second self. Wu Fu asked if there were other ways. Wu Fu said that if the blade doesn't tell him anything, then they will stay here. Blade replied that if they stayed here, they would both die. Wu Fu did not want to leave in the blood way. The blade was angry, but Wu Fu stood his ground so that the blade spoke in a different way, and that was all. Blade decided to try to persuade him. He couldn't leave him here to die. Wu Fu thought about the blade's words that he was begging for strength. Who is this force, and why doesn't he remember anything? The blade ordered our hero to stand up and said that he would only say this once. Blade thought he was helping himself. Wu Fu hurried him. Blade said that Wu Fu's aura was currently concentrated in the abdomen, and it needed to be turned into a strong aura and distributed throughout the body. Wu Fu's counterpart had already distributed the aura throughout his body, and the blade realized how powerful it was. The blade said that if the double can do it, then he can do it too. Wu Fu must use his aura to explore everything around him. He saw a huge ball of energy, and the blade told him to absorb it with an aura. Wu Fu's consciousness was slowly leaving, but the blade said that if Wu Fu couldn't absorb it, then he wouldn't become the strongest king of the gods. At that moment, his double approached him and said that from now on, he would replace Wu Fu, kill everyone, and become king. Second self Wu Fu said that you just need to wait until the lake absorbs the power of the star blade, and then it will be invincible. Wu Fu's double walked and thought, who should he start his murders with? Probably with Aioli. The real Wu Fu finally regained consciousness. They stood facing each other, and Wu Fu's reflection seemed to be scared. Wu Fu's double said that he talks too much, and if he killed him once, he can do it twice. A fight began between Wu Fu and his double, and Aoli stood on the shore of the lake and looked at the water. He couldn't believe the waters were so violent. He was afraid that the Lord of the Forest would wake up because of this. Wu Fu fought desperately with himself in the waters of the lake. Wu Fu realized that he had mastered the strong aura of water. Our hero also mastered a strong aura of fire. With the help of the fire aura, the real Wu Fu defeated his other self. Wu Fu asked his reflection what he knew, and said that he would guarantee him a quick death in that case. Wu Fu laughed and said that he didn't understand the situation he was in and he needed to kill him. If Wu Fu's reflection dies, then the real Wu Fu will go to hell with him. The double began to split into pieces. He said that it was he who saved his mother. The double began to sprout claws. Wu Fu stopped when he heard the word mom, but the blade told him not to listen to this nonsense, but to kill him quickly. The dying double has already grown huge, devilish claws on his hand. He said that Wu Fu was a weakling. That's why the whole family died. He couldn't even protect his mother. Wu Fu told Starblade that if they made it out of here alive, he must explain who he really was. Wu Fu understood that he now had a fire and water aura, and his double had an aura that was fed by the lake, and it was black. It does not seem to belong to the 5 basic elements. Wu Fu's double took on the appearance of a demon more and more. Our hero attacked him one last time, but it was too late. The double turned into a real monster and chased Wu Fu. At that moment, an aura of fire pierced the body of the double. Wu Fu also felt pain. Ordinary wounds don't cause so much pain, but this pain simply burned through his heart. Blade told Wu Fu that the double is an important part of him, and no one can be perfect if he wants to live. He must accept the darkness within himself. The Blade told Wu Fu to end his life, get out of here, bury the darkness within himself, and continue to live. Finally, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water, and Aoli sighed with relief. Wu Fu finally appeared from the water. Wu Fu climbed out of the water and said that he almost drowned and almost suffocated. If he died, he would be guilty of Yameng. Aoli said that he still has strength. He even returned alive. Wu Fu said Aoli tried to kill him when he pushed him into the water. Aoli replied that he would not kill him in this way, because Wu Fu asked him to help, and he passed the test. He felt that Wu Fu's aura had increased greatly. They walked back, and Aoli told Wu Fu that he would tell him one thing. As soon as they return, he will leave the orc tribe, and Yameng will not go anywhere with him. Wu Fu thought that he needed to quickly find friends and return to the outside world. The Blade told him that the outside world where he would go would be completely different. Wu Fu replied that he had already been there. The Lord of the Forest saw that he was an old man, and he obeyed the man. This man has such a familiar aura. She wanted to try this offering. Yameng woke up and saw that no one was around. She felt the energy and hopeless change. Yameng walked through the forest and suddenly saw something. Wu Fu and Aoli also saw something terrible in front of them. It was the Lord of the Forest, and Aoli thought, how did it happen that she was attracted to the water? Wu Fu realized that this was the Lord of the Forest, and he had seen her before. She has such a strong aura that fear even crept into his soul. The Lord of the Forest caught Yameng and called her a nice child who had something special hidden inside her. The bishop said that she wanted to try it and licked her lips. Aoli bowed to her and said that he did not want to disturb her peace and asked to let them go. The Lord grabbed Yameng, but she screamed like a knife that she was not afraid of her healthy tits. The Lord of the Forest leaned over and said, how dare the old man hide in someone else's body? He must show up. She said that if the old man did not show up, she would come for him herself. Wu Fu found himself inside his mind again. Our hero realized that he was drawn there. The Lord of the Forest told Wu Fu that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked if they knew each other. The Lord replied that she was not talking to him, but to the person inside him. Wu Fu thought that he only had the Starblade. Is she really turning to the Starblade? The Lord of the Forest replied that a long time ago, during the battle for the title of King of the Gods, a man took possession of the Starblade and became the strongest among the gods. No one else dared to claim this title, and this was the first owner of this blade. Wu Fu thought that these were countries, because spiritual weapons recognize only one owner. It turns out that someone other than him used the blade. The Lord of the Forest said that the fact that the blade was reborn means that a new battle of the God Kings is coming, and Wu Fu must still gain strength. Otherwise, what is the point of him protecting Wu Fu like this? Our hero asked who it was. The Lord of the Forest said that this was her old lover. It turns out that the blade, or the one who was in the blade, was jealous of the Lord of the Forest for Wu Fu and told her not to dare touch him. Wu Fu thought that he had gotten himself into something that didn't concern him. The Lord of the Forest said that after so many years, despite the fact that this person is not physically here, he was able to imprison himself in the Starblade, and his strength did not weaken at all. She thought that Wu Fu was an offering, but the one in the blade has completely different plans for him. The Lord of the Forest wanted to talk privately with Wu Fu. She said she wouldn't kill them, it's just that Wu Fu is exhausted and she wonders what he's capable of. The Lord of the Forest beckoned our hero with her finger, and some force carried him towards her. If she killed Wu Fu, how would she know what that blade man wanted? The lady of the forest asked, "Because Wu Fu wants to get to Qianwai Tang?" She offered to make a deal. She said that she could let him go and could send him back to heaven in exchange for his body. At this time, Aoli and Yameng were walking through the forest in search of Wu Fu. Aoli decided to send Yameng to the temple and return himself and find Wu Fu. At this time, Wu Fu's body began to split into two. Wu Fu told the lady of the forest that if she wanted to kill him, then let her kill him. She said she wanted to train him. The lady of the forest pointed to her chest and said that she would teach him from the very basics to the depths. Wu Fu flatly refused. Then she invited him to make a bet. If he wins, she lets him go. If he loses, he becomes hers. The lady of the forest said that she hid a small toy in the shape of a boy in the temple and lost him. If Wu Fu brings his head, she will let Wu Fu go. Our hero became sad. It was not so easy. Wu Fu asked her to tell her more about the star blade. The lady of the forest said that she would tell her as soon as she saw the head. His companions are now heading to the temple, and if he does not go, they will be in danger. Wu Fu rushed to the temple like a bullet, and the lady said that this night would be long. Today there is a full moon. The blade told our hero that it would lead him out of here. Wu Fu told him that. He replied that they had nowhere to run. There were already many strong monsters in the forest. It could be the Lord. She is clearly against Wu Fu. Our hero replied that it was not against him, but against the blade, or rather the one in the blade. Wu Fu was attacked by various monsters flying and crawling. Monsters were not a hindrance to him. He killed them all with his aura. Blade told Wu Fu that he had been using aura all day today. The demonic monster is very strong, and even with a strong aura, it will not be easy to deal with it. Wu Fu decided to fly away somewhere and land somewhere in the forest. The mistress of the forest realized that this boy wanted to turn everything upside down on her land. True, he knew that she would force him to stay. He landed with such force that he created a crater where he landed. Our hero said it was better to be in this place than to be cornered by a pack of monsters. It was necessary to go to the temple, but Wu Fu did not know where it was. At this time, a new monster appeared, a huge wolf with a human body. He said that it was Wu Fu who disturbed him. An explosion occurred from the blow of the wolf's paw, and the stones scattered in different directions. Wu Fu didn't pay attention to the monster and stood on the monster's head. Wu Fu said that the monster might find someone else. The monster opened its huge mouth. It seemed that it was about to kill Wu Fu. Suddenly, the monster became brighter. Wu Fu ordered the blade to deal with the monster, and they went to the temple. The monster could not understand anything what was happening to him. Suddenly, Wu Fu was on his shoulder. Wu Fu ordered the monster to take him to the temple. The monster replied that he would not tell where the temple was until Wu Fu defeated him. Our hero hit the monster on the head with his fist. The monster fell. Wu Fu sat down next to him and said that he did not hit him hard. The monster stood up and carried Wu Fu on his head to the temple. He asked why he needed to go there. It was very dangerous there. Wu Fu replied that he wanted to find one person there. Wu Fu said that he needed to kill this man. Blade asked him if he was sure he wanted to go there. Wu Fu thought that the mistress of the forest needed the blade, but he could not separate from it, so the mistress would not let him go so easily. Suddenly, Wu Fu sensed Aoli's aura. Aoli and Yameng went to the temple to the sacred stone, which monsters do not dare approach. They approached this stone and heard a voice ordering them to surrender. It was a dragon. Aoli could not understand how there could be dragons in such a deep forest. The dragon's aura surrounded the temple, and therefore all the monsters in the area were under his control. Yameng said it was dangerous, and she needed to get out of here as soon as possible. It was too late to run away. The dragon had already flown out to meet them. The monster told Wu Fu that he would not go any further. A monster settled in the temple and took possession of the power of the holy stone, and the monster asked Wu Fu to let him go. Wu Fu let the monster go because, in any case, he led him to his goal. Wu Fu decided to go see what kind of monster it was. Aoli and Yameng sat near the sacred stone, so the monster did not touch them. Yameng felt the monster talking to other monsters through its mind. He said that the people would allow him to rule this forest and serve him with all their hearts. The monster called to destroy the invaders. Yameng and Aoli ended up on a tree branch, but the monster found them. It was ready to devour them, as it hated them with terrible force. The monster surrounded them with its aura and said that the intruders should not escape. Under the influence of the monster's aura, Aoli felt himself losing consciousness. At this time, Wu Fu's voice rang out, and some crazy glowing trajectory appeared. Our hero picked up Aoli and Yameng. Aoli came to his senses. He was embarrassed that Wu Fu saved him. He suggested checking who could cut off the monster's head faster. Wu Fu told Aoli that he had to deal with the next group, and he would take on this guy. Yameng was sitting on a tree branch. Aoli did not want to leave Yameng with Wu Fu. He said it would be safer for her to stay with him. On the other side stood Wu Fu, and a monster loomed over him. Blade asked Wu Fu how he knew it was a monster, and he replied that his aura power was much stronger than the others. The blade began to glow in the hands of our hero. He had never seen such a monster. The monster prepared to attack Wu Fu. Wu Fu quickly created a protective sphere, and the monster buried itself in it. Somewhere, high in the sky, the monster began to form a clot of energy. It sent a powerful energy beam towards Wu Fu. If it were not for the energy body, then Wu Fu would now be collected piece by piece. Wu Fu used his wood aura, but only his Zanpakuto no longer worked. How can I cut off this monster's head now? The blade invited him to use the soul weapon. Wu Fu asked, "Isn't he the soul weapon?" Yameng was sitting alone on a branch and she was scared. A blue sphere with brown spots appeared in front of her. Aoli immediately appeared and said that it was good that Yameng had woken up. The monster opened its mouth, preparing to swallow Wu Fu. Wu Fu told the monster that before it eats him, he should look at his abilities first. He used his spirit weapon skill. There was a huge explosion. The monster roared from pain coursing through its body. Suddenly, a star blade appeared in the hands of our hero. With a scream, he plunged it into the monster's body. It was a fatal blow. The monster began to squirm. Only the soul weapon was able to damage him. Yameng and Aoli stood on the sacred stone and watched the battle, but for some reason Yameng had a bad feeling. It turns out that the blow that Wu Fu dealt to the monster was not fatal, and the monster began to attack again. Wu Fu ran up to Aoli and said that with the help of the Star Sword the monster could only be wounded. Blade said that the monster already knew the power and would simply dodge its attacks, but Wu Fu already knew what to do. He took the blade with both hands, flew higher, and directed the full force of the Star Sword's energy towards the monster. Yameng asked Aoli why not help Wu Fu. He can't handle the monster alone. Aoli replied that if she wanted, he would save him, but only in case of danger. The Lady of the Forest also watched the battle between Wu Fu and the monster. Wu Fu continued to attack, even though he knew the monster would dodge. The mistress decided that he could not be allowed to fight this monster, and the monster continued to evade the attacks of the Star Sword. Our hero missed once again. The monster seemed to laugh at him. Wu Fu told the monster that he thought he was aiming at him. Suddenly, Wu Fu used an aura that engulfed the monster's entire body and began to choke it. The Lady of the Forest thought that it was still a completely unnecessary monster. She wondered how this guy could use aura. No wonder that old man keeps it with him. But who is this guy? Aoli thought that Wu Fu first used fire aura, then water energy, and now wood energy. He rose very quickly, and perhaps he will help them find that person. Yameng, seeing Wu Fu fighting the monster, thought that she would now have support for going to Tain Wai Tan. Wu Fu invited the monster to end this game, which so far no one could win. But the monster wanted to fight Wu Fu to the death. Aoli warned Wu Fu that the monster was absorbing the aura of other monsters nearby. You need to get away from the monster. Wu Fu continued to fight the monster using wood aura. Wu Fu jumped onto the rock where Aoli and Yameng were standing. The monster was not stopped by the power of the sacred stone, and its head was next to Wu Fu. Yameng warned that the monster had become even stronger, so that Aoli and Wu Fu would be more careful. Wu Fu invited Aoli to bet on who would be the first to cut off the monster's head. The Lady of the Forest waited with interest for developments. She spent a lot of materials to create such a monster, and now during the full moon, it absorbed the aura of the monsters nearby. If they still think that they can harm him so easily, then they are too stupid. Aoli swung his sword and tried to cut off the monster's head. The monster's skin was too strong for Aoli to damage it. Wu Fu told him to let Aoli look for weak points and he would take care of the rest. Wu Fu used his aura against the monster. As soon as the monster was injured, his wounds immediately healed. Aoli said that Wu Fu is too slow and the monster cannot be killed at this level. He leaned over and told Wu Fu to stand aside. Our hero rushed to the attack again. With the help of his Star Sword, Wu Fu still inflicted a wound on the monster. Aoli left Wu Fu alone and said that he could now handle it on his own. The Lord of the Forest thought that the monster would show himself better. Wu Fu felt his star blade tremble. Yameng and Aoli approached Wu Fu. Aoli asked how he was able to harm the monster. Wu Fu showed his star blade and said that it was his soul weapon. With his help, he defeated the monster. Wu Fu followed Yameng's words and combined the intangible, and then collected spiritual energy and embodied it in the fifth element. Wu Fu looked at the head of the monster and thought how such a head could be brought to the Lord. Yameng advised not to get close to the head. They decided to go together to the Lord of the Forest. The Lord of the Forest was sitting waiting for Wu Fu, but then all three of them came, and there was a flash of energy behind them. It was deadly force. All three thought, one gust of wind can turn this head into ashes. Yameng regretted that she went with them and wanted to go back. The Lord of the Forest agreed to answer all the questions that Wu Fu was interested in, and he asked what a star sword was. What is this battle of the gods, and who is this old man imprisoned in the star sword? The Lord of the Forest thought there are so many questions. The star sword is an incredible weapon known throughout the world. It contains the power of the entire universe, and the owner of this sword gains incredible power. Wu Fu asked why he didn't see the strength in him before. Could the blade be sealed? Aoli thought this was unexpected. The sword in his hands has incredible power, and now he can be told the truth about Yameng. Wu Fu thought that the Battle of the Gods was a war that started over the star sword. Wu Fu asked the Lord of the Forest, "Where is heaven?" The Lord of the Forest asked if he was not outside their boundaries now. Wu Fu did not understand the question. The Lord of the Forest pointed his finger somewhere, and Wu Fu thought that this was it. And in the hands of the bishop it turned out there was a small ball. Yameng said that this ball is very beautiful. The Lord explained that this is planet Earth, a small world with a meager aura and various restrictions. In addition, this small world has 9 more planets with their own lives and their own aura. This location is called the 9th reality beyond the sky. This place where they are now is called the planet Futuri. Yameng thought, how is it possible for them to be on such a small ball? Aoli said that the outer worlds are called Tianvaida. Yameng was thinking, how could she find this person in the outside world? Wu Fu also thought that Yameng wanted to find someone in the outside world. Aoli asked the Lord where to find Penglai and how to get to it. The Lord said that this is the closest planet to Futuri. The Lord of the Forest said that to the north of the hopeless forest there is a snow tower in the clouds. There are gates there that lead to other worlds, but they may not lead to Penglai. The Lord said that whoever passes the gate will immediately be sent to another world. Wu Fu looked at the sky and thought that he did not know where Luo Shi and the others were sent. At this time we see Luo Shi standing in a blue robe and holding a sword. A fat man stands behind her and asks if she's okay. In a clearing in the forest lay a monster with a severed head. Luo Shi cut off his head and asked the fat man if there was any news from Wu Fu. The fat man replied that there was nothing. The fat man said that Wu Fu is a talented person and can handle it without their help, so there is no need to worry. Luo Shi said that now there is no one to protect them. Every time they faced powerful enemies on the ground, they were behind and watched as Wu Fu fought. Luo Shi said that they must become stronger so that they will no longer stand behind Wu Fu the next time they meet. The fat man said she was right and he would try harder. A girl appeared holding a Wu Fu dog in her hands, which had become normal size. The girl said that in just a few days, Luo Shi's spiritual skill had reached perfection. The girl said that she wanted to participate in Luo Shi's further development and noticed that Luo Shi's mood had changed. This must be related to the person Luo Shi can't stop thinking about. Luo Shi immediately blushed. The girl said that the fat man should work harder and practice more. Our hero was sitting by the fire. It turns out he caught a cold. Yameng asked, "Did the Lord tell the truth?" Wu Fu replied that a monster that lives for tens of thousands of years could be real. Wu Fu thought that he had forgotten a lot because 30,000 years had already passed, or he had completely lost his memory during his ascension. He was simply reborn and returned to the past. Wu Fu asked Aoli why he asked the Lord of the Forest about the location of Penglai. Does this have something to do with Yameng? Yameng asked Aoli that maybe that person is in Penglai. She lashed out at Aoli because he knew and didn't tell her. It turns out that this person is Yameng's father. That's who she's always looking for. Aoli said that Yameng's father was his master and adoptive father. Yameng was angry at Aoli for not helping when she was being bullied and for hiding her father's whereabouts. Wu Fu said that if they want to resolve this misunderstanding, Then Aoli needs to explain everything properly. Aoli said that Yameng's parents adopted him, so he considers them family. However, trouble came, and Yameng's mother became seriously ill. Then the father went to Penglai to find a cure, but the mother could not wait for his return. She died, and her last words were for Aoli and Yameng to continue to live. Yameng said that she was looking for a passage to the outer worlds to find her father there and find out why he did not return. Did he just abandon them? Yameng asked Aoli how he knew that his father was now in Penglai. Aoli replied that there is some kind of connection between them, and it suggests that the father should be there. Every time the monsters were encountered, Aoli tried his best to stop her, but Yameng said that he wanted to force her to retreat, and nothing would come of it. Wu Fu asked Aoli why he changed his mind. Aoli replied that it was because of him. As long as Wu Fu is around, nothing will happen to her. Wu Fu said that he was not her bodyguard, but Aoli replied that sooner or later Yameng would find out the truth. Her father is trapped, and Aoli will not be able to protect her. Org grabbed Wu Fu by the shoulders and asked him to help them. Wu Fu even began to sweat from his face. Is this how he asks for help? Wu Fu, Yameng, and Aoli all got ready to go together. At this time, people with animal heads gathered and asked the leader if everything was okay with the holy stone. They gathered around the monster's corpse and discussed how it had been dismembered by a specialist in one blow. Our hero lay on the ground and slept peacefully. He heard someone calling him and opened his eyes. It is not clear what those sounds were. The aura worked, but the star sword could not be summoned. Someone huge approached Wu Fu from behind. It was Wu Fu's double who said that they had met again. Wu Fu asked the double, "Does he want to replace him?" The double said that he came to answer Wu F's questions. Our hero replied that he had no problems that needed his help to solve. Wu Fu's counterpart asked if he wanted to know why the memories from his past life were different from what happened. Wu Fu told him that he didn't care and his goal wouldn't change anyway. Wu Fu's counterpart said that he forgot about the goal of becoming the king of the gods and about the person he promised to save. Our hero replied that he had not forgotten anything. Ambition and revenge would always come first. Wu Fu wanted to hit his double and said that he was not welcome here. The double said that you should not believe the words of the old man in the star sword. Then a hand penetrated the sky, and the voice of Wu Fu's mother called him by name. Wu Fu told Mom not to worry. They would definitely save her and destroy the temple of the king of the gods. Wu Fu woke up and kept thinking about his double's words. Has he really forgotten something? Yameng asked Wu Fu why he was talking to himself, but Aoli was already rushing them. They walked through the forest. Wu Fu kept thinking, what did this guy want to say? But the truth will be revealed sooner or later. A group of animals with human bodies, these were the servants of the Supreme Ruler. They found Aoli and the Supreme Ruler asked what was going on. Finally, Wu Fu, Aoli, and Yameng emerged from the hopeless forest. Yameng wanted to tell someone about her feat, how she passed the test of a hopeless forest. Aoli told her to tell her grandfather. Grandfather Yameng turned out to be an old fox. Yameng ran into her grandfather's arms. Grandfather asked Yameng, who is this stranger who broke into the hopeless forest? The old fox wanted to talk alone with our hero. Wu Fu said that he was simply lost and did not want to go into the hopeless forest. Grandpa Yameng replied that he had already been told that he cheated and beat people. Aoli told Yameng not to worry. The Supreme Ruler would not offend Wu Fu. The Supreme Ruler called his head of the Wolf Club and asked if this was the stranger who helped Yameng defeat the beast and then burst into the hopeless forest. The head of the Wolf Club confirmed that this was so. He said that many monsters, even 8 tigers, could not stop him. When the wolf met him later, despite his pleas, Wu Fu rushed into the hopeless forest, and Yameng and Aoli had to follow him. Grandpa Yameng asked Wu Fu if he had anything to say. Wu Fu could not find an answer to such a blatant lie. Grandpa Yameng told him not to blame him then. Wu Fu thought that he might have to fight to get through. At that moment, the man with the head of a pig hit the wolf with all his might. He pressed him to the ground so that the ground cracked under his head. Grandpa Yameng asked the wolf if he really thought he would believe his words. The old fox said that Wu Fu must kill that giant monster in the temple. He said that he no longer had the same strength as young people. Wu Fu thought that he knew how to press on painful spots. It's no wonder he's in charge of the highest realm. When Wu Fu was left alone, Aoli came and asked what the Supreme Ruler told him. Wu Fu said that it was nothing like that, But he did not expect that the patriarch was such an energetically strong person in the upper realm. Aoli even asked what he was talking about. Our hero was surprised, don't they know? Wu Fu told them the entire hierarchy and said that he belonged to the virtual realm and was very far from the level of the supreme ruler. There was a bed in the room, and Luo Shi was sitting on the bed and meditating. A girl came with a Wu Fu dog in her arms named Wen Fen. She asked why a beautiful girl like Luo Shi only practiced and suggested that they go out for a walk. Wen Feng sees that she is trying for her beloved, but she needs to alternate between work and rest, and she is constantly studying. The girl said that she came to tell the good news. Her father says that in a few months, the secret kingdom of Penglai will be completely open, and many immortals will be trying to get there. Wen Feng's father asked her to take Luo Shi and the fat man there to test their capabilities, but Luo Shi said that she was not involved. Wen Feng wondered why Luo Shi didn't want to participate. Wen Feng dragged Luo Shi to have some fun and relax. At this time, grandfather Yameng gathered all his people and offered to drink to his granddaughter, who became the strongest warrior in the Orc clan. From today, Yameng has become a recognized fighter of the clan. Wu Fu stood next to Aoli on the balcony and watched what was happening. He was not used to such performances. Aoli offered Wu Fu a drink, but he said that he needed to sleep. Wu Fu lay on the bed in the treehouse and thought that he needed to study Aoli's ability to concentrate. Suddenly, Grandpa Yameng appeared in the room and said that he could teach him if he wanted. Grandpa Yameng said that if Wu Fu wanted to learn Aoli's concentration, he wouldn't mind helping him. Wu Fu replied that free cheese is only in a mousetrap. What does he want from him? The grandfather said that his granddaughter told him how Wu Fu helped her in a hopeless forest, so as a sign of gratitude, he wants to teach him. Wu Fu didn't really trust the old man, but the old man said that he himself was curious. The supreme ruler wondered how long it would take to train a person with a soul weapon and spiritual energy, with the attributes of the 5 elements. Wu Fu couldn't understand how the old fox knew about the soul weapon in his body. The old fox told Wu Fu to throw away all his aura and soul weapons. Wu Fu did just that, and the fox saw the star blade for the first time in his life. Wu Fu asked what to do next. The fox replied that he needed to collect it all together, but only very slowly, all the aura that he had released, and not lose anything. Wu Fu began to gather back all of his aura. This was not easy for him. Grandpa Yameng told Wu Fu not to rush, but then Wu Fu's double appeared and said that if the old fox had not protected his body in time, he would have died due to the surge of spiritual energy that had gathered in an instant. The double told Wu Fu that he would not survive anyway. The old fox looked at Wu Fu lying on the bed and thought that he had clearly told him not to rush, but fortunately, he managed to control his aura. Otherwise, the result would have been completely different. The fox thought that if he could not wake up and restore his aura on his own, then the chaotic aura in his body would destroy him from the inside. Grandpa Yameng didn't understand what happened. Wu Fu stood up, an aura emanating from his body. He has already come to his senses. In fact, Wu Fu has not woken up yet. How then does he produce an aura? All the aura in his body was released again, and now he had found a place to collect it. Wu Fu's counterpart appeared again and said that the Star Sword's energy had not yet been corrected. The double told Wu Fu that as long as he used the power of the Star Sword with all his energy, no one would even think about taking this sword. Wu Fu grabbed his doppelganger and demanded that he tell him what was hiding the Star Sword. What is his purpose, and who owns the female voice in his head that appears sometimes? The double said that he sealed the old man in the sword. Why didn't this old man come out for so long? And Wu Fu will find out about the female voice when he finds this voice, and now he needs to return. Wu Fu's double said that our hero has not forgotten about his mother, and it seems that they will meet soon. Wu Fu finally came to his senses and sat up on the bed. The fox told Wu Fu that if he had not protected his body, he would have died long ago. The old fox said that everything has an aura: people, animals, monsters, and plants, earth and water. They complement each other, and Wu Fu must pass it through his body to feel the power of nature and mix it with his aura. Wu Fu thought that if he had such an opportunity in his previous life, he probably would have become a divine king. The fox thought that Wu Fu was able to control his aura while in a coma, and entered the realm by simply meditating. Wu Fu felt incredible comfort. The aura of nature became an integral part of his body. He felt at ease. The fox told Wu Fu that he was the son of heaven and had mastered sound condensation in a day. When leaving, the fox said that if Wu Fu was going to other heavens, then he advised him to go to the snow-capped mountains in the north. Perhaps he will meet someone. He can help Yameng and Aoli find their father. Wu Fu thought that although he was an old fox, thanks to him, he was able to directly enter the realm of concentration. In a few days he passed from the venerable kingdom to the spiritual one. This is much faster than in the previous life. This incident took place on the planet Furui, and 1,000 miles away from the memories of previous lives. Wu Fu entered the realm of concentration quickly, and this gave him the opportunity to become a divine king, but he did not expect that he would leave Furui tomorrow. He has no idea where Ching Ching and everyone else are. Ching Ching at this time killed some huge monster with 2 maces. The master and another man stood and said that Miss Shu had become even stronger, but she said that it was all thanks to the teachings of Grandpa Leo. Ching Ching said that if it weren't for Dr. Li, she would have died long ago when she ate the demon beast spirit fruit upon arriving in Penglai. The girl thought that Wu Fu would definitely admire her. Meanwhile, Wu Fu, Aoli, and Yameng walked through the snowy valley. Wu Fu and Aoli argued all the time which of them was stronger. They agreed to the point that they decided to find out right now who is stronger. Yameng stood between them and said that they had forgotten why they came here. Aoli said it was a joke. So, arguing with each other, they gradually came almost to the very place. Suddenly, the Lord of the Forest appeared on one of the searches. She threw an object to Wu Fu from the cliff. Wu Fu stood next to Yameng with his hand on his heart. The Lord of the Forest came to open the door as they needed to go to Penglai as she promised. Wu Fu didn't think she remembered the agreement. She opened the door and said that if Wu Fu wants to go up, then he shouldn't wait for her to change her mind. Suddenly, a portal opened and a strong stream of light appeared from the mountain. Everyone joined hands. The ascension is about to begin. Yameng turned around. She was holding Wu Fu's hand. Yameng was happy. Planet Fuju, goodbye. Yameng is looking for his father. They flew straight to Penglai, and Aoli kept wanting to grab Yameng's hand. They ended up in some place in the mountains. At the top, there grew a tree with pink leaves. Wu Fu landed on some kind of platform so that the ground cracked under him, and Yameng fell on top of him. It was Penglai. Wu Fu thought, where are Ching Ching and Luoxi now? They were in a large, dense forest that was so dark that they thought it was a trap. It was necessary to determine where they were, but Wu Fu thought that they had landed far from the grape tree. Yameng thought about her father. Where is he now? Aoli promised her that they would find his father. Wu Fu's heart was very restless. It was so obvious that even Yameng asked what was wrong with him. Wu Fu was constantly thinking about something of his own, and Yameng tried to bring him back to reality. Wu Fu shouted to his friends that it was very dangerous here. Our hero felt the presence of some terrible monster with a ring in his nose. The monster wanted to hit Aoli, but Wu Fu stood in front of him, protecting his friend with him. An energy beam emanating from the blade stabbed straight into the monster's chest. Yameng leaned over Aoli. He lay unconscious. She called Wu Fu. It turns out that the spirit of the monster entered Aoli's blood, but he slowly came to his senses. Aoli rose to his feet and said that he was feeling better. They slowly moved further through the forest. But the orc was unlucky again. He was grabbed by a suddenly jumping-out monster with the face of a large ape. It was so huge that with one blow it threw Wu Fu very far away. Wu Fu jumped on the branches away from her and jumped on her head, but could not do anything with the monkey. Aoli said that Wu Fu could not control the monkey. Then Aoli jumped up to the monkey and hit it right on the nose with his sword. At this time, Wu Fu took out his star blade. Wu Fu hit the monkey right on the neck with the star blade. Wu Fu sat on a branch and thought that the monsters in this forest were all hot-tempered. The tentacles of some monster reached out to the branch on which Wu Fu stood. Our hero cut these tentacles with his sword. He jumped from the tree and ran through the forest. There was a deep hole ahead. The entire tree aura flowed into this hole. Wu Fu ran away and the tentacles kept moving after him. Aoli and Yameng stood in the forest and waited for Wu Fu. They were worried about him. Suddenly Aoli noticed that something was moving ahead. They were the tentacles of some kind of monster or a giant worm. Aoli quickly cut these tentacles into pieces with his sword. At this time, Wu Fu appeared and saw that they too had dealt with the monster. The monsters in this forest are stronger than anywhere else. They saw a man who had previously been unconscious but now came to his senses. Apparently the monster wanted to devour him but did not have time. The man said that they saved him and thanked him for it. He invited them to spend the night at his house because it was very dangerous in the forest. Wu Fu asked the man why he was here alone. The man said that he was hunting and accidentally wandered here. What brought them here? The guy said that his father is the head of Penglai village, and if necessary, he can help them. Now it's better to leave the forest. Yameng was surprised that the guy was so afraid of the forest, but he said that there are a lot of different monsters in this forest. The guy who was rescued told them it was dangerous here. He led everyone to his village because it was getting dark in the forest and one could die here. There was fog all around, but the guy who was rescued said that this fog helps. It protects the village from monsters. The guy brought Wu Fu and Aoli to his father. He pointed to Wu Fu and Aoli and said that they were his saviors, and without them he would not have returned home. The head of the village invited them to eat. A place was prepared for them to sleep, and tomorrow they would talk. The next day the village owner said that he was a mere mortal, but in Ben Lai village there was a heavenly tree with infinite height and width. Fairies live in it, but for mere mortals it is very dangerous. He said that there was a secret kingdom here. This is a testing field that is controlled by the Shao family, and only those who are on good terms with the Shao family are allowed to train there. This family is cruel and collects taxes. Wu Fu thought that the village elder was cunning and wanted to use their power to fight against the Shao family. The elder said that this family is the greatest power in Penglai. But Wu Fu replied that if he destroys this family, he will be able to enter the secret realm. Suddenly a guy appeared in the house who wanted to look at the one who wants to destroy the Shao family. It was the robber Poppy, a member of the Shao family, and the old man suggested that the guests leave so that there would be no conflict. But the guy who came in immediately used his energy. The elder's son wanted to stop him, but the elder's son did not have enough strength. The elder told Wu Fu to be careful because this guy was in the secret realm, and those who were in the secret realm become stronger several times over. Wu Fu thought that he definitely had to visit this place. Poppy said they would talk about it later if Wu Fu survived. The elder was very upset. He thought that the guests would not be able to cope with this guy. With one hand, Wu Fu stopped the guy's fist. The guy said that few people could stop his fist. Wu Fu replied that he was a strong opponent, but without knowing it, he had already lost. Suddenly, this guy's whole hand was covered in blood. Blood splashed onto his body. Wu Fu told him that he was not a great robber, but a pitiful one, and not even worthy of dying from his sword. Wu Fu told the guy to tell his Shao family to send a stronger opponent. The old man wanted to help these travelers, but they brought trouble to the village. Yameng asked why the old man was so sad. Perhaps because his wall was destroyed? The old man replied that the materials for repairs were in the forest, and it was dangerous there. Then Yameng suggested going there and collecting materials. The old man gave the girl an amulet with which she can move freely in the fog. The three of them went into the forest, and the amulet led them through the fog, which now had no effect on them at all. Suddenly they saw something glowing in the darkness. The old man still wanted to tell them something, but because of his old age he forgot. His son asked if these people would run into a rhinoceros, and the old man replied that rhinoceros usually does not attack people. His son thought, judging by what happened yesterday, he would not speak so confidently. Yameng used her golden aura and Wu Fu used her forest aura. Suddenly they saw a huge rhinoceros running straight towards them. Fortunately, the rhinoceros did not notice them, since they used their auras, but still they decided to be more careful. At this time, Ching Ching, being in the forest, heard some sounds. She thought that the monsters were attacking the people of Penglai. Ching Ching flew there very quickly. She jumped from the tree onto Yameng, shouting that it was a monster. Ching Ching attacked Yameng with such a scream that she fell. Ching Ching had already grabbed her mace and was preparing to strike. Luckily, Yameng dodged the blow. Ching Ching thought that, judging by her clothes, she was not from this world. The Aolias thought that Ching Ching was the envoy of the Shao family. Ching Ching was completely upset, but then Aoli came out to meet her and said that she would have to pay dearly for offending Yameng. Suddenly, Wu Fu came out of the forest. He immediately recognized Ching Ching. Ching Ching also saw Wu Fu, and Aoli was surprised that they knew each other. Ching Ching threw her arms around Wu Fu's neck and opened her arms. She hugged Wu Fu so tightly that he even fell, and Aoli and Yameng stood in bewilderment. Wu Fu told how he got here, and how he lost the dog and the fat man. Yameng was upset that girls like Ching Ching liked Wu Fu. Wu Fu asked Qing Qing about the master, and she replied that the master sent her to collect medicinal herbs without his help. The girl said that when she got here, she thought that she would never see him again. She was surrounded by dense forests, but fortunately, she met a doctor who was collecting medicinal herbs in the forest. He helped her and the master a lot. Our hero asked if she knew where Luoxi and the fat man were now. Qing Qing replied that she did not know, and Wu Fu said that they were climbing together, but accidentally separated. Wu Fu asked Qing Qing to tell her about this world, but she was not very knowledgeable about it, and only knows about the Penglai village in which she lives. Our hero asked about the Tree of Heaven, but it turns out that the monsters, greatly strengthened thanks to him, do not allow him to get close to him. Everyone was in a bad mood, and Qing Qing generally had a bad feeling. Wu Fu asked about the Shao family. Qing Qing replied that it was the Penglai aristocracy that kept the entire territory in fear, and they came here often. They walked along a forest road, and Wu Fu asked where the master is now. Qing Qing replied that he was probably with his new friend Dr. Li. We see the house of the village elder. A man from the Shao family came and ordered his men to throw the old man out into the street. The guy said that he would show what happens when you go against the Shao family. Wu Fu appeared on the threshold of the house along with Aoli. The Shao family member said that he is not afraid of Wu Fu, and today he will learn a lesson about how to deal with the Shao family. The guy stood in front of Wu Fu and Aoli and said that Wu Fu just relies on his weapons. The guy thought that if he got the sword, then both the Shao family and Wu Fu would obediently obey his will. He rushed to attack our hero. Wu Fu put up a guard against his blow and struck himself. The guy said that it would be better for Wu Fu if he gave up the sword in an amicable way. Wu Fu attacked the guy, but he put up a defense. Our hero lured this guy into a trap. Qing Qing saw the master, who was worried that she had not returned for a long time. Wu Fu was very happy to meet his teacher again. A guy from the Shao family was already waiting for our hero. He charged at Wu Fu with his fists clenched. Wu Fu said that he does not value his life. Wu Fu also responded with an attack, and the guy sent his entire blow to the ground. Wu Fu blocked all of this guy's attacks. The master came up and offered his help, but Wu Fu replied that he had to end this himself. Their energies collided and exploded until no one could defeat anyone yet. Wu Fu concentrated the energy into his fist. This strong man also had great energy, and he jumped up to slam his full weight onto Wu Fu. This mountain of muscle was about to crush Wu Fu with its mass. All his muscles tensed. Our hero swung his sword against the strong man. Wu Fu cut this guy in half with his star sword. Dying, the guy said that the Shao family would avenge him. Wu Fu said to tell the Shao family that it was he who killed their people, and the village had nothing to do with it. Wu Fu decided to finish repairing the house of the village head, and suddenly he felt something, some kind of energy from under the roof. Suddenly a huge plant grew from the roof. The village elder's son thought that Wu Fu had learned to create furu plants without anyone's help. Qing Qing realized that Wu Fu had become much stronger. Her transition to the next level could allow her to become a worthy ally to Wu Fu. But in fact, he has gone far ahead. A plant grew on the roof, and there was a door in the plant as if it were a house. In the evening, when the moon came out, they lit a huge fire in the yard. Wu Fu thought that in this life he felt neither joy nor sadness, probably due to the fact that his past life was tens of thousands of years long. Qing Qing approached him and asked him to dance. Our hero replied that she should go and have fun herself. At this time, the head of the Shao family was informed that his envoy had been killed while traveling to Penglai village to collect taxes. The servant said that the killer's name was Wu Fu, and he was accompanied by two with fox ears. They all suddenly appeared in the village a couple of days ago. The head of the Shao family said to convey that he wants to meet with Wu Fu. In the village elder's house, everyone was sitting at a round table, the orcs, Qing Qing and Wu Fu. At this time, his son brought some kind of box. The owners were very alarmed, and Wu Fu asked why. "It's just a box." The elder said that people who received such a box from the 7 Shaos have never returned home. Once a traveler already came who went to a meeting and did not return. He had the same fox ears as his current guests. Aoli thought that perhaps the Shao family had something to do with Yameng's father's disappearance. Suddenly an object flew out of the box and it opened. Aoli shouted for everyone to be careful. Some darts and needles were flying there. But they all fell short of reaching Wu Fu. Wu Fu took the letter and said that the Shao family greatly underestimated them. The letter asked Wu Fu to come to Shao Manor tomorrow at 7 p.m. It has what Wu Fu needs. Ching Ching asked if Wu Fu would go. He said that if he didn't go, they would come. Wu Fu told Yameng to wait in the village, but she really wanted to go in case she found out something about her father. Wu Fu asked the elder to show him the way to Shao Manor. Luo Shi sat in the pool and was very sad. Wen Feng walked up to her and hugged her from behind. Luo Shi told her not to do that again, and Wen Feng invited her to go shopping tomorrow. The next day, they went to the shops and bought Luo Shi cosmetics. Wen Feng said that because of her personality, no one wanted to communicate with her, and her brother only does what he trains. She was constantly alone, and suddenly Luo Shi appeared. Therefore, she wants to give her all the best that this city has. The girls went to an expensive restaurant, the best in the city. Wu Fu and Ching Ching also walked through this city. This was the Shao family's city. Yameng also walked along the street with them. But suddenly one of the city residents wanted to touch her ears. Wu Fu said that he was giving the guy one more chance and he could leave. The guy drank something from a small jar. Because he drank, his body began to glow as if from radiation. Wu Fu thought that this was the drink that instantly enhanced spiritual energy, but it has very bad side effects. The guy went to attack our hero. Incredibly, he used this drink to force Wu Fu to retreat. The guy saw that Wu Fu retreated and he began to burst with pride. Energy enveloped the guy's body, but he was angry that he couldn't inflict serious damage to Wu Fu. Yameng didn't like this. She pushed the offender and said not to touch her. The residents did not expect such a little girl to be so strong. They shouted that she was a monster and a wild monster. Everyone ran screaming that there was a monster and that she would kill everyone. Wen Feng heard a noise outside and wondered what was going on here. She looked out from the balcony and said that forest animals were walking around the Shao family's territory. In an instant, Wen Feng jumped off the balcony to attack the orcs. Luo Shi, wanting to help her friend, also jumped, and Ching Ching recognized her. Luo Shi jumped and Wu Fu picked her up. Luosi hugged Wu Fu. She said that she was very worried. Where was he all this time? Wu Fu said that there were several misunderstandings. Luo Shi said that if he returned, he should not leave again. Ching Ching really didn't like the fact that they were standing and hugging. Wen Feng walked up to Luo Shi and asked who these people were. When she found out that this was the same man who killed a member of her family, she took the whip in her hands. Our hero immediately set up a protective aura. Wen Feng already had 2 whips in her hands. She had already sensed his abilities. Wu Fu snatched her whips from her hands. Our hero put the star blade to her neck, and she calmed down. Wu Fu said that he needed to rush to the mansion. Wen Feng asked, "Are they going to Shao Mansion?" Luo Shi said that the girl's name is Wen Feng Shao, and she is the daughter of the elder of the Shao family. Wen Feng thought that if guests came with her, it would be a violation of etiquette. They stood outside the Shao Mansion, and Wen Feng said that the guests had arrived and that the servant should inform his father. The servant replied that the head had important business to attend to and asked to go into the living room. They saw a large dog in the living room. It was the dog Wu Fu, and there was also a fat man. The fat man asked where he had disappeared to. Fortunately, the miss from the Shao family accepted him and Luo Shi. Wu Fu hugged his dog and thought that both Luo Shi and the dog had become much stronger. The mansion is probably an interesting place. The 3 of them walked along a long corridor. Wu Fu, the fat man, and Luo Shi. The girl said that Wu Fu and Shi met by chance in the city. Wen Feng showed the guests to their rooms. At this time, brother Wen Feng was meditating and training. He had already trained for a long time, but his blade still did not work as it should. Wen Feng came and brought her brother lunch. Luo Shi also wanted to go to the banquet. Wen Feng said that without her the banquet would have no meaning at all. There were 4 tables in the room, covered with red tablecloths. The guests were sitting at tables. The maid brought Shao's special dish, but it had to be eaten slowly. Wu Fu thought it looked delicious, but there was a strange smell. Ching Ching said that she had heard a lot about the Shao family, and it turned out to be true. The dishes were amazing in variety, and even the maids were unusual. The owner of the house said that if they liked Shao's food, he would be waiting for them here at any time. Wu Fu looked at the owner of the house and thought, what kind of game was he playing? The head of the Shao family thought that he needed to be on guard. He asked Ching Ching why her friends didn't eat anything. The head of the Shao family thought that 2 of them had eaten, and 2 of them had not eaten anything. But he had a plan. The head of the Shao family clapped his hands. A maid immediately appeared in a beautiful dress with large breasts and began to treat everyone. Ching Ching couldn't stand it and shouted to Wu Fu not to stare at her breasts. The maid was attending to the guests. Wu Fu asked, "Does the Shao family always receive guests like this?" At this time, Yameng's face turned brown and she felt terribly ill. Aoli ran up to her. She fell to the floor. The orc flew up to the head of the Shao family, shouting, "Whoever harms Yameng will die." At this time, the face of the maid serving the guests suddenly changed, and she immediately became a muscular fighter. She attacked the orc, protecting the owner of the house. The maid turned into a muscular fighter, only in a dress. Aoli used the golden spirit aura against the maid, and our hero used his water aura. The maid fell under the influence of these two auras. The aura of water tightly encircled the exhausted maid. Wu Fu also used the earth aura he had recently acquired. At this time, Aoli was approaching the owner of the house. Aoli and Wu Fu simultaneously attacked the head of the Shao family. The owner of the house put up protection against them and said that it was not fair when there were two against one. They stood opposite the head of the Shao family. Wu Fu asked him if he wanted a duel, and the leader replied that he did. Wu Fu knew that he was weaker than the head of the Shao family, but perhaps with the star sword he could win. Wu Fu took off his cloak and gave it to Aoli. They stood, each emitting its own aura. A stream of red energy emanated from the head of the Shao house. Our hero emitted a stream of blue energy. The head of the Shao family said that they were both very talented, but he believed that they came because of the secret Shao realm. The owner of the house said that he wanted to make a deal with them. Many people want to get there, but not many can get out. He said that he would take Wu Fu and his comrades to a secret kingdom, and they would have to take him something from there. Wu Fu didn't trust the head and asked what he would get in return. The head of the Shao family said that when they were in the secret realm, they would be able to take advantage of all the services, and the main reason is increased pumping. Even if someone has no experience, they can break through in less than 2 days. Aoli thought that during his stay in Penglai, he always felt a force guiding him. Could this be the father in this secret dimension? Wu Fu asked the head of the Shao family what is in this dimension and what is the way to get out of there. Wen Feng gathered everyone and said that she would take them to the secret kingdom. They asked why she would lead and not her father. She said that a person can only enter the secret kingdom once. Wen Feng said that the secret realm is unpredictable and full of dangers. The fat guy said her daddy just wanted to kill them. Wu Fu asked the fat man to stay at the Shao mansion. Wen Feng told her brother to take care of himself while she was gone. Her brother gave her an amulet given by her mother and asked her to return safe and sound. Yameng jumped up in bed having a bad dream. Aoli, sitting near her bed, thought, "Is her father really in this secret kingdom?" We see a door through which a bright yellow light shines through. The whole group entered some kind of dark cave, and there was a place where it was dirty and sticky. It was a pond of mud. Wen Feng said that her family's secret realm is the belly of a huge beast. It turns out that the mud pond is the gastric juice of a huge monster. On the ground they saw many red balls with green tops that looked like eyes. Ching Ching asked, "What is this?" It was disgusting to even look at. Suddenly there was an explosion and some fragments flew. The fat man and Ching Ching looked up and screamed in fear. A landslide had occurred. The landslide divided the road into 2 parts. One part of the people was on one side of the road, and the other moved to the other side. Aoli found himself alone, immersed in some kind of purple liquid. He tried to get out and summoned an earthen aura. This purple substance pulled him deeper and deeper, but he couldn't get out. Yameng found Aoli and looked into the hole. She said she would think about how to get him out. It looks like a landslide washed Aoli into this hole. Aoli didn't expect that Yameng would ever save him. She caused an explosion in this swamp, and the blast wave pushed Aoli out. Yameng said he was saved, but Aoli was shocked. He almost died from the explosion, but they ended up on opposite sides of the abyss. Aoli thought that the secret kingdom was a lost place, and he needed to quickly get to Wu Fu. Wu Fu stood with Luo Shi and Wen Feng near the huge cave walls. There was some kind of passage there. In this passage they saw light, and the left side looked dangerous. It was dark and damp there. Wu Fu picked something up, and Luo Shi asked what it was. He held a piece of dirt in his hands and said that the dirt from the right passage was very different from what they saw when entering. The eyes in the cave crawled towards Wu Fu and looked at him. Wen Feng asked Wu Fu, "Has he been here before? It seems his eyes know him." Wu Fu replied that this was his first time here. The eyes wanted them to follow them. Wu Fu told the girls to go left. They heard some sound. Wu Fu concentrated the energy in his hands and illuminated the cave a little. Everything was mysterious and beautiful. The eyes were in front. Their eyes led them to a place where everything was glowing. There were some luminous figures and dots, some incredible luminous flowers growing. Aoli said that they were separated from Wu Fu from the moment they entered the secret world. This is too bad because he wanted to find his father. They lost the feeling that their father was close from the moment they entered this dimension. Yameng said, even if her father is not here, they still need to become stronger. They went ahead because they needed to find Wu Fu. Suddenly a strange sound made them stop. Aoli even took out his sword. The sound seemed to come from a rock. They walked towards the sound and saw the exit. Ahead they saw a dense dark forest. Ching Ching also didn't understand where they were. Above her there was a bright blue sky and pink clouds. Ching Ching was sitting on the fat man's back, and the fat man was lying on the ground. He said that it must have been some other passage to the secret realm. The fat man noticed that Ching Ching had become heavier, probably putting on weight. Wen Feng used a spell to summon a paper ship, on which the three of them boarded and sailed. She said that she learned this spell from a wizard who wanted to save time on building boats. At this time, they noticed something under the water. A skeleton hand came out of the water and grabbed Wu Fu's leg. Then the whole skeleton jumped out and spread its arms, trying to grab Luo Shi. The blow of the whip broke the skeleton into pieces. It was Wen Feng who took out her whip and smashed the skeleton. But at that time, other skeletons began to climb aboard from the water. Two exactly the same skeletons were already ready to climb aboard their boat. They jumped up, preparing to attack Wu Fu. Wu Fu used water aura and beam, and the skeletons were shattered into pieces. Wu Fu remembered Yameng's words to turn nothing into everything and concentrated. Someone's caring hands lifted the boat and pulled it out of a raging pond full of skeletons. At this moment, the boat rocked and Luo Shi fell off the boat. The girl fell into this water and screamed. Wu Fu immediately rushed into the water after her. Luo Shi was already plunging into the water, but Wu Fu extended his hand to her. The current quickly carried Luo Shi straight to the stone. The girl hit her head on a rock and began to drown. Luo Shi sank to the bottom and lay unconscious, but Wu Fu grabbed her hand. He pulled her out of the water, but Luo Shi did not regain consciousness. The blow was strong and it seems even damaged the meridians. Wu Fu tried to give her artificial respiration. Wen Feng threw the whip at them and shouted for Wu Fu to grab onto it. Our hero grabbed the whip and Wen Feng pulled him ashore. Luo Shi was also dragged ashore with a whip wrapped around him. The girl was not breathing. Then they laid her on the ground and undressed her. Wu Fu said that he would take care of it himself next. He asked Wen Feng to take care of those creatures from the river, while he leaned over Luo Shi. Wen Feng went to the river very worried about Luo Shi's condition. Wu Fu placed his hand on Luo Shi's chest, and energy began to flow into her body. Luo Shi coughed and spat out water from her mouth. The girl finally regained consciousness. The blow gave her a headache, and she didn't remember what happened. Wu Fu told her that she hit a rock and damaged the qi flow. Now he will heal her. Two types of energy came from the hands of our hero. Luo Shi stood all red. She was very embarrassed. Suddenly, Luo Shi saw some monsters in the form of crocodiles swim up to Wen Feng standing on the shore. Luo Shi said that she would help now, but Wu Fu grabbed her hand. The crocodiles were already very close. Their wide-open mouths were ready to grab the girl. Suddenly, a beam of energy hit the crocodiles. Wu Fu used his star sword. He stood holding his blade in his hands. Meanwhile, the fat man and Ching Ching found themselves in another dimension. This place was full of flowers and grass. This was the land of peach blossoms. Ching Ching was upset that she had to be stuck here with the fat man. The fat man said that since they were here, they needed to think about where to eat and spend the night. Ching Ching said that he only thinks about food. The fat man was offended by Ching Ching's words and stopped talking to her. Suddenly a rope almost wrapped around Ching Ching's body. The fat man pushed her away. Then the ropes wrapped around the fat man's legs and arms and even around his neck. These ropes began to pull him in different directions. Ching Ching instantly drew her mace. She began hitting the ropes with her mace. Suddenly, one of the ropes wrapped around the handle of the mace and snatched it from Ching Ching. Then the fat man grabbed the rope with his bare hands. His strength was enough to break this rope. Ching Ching was surprised. How could the fat man do this? The fat man said that after arriving in Tanglai, he trained with Wen Feng all the time to become stronger. Wu Fu stood and looked into the distance. Luo Shi asked him what he was looking at. Our hero said that it was nothing special. They came to a river. in which lay the corpses of monsters killed by Wu Fu. The secret realm was magnificent, but the distance between the two mountains was too far. How did they get there? Wu Fu said that they could use the spiritual energy of the earth. He took a step and stepped on the air as if it were a hard surface. It was a spatial bridge that was only in their minds. They imagined a bridge and walked through the air as if on a bridge. Finally, they made it to the other side of the abyss. Between the two rocks, a clear sky was visible, but some birds, monsters, were flying across the sky. These were flying monsters. They were large in size with wings like bats. Wu Fu instantly took out his star blade. Wen Feng remembered that her brother said that the closer to the center, the stronger the monsters. But these flying monsters were weaker than the ones they encountered in the river. Wu Fu asked what else her brother said, and she said that there is only one entrance to the dimension, but there are many more exits. They stood on the edge of an abyss, and Wu Fu saw a flowering forest, but no one except him saw this forest. Suddenly, someone's hand pushed Wu Fu into the abyss. He flew down, and the girls could not do anything. Our hero flew down lower and lower, and memories haunted him. He saw himself small and saw a woman who smiled at him. At the bottom of the abyss, he saw a huge web. Spiders began to approach him from all sides. Wu Fu set up protection for himself, the spiritual power of the earth. Our hero summoned the spiritual power of fire. The spiders, along with their webs, were all burned out. Wu Fu used the power of the star sword and a lightning strike. Wu Fu felt that he was becoming stronger and stronger every minute. He had powerful spiritual power, but it still needed to be purified. Wu Fu's spiritual power was gradually purified. After some time, Wu Fu thought he should test how strong he had become. The spiritual power of the 5 elements became one. Luo Shi decided to jump into the abyss after Wu Fu to help him. She took the rope and began to climb down along the rope. Wen Feng thought that Luo Shi really loved Wu Fu very much. Suddenly, Wu Fu saw Luo Shi falling from the sky into the abyss. He caught her in his arms and asked what she was doing here. Our hero climbed out of the abyss together with Luo Shi. The girl asked him why he jumped into the abyss. Wu Fu said that he didn't jump, but someone pushed him. Luo Shi thought that they were the only ones who entered the Shao family's secret dimension. But Wen Feng replied that many cultivators are here, and some stay for a long time to improve their strength. Suddenly, Wu Fu and Luo Shi heard someone's voice. This was immediately followed by a powerful attack on Wu Fu. Our hero immediately pulled out his star blade. He recognized an old friend. It was a venerable king with a huge sword. He said that he had been waiting for him here for a very long time. The venerable king said that on Earth his power was greatly suppressed, but now nothing is holding him back. This guy swung his huge sword. There were explosions of energy, and Wu Fu deftly dodged the blow. This was a suitable occasion to test Wu Fu's new strength. The venerable king thought that Wu Fu was too calm in this situation. Wu Fu instantly drew his star sword. The blade immediately appeared near the opponent's chest. There was a powerful explosion of energy. Suddenly, not far from their battle site, a guy in a long red cloak with an unusual sword appeared. This was the man who came to the aid of the venerable king. The guy in the red cloak came to lend a helping hand to the venerable king. He jumped along with his sword straight towards Wu Fu. At this time, the venerable king approached our hero from behind and wanted to strike, but Luo Shi stood between him and Wu Fu. The venerable king became furious and shouted to Luo Shi not to get in his way. Wu Fu pushed the girl back with his hand. There was an explosion of such terrible force that both Wu Fu and Luo Shi were thrown to the side. Wen Feng was worried about her friend, but Luo Shi was fine. The venerable king called them losers and told them to leave the battlefield. Wen Feng did not like this very much. She was the daughter of the Zhao family. She should not be underestimated. Wen Feng took out her whip and swung it. Luo Shi also used her favorite technique. Luo Shi was a woman who wanted to stay close to Wu Fu. Luo Shi attacked the stranger with an unusual sword. The stranger was defeated. His sword was stuck in the ground. Wen Feng was pleased with her friend that she was able to win. The stranger stood up again and wanted to grab Luo Shi's head. Our hero could not allow Luo Shi to be grabbed by the head. Wu Fu stopped his opponent's sword with his little finger. The enemy was pinned to the ground and understood that he could not hold out for long. His partner came to the rescue and wanted to punch him from behind. Wen Feng then used her whip and hooked the guy's arm with the whip. The enemy received such a furious, fiery blow that everything around him turned red. The enemy couldn't figure out where Wu Fu had gone. Suddenly, Wu Fu appeared behind him and said that just as he destroyed his body on Earth, he would also destroy his soul here. There was a powerful explosion of energy, and all opponents were defeated. They were simply torn to shreds, and their souls disappeared. And when Feng also dealt with the second pallet, Wu Fu decided to go see where his eyes led. He left the girls his star sword and hid them in a protective aura, hiding their scent. Wen Feng thought that he knew that there were many dangers ahead, but he still left the sword to protect Luo Shi. Their feelings are mutual, and love is manifested in attention.